Indie Gaming! It's a turn! It's a turn! Bora Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues. We are in week number 4 of our 5-week season, which means we are getting down to the most important matches of the entire season for all 3 of our regional leagues, and all 5 of our casters are here. That's what I meant to say. Hi, everybody. I'm Zoinks, joined by some incredible talent to cover all the matches going on here in week 4. Let's start with our freshest face, Relic. Good to see you on the broadcast.
Tally ho, great to be here, Zoinks. The stakes only continue to go higher. We've got a couple of teams locked into playoffs, a lot of playoff spots still to be decided. Really excited to get stuck in this weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible weekend of competition. So many teams fighting to lock up those playoff spots. Soph, good to have you here again. How excited are you for today's games?
Oh, super excited. Thank you so much, Zoinks. I hope you're doing well as well. And I'm so happy to be here once again. I honestly am super excited about the LATAM region. We got a couple of tiebreakers that need to happen in this week 4 to actually determine how we're going to go into closer to playoffs. So I'm super, super excited.
Yeah, the implications of everything are fantastic. I am loving this regional league competition. Wonder Chef, I know the feeling's mutual, but how are you doing this weekend, my friend?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see what our other 2 regions are, of our 5 regions that you mentioned at the start of the show, because I still haven't seen any matches from those. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. OC? No, I'm just kidding. No, very excited to get so close. I love OC. I was just having a discussion about that. Excited to see what they do with their LCQ. But like I was actually saying, hey, we're getting super close to the end of the online regular season. I'm really interested to see how that turns out. We've actually set up some really great storylines and what was looking like a little bit of a stomp for kind of a few teams that ended up not holding on to that position for the rest of this season. So we're getting close to some really good storyline matches.
Yeah, more on that later when we start looking at some of the tables and how the placement's been looking so far. But Kello, you are going to be headed off to the tall grass today to take a look at some of those off-stream matches, keep us updated on all the excitement, and also have a chance to talk to some players. So how are you doing today, and how have the matches that have been off-broadcast so far been going?
I am doing wonderfully, Zoinks. Chef has been relinquished from the tall grass once and for all from this week, but otherwise I'm going to be taking that back seat. But yeah, off-stream broadcasts, I guess in terms of those updates there, it was 2-0s across the board. So we had BH3 2-0ing up against Avalanche, we had Los Carucados 2-0ing up against Gembloupele, and Volcans Unite 2-0ing Avalanche once again. So Avalanche, they are still at the bottom there, unable to win a set, but I'm really excited to see how things end up moving forward. I mean, amongst, just the regional standings and where everybody's placing, we have a new meta. We have the latest patch, so I'm really keen to see how that ends up switching up this week's competition.
I can't wait. There is a lot to talk about. Obviously, the competition is going to be the most important part, seeing as we have a full 2 days worth of matches to be covering this weekend. We're going to be starting off with day number 1, of course, Wonder Chef. I would love to hear any of these matches that you are particularly excited for when we're taking a look at our match schedule. This is our day 1 of week 4 broadcast schedule. Wonder Chef, walk me through it.
Of course. Now, I'm not going to go through every single match, but the ones that we need to start watching are the teams on top and the teams kind of a little bit lower is the nice way that I'll put it, because we are getting so close to these qualifying spots. You can see teams like BH3, with a really amazing record, looking to qualify in their squad, in their region as the number 1 squad with that guaranteed spot to Worlds. So any of these teams like BH3 are going to be really great matches. Obviously, stuff like Peps Kamai is going to be an awesome match to start off the day with just some great teams. However, they are, I think, a little bit more likely fighting just for the seeding for the regional finals. And then some of these teams down a little bit lower as well will be very important. Stuff like Tuzi playing a little bit later on today. Extinction versus Citadel is going to be a really important one because some of these teams are still fighting to stay within that top 5 spot. So a lot of really great matches throughout all of today. And my personal team to watch out of all of these are the stamina matches, where they are fighting for a pretty strong qualifying spot as well, and we're going to be seeing them a little bit more than some of the other teams.
Yeah, it's crunch time here in week 4. I cannot wait. But let's take a look at our regional standings because, like we mentioned, it is all starting to matter now that we're hitting the end of the season. Relic, talk to me about the Europe standings as they stand.
Yeah, well, Chef put it so wonderfully. It's why he's named so. Gaga Golden means that you're Gaga going to the playoffs guaranteed. BH3 Esport, that's what they've got. Their 10-0 record, basically spotless. We will look later on into the weekend. A sniff of a world's invite potentially, but right now they're going to be looking at Kamai and Team Peps. A really important first matchup for them, for those two teams. They're looking to get into the playoffs. Avalanche, unfortunately, with a second loss already this weekend, is that their chances over? For the likes of Jem Le Poulet and Engage, it is crunch time. Win or go home.
Yeah, that's such a scary spot to be. This is that's what regional leagues bring us, though, in terms of excitement. So, how about Latin America?
Well, in Latin America, we also have a golden team. 9-0 is the record for the top 1 squad right now in Latin America. Force Gaming, meaning that they are as well qualified for playoffs already. So we'll see if throughout the day they're going to reach the 10-0 record that BH3 has established. But the rest of the league here is just the creme de la creme in regards to competition. We have a 4-way tie between Entity 7, DreamHack, 2C Esports, and CACM Esports on the 3 and 6 record. We're going to get those upstream matches soon enough as well to get some of those tiebreakers already resolved, and Kelly will be walking through that with us later on. But like Chef mentioned, the stamina matches today are super exciting, especially them against Entity 7, because if they win against Entity 7, that would put them into a qualifying match for the playoffs.
Wow, all right. And other teams locking things up. And then, Kello, how about North America? What are we looking at in terms of standings over there?
Well, in North America, we don't have any golden on here, so really it could be anybody's position here. But by the end of the day, the Root Dignitas going up against Extinction, that is going to be a playoffs qualifying match for Dignitas there. They are currently at the top of the leaderboard at that 8-1 section, but otherwise, a great spread across the board. One match that I'm really excited for is going to be this Extinction up against Citadel Gaming, because they are both sitting in that 4 wins, 5 losses position. Whether we're going to end up seeing Extinction defeat a Citadel Gaming and then be able to work up their way back up to safety in that top 5, we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I think we have some really great matches coming in for North America here.
Yeah, geez, week 4 is so exciting. The regional league has been fun to follow along all year long, but this is where the rubber meets the road, if you will. Now these matches have such gigantic implications, every single one, and as the weekend gets on, it'll get more and more intense. I can't wait. I know people at home can't wait either. So we're going to be headed into our first match very soon, which means Wonder Chef, Kelosaurus, and Soapchan, we'll be seeing you again very soon. But for now, it is going to be goodbye, as Relic and I will be jumping in to our first matchup. Relic, we got a good one, a EU rivalry match between Komai and Team Peps.
Layman's terms, let's keep it nice and simple. If Kamai wins this, they are through. They're to playoffs, that's all secured, locked up, nice and easy. However, they are facing Team Peps, the only team to have a world's invite thus far, and it's a Team Peps Zoinks with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. Of course, we're in the second half of this league round robin, and the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, it was 2-0 in favor of Kamai. For Peps, it's about setting that record straight.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting part for me. I mean, playoff implications, of course, are important. We're going to be talking about it a whole lot this weekend, but at the end of the day, I love these rivalry matches, and now that we are in the salty run-back half of the season, I cannot wait to see those go down. Obviously, Kamai has been a pretty incredible team. They could lock up that spot for playoffs. I know they wanted to get that UIC title, though, just as bad as Peps did. This Gatlutos, Gek Narami, and a Desu squad is incredible. incredible, and it's going to be a really fun match. Now, Relic, we've been talking a lot about teams, the storylines, the situation that we are headed in this tournament, but we do want to remind everybody our format's going to be pretty fun today. Obviously, we've had a recent balance patch. We could be looking at some new choices seen in the draft screen pretty soon, but one thing we do need to mention, we are back on Kyogre for map 1 being locked in. So at the start of every single match, that will be the final boss Pokemon. It will be on that variant of the map. Let's get this place humid.
The people's champion, Kyogre, I think many more people would rather the flood than the drought, or indeed the Sky Dragon. Definitely threw a few people off a couple of weeks ago. It was nice to see how those teams reacted. Perhaps don't pardon, well, maybe pardon or don't pardon the pun. It's up to you at home. Mind you know what? The pun's gone. Never mind. Let's just talk about Kyogre and the fact that it's going to be more comfortable waters. There we go. Got around. My brain's in charge today. I think it's going to be more comfortable for these guys. However, we're also going to be looking at a couple of new aspects in terms of the meta shift. There was a lot of really powerful choices that have received nerfs over the past couple of weeks. Surfetched has been added into the equation. Just for transparency's sake, no Moltres, no Zapdos today, but Surfetched, there's been a lot of interest, competitively speaking, in this Pokemon. So we'll see whether it's perhaps in the gutter pick or maybe a little earlier for the likes of perhaps Potato, who loves a good brawler.
Yeah, we will see. Also, by the way, just a couple things on screen just to clarify. It will be Klaus who's being locked in, but one of my favorite things here so far, Relic, is take a look at these bans right now. Mew and Mamoswine target bans, if I've ever seen them from Kamai towards Team Peps. 0% ban rate in our regional leagues so far. Blastoise, though, slotting in. Listen, maybe receiving some nerfs, but this Pokemon is still so powerful, and I think these competitive teams have gotten so used to building compositions around it. I do think it does still warrant that ban slot.
Absolutely. I'm curious what that second ban for Team Peps was. We certainly know that it's not the Mega Lucario, as Gatlu's going to be locking that in first and foremost. Team Peps, Marv tends to go Trevenant if we don't see them on the Mamoswine. Crustle also available. I'm sure that Gek might be keeping an eye on that. Certainly Umbreon, a very powerful pick. We're going to see Potato, though, prioritizing the Garchomp. Interesting. So they're getting one of their prime ADC carries into the top slot. Marv up next, and there is that tree with the Vanguard Bell.
Gotcha. And we just got clarification from production that this spot above the 67, the ban rate is Surfetched. So Surfetched actually receiving a ban. Very interesting. Team Peps a little more comfortable with the old school. Like you mentioned, Marv rotating onto that Trevenant so frequently, despite its low encounter rate percentage. It is not the case for that player. We'll be picking up the tree, Potato onto Old Reliable. But Komai going to be going with some familiar picks as well. The Galarian Rapidash for Adesu has become a staple. Gek picking the Lapras this early, though, is really interesting to me. Not a lot of special attack damage on Team Pep's side of the roster quite yet. However, as soon as they pick up that Mega Mewtwo Y, things begin to change.
Yeah, that Gek pick might be also with a disruption in mind, since we've seen Bruv manning the Lapras a couple of times. Of course, Bruv moving on to the Umbreon instead, maybe looking to pseudo support on this occasion with Marv picking up the tree. Looking over to Kamai, I think the Vaporeon would be a strong pick, indeed it is, and Toast is going to be roaming around the central area alongside Adesu, looking for quick rotations here with that Mimikyu to strike at the back line.
Yeah, this will be really important for this team to make sure those executions are done timely and well. And ooh, interesting. Cloud's going to be locking up the Cerulege. So again, a lot of physical attack damage. Both Garchomp and Cerulege and even Trevenant going to be dealing out a ton of physical damage. This will be pretty tough for Komai to deal with. But again, they're going to hit their level spikes a little bit earlier. Relic, that Galarian Rapidash, that Mimikyu, even Mega Lucario are going to become very early threats in this game in comparison to something like the Garchomp from Potato. But feel like every time we talk about Team Peps, we end up having that exact same discussion, and then it doesn't matter. Potato's still level 13 at 4 minutes, and is roaming down to the bottom path to cause mayhem and destruction. So Team Peps, very okay with this situation. They have learned to play around it. They love this reliable end game that a player like Potato can bring to these matches.
Yeah, well, that's going to be Toast's MO, is to try and lock down both this Cerulege and Garchomp, two Pokemon that love to get stuck into the deep end of things, gnawing away at health bars. stars in huge swathes. A little change there just before we headed off screen. Bruv and Marv switching over between the pair. So Bruv now on Trevenant and Marv going on to the Umbra. We were seeing some pretty aggressive itemization in the float stone and the attack weight there alongside EXP share. So that might very well feed more into that support build that we were thinking. But then again, we're looking at Team Peps, a real pioneer of double defender, and it's worked so well for them. I mean, heck, they've got a tournament win under their belt. So I think it works pretty well, as in the purple side will be Kamai, in the orange side will be Team Peps. Week 4 of the regional leagues is underway.
And we get the rematch here, Relic. One of the most exciting matches to start off our season was between these two rosters, and we get another look at it. So excited to see how this one is going to end up going down. That Mega Mewtwo Y from Team Peps in the hands of Zante has been a devastating duo. Certainly an ace Pokemon for this player. We'll see how much of an impact they can have in the early game, as a Desu getting those early stacks in on this Galarian Rapidash, so important. And with that X speed, we'll even have the chance to make it back. One of the powerhouse reasons why this speedster Pokemon can even contend in the path phase.
Big stacks and an early invade as well, with Narami potentially disrupting that Charcadet. In fact, by virtue of not seeing the Ceruledge, it means that they must have stolen away some form of EXP. Gek looking to lock down Bruv here, forces out the eject button, got plenty of nice regen, but not enough to deny Adesu the K-opener.
Yeah, just a little bit of a dodgy play between these two rosters. Again, there's a lot of staying power between these two teams. This class with that X attack buff is so scary on that Ceruledge anytime you see that orange pulsating color below.
Here comes Toast then. And that's a really nasty position for Klaus particularly to be in. Goes south, good covering off from Zante, still in that Mega Mewtwo Y state. All three of them move back as the Mewtwo Y will de-evolve back into the regular Mewtwo. Still lacking that Trevenant though, but Team Peps is looking pretty close now with one level away.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty comfortable. And it's interesting you mentioned that double defender, by the way, being like a Team Pep staple, because it truly was. I mean, they really rose to a top level of play with it. But now Komai kind of taking a page out of their book as well. This Vaporeon Lapras double duo is so extremely powerful. We also do see the Hydro Pump from Narami on this Vaporeon. Likely going to be that Aqua Ring to pair with it to fill a bit of a pseudo support situation. But either way, these double defender compositions just absolutely reigning supreme in Europe.
Yeah, Narami, although they get the stack in, wouldn't have wanted to hand over any EXP to Potato, the only hyperscaler you could arguably say out of the entire map. That Garchomp is going to be so nasty late game, but early game here, pretty close peggings actually. We've got 10 points scored between the two of them, 23 to 33 for Team Peps, and our first set of Reggies is just 30 seconds away.
Yeah, the little teaser story we get with Reggie Drago will be soloed down by Klaus. The Ceruledge buys a little bit of room and is able to take down that major objective. Down here in the bottom path, though, it is a defender contest for some of these wild Pokemon as Gek and Bruv fight over this, as this Trevenant so far having a pretty strong impact on the game.
Yeah, you don't really know where to look here. On top path, we've got a KO and more scores there. On this bottom path, we've got a really aggressive look from Zante and Bruv. Now on that Trevenant looking really strong in lockstep. Toaster going immediately after the Mewtwo. That's some nasty work. Regieleki already taken down onto the top path, however. Looking to be a huge collapse here for Team Peps on top path. Now Kamai has to try and lock in the Regice. Big Horn Leech. Here goes Zante back into the field, but they're not going to be able to steal it away from Gatlu on the Mega Luca. Marv has been able to provide some stable defensive reinforcements, so there won't be a push onto the pad Zoinks, but Kamai with an instant response, but Peps with the first pad.
Yeah, Bruv does a pretty solid job of defending space there around that major objective. Relies a bit on the Woodhammer for a secure at some point instead of trying to body block the power-up punch, but okay, here we go. Potato has Unite move, and they're already playing it off.
Yeah, I mean, look, some nasty business, and Toast was not able to answer anything to this Potato Garchomp, close enough to level 10, would be leading the lobby, if not for Klaus on the Ceruledge, who's running absolutely rampant. Nice Woodhammer here from Bruv. Has to be careful, of course, running that Perish Song, the Lapras, and so that's just that little bit of extra door-opening initiative to find a KO quicker than usual.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty important as well, right? We have the Mimikyu, the Mega Lucario, even the Galarian Rapidash. There's a lot of upfront burst damage. Gek can actually play the role of a sweeper a bit with this build. Ooh, a Destiny in danger. They're already down. Huge amount of damage from that Mega Mewtwo Y.
Real clutch hydro pump in there as well that pushes away Team Peps, but I don't think they're going to be denied here. Big KO on the top path, actually. It's going to be a free score for Gatlu on the Mega Luca, but here comes that Perish song, through and true, singing a song of dystopia, but ultimately taken down by the tree into the Phantom Forest. 2 KO streak down for Marv, who's absolutely cooking here into the kitchen. Gassed over maximum, gets a score in for number 8. Big block from Adesu to deny the 40 into the Horn Leech. More score down, but Team Peps finally the KO that they were looking for. Will Toast get here in the nick of time? The Lapras Express does not reach its stop, and look at that, Zoinks. 1 point left on pad. Could not have asked for it better if you're Team Peps.
Yeah, Bruff with just a casual KO streak of 3 on Trevenant, sure. At this point, I don't know why I've come to expect anything else from this player. They are so phenomenal. They are going to get in that cheeky 16 points. Great coverage by Marv to make sure they're body blocking and mead-looking Gek away from stopping this goal zone. And Team Peps with a huge macro advantage now with those 2 tier 1 goal zones already down.
Oh, I love this duo. I love this duo. So often in Unite, we talk about offensive duos running riot over the field, but these 2 defenders are working so beautifully together. Close combat, though. Whoa, the Mega Luca explodes into action. 2 KO streak, but Peps has stolen away the Reggie Rock from underneath the noses of Kamai. Adesu delaying the inevitable. Blade ends their particular run here. On top path, Reggie Alecki will not be hitting the T2 zone, but Team Peps continues to ascend.
Yeah, big impact play from Komai to be setting something up like right. That point, Gatlu's Mega Lucario gets in a great position. He sets up for some dynamite close combats. The problem is Team Peps play around it really well. They kind of absorb that dive. The defenders go down. Bruv and Marv take the fall. However, great work from Zante and Klaus to let their defenders absorb that damage, get out of danger, and then of course swing the team fight back the other direction. Really great play from this squad as Komai, they're not done. 4-player push here towards bottom.
Yeah, they're going to be asking a lot of Marv here to come back down to the bottom part. The Phantom Forest will buy them a lot of shielding. There goes the Unite move for both the Rapidash and the Mewtwo. That's a big stun that buys Peps a little bit more time. We've got the Midnight Prance that takes away a lot of the shielding from the Trevenant, but Bruv just keeps on standing. Free score from Narami, but that's it. That's all they could muster. Minimal points, whereas Team Peps, check them out on top path, extending this lead 299 to 84, and still Peps is looking to harass Narami on this bottom path. Peps with complete map control.
Yeah, I like Bruv and Marv kind of deciding what to do here at this situation. Do we really want to try to take down this Vaporeon? Damage is not exactly these 2 defenders' role. Instead, Bruv actually rotates and tries to steal a bit of the experience from both the path and, of course, the central area. But at this point, Team Peps, after a few back-to-back fantastic fights, they are hitting some nasty level spikes, Relic. We have a level 14 Cerulege. I think Klaus definitely on the fast track to getting to that maximum level 15 before our final stretch even begins, as they will be focusing on that basement Reggie team-wide buff, team-wide EXP. They are fine absorbing this Reggie Alecki as it will start headed towards their tier 2.
It's been a fast-paced game, velocity in spades, but now we slow down for a moment to set up for our final showdown. That Reggie Alecki is going to hit that T2 zone. I don't think Kamai will be particularly worried about that. They'll take the free 20 points. Oh! Unstoppable denies the Horn Leech from taking grasp. Maybe the Lapras to go to that back post to then come back in with the Lapras Express. Small pokes here from Peps as Kamai wait for their moment.
So Team Peps have a really good defensive positioning. Umbreon watches top, Trevenant watches bottom. They have so much space created. However, this Lapras will be coming in from the opposite side.
There goes the Midnight Prance immediately in to try and stop Gek. That's a lot of damage eaten by Marv. Into the backline as Asu will go. Doesn't find much joy there. Infinite Cyburn doesn't really catch many, but the Living Outrage will catch 2. Are they going to be able to get one? No! There's the Mimikyu Unite move, stopping them right in their tracks. Phantom Forest, Bitter Blade, into the Revenant Rend. Oh, there they go. Klaus 8, Obliteration Nation, ace for Team Peps. Kyogre in pockets.
Yeah, and with a 299-point lead already, I think they are feeling fantastic about this endgame situation. Those goal zones getting debuffed by Kyogre, and now the points will begin to rain in, and I don't think they're going to be stopping for any time soon. Huge play from Team Peps, and what a setup to put Klaus there. Perfect Revenant Red hitting so many targets. Big push here from Potato.
Okay.
They will lose one buff. So with 45 seconds left on the clock, this match isn't over, but Klaus still has a full HP bar for now until they get trapped by both that Vaporeon and the Lapras.
It's only an interesting play from Peps. They're looking to try and chip as much time off the clock by taking the fight so aggressively. But now, as you rightly say, with 2 buffs and with all 5 players up, Kamai will be looking to score. Of course, you've got Team Peps here, Brother Marv again, getting a free 82 in. They might have another 82 on the way. This T1 pad, Peps can afford Kamai to get this. 10 seconds left. I think that's a scoreline that is insurmountable. Just shy of 350 points, and they're not going to get it with the Team Peps Bastions already on this zone. Nice, standing tall, standing firm. Peps 1-0 up against Kamai.
Nice finish there in that situation. Yeah, I think you're right. As the points were with those double back cap situations, they probably didn't even have a chance to surmount that lead. But either way, great defensive effort from Team Peps near the end. Mega Mewtwo Y, a Pokemon that normally has a tougher time defending some of these goal zones, but when they start mega evolving and getting those area of effect explosions off of every single auto attack, all of a sudden they become one of the best goal zone defenders in the game. Team Peps already trying to rewrite history a little bit. When last time these two teams matched up, it was a 2-0 in favor of Kamai. Team Peps already happier about the results so far as they get this game number 1 win.
Yeah, that Mega Mewtwo Y a couple of times is all that infinite Cyburn having a real strong flip effect on team fights. Just that half second of stun offers an invitation for your Garchomp or your Ceruledge to move in and get free damage, or this Umbreon and Trevenant to go in and enact a little bit of crowd control to then set up for something later on down the road. This was a huge Mimikyu Unite move that we see here, stopping the Livid Outrage in that succession, but then here comes the Revenant Rend, taking out 3 for the price of 1 effectively. Huge amounts of health bars dissipated in an instant, and from there on out is all about Team Peps just controlling the narrative, scoring more where they could, opening up that lead, and ultimately taking the win.
Yeah, fantastic work. And wow, our player of the game with 65,000 damage done on this Trevenant, by the way. Woodhammer Hornleash rocking the big root and, of course, that brand new held item, the Vanguard Bell. This is an HP recovery monster in this Trevenant, and bruv playing it in a fantastic fashion. 65 damage done, 93,000 damage taken, and 54,000 damage recovered as well. Who needs a support? The defenders are doing it all on their own.
Sustain for days. They can support their own living wages. Thank you very much, Team Peps. Ultimately, they're walking out once again with this double defender build, so hard to break down. And Kamai, I just worry for their late game composition. I mean, we saw Gatlu popping off a couple of times with this Mega Luca, a close combat in one of the bottom Reggie fights, taking 2 for the price of 1. That seemed to stand out for me. But again, this Lapras, I don't think having quite the effect that they were hoping for. This Vaporeon with a couple of clutch moments, but with that Unite move, you're hoping to get a little bit more joy. Peps responding to that well by spacing out successfully, not clumping up so that they would then be under the threat of something, well, not akin to a Revenant Rend. There's hardly anything else like that in the game, but certainly catching damage together in collaboration, which would then see the swing back in Kamai's favor. I think just overall on the micro side, as much as the macro zoinks, Team Peps a step ahead of Kamai on this occasion.
Yeah, it felt like they were getting wins kind of across the board, right? I think the easiest point of evidence to point to is those tier 1s being broken on both top side and bottom side quite early on in our match. We can see bruv a very important part in at least the bottom side of that map, currently with their heat map on screen, getting a whole lot of value down there on this Trevenant. But yeah, the early game success from them, I think, really is what swept Team Peps into a fantastic position. In the end game team fight, I think there were some really tough choices to be made. Obviously, the Mimikyu Unite move being such an impactful part of the Team Komai strategy going into the end of this game. They try to pick a single Pokemon to shut down in that team fight. Ultimately, they try to pick the Garchomp. There's also the Ceruledge on the other side of this battlefield that ends up being one of the most important factors in that match. So, you know, there's so many threats on that side of Team Peps, and you have to consider Trevenant to be one as well, with a stat line like Bruv is bringing to the table with that Pokemon. So many threats to try to think about, so much to shut down. I think Komai just kind of overwhelmed in that final team fight by how powerful Team Peps had become.
Well, they're choosing to run Kyogre back Kamai. They're going to be going first pick again. I'm curious to see if there's going to be any adjustments in the ban phase, because quite frankly, I think that the 3 Pokemon that they did pick, if you're just joining us, Mew, Mamoswine, and Blastoise, all incredibly relevant to this Peps team. I mean, I don't think you can go much better than picking those 3. So is it then down to the actual Pokemon that they're drafting, or is it just a case of analyzing that game and saying we didn't quite get it right? Because if there's one thing to say about the Mimikyu Unite move, come play with me, yes, you're locking down that one Pokemon, but you really do need to be top 1 or 2 in the lobby in terms of level to get maximum extraction, because you're not just dealing damage, but you're also setting up a shield for yourself. The quicker that any of the opponent Pokemon can rip through that shield, the less time you get activated in that Unite move. Not saying that that was the major difference maker for Toast on that occasion, but it certainly wasn't a great fight to be taking at that moment when he was already fighting uphill level-wise.
Yeah, I think if we're going to change anything stylistically, I don't mind switching away from kind of the anti-dive composition that Komai was building, right? Both Vaporeon and Lapras are very good get off me kind of options in these draft screens. I do think you could switch it up a little bit. Narami is a great Hoopa. Would be very happy to see that Pokemon emerge in this game, especially with Pokemon like Mega Lucario and even Galarian Rapidash to kind of utilize those trick resets and get a little bit of extra HP restoration. Not saying that that was a particular number that was lacking, though. Narami actually putting up great numbers with the Aqua Ring. I think around 74,000 HP recovered. So a very important factor. Another one, of course, is that Psyduck, a Pokemon that has been so prominent in the metagame. And by the way, just wanted to update everybody at home. Any numbers you're seeing on screen now in terms of encounter rate and ban rate will be reflecting the entire season. That last game we just had so far, week 4's stats. This time around, it will be the entire season's worth of statistics.
But I do think worth mentioning that Sirfetch'd with that last game was already at 67% ban rate, considering that we've had 3 series off stream. That says a lot about how highly these competitive players are ranking this Pokemon. Right, Mega Lucario locked in first for Kamai once again, and it's a run back for Team Peps. The Garchomp and the Umbreon prioritized over all. Kamai, Gek, moving on to the Crustle. A bit more disruption, I think, in line with what you're saying with the Hoopa Zoinks. I think that's going to do them a lot of good. Adesu running back the Galarian Rapidash, faith in this speedster.
Yeah, and for Team Peps, they are running back an identical composition up until this point. All they need is that Mega Mewtwo Y to finish things off. Now, it could be a swap. We have seen some people play... All right, great. Now let's talk about this. Sableye going to be locked in for Narami. Komai having fun here at the second part of our season. And Narami, by the way, one of the most prolific Sableye players in this European region, so much so that their player picture has a Sableye plushie in it.
True. There's a wonderful new addition to the Pokemon Center, by the way. It's this Ditto Sableye that's pulling the Absolute Cinema. I really wanted to get it in before the broadcast. Sadly, I couldn't. But if I had it, I would be showing it on my camera. Absolute Cinema. We love a Rogue Sableye pick. A lot of focus on shutting down Zante, though, Zoinks, where we see that Mew ban, where we see that Mewtwo Y ban. And I really don't think that this is an Inteleon game, something that we would also see Zante go into. And thus, in comes the Armarouge with a Rocky helmet, I might add, which does suggest Fire Spin.
Yeah, and it's by far and away the best build on Armarouge. As much as I love Armor Cannon, and truly I do, the Psyshock Fire Spin build of this Pokemon is just so prominent. I was talking about the anti-dive options for Komai in that last game. Well, now Team Peps have added a pretty incredible asset in that with Armarouge, right? It is so strong. Of course, that Cursed Incense constantly going to be providing that anti-heal towards enemy Pokemon as soon as they get into danger. And Armarouge, one of that really fun Pokemon with Ledge and Armarouge have those kind of very similar passives, but a little bit different. Armarouge loves taking special attack damage because then it can deal out more. Well, with Rocky Helmet, it's also going to boost their normal physical defenses and deal out damage back the other way at the same time. So Armarouge, even with this item build, really picking one of the most defensive attackers you can have in the entire game.
Yeah, we're taking perhaps a trip back to Milan for some winter fun, some winter sports, perhaps a snowball in the offing. We'll have to wait and see later game as Kamai will once again retake the purple side and Team Peps will retake the orange side.
All right, Get gonna be contesting with Bruv this time around, and I think this Dwebble gonna have a lot better of an early game than the Lapras. You can already see with a big secure, and Zante there for the backup towards Klaus to try to defend this central area. They will successfully clear. You can see the Charcadet bros both having a blue and a red buff, so they will have taken all of their own central.
They're just little guys. They're running around. They're having a good time. They might not have a good time running into this Placenta, though, as Toast will take away a little bit of EXP, and Bruv is going to give them a little bit of an access back to their pad, early evolution onto the Crustle. I imagine we're going to be seeing a bit of Rock Tomb here, Zoinks. That CC essential to stopping these brawlers.
Yeah, I think that is very likely, and of course, always in partner with that X-Scissor. I really like watching these two teams play. Really, any team that has a lot of info on Team Peps, you just know you're always going to be going to bottom to fight. But here we go.
Yep, that's a massive KO already for the Crustle. There's a counter, though, on the Fletchinder. Toast falling down. Here is that Rock Tomb that we were talking about. The score already down. Marv in a bit of trouble here. And Bruv might have stepped up a little bit too far. Manages to get away. No, not quite. Zante with the fire spin. Won't be able to protect them. Bruv has to use the eject button here. Still on pad. Still might go down. Being harassed by this Crustle. And there's a Deisu to finish the job.
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot right now when we're at our like level 4s and 5s, right? We don't
nice
all
catch.
have access to our secondary moves, but yeah, that mean look dangerous enough, and there it is. Zante able to get just enough passive tick damage with that fire spin. Reminder that Rocky Helmet and Kirsten Sense all really doing them a lot of favors. Now it's another push towards bottom tier 1.
Really impressive couple of catches from Marv. Zante, yeah, wasn't going to last long then. Neither was Gek, but Klaus is now caught in the tall grass. There's the fly for Toast. More scores in for Team Peps. Evolution for Bruv. Through the wall they go. Marv desperately trying to get back to their own pad. Big Woodhammer cannot deny the KO onto Marv. Big win on bottom pad here. Poor Kamayu gets a big score down before that Armor Rouge is back to defend.
Yeah, Toast has got to get out of danger. I know it's a tempting place to fight sometimes with that Talonflame fly, but they get the score. They get a good push away. Of course, we'll check in on our top side, and they're doing a bit better for Komai to shut down that Garchomp early.
Oh my word, the fly has to go into evasive actions here. Adaisu not so lucky. Put back in the stable, sent back to the Pokemon Center, but it's a great observation, Zoinks. In terms of this map control, looking a lot healthier for Kamai, and it shows in the scores, doesn't it? Now pretty much double what Team Peps has. Still a retrievable amount, and Team Peps will certainly enjoy getting this Registeel here. No steal from the Crustle. Good attempt.
Yeah, that little tick damage from Rock Tomb is always a bit of an unsuspected major weapon that Komai has access to at any given time. And currently, Team Peps are still sticking to their strategy, giving Potato so much room to breathe on the top side all alone as the fights rage on the bottom side of the map. Big change here, though, is now Regidrago is still available in the middle of the map. No team has had the time or space to actually give it any real contest. Just watch out for Narami on your minimap. This Sableye, always a ever-present threat. Do find Klaus. Bit confused, right? But now, of course, the Regidrago finally getting its attention. And Gatlu will probably be able to solo down that poke.
Yeah, it's a real switch. It's not just a better look for Kamai. It's in particular a better look for Gatlu. Seems to have won that fight on top path, going mano a mano against the Garchomp. A Garchomp who is, by the way, that health bar is rapidly deteriorating. Here goes the Mega Luca, forced into the Livid Outrage. Well, what you can do, I can do better. That Unite move has swung the tide. You got Marv there as well. Sableye almost finding a KO onto Marv before we then return our attentions back to this bottom path where Kamayu were having a couple of little pokes, a couple of little looks, ultimately shown away by Team Peps.
Yeah, I'm not sure what ability was able to get the Unite move from Sableye to prevent sending that Garchomp back to base, whether it was a little bit of passive damage or not. Either way, big push, big Talonflame sweep will finally bring down this major boss of Garchomp, as Potato has maybe had a quiet start to the game with a couple of major knockouts. Relic has skyrocketed to the highest level in the lobby. Toast just getting to parity now is that both the Garchomp and Talonflame at level 11 in our lobby right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting level diversity, isn't it? I think Kamai overall might be in the ascendancy here, especially with that Luca and Galarian Rapidash on level 10. Toast looking more and more powerful with this big burst damage. Team Pep's posturing over the Regirock. There is Toast. You see the top of your screen there, waiting to get involved. Marva's got the mean look down onto the Galarian Rapidash. Incept Zante with the fire spin. There goes the Aura Cannon through. Revenant Rent just to try and secure the Regirock. That they do. Toast's health bar is obliterated. And Gatlu looks to go 1v4. Gets so much damage off, but not able to find any critical KOs to turn the tide. In goes the Fly. Again, that shielding for Zante simply too powerful. And Potato runs out with a 2 KO streak. Big win for Team Peps.
Yeah, it's a scary spot to be for Peps too, but that Regirock buff, I think, doing them a lot of favors. Big X-Sensor by Gek trying to buy a bit more time, and now Team Peps will be stifled in their attempt to get some points into that tier 1 on bottom side. So Komai, they might lose that team fight, but it does feel like they weather the storm a little bit. Not to mention with Adesu getting some back caps in on the top side with this Galarian Rapidash, their points situation is also looking fantastic. Now they do go down. This is going to push Potato's level lead even higher as they are rapidly approaching level 14 at Check's Watch. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, truly absurd. A big play, but oh, that's tough when you hit your own team's wall.
That's a rough feel. Marv was providing vision, but clearly that Fly evading the vision. Potato now going one-on-one versus Gecko Kami. There goes Adesu with the Galarian Rapidash Unite move. The Regieleki still hasn't gone down here. Trouble for Potato. 4v1. Yeah, they weren't getting out of that one. How about Klaus and Marv? Are they going to stick around to try and see what happens? No. And they're lucky there, Marv, that they don't get caught in the Rock Tomb. Retreating, not even onto the safety of a T2 pad, those Zoinks. That T2 pad is gone. Kamai, amazing work.
Yeah, they have done a great job of forcing these back caps and scores. And look, we're probably going to be seeing another one very soon. Narami Sableye has been such a problem. You can see them staying just outside of that vision range. I think Potato kind of wise to their tricks as they are returning towards the jump pad. And anytime you see that little gremlin's face appear above an enemy Pokemon, you know they're there. Here it is. Narami going to deposit 38 as Team Peps pushes down on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, and that's a big pick early on for Luca to take down the tree. Marvlo as well. Gecko Kami going to fall down to the Bitter Blade. Here goes the Fly, more in defensive retreat than anything else. The X attack has been popped by Klaus 8. Marv waiting in the tall grass. Stun onto Garchomp. The Sableye was there, but they were there no longer. They were able to get out of dodge, and that Registeel reset means that nobody's going to pick it up. Zoinks, really strong work from Kamai to deny Peps.
Yeah, I like Narami's use of Confuse Ray there. I don't even know if they had a complete vision of a player being in that tall grass, but still, it will be a way to force Team Peps out. That Frenzied Effect will get that big push. Rough start things off, though.
Live it out rage. They've kind of stuck for who to go for, and they eventually have that final swing onto the Kyogre. Peps are going for the rip. Close combat takes out so much health. Bruv falls. Huge win here for Kamai. Potentially, they take Kyogre.
All right, so there's the bounce back that they were looking for. Great situation in that end game. They got Mega Lucario in the perfect spot, not only to set up for a great power-up punch to secure Kyogre, but of course those close combats dealing devastating damage back the other way. Team Peps retreating back to their home base. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. This match is not completely over, but it will be difficult to take any of these Kyogre buffs. Mean Look gonna make it a little bit easier as Potato gets the chase. Grub is actually gonna take that Kyogre buff.
Still a minute to go. You're absolutely right to say not over yet, but all of these zones to score. You're primarily looking at the top path where this T1 is a particular outlier. Will Team Peps keep anybody back? Look like Zante is going to be providing vision on that backside. 26 goes down, in goes a Hundo Burger, closes the gap to just over 300. But here comes the back caps now from Kamai, and unfortunately Zante was just picking up Eos energy. I think he's going to be a little late to the party here. Look at the tree that's just gone back. They've been unable to deny any of this.
Yeah, that is a lot of points to allow in on the other side. And with 30 seconds left, I think this might be a bit of a foregone conclusion. That burning damage over time will knock out Narami's Sableye, but I don't know if even that extra Eos energy will be enough to turn the tide. Gecko Kami doing a great job of shutting down the defense here on this goal zone. Bravo the big Unite move to try to create a bit of space, but it doesn't matter. That is a level 15 Mega Lucario on the home base. Shields, damage, HP recovery, they got it all. And Komai are going to force this thing to a game number 3.
We have a series on our hands. Perhaps was to be expected given the strong form of both of these sides. However, I think that a huge change in confidence and in proactivity from Kamai. As you rightly pointed out, their last composition was very much anti-dive, very much reactive, looking to lure Peps in and damage them, punish them on the counter. This time around, looking to be a bit more proactive with determined crowd control, and it just felt like, especially in the back half of this game, Peps just didn't have an answer.
Oh, it was so impressive. I also just think Confuse Ray is kind of a clever answer to a lot of these double defenders, right? Like, it is a great way to just force an enemy defender out of a position that they want to be in. I think Narami was setting up some great plays. Obviously, this is that final fight, one of those most important moments. You see the Confuse Ray landing, I think, on Zonte in that situation, forces them out of the way. Bruv just takes too much damage. The Sarah-led Unite move, not enough firepower to take down the Kyogre, and Gatlu in truly perfect position. 91,000 damage done on this Mega Lucario. It's been a first pick in back-to-back games for this player, and I think for a very good reason. Major impact from Gatlu on this Pokemon.
In true Season 1 style, Zoinks, Lucario versus Garchomp on the top path. And on this occasion, Gatlu comes out with flying colors. And what an important win this is, by the way. A reminder, if you're just joining us, Kamai, if they win this series, they're through to the playoffs. They are qualified. And that is obviously a bit of a nerve settler. It just puts any doubts away that you're going to be there. It also keeps Peps behind, which is important for the context of the playoffs, a gauntlet-style bracket where ultimately the higher up the league table you are, the less series you actually get to play in the playoffs. And it's a whole thing, right? But Team Peps can still upset the apple cart. I would be shocked if they don't go first pick for this final game.
Yeah, that does seem to be the very common response, right? I've always been a pretty massive fan of first pick in our current metagame, and honestly, in most metagames. But it is cool to see some teams actually do kind of deviate between the two. These two squads, though, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that first pick scenario. Man, Gatlu on this Mega Lucario putting up some really interesting stats here. Like, one of my favorite to talk about always is that average EXP per minute. We do see a lot of Pokemon who play in Path end up anywhere between the 1,300 to 1,400 range. Gatlu way surpassing that stat line at 1,492 on this Mega Lucario. That tells us a couple of things, but most importantly, what it tells us is that they were just outvaluing Potatoes Garchomp early and often in this game. Knocking out a ton of wild Pokemon not only is great for your own leveling speed, but it's also great for shutting down your opponent's pace of levels as well. So keeping that late game Pokemon at bay way better in game number 2 compared to game number 1. Gatlu feels like they maybe solved a major question mark that we were posing in that first game of our series.
Showing some real patience as well, by the way. Peak that first score time, 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the game for a Pokemon that is so reliant on the attack weight to build up to become a late game threat, to counter your natural hyperscalers like a Garchomp. That's, you got to have some good patience to say, okay, let's not throw away EXP here. Let's just make sure that when we do score, that we get to score multiple times over, that we get to do it safely. And to be fair, if I was to place that into the hands of anybody, I would want to place that into the hands of Gatlu, one of the most experienced players in this region.
Yeah, I completely agree. It is a bit of a case, too, of Mega Lucario versus our standard Lucario, right? That passive ability for Mega Lucario is great for damage, but it does not kind of give you that safety net of almost a second focus band like Justified Lucario does when we see that Pokemon in the early game getting that extra shielding. Back in the day, we saw two Lucarios high-five each other on the way towards the other cold zone. A bit of a gentleman's agreement to make sure that we get 6 attack weight stacks before we truly start fighting. That is not the case anymore. Now players are going to have to work a lot more to get some of that EXP. Relic, as we are setting up for our third and final game of this series, will be on Groudon, by the way, with this time Peps getting to be picking first in this draft. One thing I wanted to shout out was there was a lot of interesting numbers we saw on that stat screen. One that we don't see too often is not a single Pokemon on either side got out of that match without any feints. Everybody went down at least once in terms of the contest, and there was only one player who went down only one time. That was Toast on the Talonflame. I think doing an amazing job. I'm always a pretty big fan of this fly Talonflame. It's a bit of the safer option, but it's also a great option. I thought they were playing really, really smart, setting up their team for some major moments in that game, and of course also denying that EXP given away by only going down one time.
As the old adage goes, Zoinks, you can't do damage if you're knocked out. And so it does pay to stay online and pick up a fight later on. And I'm sure that a lot of this, that thought of the Talonflame in the back of the mind, perhaps puts Team Peps off a couple of attacks on zone that they would have done otherwise. We do see that they pick up that first pick. They are going to be the purple side this time around. And our bans are getting locked in now. Psyduck, Galarian Rapidash, respect to Adesu and Charizard Y for the side of Team Peps. But Kamai, Mew, and Umbreon this time taken off the table. Surf Fetched is going to be banned, and that, I think, is what Peps were aiming for, to get Potato onto the Surf Fetched. They won't get the opportunity.
I was really hoping it was going to happen. There was like that final ban, the Komai beat on this side. Maybe we see something switch up, but not this time around. I'm actually very interested to see Team Peps making an adaptation towards a target ban while on this purple side, but not the one I expected, Relic. I did not expect Galarian Rapidash to be the focus. If anything, I would thought it would have been Gatlu's Mega Lucario ending up on the ban table, but not the case. Potato still comfortable with that matchup. We'll be going with the Garchomp, but Team Peps will allow Zonte to return to the Mega Mewtwo Y. Truly a devastating Pokemon that can match Mega for Mega with Gatlu's Mega Lucario on the other side.
Despite the target bans, I'm still really happy with what I'm seeing from Team Peps. Okay, yes, there's a nerf to Blastoise, but again, as we said at the top of the show, we kind of think it's negligible. Adesu moving on to the Inteleon. Interesting. Narami going to be sticking with that Sableye. Klaus immediately locking in the Talonflame, taking it away from Toast. Marv with a bit of a dealer's choice here between the tree, between the Mamoswine. I guess you're probably leaning into the tree, given that we're only seeing the Inteleon as the hyperscaler here for Kamai Esport. And there it is.
Yeah, I think so too. And like, if you're going to go with Mamoswine, like you're mentioning, EXP would be a tough thing to manage. Also, there's not a lot of Pokemon that are going to be really easy to set up plays with Ice Fang in this situation. Inteleon's going to be playing from range. Grabbing a Crustle's never really an awesome option. Sableye's a tricky one to find. And Mega Lucario has so many options to give themselves unstoppable. That is tricky, but here we go. Toast is going to be bringing out this Pawmot. This was a major factor for them in last weekend's worth of competition. Not this last weekend, but week 3 of competition. Toast on this Pawmot was truly a highlight reel waiting to happen. So I am really excited about this Pokemon, and I am pumped to see this next game.
Hey, do you remember what the Unite move is called, Zoinks? It's called the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark, and I'm ready to see it launch into action. I think, honestly, a lot of both European and North American teams taking a lot of interest from EUIC, where I think for the first time, really, we saw Pawmot come to the forefront as a proper threat, as a proper attack damage carry, something to go toe-to-toe with your Garchomps to stay in the fight far longer than it really has any right to. And I think in combination with great CC monsters like your Gekokami Crustle and your Gatlu Mega Lucario, I think that both of these sides look tantalizing for a Game 3 showdown.
It's also another Pokemon that, we're on the Groudon map, that I least want to see with a Groudon buff. Pawmot with a glowing Groudon buff is so scary. A 50% damage boost is so tough to see. I think Klaus would love it on their own Talonflame, of course, but still, that's only one instance of burst damage usually when we see that Pokemon play. That being said, I know Klaus does like to bring out the Brave Bird every so often, so Relic, let's get into game number 3. Team Peps, your purple team. Komai, your orange team. Team Peps looking to reset this team's record to a 1-1 match score against this squad and keep Komai from locking up their spot in the playoffs.
Do not adjust your monitors. That is indeed a Gibble and a Fletchling going central area together. That is a huge nod of the cap to Narami, who can absolutely steal away anything at any time. But fair play to Team Peps. They've committed to that double central area push. And okay, they've not gotten any early Evos, but they have locked down every bit of EXP.
Ooh, Gatlu having to be forced out to dodging of that fletching, but they do force out an eject button from Klaus, I believe. And oh, wow, the K opener will be toast on this Palmo with a quick little jumped in, and they get that KO. And actually, will that be the go sign for a fast rotate? Komai already got impact on one side of the map. Let's see if they can force another. Narami and Gatlu are going to have a little bit of backup for this first Birds fight at 850.
Formo has got the most wonderful waddle, but it's all about the fists and how they throw them, which you've got to be careful and being very mindful of. Klaus with a little bit of a dash in with acrobatics will not be able to find any KOs. Kamai disengage.
Yeah, they do got to remember they did leave poor Zonte down there solo on this Sobble. So Narami's going to be there for the backup with this Sableye. Big call out, though, as Bruv and Zonte force them out of that tall grass.
That's a nice rock tomb at least. Bruv might be in a bit of trouble. Whoa, the Hydro Pump misses. That's nasty work as Narami will get another little swipe in. Ultimately look to prioritize this Drizzile evolution. Deisu's got a long way to go until Inteleon. 2 minutes in.
Yeah, and they will be going, with acrobatics. So that has become the more popular option. We do see the acrobatics and liquidation build from the Centellion. And into a Pokemon like this Talonflame, I think they're going to be having a ton of fun with that option. I was thinking maybe Snipe Shot to kind of contend with the Mega Mewtwo Y, but not this game.
The single auto takes down the tree, and that'll leave the
little water balloon.
Regidrago. Just a kid like whoop, and the Regidrago is now in pocket of Kamai, particularly Toast, who will look to try and get a quick score here with the 30, but that pad is well defended.
Yeah, it could be pretty fast. Obviously, Regidrago giving you that score speed, but I think Toast actually might have more maniacal things planned. I think damage might be the major focus at the moment, and there they go.
Launches in, the Thunder Punch will miss. X attack popped with the Mega Mewtwo Y, and Kamai know far too well that they should not stick around for too long, otherwise they will face the fire. Our first set of Regis already on the horizon, and that's good timing. Blastoise online for Team Peps.
Yeah, we're finally starting to hit some final stage evolutions. We're getting to all of our movesets. The only thing we're missing now, Relic, is some Unite moves to work with. I think Toast the closest right now, potentially Klaus on this Talonflame. Narami going to be putting some points in. Is Regidrago going to be the contest? Big push from Potato, but Regirock trapping them in there.
Oh, it's the Rami again! The little gremlin goes to work, and Potato is felled. And look at Klaus. They get the Flame Sweep, catches all three, but can't get Gatlu in time to break the zone. Thankfully for Team Peps, they have been able to secure the Regieleki, but there could be more scores on the door. Kamai with another 30 going in. Adeisu with another 30 going in. Extraordinary push from Kamai Esports. Adeisu jumping over the wall. Finger guns are blazing. 162 to 73.
Yeah, Narami just putting Marvin timeout as well. A Chaos Glower Unite move to send that Trevenant back to base and buy a little bit of time. But Marv's already back in business. Has actually found the Inteleon a bit out of position. Regieleki has landed, though. So if Team Peps want to set up for a major score, they can. But Zonte uses their Aeos Energy to Mega Evolve and has nothing in pocket. Bruv has to break with only 5 points.
X-Scissor, Bruv might just be delaying the inevitable here into the serve. Oh, the Hydro Pump misses! The boosted auto does not. Toast going in. Toast sent packing back to the Pokemon Center. How many scores can they get in here now? No super jump pad to help out Kamai on defense. That's about as good as Team Peps could have hoped for.
Yeah, I think they're feeling great. I think sure they'd love more points in pocket in this situation. Gatlu, cutting them off with the pass. The Mega Lucario jumping into the mix. Talonflame with a defensive kind of life-saving Unite move as the battle rages on the backside.
Adeisu cutting out the Trevenant before they can do too much more damage, but the reinforcements have arrived, timely so for Team Peps. Kamai look to go back and get some of these yellow dots off the map as our next set of Regis already on the horizon.
Yeah, I think this topside Reggie going to be a bit more of the focus for these teams at the moment. Bruv down here just in case, but with Narami picking up vision on multiple enemy Pokemon from Team Peps working towards the top side of the map, Komai is going to be going into this next fight with the information game as Garchomp already starting, and that's a tier 2 broken. Huge play from Narami.
But only 8 points. We'll see how that goes later into the game. That's a Reggie Steal into the hands of Team Peps, but they've already lost them. Mega Mewtwo Y going bang, bang, bang with the Inteleon liquidation. The Livid Outrage barely gets anyone. They catch 2 right to the end. The Pawmot falling. Oh, Klaus is in real trouble up against the wall and KO'd for their own good measure. More liquidation damage. Hydro Pump surely to come. No, they won't fight Gekko Kami. Turn around, call the ambulance, but not for me. Leaving just Marv all on their lonesome. Woodhammer, Adesu, the pop-off.
Yeah, I mean, Adesu having truly an Inteleon dream team fight. Like, not in any situation where they ever truly in danger. I think Marv got 1 Woodhammer stun onto the Inteleon that entire game, but as soon as they did, Gek was there right away with the rotation to set up the X-Scissor and block for them. So, great play from that squad. And Komai, again, you maybe lose that objective, but I think they're really happy about how that team fight went. This Inteleon is getting some levels quickly. Surely they're knocking on the door of level 12. Yeah, 3/4 of the way there. Adesu already scaling, and that is 40 points in base for the Sableye.
Dude, watching that minimap in real time was trigger-inducing, seeing the Sableye just waltzing through, scoring 44 free. Team Peps need a response, and they need it now! Oh, Fly resetting at the last possible moment, the 11th hour. Here's close combat again. Potato can't compete. Nice rock tomb onto Zante. Are they about to find another KO? Oh, yes, they are. Kamai rocking.
Listen, there's a point of some of the matches where I am just truly left scratching my head, and I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was for Team Peps there. A Talonflame Unite move to send a few members of Kamai very deep in their own enemy zone. Of course, they tried it. They get the Fly out of danger, but then Potato goes down after a push on that tier 1. It feels like right now, Komai have forced Team Peps into a really desperate position with these Sableye scores so frequently incoming. Now Team Peps is feeling the pressure in multiple ways. Komai is leveling up a little bit faster, or at bare minimum at parity with them, and the score is slipping more and more out of their direction. Of course, this Regirock could do them a lot of favors, and it will be a defense buff for the whole squad. Klaus will be at level 14 on this talent.
Oh, they're taking the fight. Pawmot's gone.
Big.
Huge punish from Team Peps, and the guard chomp is just a tick away from level 13. My goodness, the Luke is almost gone into the tall grass. They've got barely any health, and the tree's gone down too. Hydro Typhoon, Rebel Rouser going into each other, a miss from the Surf in the middle here. We've got that guard chomp still going after the ground on. Liquidation trying to get the save, and they do. It's a Adesu to the rescue once again.
Yeah, Adesu with the secure, having a fantastic team fight on the outside. Gatlu basically 1v4ing in a situation. Well, I say 1v4. Adesu's there for the backup the entire way. I was watching Narami. I was like, if a Confuse Ray secure gets this as a robbery, that would be truly criminal. But it is going to be Komai Esport with a minute and a half left on the clock are going to increase their lead to 599 over 119. Not insurmountable by any means, but Team Peps has one of the hardest tasks to do in the entirety of Pokemon Unite, and that is stop a Sableye from scoring in your home goal zone. A challenge, but Zante does have a little bit of vision with his Mega Mewtwo Y already. Currently, Team Peps not out of this one, but a minute away from Komai getting the repeat victory in this EU rivalry match.
Oh, is that Trevenant moving? No, they are not. That is extra disaster as Narami gets a free hundo burger. That might be the sign-off. Wow, guys, what a heck of a series this has been to kick off week number 4 of the regional leagues. A real barn burner. But the simples are this. At the beginning of this series, all Kamai needed to do was win it. Sounds simple, right? But up against the only team with a Worlds invite, you'd think otherwise. But Zoinks, the way in which Kamai have come from 1-0 down, let's not forget, to roar into a victory here. So impressive.
And just on the back of some really creative picks across the board. Well, one that was the through line through this entire match that I think just leveled up game after game was Gatlu on this Mega Lucario. Yes. I think in that first game, we could maybe have a few question marks about how the early game went. Why were we not at parity? Well, Gatlu comes alive in back-to-back games. Does a great job of locking down that offensive part of their game. But that Sableye flexibility in their 2 game wins was so exciting to watch. very cool to see a team play around a Sableye so extremely well. Team Peps really forced out of position so frequently. Its double defender composition's good at a lot of things, but getting shut down by a gremlin, unfortunately, might be going in the con column.
Yeah, with the with the help of hindsight, which, as they always say, is 2020, I think that Peps will perhaps look at that ban phase, look at targeting a Desu on the Galarian Rapidash, and say, well, perhaps we should have looked at the Mega Lucario and said, look how low this health bar goes, by the way, into the eject button, into the tall grass, gets the close combat off, and that's the end of Marv. And really from here, Team Peps really struggling to get a handle on things. Potato's gone rogue on the Groudon, and all it takes is one simple Desu Blast, and that is Groudon in the hands of the orange team.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it is a bit of just a split focus from Team Peps that Komai is able to exploit so well. And a Pokemon that does that, a player that does that, is Narami on this Sableye. 2 knockouts, 3 feints, 9 assists, but take a look at that scoreline. 435 points scored. I don't know what the all-time record is in the regional league so far, but from a Sableye, I think that number is looking pretty good. Incredible work from the support player on Komai, just showcasing the flexibility of this team. We give a lot of shout outs for Team Peps for their flexibility, right? With that double defender innovation that they brought out at EUIC, Komai certainly fit for that bill as well.
You know, I've opened the window, and on the winds I can hear, holy, that's some nasty business, because Doobsnacks would be so proud of Narami right now. Certified Sableye enjoyer. I think we are all Sableye enjoyers after that performance.
Yeah, not Team Peps, but everybody else, I think, is getting in line to really be a fan of this tricky Pokemon. Hard to pilot, hard to play well, and yep, that's a Sableye heat map if I've ever seen one. Honestly, more showcase on the top side of the map than I actually came to expect. Narami, of course, doing a lot of back capping. Take a look at that one on the purple side home goal zone. Pretty high green stat. And oh my word, I'm so excited. I actually called out that this stat might be the case, and it is. 435 points scored is the highest individual score by any player in any game in our regional league so far. Narami, here is your crown, my friend, currently leading the way for the highest score in an individual game.
We love production. We would not dare ask them to dive back into previous seasons, I should say, but there is a curiosity about how far back that stat goes. Like, is this the
I think it's just, that set will just be coming from regional leagues. It'll just be regional leagues, so.
Yeah, but even still, like, got to be like top 5 individual performances in terms of scores, like,
true,
ever in the championship series. Super impressive. It's what we've come to love about Narami. Such diversity in the support pool as well, can rock so many different looks. And what a good look this was. And at the end of the day, Zoinks, Kamai locked in now for the playoffs. They are safe and sound.
Yeah, they are in a great spot. Now, guaranteed top 5, but again, really, I feel like this team could potentially push for more, right? Like, this is a squad that genuinely, I don't know exactly what the rest of the schedule looks like for BH3. They look maybe insurmountable if things work out the way they're hoping they do. But if things were to change, I think that would be pretty exciting. Now, before we jump to break, we want to show everybody something that is very exciting. We talked a little bit about it in our last week's competition, but NAIC is on the horizon very soon. And if you want to beat the crowd and reserve your hotel, you got to scan this QR code, or of course, go to pkmn.news/NAIC26hotels. Get your place to stay, because these in-person tournaments, there's truly nothing like them. Relic, you got to experience EUIC. I guarantee for everybody. NAIC is also amazing, so get that hotel booked now.
The IC experience is unmatched. So many friends, so many phenomenal moments, a great city to explore in New Orleans. So hey, if you're on YouTube, you can just pause the stream right now and take the photo with your phone to get that barcode to get on to your hotels. If you're on Twitch, of course, we've got the VOD overlapping, so you can go on to the Pokemon Unite Twitch homepage, into videos. You can catch up with the stream that has been happening up until this moment to grab it, but be sure to get back live ASAP, because we've got so many more incredible matches on the horizon, Zoinks.
Yeah, NAIC is going to be fun for, I think, every team. I think it is the last competition that will qualify teams for Worlds before the World Championship. So it is going to be a major moment. But of course, right now, we got more major moments in the EU region coming up very soon. We're going to jump to a very short break, but when we come back, more Regional League action.
hello there everyone. It's Kellosaurus here reporting from the tall grass for these off-stream matches. While we are watching EU over on stream, we have already jumped over to LATAM, and well, we had Entity 7 going up against CACM Esports up first. Now the interesting thing about these two teams is they are two teams that are caught in that four-way tie with having the 2 set wins and the 5 losses. So a very big moment for these two teams. Going into our draft, I do want to make note that CACM Esports, this is their second game. So CACM Esports do have that 1 point to their name. But in terms of draft, we have a very targeted ban picks on Entity 7 against CACM, and in particular Reggie with that Gengar and that Scyther pick. But otherwise, we do have one of those Megas being Mega Lucario on the table, which I want you to make note of in our next highlight here. But we are at this halfway point. There is this Reggie Alecki up top. I want to make note, Entity 7, they haven't scored any points on the board just yet. We can see that iPip Loop is already on that quarter HP bar. Reggie Alecki as well, getting shredded up, but they are going to go into that Mega Lucario form just to go and give them that extra sustenance. I mean, going from a quarter HP to pretty much a full HP with that close combat is absolutely insane. But Mew really keeping the pressure on with those hits, with the solar beams. iPip just being able to dodge that briefly. But even then, with all this sustain, having a Hooper by their side, it is just not enough to go and sustain the 3v2, 4v2, considering that Reggie Alecki was on there. So that did allow CACM Esports to go and get in some points. But as we head on into the Groudon, it was a Groudon map of choice for this time round. We are about that 50 points difference with Entity 7 being able to make a comeback. They were able to go and break both of the tier 1 pads there and go and protect their bottom tier 1 pad. But CACM, they have the positional advantage here. All of them are in the pit, and we can see on the mini-map there that 2 of them from Entity 7 are out of range. So CACM, they're going to take this to go and start this Groudon, but they've recognized that Crustle has come in, invaded, trying to make a move on with some great X-scissors, but CACM just coming in with some great crowd control, not only the surfs from both the Blastoise and the Mew, but also these walls from Crustle and the light screens, allowing them to go and take that advantage, get 3 knockouts, being a 4th to go and take that set win. So now they are at that seasonal record, being 3 wins, 5 losses. Entity 7 at the 2 wins and 6 losses there. But in the end, 198 to 732 in CACM's esports favor there. You can see that it was a pretty close match up until the very end, where Groudon ended up getting secured, giving CACM that advantage. So that is pretty much it from the off-stream broadcast matches from me for now, but we still have more to come. Very, very excited. And I mean, that's the thing. LATAM, considering how close it's been, on-stream matches, off-stream matches, they've all been very, very close indeed. And I'm looking forward to seeing more, but we're going to throw it over back to EU with Soph and Chef, and I'm going to go back into the tall grass. See you later, folks.
Thanks so much, Kello. You know, I've been in the tall grass so much, as I see somebody else there. I'm the common find in the tall grass habitat, and I think Kello was the rare find with the extra skills. So great stuff showing off some of LATAM. However, we're still over here in EU, of course, and for the first time, I think since Worlds, I'm here with Soph, and we get a chance to cast together for some awesome matches. How you doing?
Oh, I'm so excited, Chef. It's always good to be on the broadcast with you. And this match that we have on our hands as well for you is very, very interesting. So our next match, folks, will be BH3 versus Los Caducados. BH3, as we have talked about in the pre-show, the team that is undefeated, 10-0 on the match record, first place, and already qualified for the playoffs of Regional League in Europe. That team is Rezu, Sazuro, Krenix, Yutao, and Mego. And this match that they're going to be playing against Los Caducados is a very interesting one. We got some some stats to talk about later, right, Chef?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's so much now that is accumulated up to this point that I mean, specifically too, after that last match, there is a lot to talk about these top 3 teams and their records. But Los Caducados, very cool team. One of my favorites so far to watch from Europe. Honestly, I kind of feel like I'm cheating. I've said that about I think 3 or 4 different teams in Europe. I've just really been enjoying the
just love everybody.
Yes, the region in general. But currently sitting at a 5-5 record. Certainly not up in that top 3 spot. However, they are still easily in contention for the qualifying matches at the end of the season in the regional qualifiers. And you were mentioning earlier that they've got an interesting stat up against our current undefeated team.
Yes, they do indeed, because BH3, like we said, they are 10-0 for this match in particular, but we're not talking about not losing any games in the series. So for Regional League, we have this round robin format where every team plays twice, every team in their region, and those games, those series are best of 3 games. So the only teams that have actually drawn into game 3 against BH3 were the top 2 and top 3, Komai and Team Peps, but that includes Los Caducados as well. So like you said, they are not quite top 3 yet, but they are very close to doing so and have definitely the potential to get BH3 into a game 3 for this match in particular, especially because they're tied on 5-5 with Volticons, and Volticons have already played off stream today and lost. So this is a very important moment for Los Caducados indeed.
Right, these tiebreakers are gigantic for the seeding at the end of, like I said, the normal season. When we get into the regional finals, we get a chance to see the average score in EU. That's a fun stat, actually, after what we saw last game with last set with the highest recorded score of anybody in any region, I believe, for this season. But Gatlu, actually, the top 146 average score. Gatlu, the master of, I would say, wandering around the map. Gatlu is a little bit of everywhere. But you can see everybody else around here kind of evening out at a pretty close level of, second through, I guess it's 6 here, not 5. So yeah, second through 6. But Gatlu really leading that.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, and it just shows how this player is super reliable in regards to consistent good outcomes. And Komai is definitely showing that with that second place and the win that they just had against Team Peps, our UIC AOS Cup champions. But getting into this match, Chef, we have BH3 on the purple side versus Los Caducados on the orange. And a fun fact, Los Caducados have chosen orange side, meaning second pick, but also the last pick, which means counter pick.
I love seeing teams go for that second side. The current meta, there's so many strong Pokemon, it makes a lot of sense. One thing that's going to go through here, actually, Surfetch not banned for the first time. Obviously, we saw the single broadcast match, it was banned, and then in the off-broadcast match that we just got a recap from Kello from, it was also banned. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to use it now that it's out of the competitive quarantine that we've got for these new Pokemon. However, on the first side, I love as well this defender choice, where we've got 3 defenders banned out. You can see down on the bottom, it's 2 from BH3, and they choose a first pick defender.
Yeah, it's a very defender-heavy meta. Oh, and because we didn't see the Surfetched on the ban table, BH3 will take the opportunity to play it for the first time on their squad, because it's the first time that they play. No, actually, they played on off-stream, so never mind. It's possible they did play Surfetched previously, but it's the first time on broadcast that BH3 will take that pick. Alongside that Psyduck, well-known side of Los Caducados, they go for the Mew, heavy artillery damage, plus the most reliable of supporters with that comfy, plus an interesting Palmot that we know that Kelly loves. So on the tall grass, she's definitely smiling.
Yeah, I love Palmot as well. I'd say the Comfey is one of the more interesting picks that we see on the other side. And then, back to BH3, we do get to see that Cinderace, and I'm very excited for that. We've been seeing more and more Cinderace as time has gone on. And of course, for anybody who is maybe not been keeping up quite as much with the game, there was a really big patch that actually had some really positive reception in, I don't know, a week ago or something like that. I don't know, time is fake to me for sure. So a lot of Pokemon we see kind of like balanced towards a little bit closer to the center, and we're seeing some wider metas today for sure.
Yeah, and that little bit of a tweak that Cinderace got on the long-range tactics patch definitely made a difference, and it's become much more prominent in play. Absolutely, Chef. On the side of Los Caducados, we know that because there are so many defenders that were on the ban table, it's remarkable how we still have the same amount or even bigger of range in regards to defenders that are still available and still really good.
Yeah. There's so many Pokemon in the game right now. I've said it before, and I think a lot of people agree. We are very quickly entering the area where another ban would make sense, or even two more bans per side almost would make sense. But I mean, you can only ban so many eventually, right? There's so many strong picks, and that's something I would like to go back to as well with the choice to pick second, where we didn't end up seeing a sort of like twist pick at the end for Los Caducados. They decided to just go, I think it was just the Snorlax at the end, which is just a solid pick no matter what, and as well seeing that as the last pick is relatively surprising. But there are just so many strong picks in the meta right now that you cannot get rid of all of them, right? Like you can't ban them all and choose to counterpick away a few. There's just going to be so many even left over. I mean, we could see so many top tier meta picks that were not even encountered in this match. Encounter rate will probably go down for a lot of different Pokemon. So when you get those first two picks, sometimes it's as strong as a first pick. But here we go. BH3 Esport on the left and Los Caducados on the right. See if BH3 can continue their undefeated streak.
Yeah, we'll see. Los Caducados have taken BH3 to game 3 before, so this might as well just be the time for them to do it again and maybe come out on top as well. We have that Pommy that was in this area, in central area, with the Comfy already evolving there, whilst Zuro goes to the top side to help out Utah. That smoke screen does help quite a bit here. No, actually, the other way around. I just confused both sides here. So Zuro is almost down, but that last little bit of synthesis healing will actually enable them to survive. While now Relly is going for Utah that was trying to get those bees, not able to do so, will go down in succession.
And now I'm very excited to see how this Surfetch, currently Farfetch'd, does. Certainly a Pokemon that, as far as competitive Unite goes, I have way less experience because obviously it's been in, like I said, a little bit of a competitive quarantine, as most Pokemon are. Currently, I believe we're at a 30-day waiting period before these Pokemon are legal for tournaments, so we haven't really had a chance to see it. Obviously, it's been banned out a lot today, and so my solo queue games with it, I think maybe are not the perfect example of how it's going to go, and someone like Utah piloting it is going to be very, very fun, but it's going to have to play against a pretty tough path so far. Lucario is always going to be strong. Palmot, who's currently, I think, going for a little bit of an invade alongside their Comfy support. They're also going to be a tough one to fight.
Yeah, and it seems to be a fight happening in central area as well that will result in that Kaboot being taken down, while Los Caducados is on the opposite side of their own central, and Jose will go for the invade themselves, while BH3 is just trying to gather some of those Natus here, taking down two. Relly, as you said, being that Mega Lucario is just so much easy that this Pokemon is to take the Pokemon down.
They're gathering a little bit in the center. It does seem like this is going to be a little bit more of like a brawling match, I would have to say. Just, I mean, any time that you do end up seeing a Comfey on a solid carry, it is going to be a little bit that way. More so than when you see it on an assassin like a Zogrog. Even then, obviously, there's going to be a lot of fights, but this one, a little bit looking for more extended fights, which is not going to happen.
Oh, it looks like Los Caducados have, although confirming that objective on the Regidrago, they lose one member on that Palmot. Meanwhile, BH3 would take the opportunity to take this goal to 1 point. A perfect scenario for overdunks, while on the side of Los Caducados, they have the Lucario just going for the straight dunks themselves.
All right, just gonna back up. I thought maybe there was a chance they were going to continue that push. They do have an okay amount of points in pockets, but I think they want to back up and just make sure maybe that they can take the space at Reggie. We are going to see now that is going to be a Regieleki. And alongside that Regieleki, certainly they're going to want to, break this gold zone if they can take it, so the Regieleki will threaten that tier 2 gold zone, which is exactly what they're going to get, basically for free.
Yeah, and Rezu by themselves takes that Regieleki, like you said, for free, uncontested, and we know just how much ADCs like Cinderace can benefit from a buff like that, and especially from taking objectives by themselves. On the top side, though, because that objective was taken down, a fight commences, and BH3 is in trouble. Sazuro, that Aura Cannon does not hit on the backline, and it will not connect to the Eldegoss, but instead, coming through is Rezu with that Cinderace we mentioned. Now, with the Hydro Spin happen as well. Naiad is just trying to tank some of the damage, but they are outnumbered, and the Snorlax will go down.
Clean fight win right there for BH3. And it does seem like maybe they're going to be sending that Palmont down to try and score. However, it does seem like there's a pretty good amount of defense there as well. Oh, maybe not going to get there in time. Plenty of points in there. We'll see if they can get the revenge KO down on the bottom path. But 3 members versus 2, or I guess 3 versus 4 now altogether, if you consider the Comfey as well. It just, the Comfey, it looks like it's not healing, right? Is that a Sweet Kiss Comfey? I haven't really been able to see. It's just been getting taken out so quickly.
Oh, yeah. Although Flurry Fields Forever were used there and trying to help Jose, so that cooldown will be unavailable for a good time for Los Caducados Comfy. BH3 will clean out the central area, but not going to overextend into enemy central so far, just going for that middle ground.
Yeah, I'm really curious what the big play is going to be here. For sure, the team fight potential for Los Caducados seems pretty significant, and I'm assuming that they're not trying to take these kind of unfair fights that they've been in. You know, it's been a lot of like 1v2s, 2v3s in either direction, where we haven't really had a chance to see their full kind of like team comp come together. It's been a little bit more skirmishy, and it looks like they're kind of going for that a little bit again. Maybe, yeah, okay, that was an interesting time to kind of preemptively charge that. They are going to get the shields, and maybe that was their goal, but they're not going to be able to score. They're just kind of a little bit of space.
Oh, okay. The space is definitely built with the nap time, maybe allowing for Los Caducados to try and go for at least a contestation here in securing that Reggie steal. While on the bot side, once again, we have Cinderace taking down the Regieleki. Top side, though, with the Hydro Typhoon, not able to stop Lucario from taking the objective for Los Caducados. Still, BS3 maintaining a strong pursuit here for this top tier 1 pad. They are going to be able to take Palma down, or are they indeed? At the end, not even the Comfy from Gerard will save them.
This, yeah, again, the fact that the Comfey is Sweet Kiss, it's making it seem like maybe they have some other strategy that they're trying to enable, but we just haven't had a chance to see it yet. There are a lot of situations where obviously it seemed like a healing Comfey would have been a little bit better for keeping that Palmon alive. It's gone down, I don't know, 2 or 3 times while they've kind of just been wandering around together. But again, like I said, it's been a bunch of weirdly like one-sided fights as far as the numbers go. So ideally, you're going to try to pull everybody together, you know, hit them with some sort of like big heavy slam, hit them with some big chunk of damage from like Electro Ball from you or something like that, and then the Palmod's just going to have to do its thing and try to really just hit everybody all together all at once. We just haven't had a chance to see that. There we go. The initiation combo with the Sweet Kiss. That's what we wanted to see, and that's something they haven't been able to pull off quite as much as haven't had the targets.
Yeah, but ambushes are definitely a good opportunity for them to do so, and they succeeded. Now, Blastoise is just trying by themselves to defend this to-go zone here for BH3, but it's still going to go down. Blastoise will follow soon after, but now comes Surfetch as well, going to the back line, but it's a 2v3 here. But when it comes to this damage, you can actually succeed because Mew just does that much with a Comfy attached to them. Now, Naiad is going to be able to escape, or at least for the moment here, is still being chased by Utel. They're going to disengage from the chase at the moment, but finally feeling like this composition is pairing up better for Los Caducados, a record of 138 for them versus 299 for BH3.
The big problem here is the level difference is really starting to grow. It does seem like this top objective is probably as well going to go for free. The ability to kind of just like rip down these objectives is going to be ridiculous on the side of BH3. As you can see right here, just Resu alone doesn't really need the help of anybody to take that down in only just a few seconds, getting that nice buff for the final moments. They could honestly almost have rotated down. They could honestly rotate down and take the Regieleki as well if they really, really wanted to. However, of course, that's a little bit unsafe. They don't have full vision, although they might have just gotten some vision as they're already trying to get a pick, but no, Utah managing to escape the situation, and a first pick here from this Palmont Comfey combo would be huge if they can find it.
Yeah, they're definitely in position looking to go for it with a Grass Knot as well, plus the Sweet Kiss you mentioned. Now, the Solar Beam will chunk down on Megu plus Resu as well. So those squishy targets, they are definitely going to be careful about this next engage. Now, Jose will start autocannon as well. Los Caducados will start out this Kyogre, but the damage is still looking like it's the side of Los Caducados, and indeed it is, with that Mega Lucario confirming the objective for themselves, although they're very low in HP, but Zillow has to try to get away. That's a Blastoise on top of the Mew, still trying to find something, but when Palmont comes through for Jose, they manage to come out on top. There's a gank and and a overdunk that happens there by Los Caducados, and it's the side of Snorlax that are able to do so. No, actually, not able to defend in this case, but BH3 will at least stop this. For the moment, the score is still pretty close.
It is. They took a really long time as well to push that top goal zone. There was a pretty good chance they could have rotated up and defended in time, but they do manage to get another Hundo Burger in. There's still a minute left, and there's going to be a lot of buffs stolen away. This is one of the big downsides of Comfey in a map like Kyogre, is that it will probably eventually, if obviously if the Pokemon that has it falls, it kind of gives you a 2-for-1 with the buffs, and now we're going to see Utah with that Kyogre buff. Now the push is definitely happening up in this northeast. 1-1 Hundo Burger will not be enough. So we are going to see, it looks like 1 for free, and oh, it's actually caught out, not able to back in time, and they are going to have to use that Oricana, but get immediately picked off. There's still more than one, or sorry, there's still only like 9 points difference. That should be more than enough to steal back the lead.
Yeah, it's 20 points, it's 20 seconds for the final game here to finish, but we're still looking for BH3 into finding the connection. They are able to score at least as much as possible, but Los Caducados don't have enough time with the Palma to go to the enemy central to go for those pads, and BH3, because of stealing back the Kyogre buff, they are able to come out on top.
That was kind of an unexpected, the way that happened, where we saw, you know, like Lucario just not able to get back in time. They tried to back over in that tall grass. They get caught out by the Psyduck, and everybody from BH3 jumps on them, takes a huge advantage there. And with the fact that, which I don't think it was the wrong choice, Los Caducados, though, they gave up that top tier 2 goal zone. That meant that they were so close that any amount of points was going to be enough to be able to make that comeback. And now that they were down 4-5, they just had no way of stopping a decently small score, which I think was only about 24 or something like that from one of their final members. They didn't defend the bottom one as well. It was just, unfortunately, maybe a little bit of miscoordination. Whatever. I can't coordinate my words. But the defense was just simply a little bit split, a little bit weird. Strange situation. Strange with the flip as well.
It was a good attempt there by BH3 trying to get the Hydro Typhoon by Krenix to stop the push, but Mega Lucario, of course, you have that close combat, you're able to ditch that damage consecutively at the end. But like you said, it's not just about taking the objective. We know that Kyogre and Groudon, they allow for the enemy to steal it back, and that was exactly what BH3 did. Rezu, with that Cinderace, 220 points scored, 6, 2, and 5 KFA, and 46,000 damage dealt.
I'm surprised that they weren't able to find a secure with the Unite from the Cinderace. That is one of its biggest strengths, is that Unite is a very, very good secure option. However, sometimes it can be a little bit hard to aim. Sometimes you're not in a safe place to use it, and that was just such a chaotic flip. But we did get to see them really leading the entire game in damage not in damage, in EXP for being pretty much minute 1 till minute 10, and you can see their damage was quite high, all things considered. This was a pretty low damage game, I would say. Actually not too bad on the side of Los Caducados. Obviously, no healing Comfey means that a lot of the damage is just shields. They're not going to be able to sustain themselves. A lot more healing on the side of BH3, so naturally the damage would be higher on the other side when you get a chance to do that. But I do like the pick. I love that we're starting to see Cinderace again. Honestly, just one of my favorite Pokemon in general. So cool comp altogether. Obviously, we haven't had a chance to see Surfetched in competitive. It looked really good. I don't think it really had any sort of like, oh my god, obviously this is why we picked it, or bandit moments, but the entire team for BHD was just strong the entire time, so we don't need a moment like that from anybody.
Yeah, I feel like it's more about the consistent damage that the Surfetch is bringing, much like the Cinderace, honestly. It's just about those auto attacks. I know that Rezu was running Power Ball, but still the most amount of damage, consistent damage that you're going to have from the Cinderace is on those auto attacks, and I feel like that is kind of similar for Surfetch as well, with those crit rates and just stacking up for those stacks as well. So I feel like BH3, because of how they have been always able to recognize this is a moment where we need to stay calm. They noticed that was exactly what you said during the game. There was still 1.5 minutes left to go. They could steal it back. They did. They defended and they continued. I feel like maybe because the push started by that Snorlax alone, by Los Caducados on the bot side, and they took too long on the top side, like you mentioned, it feels like BH3 just saw the opportunity and took it straight away.
Right, it put Los Caducados into a really tough position, right, where honestly, you might think like, okay, this Comfey ran away for a really long time. We got to watch that on screen, and it took a little bit to get the KO, but the longer that you wait to get that KO, the longer it takes for them to respawn. And so we just saw this weird staggered respawn from the side of Los Caducados. They had to decide, we've got 2 tier 2 gold zones left. We've got, top one and bottom one. How many of these can we give up for free? Can we give up any of them for free? They obviously decided, okay, we can give up the top one for free, but then also the bottom one went undefended because they just didn't have enough people to actually defend when there were also, it was just such a strong push onto that center gold zone. And so the fact that they weren't all back, which is actually something that we were looking at in the last set, you and I were watching off stream. I was saying, I can't remember who it was, like Peps or I guess it was Kamai probably. I was like, oh, they got it back like right now and just get out of there and not give up any shields. And unfortunately, that's kind of the opposite of what happened with Los Caducados. If they had gotten out of there a little bit faster, score a little bit faster, even if it was less points, they might have been able to defend a lot more easily, or just defend it in general, which unfortunately just didn't quite happen.
Yeah, it was a big certain, and because they were going straight for the coordination in moving together and utilizing the buff as best they could, I feel like that was definitely the strategy that maybe Los Caducados fell short on a little bit because of taking a bit too long on that push on top side. But for game 2 of this best of 3, with the score being BH3 1-0 up in this series, we have Los Caducados choosing second pick once again, orange side. Meanwhile, BH3 has chosen Groudon. So do you think there's a difference that we might see from the composition here from BH3 in regards to the map selection, or are we going something pretty similar?
Honestly, I think BH3, they should just be happy to just kind of go with what they had before. I thought their entire team was solid. It worked out. It was an interesting comp because it's 2 Pokemon, well, 1 Pokemon that's now legal only this week, and 1 Pokemon that was buffed, but we were seeing a little bit of Cinderace even before that. So it's nice to see that comp. However, I don't think if you really break down that comp into like roles, it's all that weird. So I think BH3 stays the same. The bigger question I would say is Los Caducados, where I thought their comp with the Sweet Kiss Comfey plus Palmot is a really fun comp. However, if they're picking second, I feel like they could have gone with a last pick Comfey or last pick Palmot and kind of said like, hey, we're going to hide this strategy until the very end, right? They could have chosen the Snorlax a little bit earlier, who Snorlax, one of its greatest strengths is that it never gives away your strategy because it goes in literally any comp you could ever want of all time. So we'll see if they draft a little bit differently. I think they're going to go for certainly something different. I don't think we're going to see repeat there, but we are going to see average damage dealt through the EU region with Resu, who we just had a chance to see up on top.
Yes, they are. They were the MVP for this match against Los Caducados, and they're looking to keep managing to get this reliable outcome of 66,000 average damage per game, followed there by Mifil on Engage, then Chari from Volticons going down to Los Caducados again with Bertillo. So like you said, I feel like maybe the order of the picks might be reconsidered here for Los Caducados in this second game, considering they are once again on orange side. They could take a little bit more advantage of being able to choose a counter in this game in particular. We'll see how things are going to pan out. While we start the draft of the second game here, we have Vaporeon, Umbreon, and Darkrai banned on the side of BH3, and Blissey, Charizard, and the Crystal for Los Caducados.
I do believe
Mega Charizard, why?
Right. Why? Yeah. I do believe it's the exact same bands as last time and the same first pick as last time, and it does seem like we're going to have similar picks on the side of Los Caducados as well, as far as things starting off. And I mean, those picks did seem to work quite well. Unfortunately, obviously, the Mega Lucario got picked off in the final moments of that game, but aside from that, everything was looking pretty good, especially, this Mew play was really strong on the side of Los Caducados. BHG Sport is going for exactly the same comp and draft order. order. And okay, where we may be just seeing an exact repeat. I'm a little bit surprised in that. We may see BH3 flex a little bit. Now, seeing that the strategy is locked in, they are. We're going to see the Dodrio.
Huh. Okay, so switching out from a Cinderace to a Dodrio and locking down a Mega Charizard X as their last pick here. So overall very different game, I would say. Although most of the team with their first 3 picks are the same, these last 2 really make a difference. But we're going to get to that in a little bit as well, as Locadocados are rounding out their composition with the Comfey once again, but this time a Slowbro instead of a Snorlax.
Okay, the Slowbro makes a lot of sense. You really want that. There's some great targets. Both of the final picks that we saw on the side of BH3 would be great slow beam targets. I'm really curious about these final 2 picks, though, from BH3. That was not the direction I thought they were going to go. Mega Charizard X, obviously seeing so much less than Mega Charizard Y. You can see the encounter rate is only 6% over the course of the season, and it's pretty much been in that exact same way. It's a strong Pokemon. We've seen it do well. I've seen some Brazilian teams as well specifically play it quite well, but just not a pick that you usually would go to maybe in a situation like this, alongside the Dodrio, which I feel like Dodrio, we do see a decent amount. However, it doesn't have too many super strong backline targets. Maybe they really are trying to target out that Mew. Maybe they're trying to get a little bit further ahead in points. It's just altogether an interesting shift towards the end of that draft, and I'm not sure if I'm seeing the vision, but obviously there's something there, and the comp doesn't seem like that weird. It's just it's interesting 2 picks to have in a row.
I agree. On top of that, I feel like it's particularly interesting to pick the Dodrio in the Groudon map, because we're talking about even less bushes, and with less tall grass, it means there's less choke points for the Dodrio to come and just try to ambush the enemy team. So I feel like it's also very interesting they went for this.
Yeah, one thing too that I feel like maybe BH3 could have readjusted to a little bit is considering the fact that we're going to see basically the same comp from the side of Los Caducados without the Snorlax, they might have thought about the fact that they lost the flip in the last game and tried to go for a little bit stronger secure. However, none of these Pokemon are that well known for their secure, so maybe they want to go for a few more points. I don't know, we'll see, as BH3 Esport is up 1 game to go 11-0 if they manage to take it. Los Caducados, they've got to break this streak, get 1 more win, maybe jump up above Peps, or no, it wasn't Peps, it was Volticons, that's what it was.
Yeah, there you go. They were tied there on 5-5. So here on this top side of Rally, just trying to get as much of their wild Pokemon as possible. But the Farfetch is also doing pretty well here with Sazura. We know the Psyduck does well as stealing away, especially with that confusion too, as we are, of course, noticing a transition here from the Charmeleon to the top side to try and help as much as possible this Surfetch to come online.
This is certainly where the fights are going to be. Interesting, though, to see that there is a bottom path Doduo. That is a little bit of a weird place for it to end up being, but that's a pretty annoying path, I'd say, for both sides down there. It's probably not going to see all that much. Certainly up top is where the fights were going to be. Looks like they might have been able to take some of that experience, and look at that, going to catch these. Well, it's a Surfetch already, it looks like. It already got the evolution pretty quickly.
Yeah, they did. But Los Caducados still coming out on top on this push, though, with the help of that Palmer. As they are trying to chase here BH3 on Rally, but they're not able to connect. It's Los Caducados who managed to defend them there with Jose and the Comfey attached to the Palmer.
It does look like the Palmot's going to go for that little bit of an aggressive invade, exactly the same time that they did it last time, right after the birds are taken. And it does look like they're fighting in there, so they might be able to take at least 1 buff. And hey, you know, you don't need to take a buff when you can take away that Charmeleon.
Yeah, it's definitely good when you can do that while invading the enemy central. Nayad, though, is in trouble here between 2 players of BH3, but you know just how much that Amnesia will get of that health back. Still not enough to remain standing. Regidrago, though, still up in the central area.
There's a lot of damage in this bottom path, just from the Pokemon that are in it. I mean, yeah, when you pair a quote-unquote tank, I'm doing air quotes, y'all are just gonna have to believe me, like Blastoise, you know, with an actual damage dealer, that's almost just, it's just double damage, let's just be honest here.
That was good. That was good though, Chef. Did you see that?
I did. Nice surf. Any surf from any Pokemon in this game is going to be good. Another surf with the follow-up engage from the Palm, and I like that. Double KO going to Bello on the Mew, who has been doing so well. That was a great little flank.
Yeah, I really like it as well. Los Cargados take the opportunity to not just take that water turtle down as well after winning the first half of the fight. They go for the pad and they have accumulated so far 84 points. Oh, and now 114. Topside though, BH3 trying to get some present themselves. Krenix though is so exposed. Will be able to score the 30 points while the Dodrio is able to score some more as well. If I'm not mistaken, it was 9 points. But bot side, it's still Los Cargados who take the Reggie Seal down while Reggie Alecki is up here for contention. BH3 will start this one and take that Mega Lucario down as well. They're able to securely take the objective. Now the push is the next step course of action here for them. Maybe just going to disengage.
Yeah, there were some nice little attempts to steal in there from Los Cargados. They just weren't quite able to get it. We saw it surf again. We've been seeing some amazing surfs out of this Slowbro. And then as well, we got to see the Solar Beam, but unfortunately they're all just a little bit early, just a teensy bit early. So I like the attempt. They're staying even on everything. And this time around, level lead for Los Cargados as we go into this kind of mid-game. However, Unite being popped, and that's going to be a free KO. I mean, it's like a 5v2 right there. Everybody else just backing up. And we're seeing that again, where the Palmot and Comfey duo, while it's quite cool and doing a lot of damage, it is getting KO'd a good amount.
Yeah, they are, especially when you have that lock-up damage there by the Blastoise, the Psyduck as well, and connecting with the Mega Charizard X plus the Dodrio. BH3 managing to come back here, going for the zone on the bot side, managing to take it down, and are able to come back to their own central area and get some extra EXP as well.
Now, I'm a big fan of Palmot, and I'm a big fan of Sweet Kiss Comfey. Oh, hold on a minute. Let's see if they're actually going to push this, and there we go. We get to see the engage from it.
Well, finally, it's going to be on the Psyduck though, and because you already used your Flowery Fuse Forever on the bot side, on the central area engage, they also have to be careful. Go in, take one knockout, and then just leave.
Yeah, I keep thinking that they're going to full engage, and then they don't quite. They're just going for, you know, little picks here and there, which does make sense with how the Sweet Kiss engages work. However, going to get engaged upon with the Unite on a beautiful counter. Slow beam to stop the Unite from the Charizard immediately goes down.
Yeah, on very low HP here. The Mew will go down too, chased by Rezu. This Hydro Typhoon will force out the Flowery Fuse Forever once again from that Comfey. Jose is going to chase the Blastoise to take them down. A good eject button plus that Focus Bend proc will allow for them to survive.
There's a little bit of experience in center, and they are going to fight over it, maybe get a little bit more experience with the KO. Palmot getting extremely low, and does manage to get a 2 KO streak. Oh my goodness, fighting from like 10% EHP, and is going to be able, oh no, finally goes down as we see the Comfey jump off, trying to get a little bit of extra damage in there. That was almost a very cool fight. I mean, it was a cool fight. Still managed to get 2 KOs in that 2v4 situation.
It was a cool fight, absolutely, and because of their lifesteal, they're able to use Sustain for even longer. Comfey attached them to help out even more, but at the end, they will go down. Top side, Los Cargados does confirm the Reggie Alecki, as BH3 will very easily take it down. So we see a rotation from Los Cargados to the bot lane themselves, just trying to push some pressure or at least get some vision. But Tillo is in trouble, so they're going to go back to the Pokemon Center.
Now, this looks like the only objectives for a little while are potentially going to be these top tier ones if they really want to fight for them. And we do see a pretty good amount of BH3 rotating up, maybe trying to take this out. It's only got, what is that, 12 points on it? 22 points? Okay, I can't read. That's fine. We all knew that for a while, but whoa, goes for a full engage.
Yeah, with the smoke screen and the Flower Fuse Forever to try to get Los Cargados still standing, but they're going down at the seams. It's still a 1-for-1 at the moment, make it a 2 in favor of BH3. The Hydro Typhoon to set them up as well. Nayat is going down. There's another knockout onto the Palmot, and it's just the Mew who is still standing. Make it a 251 score for BH3 right now versus 165 as BH3 takes the top tier 1.
And that was a really smart macro play from BH3, where you're sitting at the 330 mark, where that's kind kind of your last moment to use Unites before you get a chance to rebuild them for the final stretch. There were no objectives on the map, and so they say, okay, what do we have? What can we take? We can take down this tier 1. We can give us ourselves a lot more safety, give them a lot less vision for the final stretch. And so let's just everybody rotate up there, use what we can. Let's win this little bit of a fight. They aren't ready to full defend that, and they're pushing back.
That grass knot was max range on Zazuro, almost able to take them down. I think a focus band was procced as well, as they're going in once again with a sweet kiss on the surf edge there by Krenix, as they are going so deep into the backline. It's a 2v3, make it 4 because Zazuro is back. So now Los Caducados have to disengage. That was huge.
I love these engages that we're seeing from the Palma. It's going to go for maybe another one. Okay, they are going to build the shield. They might just burn down this Groudon.
With the Aura Cannon as well, that could be just the end of it. There's the Solar Beam as well, but at the end, it's once again that Mega Lucario who takes it down. It's Rally just able to take yet another objective in favor of Los Caducados, but this time around, they have wiped BH3.
A much better ending to that fight for Los Caducados, as they're going to be now maybe the only team, I don't know if that's true, to take BH3 to 2 game 3s. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't remember what the score is, everybody, but certainly they will repeat their record so far at minimum, taking BH3 to a game 3 with such a dominant team fight there. And that was something that I was saying at the start of the game. I'm surprised that BH3 didn't draft a little bit more around the concept of this real just full committal to the rip and flip that we've been seeing from Los Caducados. This time around, they were a little bit more split up. They were able to do a little bit more damage after the take, and it really worked out. So this defense is going to be one more big final push, and it's less than 500 points, so it is possible to make this comeback, but it is going to have to be a real clear win here for BH3.
Yes, it will. Smokescreen once again. There's the knock on the pad as well. Almost down. Zazuro will get taken down at the end. There's a Seismic Slam by Utah, but they're falling low. They are taking down themselves, and Los Caducados manage to defend this grandiosely as BH3 is once again wiped, Chef.
That was not even close in that fight. Oh my goodness. And again, this is a 5-5 team going against the one of the only 2 undefeated teams in the entire region league. So this is a huge win for them. Obviously not the set win yet, but just even having a game like this against BH3 has got to be a huge boost to morale for Los Caducados, and well deserved, as they're going to be pretty much winning this one from like I said, minute 1 to minute 10. I love that saying, but it really is so accurate in Pokemon Unite. So trying the same strategy again as well, and it just executing it better.
I would say not just executing it better, definitely they were finessing the strategy, but BH3, God, how much I missed having an Eldegoss in that composition because they just didn't have any survivability aside from just the bulk of the Blastoise, a little bit of bulk from the Charizard. And on top of that, the fact that Los Caducados chose the same composition like you mentioned, they were going to play aggressively the same way, and they saw, well, you just cannot heal back up. But guess what? The Palma can.
Yeah, I have to say as well, the draft strategies, I was a little bit concerned that the going to the same exact strategy with this Palma Sweet Kiss was, which, well, I love it. I absolutely love the strategy. I thought maybe it didn't quite get the mileage they wanted to for being really the centerpiece of the team. You can see right there going down in that moment. But they went with the same strategy. However, the switch over to the Snorlax was really good, and the Snorlax gave them so much mileage. I mean, you can see right there, managing to kind of sneak one of the members out of the fight, the Surfs coming in, just everything really good about that one change that they made in the draft. And I got to question it. You know, obviously some of the best players in the entire world right now, but I'm not sure, again, what BH3 was going for with their adjusted draft. Utah going over to that Charizard X, and then Resu going over to the Dodrio. But we do get to see a Palmot player of the game.
Yeah, Jose MF with 204 points scored and a 6-4 and 13 KFA. Huge 74,000 damage total and a comeback that really made a difference.
It's yeah, it's so cool to see this. I love Palmot. Palmot, one of my favorite releases in, gosh, a long time. That's really the only thing I can say is in a very long time. Unfortunately, you know, we went between some weird balance spots right when it came out, and it was certainly a little bit weak. So I'm really love the fact that we're seeing it. We've been seeing it even before this last patch, but now I'm sure we're going to see it even more. Super fun Pokemon, very cool mechanics, and pairing it up, I mean, to be kind of like the centerpiece of your team, that's something that we certainly did not see before. Right now, really. I mean, Los Caricados playing this in a very, very cool way. And of course, for those out there who maybe aren't as familiar with this game, if anybody's new to watching it and you just want to say, hey, oh my gosh, this is an interesting combo, why? You get a pretty good amount of AoE damage with this Palmot, and then you pair it with Sweet Kiss Comfey, who pulls in all the enemies around it. So it's a common strategy that we used to see with like Zeraora a little bit more, you know, another fun, a little electric type of brawler where you get to potentially wipe an entire team very quickly, or at least get a very fast pick in a fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really like this. This was overall very well executed by Los Caducados. And interestingly enough, when we saw those final bosses getting taken down on the first on the Kyogre and then on the Groudon by Rally on the Mega Lucario, it was not the Aura Cannon, which is usually the secure tool for a Lucario. Nope, it was just on abilities, and auto attacks is just how fast on the trigger Rally has been on this Lucario as well. In lane, also doing really well, which is something to mention. So I'm interested now to see BH3 once again, because we saw them choosing Groudon for this game. I was interested and intrigued even to see the Dodrio coming through, not having an Eldegoss, so no supporter, going for the supporting healing route, rather having the Psyduck only with the crowd control. I feel like they kind of need to change the strategy now, because you don't have to fix what is not broken, but you just lost now, so maybe fix it.
Yeah, I think they maybe unfortunately went for a little bit of a fix something that isn't broken attempt in that game, you know, and they didn't really need that fix because it wasn't broken, right? They were just doing so well, but they could actually go a little bit more aggressive as far as the pre-game strategy, where now that this is their first opportunity to you know, have lost and get to choose which side they're on, they could go for the second pick side. They could go for something more, you know, unorthodox in the map, and by unorthodox I mean Rayquaza, which I'm assuming they would never do against a team like Los Cargados. But more likely, what I'm saying is that they could potentially go second and then kind of shake up the strategy. They could try to steal away some of these Pokemon that have been really key. I mean, if you get away the Comfey alone, that's going to be a big part of their strategy. If you get rid of the Palmot, there's a very good chance they can just replace it with something else. And it does look like we are going to be on the same sides. We are going to be going with nearly the same bands, but I like this one a lot. They are not allowing that Mega Lucario to come back into play, which I think makes perfect sense. That's Darkrai, though, I think, unbanned now.
Exactly that, Chef. And it, as you said, it makes sense because Rally was pivotal in all of those final boss moments. But BH3 going once again with Krenix on this Blastoise, which makes quite a lot of sense, or actually for Megu, and it makes so much sense because it's just that much of a reliable tool of a defender. Los Caricados, though, because they noticed Surfash being the recurring pick on BH3, they're going to steal it back for themselves. They have an opportunity here to potentially go for a supporter, but no, they go for the Cinderace. So yet another steal from the BH3's book.
Really? That's Cinderace isn't a supporter? All my solo queue matches, it's just all EXP share Cinderaces, so I thought it was a supporter. I've been playing this game wrong.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. We'll figure it out one day. But yeah, no, 2 steals away from BH3. I love that from Los Caricados. That is, I was saying BH3 has the opportunity to be more aggressive, but now Los Caricados does, and they take a very quick Snorlax. Of course, Snorlax is going to be great with their player base. Oh my goodness, the Greedent and the normal Gyarados. Is this correct? Are we seeing?
What?
These picks are really fast.
Wow.
I want to make sure that these are accurate because they zoomed through these picks. There's also weird. Sorry, production. I don't know if we can get confirmation that that was a real draft, because that was unbelievably fast. But also I expect that maybe we would see Mega Gyarados, maybe not. Maybe people are going for normal Gyarados, assuming the silver. Okay, this is a crash. This is not accurate. I thought maybe that was a little bit fast. That would have been really exciting on all points. I don't know which of these Pokemon I'd be the most excited for. Definitely seeing some Greedent in EU. It's been a while. I don't think we're gonna get it, but there was an era where we saw a lot of that.
Wow, that was a bunch of emotions, a wave of confusion. And I was just silent all about it. You couldn't see me. I was like, what? Oh my god. But yeah, well, I think we can safely, I presume, assume that the Blastoise was correct. I would say the Surfash that was stolen away is correct as well for Los Caducados. Maybe the Cinderace is questionable. I don't know. The rest of it, aside from the Slowbro and the Psyduck, therefore BH3, I would say that, yeah, regular Gary is not the play.
Yeah, I thought maybe there was something I was missing, but I agree. I do think that the first set of picks, probably the first half of the picks, were all slow enough, and they made a lot of sense, especially stealing things away, which I do really like a lot. But I'm really curious where Los Caducados is going to go with the rest of this draft. I'm not sure if they're going to have to stick to the same draft for whatever the first half or so that they had until the crash. I'm assuming that's going to be the case, but as usual, never trust casters on anything. They never know what's going on. Even during the match, even after the match, I have no idea what's happening. But I do like the strategy a lot, and I wonder how much they're going to try to mirror the picks that we had from BH3. I mean, obviously, a few of them are already off the board because BH3 picked them once again, but they could go for a Convey once again. They could go, we haven't seen them go for any other support picks so far. The Mew itself is probably going to come back. It doesn't seem like that's been challenged a lot. However, we've been seeing some really strong Mew play. I guess maybe not, because they probably are going to have the same player on Cinderace. I don't know. There's a lot of weird stuff going into this draft, and I'm really sad that this one crashed because I really wanted to see. We didn't quite get to see the full game plans.
No, we didn't. We didn't. And we were just like, okay, is this part okay? Is the rest of it not okay? We'll see what's going to be kept or what is not going to be kept. So if we try to focus on what we have as our data so far, if you want to call it that way, we can talk about the fact that there were repeat matchups in both of the games of this series so far. So many picks that were repeated by BH3, the same for Los Caducados. A couple of changes, one substitution of us, Slowbro for a Snorlax, no, the other way around, a Snorlax for a Slowbro. The other side, you take away the Eldegoss and you put in a Dodrio. Not that they are, equitable. They're not the same, but you know what I mean in this case. It's just the Pokemon that were not picked and they were not repeated. So we're getting confirmation that the only pick that was actually real was Batillo's pick. So that would mean the Surfetched, I think.
Interesting. No, I think that was Cinderace. So the Surfetched and the Cinderace were both in the same combination, right? So theoretically that was the end, right? So then we would see those two be actual true picks, which, like I said, that makes a lot of sense. Really strong Pokemon right now, and being able to steal them away from BH3 feels like that at least makes sense. What they're going to continue to do, though, is a bigger question. One of the ones that I am really curious if they're actually going to go to is we did see that Darkrai preemptively banned out pretty much all the games so far, and now there's an opportunity for it to be not only picked by Los Caducados, but BH3 could actually pick it for themselves now that they've gone into that their second pick and the third pick of draft, and it's still available. That could be an interesting thing to see. And once again, I'm not really sure why that Pokemon is being banned quite so much. I mean, obviously it's strong, but there's been so many shifts in the meta. I just am really curious to how everything kind of plays out together. Again, for anybody who maybe hasn't seen it, big patch happened, very, very big patch. And while a lot of the changes maybe weren't a huge total rebalancing of any particular Pokemon, there were a lot of solid changes for a lot of Pokemon. So the meta shifted, a lot of the meta picks maybe not shifted quite as much. So here we go, back into the draft. Thankfully, we get to see what the actual picks are this time.
Exactly. And like you said, there is a possibility for this Darkrai to be picked and maybe even to pair it with the Comfey that has been picked twice already by Los Caducados and denied from them instead. The bans, they were correct, and the first three picks of the draft were as well. So that Blastoise for BH3 plus the Surfetched and the Cinderace for Los Caducados.
All right, now... Oh, okay. So that actually the first pick wasn't. That was where it ended, maybe. So it wasn't supposed to be Cinderace.
I guess so.
It was supposed to be Mew. hopefully that's accurate, but it certainly does not seem surprising that we do get to see that Mew gone to again, as that was an extremely strong pick for them every single game so far. On the other side, they are going to be picking up a second tank this time, but I, like you said, missed the Eldegoss a lot in that game number 2, so that makes sense to me.
Oh, it does makes quite a lot of sense, and you're adding more bulk as well with the second defender that is very reliable on the front line. That is the Mammal Swine. Well, on the side of Los Caducados, they take the opportunity to steal away the Psyduck, now adding their own defender there with the Trevenant. Now BH3 will go for the Inteleon themselves, trying to equate with the amount of range that the Mew has on Los Caducados, plus a Greninja.
Oh, that's exciting. I'm very, very excited to see that. We're going to see the Utah Greninja. Okay, what's the final pick going to be before I make any choices? Okay, interesting. We're going to go for a Talonflame to, I mean, certainly now that you see that they've got a little bit more of a backline, Talonflame's going to have a really strong target against, I mean, pretty much 3 members of that team. So I do like that quite a bit. However, no true support, no true healing on the side of Los Caducados. But boy, this comp for the side of BH3, this is a fun comp. This is so much damage. I mean, they've got 2 defenders and both of them are basically damage dealers, right? We've got a support that is basically a damage dealer, and then we've got 2 of the highest damage dealers in the game. So this is going to be an awesome comp from BH3, win or lose.
Yes, it will. I agree, absolutely, Chef. And Los Caducados as well. I feel like I would have personally made a specific change to this comp that they have. Instead of having the Psyduck, I would go for the Comfy again, repeat it, have it with the Talonflame, goes in, you know, even if you go for Fly or you go for the Brave Bird, having the Sweet Kiss or the healing, either options are really good to pair with the Talonflame that is going into that squishy backline that you mentioned for the Inteleon and the Greninja. But maybe they are now trying to understand how to go about this. Maybe the Talonflame will be more about scoring. We'll see. There's nothing really aside from the attack weight that indicates a lot of scoring on the side of this Talonflame. So we'll see what's actually going to be that course of action here.
Right, and one of the biggest strengths, I think, of Los Caducados' comp, that's a lot of alliteration, is the amount of crowd control they have is ridiculous, as you can see here. But game number 3, a chance for Los Caducados to be the first team to take a set off of BH3. But BH3, if they win this, they are that much closer. They are so close to guaranteeing a qualified spot from Worlds and maybe just a few more of their sets. So excited for this.
Oh yeah, this is a decisive match, and indeed Los Caducados are the first team to get BH3 into a second game 3 in their double round robin. Here on the top side, we see Sazura and Krenix just, you know, trying to get into that war total. You have Utah that's reached the central area too with Rally as well. So we know that all of these Pokemon, Greninja and the Talonflame, need to go through a lot of EXP to come online.
Right, and there's going to be, I think, a slow start to this game, which we're seeing, right? When we see the center area Pokemon be an unevolved Greninja and an unevolved Talonflame, they're going to have to basically hit both of those full evolutions before they're really good at fighting. I mean, obviously they can do some stuff, but you don't really. It's not the same as like a, I don't know, a Zeraora just jumping out, or like a Leafeon. I don't know. I'm just choosing random names that don't evolve. So it's a little bit slower to start off with, and that's why we haven't really seen all that much. We're going to see a little KO on bottom, but I think that was a little bit more of just like an accidental one, support against a defender. So we're slow, I think, for the start of this game.
Yeah, it was definitely a trade, BH3 having that central area Pokemon on the top side, Los Caducados on the bottom, so making it a 3v1 on both sides. Though, a big push by BH3 here into the invade, and Wartortle is able to take the enemy down as well. Jose now has the backup of their teammates, but it's still going to be a 2k streak for Krenix. Now, finally, Eldegoss will go down, a KO for Nayet, as Krenix is trying to escape, but that was definitely a lot of EXP they accumulated. Definitely worth it. There's the rest of the team as well. So close, and with the help of the Psyduck too, with the boosted auto, they're able to finish.
What an excellent wood hammer, though, to the perfectly angled to kind of pull them back. Really amazing stuff. And you can see that. I mean, that's a huge amount of XP, and not only for the team, as there were like 3 members pretty close, but just as far as denying as well. Another really great wood hammer, Megu getting caught out, gonna go down.
Yeah, Jirari really setting up Los Caricados super well. Almost taking down the next one, and they are able to do so with the fly as well onto Krenix as the Blastoise is next in line. And Los Caricados are performing super well from minute one.
This is looking quite good for them. We're pretty even on levels, all things considered, but the fact that Los Caricados is staying even, up to level in this game is looking pretty good. I mean, they do have a pretty strong early game, and the late game scaling of BH3 is going to be ridiculous, so they do have to maybe take a little bit more of a lead, but they're still on path.
They Jirari though has to be careful going up back to the pad to heal up, instead actually forced out to go to that Pokemon Center as both teams are reconvening here on the bot side for the first Reggie steal. Now, it has spawned in for a couple of seconds, and Megu might just be the first one to be taken down. Fly onto the backline, but 2 eject buttons away there by BH3, while Los Caricados does confirm the objective themselves. They are controlling everything about these team fights.
Okay, Bob, I'm assuming it's still Bob on replay. We need to see that unite in super slow-mo, but right now, they're going to continue pushing down this goal zone. Huge Woodhammer again. I've said it a million times. It's just going to keep happening. Is this goal zone going down? Los Caricados, a huge push, but oh my gosh, I really need to see that flame sweep again. The eject button one, that was beautiful. I would demonstrate that if I could, but I don't have the ability to. All right, great stuff from Los Caricados.
So good overall. It's not just the fact that the plays are connecting well, Chef. It's that the fact that it feels and it looks good on the screen. It makes you feel satisfied that these plays are connecting as good as they are. Jirari though tries to get that Woodhammer once again. They're on the backline, or actually the Horn Leech, but they actually pay for it and are sent to the Pokemon Center themselves, making BH3 on the numbers advantage here on the top side. No, actually, they are both on 4v4, waiting in the bushes. Frozen Rally in place will get taken down. Jose goes to the back line and does avenge their teammates. 2 for 1 for the side of Los Caricados onto the back line as well with the Shuriken Burst, but almost taken down by the Surf Edge. Jose is able to survive. Krenix is caught between 4 members of Los Caricados who will go down themselves with a positive outcome for Los Caricados. And another Horn Leech that takes Megu out of position. Reggie Alecki will be Los Caricados'.
Wow, Jarwi is MVP of the match for me right now. It's going to be hard for anybody to dethrone that as well. Such amazing Woodhammers and Horn Leeches. I mean, this is obviously a defender that you really get to pop off on, and people really get to look at a Trevenant player and be like, okay, they're good. They're clearly good. They are placing everything correctly. They know where to be, and this is just one of those moments. This is certainly the worst position that BH3 Esports has been in the entire season. We're only halfway through this game, plenty of time to come back, and like I said, their late game scaling is going to be off the charts. They have 4 Pokemon with full evolutions, right? 4 3-stage Pokemon, which is ridiculous. They are going to pick up a pretty nice KO. So are we not going to be an MVP of this fight if they even get a chance to come back to it, which they won't.
Yeah, then the Mystical Mirage comes through as well. Final blow will be for Los Caricados as Nayat is able to confirm their Reggie Alecki, or actually their Reggie Rock, as they're still pushing here. Krenix is low on HP. One is Los Caricados' central area, who goes down. BH3 trying to retreat, but the push is huge. Jose is able to dash away. That is the Greninja down, and Los Caricados comes out on top again, 204-38.
That was almost like that could have been a 1v4. That could have actually happened, but what a quick CC to stop that from happening. And then that is a huge swing. That is the highest level Pokemon potentially in the game right now, that Greninja. And well, at least they were until they got KO'd. And then now I think 3 members got a ton of experience on Los Caricados. Now they've got the first level 13, the first 2 level 13s. There's 3 minutes left. Level lead, large for Los Caricados, or at least, I don't know, medium level lead. Huge score lead for Los Caricados. Everything their favor. They're going to be capping, it looks like, a bunch of points down in the bottom goal zone. Oh, that's going to be a full 80 to set up for a huge overdunk later. Oh, this is just looking so good.
It really is. Now the solar beam here trying to stop BH3 from this push on the top side, getting them to 83 points. But Regieleki still standing, going to stun them in place. And Los Caducados saying, we don't really want to risk anything for this. We can safely just clean up this Regieleki, wait for the Eos Energy to spawn with the wild Pokemon, and we're able to set up for that final stretch in 30 seconds.
I love the fact as well that Los Caducados just backed up and let them have that. They said, if we give up a big KO here, if one of our level 13s goes down, that is going to be the flip that BH3 needs to make a comeback. And so they're playing safe. They're not being super aggressive. They're not overcommitting to anything. They're not going for anything they don't need to when they already have the lead. And that's what you love to see going into a final stretch like this. BH3 Esport fighting for their undefeated record right now. And certainly they can make this back. The difference is very small levels now. I believe in them, but Los Caducados, they've got all the advantages.
They definitely do, and they are so ahead in points as well. Those 3 level 13s actually making 3 level 13s and a 12 feels really good for their damage dealers. Los Caducados setting up here on the bot side actually, while BH3 might be looking to maybe spot them out, starting out the ground on themselves. Just 80% HP here on the objective, but they haven't really committed to anything. Los Caducados know they are ahead, so BH3 has to make a move.
Right, there's not a whole lot of poking going on from the side of BH3. I mean, the range advantage when you've got a liquidation sim snipe shot is just nothing, and they are going to push in.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though, because Hydro Typhoon on many members could be terrible for Los Caducados. A nice eject button away there, but Jirari still standing, plenty of HP on that Trevenant's bar. Going into the back line, that is Rally, as they're able to take yet another one down. Megu could be the next one to follow, and they're not going to stand much longer. BH3 having to try to get that Inteleon away from damage. Rezu still has Sazuro, that's the healer. They could try to steal this one, but it's a liquidation. Not a snipe shot. It's not that much bust. It's the DPS. With the auto attack.
Oh no! No, it doesn't matter if it's liquidation. It's just gonna work anyway. Only one member left. Only the Mew, and there are a few members that were up and got shields. That's unbelievable. They were so confident that they could take that. We're gonna see a lot of points going in. We're gonna see another Hundo Burger here, which is gonna leave them 1 point behind. If they just do a straight up Hundo Burger, it looks like they could pretty easily get in a 20, or 40 when it doubles before that, but they are going to be getting even more KOs, and it looks like 12 seconds or 10 seconds. They're going to score anything, any points in.
The 5, Sazuro, they do it. It's the Elder Goss, and it's finally BH3 turning the tides back around after that pick, and Rezu with the final hit with that Inteleon. Los Caducados is not going to be the first team to take BH3 out of the undefeated post. BH3 not only on the playoffs, they are still undefeated, top 1 of Europe Regional League, 11-0 record.
That was the most plot armor moment I have ever seen in media. You could show this to somebody as fiction, and they would say, this is bad writing. There's no way that BH3 doesn't lose there, you know? But oh my goodness, this is real life. I think this is real life. I don't think I'm still sleeping, although there's a good chance of that. But wow, what an incredible comeback from BH3. And also, I gotta give a shout, what an amazing set from Los Caducados. That was out of this world. I mean, both of these teams putting on an incredible set, but BH3, oh, look at the eject button to the left. Boom! That is maybe the best flame sweep I've ever seen in my entire life. The timing for that is so difficult. We saw another one, by the way, another amazing flame sweep in the final moments. Hey, look, there's another one of the final fight. Those were, of course, the moment that Doomsnacks isn't here, we can see every single most beautiful flame sweep I've ever seen in my entire life. But wow, that was an incredible ending. I feel like I'm speechless.
Chef, I'm rocking back and forth on my chair because I'm just like, what did we just watch? That was insane. Los Caducados were able to get this fight win. As we can see here on the screen, Magu, there's no front line, but that's still your ADC. Sazuro, your healer. There's Rezu just behind the pit. They were invisible just now. They wait for it. Let's have that slow-mo play. One auto. It wasn't even liquidation because the auto auto just does it quicker than the liquidation activates. Man, that was smooth.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful little replay that was. We saw the solar beam hit and then the fly hit, and it was just one auto away from being able to take it. And this here as well, I mean, they had a chance to not make the final amount of points that they needed. They got just perfect having somebody who had 5 points left. If they would only have that like 20 on the Blastoise, there was a chance there wasn't a score there. But we do get to see Resu as the MVP with the auto steal of the century. My goodness.
Wow. 5-3-2 is that cafe with almost 50,000 damage dealt total in this game. Resu's Inteleon. Wow, that was such calculated damage from their part, and a pivotal just position that Sazuro has had in this series with this Eldegoss as well. Wow, I'm still, just coming down from this. I've sent it in our production chat. My state of mind right now is 10 exclamation marks in a row. That's my state of mind right now.
Yeah, great set. And again, that really goes to show something that we got a chance to really get confirmation of at EUIC, which is that Europe is a ridiculously good region. I mean, this is a team, Los Caucados, they are now going to be 5-6, which obviously, if somebody saw a record, they're like 5-6, they're probably like, I don't know, like not that good of a team. They just took it to the literal final second against one of the only two undefeated teams in the entire league here, two of the best teams in the entire world. So the fact that the 5-6 teams can stand up to the literal undefeated teams, and we say that for this region, we see that for the next region where we got like 43-6 teams or whatever they are, for LATAM. North America is a very similar way, although they don't have an undefeated team, but just amazing to see how strong this region is. And like I said, I got to give so much love to Los Caucados. I said it before, they are one of my favorite teams to watch. Them and Volticons and Peps can literally take on any team in the entire world, I think, and always stand a chance. And they showed that off perfectly here, even though they just were short of getting that win. I just want to give them a shout out.
Oh yeah, Los Caucados was so good. All throughout the second and the third game of the series, they definitely felt like they were more focused in their strategy. They knew how they wanted to navigate the game, and they did it and executed it from the beginning to the end, especially when you had those final secures with the Mega Lucario as well. But in the end, 1 HP, that's all we call him. It was 1 HP is what was left on that Groudon. And the last auto attack, BA Street Esport. Wow, but you give a shout out to Team Peps. We're going to be seeing Team Peps pretty soon as well, Chef, because they're going to be playing Engage, and I couldn't be more excited about that. But I am still definitely coming down from the high of this first match that we casted. That was the first one. That is only the first match that we casted today, Jeff.
I know.
And I'm already like, wow!
I didn't get a chance to cast it all last week because I was sick. I'm still just kind of barely recovering, which is wild. It's been a month, but this was a great way to wake me up and a great way to immediately destroy my voice. So we're going to go to the next match because I've got to take a break, which is going to be Peps and Engage, a very important match specifically for Engage, but obviously for everybody, it's going to be important matches at this time. So we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back right after this with some more amazing EU matches.
And welcome back, folks, to the Pokemon Unite Regional Leagues. While we have been having some great matches from EU, we are going to jump over to those off-stream matches into LATAM once again. But this next one that I'm about to show you, I mean, it's a pretty interesting one because this draft definitely blew my mind. But Force Gaming up against Dream Max Esports. Now, there's multiple things I want to point out here. We have Surfetch'd, we have Meowth, two of the newest Pokemon to hit the fray. But hello, what is this on Dream Max's side? Phalanx. I ended up checking with our trusty stats guy to see where Phalanx is in terms of our encounter rate. We know in terms of ranked it isn't doing too well. Well, guess what? It has had a 0% encounter rate in the league so far. So this is the first time that we are seeing Phalanx being selected. And well, I gotta say, potential spoiler alert, there might end up being a reason for that. But we're gonna go head on into our highlights here that I have prepared for you. So heading on into this final stretch, definitely got to give props to Dream Max here. We can see currently they are in the points lead at 211 to 98 points. But one thing I do want to make note of before I press play is we actually have 3 level 13s on the side of Force Gaming, whereas the only level 13 we have here on Dream Max is that Mega Charizard Y. But we can see here, Force Gaming, they have managed to secure themselves a Reg Ice buff before heading on into that final stretch. Knowing this, despite being behind in points, having this buff, having the levels advantage, they actually go in quite aggressively straight into Dream Max's central area. Machamp initiates on in. It's pretty much a trampoline park with everybody just skipping and jumping around, popping their Unite moves. Bliss Assistance onto that Mega Charizard Y just to go and give it that bit of oomph, especially with those flames. We do have Snorlax, who is able to escape by a hair, and thanks to those double citrus berries, we do have Soto going back in at pretty much a full HP, being able to go and isolate this Phalanx, who is able to make an escape, but 2 of Dream Max members are down. We have Force Gaming slowly trickling in. Eldegoss comes back, able to provide those shields to Snorlax and that Phalanx. Meanwhile, we can see in the back line that Inteleon is going and making a rip onto this Kyogre. Trevenant, we can see over here, we pause, has actually noticed it. We're gonna actually replay that because I was supposed to pause it and do slow-mo. So let's try that again. But I know it's a bit off to the side there. You can see Trevenant is quite low there, has recognized that Kyogre is getting chipped away at, and you can see they actually ended up using their eject button with a wood hammer to try and take the secure, but unfortunately they just weren't so lucky this time, and that Kyogre does end up going over to Force Gaming, meaning they are able to take that first game win. But as we head on into our stats there, as I said, look, Phalanx did make some great plays there. It wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst, but I mean, there might be a good reason as to why we don't really see this Pokemon. On the other hand, though, Falb, Surfetch'd, 114k damage, and that is worth noting because heading on into this next draft, we can actually see Force Gaming, while they did end up playing it, they are in that second pick position this time around. So they're actually going to go and ban that away, feeling like it is just too much of a threat. We do have the other Mega Charizard coming out this time around to play Mega Charizard X. However, this one here, look at this. This one's for all you Cram lovers out there. Cramorant recently receiving those buffs. I'm looking at you, Chef, by the way. I know you are a massive Cramorant lover. Recently receiving those buffs, having a bit of a mechanical change in terms of its passive, the Gulp Missile, just making it a little bit more smoother to play. I've definitely heard some great things about that. But you know what? they're DreamHack Esports heading on into this final stretch. It is a close game, only a 19-point difference with Force Gaming leading at the 229. But DreamHack Esports, I've got to say, they did really well during this match, being able to keep up with the top contender of LATAM. They have 2 level 14s on their side, plus the Urshifu being able to reach that maximum level at level 15. However, Force Gaming, they are going into this once again with the positional advantage. And I want you to take a look at Kylux here on the Machamp. So last time we ended up seeing them go in with a submission onto that Trevenant. They make an attempt onto that Mamoswine, but Mamoswine is able to dodge that, being able to not get isolated out, meaning Force Gaming, they do have the vision, but they do have to retreat on back. Lucky is going to make an attempt at diving on in. However, they're the ones that end up getting flipped upside down. And even with popping their Unite move together, some shields, they end up getting hit by that Mega Charizard X, meaning that one of their frontliners ends up getting knocked on down. And well, I guess without Mamoswine, we have a great engage from Force Gaming to just go make those calls to take down each member one at a time. We have Mamoswine, Zarina, Urshifu, Cramorant, and last of all, we end up having Vaporeon getting taken on down, which means Force Gaming, having that full team wipe, are able to go and freely take this Kyogre. And, well, ultimately, they are able to go and take that second game win. So after all of that, definitely got to give big props to DreamHack Esports to be able to keep up with Force Gaming throughout this set. Kadu on the Zarina, able to dish out 83k damage, but I think it's just the teamwork, the composition, the communication that Force Gaming are able to demonstrate to go and win these team fights is pretty much unmatched. And yeah, as I said, a close game. Look at this graph. We do have some objectives being taken majority by DreamHack there. It just really came down to this Kyogre at the very end, which gave Force Gaming that edge. But all in all, to sum it up, Force Gaming are able to remain undefeated. Once again, keeping that season record in play. DreamHack Esports, though, they are still continuing to find themselves in hot water, being below that benchmark. So these next matches that are to come for them are going to be very, very important if they do not want to end off in that lower zone and want to try and make the playoffs. But that's it from me in the tall grass. I'm going to send it back over to Relic and Zoink. So we'll see y'all very soon. Into the tall grass I go.
And there she goes, just like that. Wonderful from Kelosaurus. And for Force Gaming, they've got the door wide open now to potentially locking in first place in LATAM. That will not be confirmed, by the way, until later on, potentially today or tomorrow. But there's a lot of things stacked in their favor. To be fair, BH3 in a similar position, but for 9 points, a boosted Inteleon auto, and as you were really astute in spotting an awfully timed Psyduck headache.
Nayat's gonna be thinking about that Psyduck headache for way too long. That was devastating. I mean, if we were talking about, like, listen, you have a lot of HP bars that are so low. Do you rip the objective? Do you try to isolate this Inteleon, who's full HP, by the way? That would be a fight with, no matter what, there'd be losses on both sides, I think. But either way, a devastating turn of events there. Really interesting stuff happening in LATAM as well. Phalanx might not have the win rate, but I see the vision. Surfetched, a Pokemon that operates completely on critical hits. I think a Pokemon with a passive to repel some of that critical hit damage. Maybe I'm coping a little bit, but it's okay. Either way, I think we're seeing some major impact from that new all-rounder in the roster already. So much so that I think a lot of teams are being pretty wise to its tricks and introducing it in the banning phase. It's not the case in the last match. We'll have to see if it ends up being the case in this next matchup, which is going to be a really interesting one, Relic. Of course, we are going to be talking about Peps versus Komai. And Team Peps obviously having a fantastic tournament so far in our regional league, and if they defeat Engage, this will qualify both Peps and Komai. Engage kind of being the spoiler team with a record good enough to still potentially usurp Peps or Komai, but this match could seal it for multiple teams between these two squads.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm wondering whether we might be able to pull up the standings for EU. The position for Engage, despite being closest to the 5th place cutoff for playoffs, is perilous. Volticons winning a series earlier didn't do them any good. They are going to have to find at least 2 wins from their remaining series to be able to even match the win record that Los Caducados has put up. We see their BH3, they're already through, they're already safe. Slim chance to lock in 1st place by the end of the weekend, given that that is reliant on Komai losing both of their upcoming matches. I mean, we've seen how good Komai is. They've beaten this Team's Peps team. Again, the only team to make it to Worlds so far. And now, what stands in front of them? Engage for a place in the playoffs themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one goes down. Two teams that have really interesting approaches to the metagame. Obviously, Team Peps with a whole lot of double defender compositions. Engage, though, also playing some kind of creative compositions that don't rely a lot on HP recovery. We saw that lower third for Engage, a team that definitely prioritizes other things in the metagame. Now, to their credit, I know Miffle does run a lot of Trick Hoopa, a Pokemon that, well, let's face it, does not have the best stats in the game due to an unfortunate bug in which it does not give that recovery HP on there. But either way, we are going to be getting back into our draft very, very soon, everybody, as soon as we get that one sorted out. But we are going to be headed into a very fun game between these two teams. And look at that, Relic, we're already headed back. Let's get into it. Volto and the Mega Lucario. Engage going to be the first team to lock in double defender. And maybe most importantly, Mega Charizard Y does not hit the ban phase. And in fact, Team Pep selects to only utilize 2 of their bans.
That is not something you see too often.
No, it's not.
It does mean that you kind of put your opponents into a catch-22 of, well, what do you ban? And they've clearly prioritized the Umbreon. You know, they're clearly looking at the Team Peps run back of double defender, or in this case, a defender with a very defensive-minded support in Mr. Mime. Of course, then that's like basically asking yourselves to deal with the Mega Charizard Y, which isn't to say that Mega Charizard Y isn't deal with a ball. It just also happens to be one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game right now. And I'm looking at Hiyori, and I'm looking at Meowth, and I'm looking at Volto, and I'm not looking at a lot of CC outside of the Crustle and the Unite move for Vaporeon. I'm thinking, that's a tall order.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge for sure. Obviously, when we've seen Mega Charizard X or Y, the natural counters that we start to see emerge are something like the Slowbro or the Mimikyu, anything that can just hold that Pokemon down, even momentarily, to give everybody a bit more breathing room while that Mega Gauge eventually depletes, is usually a decent response. We'll have to see how it goes into this next game. Mega Charizard Y has truly just done its best Trogdor impression every single time we've seen it on screen. Like, the entire countryside is lit ablaze. So we'll have to see how solid Klaus is feeling on this Pokemon. It is one of those Pokemon that ends up in the banning phase so frequently that we don't always know how players will look on it. We'll have to see what Klaus can do on this Mega Evolution Pokemon as we get into game number 1 between Team Peps and Engage, an important one. And every match at this point on is going to be important for Team Engage.
Peps in the purple, Engage in the orange, and memories are fresh of a match between these two because they literally played 2 weeks ago. And 2 is the magic number because Team Peps won that match 2-0, a clean sweep.
I love that too, with both MVPs of that game being Marv on Mamoswine and, ooh, fresh memories here again, like you said, Relic, as Marv is equipped with that Pokemon. One of the few Pokemon still running EXP share as well. I really like that on this Pokemon. I know it's a 3-stage evolution, however, I've never really felt like the Mamoswine Evo is necessary. Marv just kind of playing for the team, the long game, with that EXP share.
I tell you what, if type matchups are a thing in Unite, I'd be a little bit more encouraged by Engage's lineup here, with a lot of water Pokemon going into that Mega Charizard Y. Here comes the Electro Ball, though. Good oppression from Team Peps on this bottom zone. 45 points scored already for the team in purple.
Yeah, it's feeling fantastic for them. Oh, the damage is looking good out here too. Relicus Potato is going to strike first and actually get our K opener with the Gibble. That bulldoze, devastating. And of course, with these high crit items, you never know when things can turn around with some of these moves.
And straight into the Gabite, not what Engage were looking for, although they do have that Frogadier roaming the central area, looking to head on to Greninja as soon as possible. Regidrago dropping in to say hello in around 20 seconds or so, but Engage have been really pressed back here on all fronts, and really early Evo as well onto the Mamoswine. Team Peps managing the situation with aplomb.
Yeah, Peps are crushing it right now. Volto is doing a decent job of keeping parity, but it's been really difficult for them to actually steal away any EXP. I do think they were able to at least get a little bit of their safe wild Pokemon, but now that Potato has access to a move like Dragon Rush, that is not going to become an easy option any longer, and now Volto is going to have to retreat even farther. This is a really tough spot to be in if you're engaged, but they're holding on. That will be a Regidrago buff, also going in the favor of Team Peps, and maybe most alarmingly, Relic, that is a level 8 Mega Charizard Y.
And more alarmingly from an Engage perspective, that is still a level.
Alarmingly.
That is a level. This is red alert, all hands on deck. The Sobble is still level 4, and we're 2.5 minutes into this game. That's a solid yikes from me, folks. And it might be about to get even worse, because there goes Volto down. Just Greg 22 on defense on this bottom path. The Greninja's fallen on bottom path as well. On top path, this is where the 30's potentially going to go in, and is going to go in for Klaus. Another 2 building up the stacks. Potato pushing everyone back. Another stack in for the Mega Charizard Y. Scoring, dunking for free. Kobe.
I am, yeah, make sure to say the name. I cannot believe that Mega Charizard Y is not Mega Evolved so far. I mean, at this point in time, you have a 3-level lead over so many of your opposing Pokemon. Pull the Unite move off. What else are you going to use it? You get another one by the time you team fight next. Well, either way, that will be a Regirock buff for the whole squad. Cool Zone left on a lot of low EXP. On the bottom side of the map, though, this Regieleki already starting to be contended with.
Big send. Here comes the showtime from Mr. Mime, and the Mystical Mirage going to look to help them out here too. Down goes Greninja, and here comes the Mega Charizard Y. This is what they were saving it for, Zoinks. A little bit of aerial support. Chasing down Volto, saved by the T2 pad. The nick of the skin left on them as they are forced all the way back to center. Here we go with the Regieleki, though, a mercenary on the mark, taking down that T1 zone to really put the pressure on for Engage. There goes the Water Shuriken burst into the close combat. Finally, Volto with a little bit of love, a little bit of joy, but they're going to go down to the Mr. Mime here. The boosted auto, Solar Beam cut through Crustle. Again, we have that T2 zone saving someone, but not for long as Greninja falls. The Regieleki will hit zone. This is going to be a zone crack, in fact. Wow, Team Peps.
Yeah, they are obliterating it right now. Poor Engage just sent to all the way back to their home base to try to rally back and defend, as currently Team Peps has a scoreline of 260. Really impressive stuff in terms of Unite move management from Peps. Utilizing their support Unite moves around the Regieleki is a really big risk, especially if you're going to push all the way towards that tier 2. All you're going to be going forward with is offensive firepower. But in the end, Relic, I guess that's all they needed. Mega Charizard wise, start things off, and Potato doing what they do best on this Garchomp and just playing a major sweeper role. Engage maybe gets a KO back the other way, 1 or 2 with a big Greninja play, but at the end of the day, if you're behind in levels towards this Garchomp, it is so challenging to take them down.
It's really bleak for Engage. 200+ point lead by 5 minutes is already bad enough. Engage hit their first level 10 when Team Peps already had 4 players into double digits. Potato with no fear into the back line, into Showtime, into the Fire Blast, and that's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Seismic Slam. This zone is done and dusted. Megu lifting the ice, they didn't even hit the ground, the Inteleon, before they were knocked out, and they want even more. Rav looking for the 40 score, won't be able to do it. There's the Vaporeon Unite move. They don't even get to use it fully before they take it down. Team Peps is running absolutely riot out here.
Yeah, oh, that's a stray snipe shot actually making Clubs have to sweat a little bit on this Mega Charizard Y, but they do get out of danger. Interesting play from Engage. I actually think they had a chance to kind of punish Team Peps for that tier 2 push there. You saw the Greninja arrive. They did have Unite move, but I think Greninja just popping it a little bit too early, trying to force a team fight when they were so low, when if they just waited maybe 3 seconds more, they could have forced that fight with a little bit more backup, and maybe Hiyori has a way to weave in at least one KO with that fight. But Team Peps weathers the storm again and advances this lead even further, Relic. Now they are holding Engage to only 18 points and have a tremendous points lead themselves. It's a lot of damage onto the Mew, and potentially this Regieleki, they might need to leave it, as this is all 5 members from Engage. Potato's leaving nothing.
Here goes the Limit Outrage. Again, too many targets. You almost get caught between who you want to actually go for. The Mew's ultimately the one who picks up the first KO. Then it's on to Greg. I think Potato's going to go down here. No, they're not, because Garchomp's just too strong. Wow, almost a full team ace. It might still be a team ace. Holy smokes. Team Peps, no mercy.
Yeah, Team Pep still has a minute left until the final stretch, and they still left Regieleki on the table. Classic level 14 in danger, but the damage is just so much. That Greninja is just shredded. Mew and Mega Charizard Y. This duo of attackers just dealing out way too much damage for this Greninja to outlast. So Team Peps, again, being led forward by just a lot of their firepower. In that situation, a Garchomp and Charizard play sets up for a great win, and now that Garchomp is at level 13, the lifesteal from this Pokemon, even off its auto attacks, are enough to keep it in some of these fights. Major game-changing moment for Potato.
Chance for Engage to steal on the Regieleki. Oh, wow, they turn around. Aslan with a chance to try and get a slight Rock Tomb in, but there was clearly a call to just try and save as many reserves as possible. A, to deal with a Regieleki before it hits zone, and B, to then think about Rayquaza, but the level deficits it. That's one of the tallest mountains to climb that I've seen in the final 2 minutes. And Regirock now.
Yeah, they're going to have a defense buff too, and honestly, Team Peps aren't going to waste any time. Some early damage for Potato onto the Kyogre, but now it will be Engaged with fighting for position. They have that bottom corridor, but Marv, I think they start smelling blood in the water with this Mammoth, as they're already trying to put some pressure and force them out.
There's the Ice Fang. Oh, dearie me, that Crustle didn't have a hope, did they? Now going after Greg. 22! The Solar Beam! And then the Seismic Slam! Wham! Bam! Thank you very much, ma'am. In fact, look at that, allowing Hiyori to get away momentarily. That smoke screen, of course, helping them out. Now looking at this Mega Lucario going after Garchomp. This is actually a pretty good fight here, but into the Limit Outrage. Adds a little bit of extra shielding. Volto will not be lasting for too much longer. Here's Crustle, so long as this fight been going on, they're back in and already back out again. Here's another long snipe shot from Mephil, looking for a KO, big hit onto Zante. Team Peps now looking at the Kyogre on the rip.
I think Marv's doing everything they can to try to body block. Their teammates are jumping in front of them, but okay, Greninja with the Unite move, maybe having a chance to seal away a Kyogre. We've seen this happen in a couple of moments in our tournament so far. However, the clock is becoming an ever-present threat. Snipe shot, body blocked. Mew will secure the Kyogre.
My goodness me, Team Pep said, hey, Engage, have you met the curb? You're going to get to know them very, very well. An absolute stomp here from Team Peps, who have introduced austerity season to Engage. It just got worse and worse as the game went on.
Wow, I mean, yeah, that's about as clean of a victory, I think, as you could hope for Team Peps after such a good start in today's event. My word, 586 to 104. They'll be very close to what our final scoreline is going to look like, seeing as we are only 10 seconds away from the end of game number 1. Engage just kind of getting shut down. These final moments are always pretty good for Potato to look excellent on this Garchomp, as they won't even let him out of the spawn door. Relic, Peps 1, Engage 0.
The internet developed a term for this very scenario, and that term is oof. Team Peps absolutely rampant across all areas. Whether it was tactical or whether it was a blunder, that lack of ban forcing Engage's hand with the final ban onto Umbreon opened up this door with a beaming light behind it, Zoinks, to the Mega Charizard Y. But the fact that the Mega Charizard Y was just one cog in the machine that was working efficiently and ruthlessly is a great credit to Team Peps.
Yeah, Klaus was looking really, really solid. I think especially after, 1 or 2 Mega Evolutions, started getting the flow of these Fire Blasts and Flamethrowers and everything, and yeah, at that point, it started just looking over. This was a great play, by the way. If you can force an enemy team into one exact spot on the map where you know exactly where it is so difficult to play your way out of those situations. Team Peps just does a great job of forcing Engage exactly where they want them and bubbling them out. This Inteleon has such a tough time impacting the team fight from all the way outside. Eventually, they get within range to defend against the Kyogre, but take a look at Bruv's Mr. Mime blocking that snipe shot and actually getting your Player of the Game award. Bruv taking away the MVP. Marv, your time against Engage was last match. This time, it is Bruv on the Mime.
Look at the knockout columns and look at the feint columns. 2 KOs for the entire team of Engage. Bruv one of 3 players not to get knocked out at all. 6 knockouts, 13 assists, really strong damage output for a support of this nature, really strong damage taken. I think, honestly, these walls just helping deny really crucial movement corridors for both Volto and Hiyori. Me feel a little bit too far back, therefore doesn't want to get too close, otherwise they're going to be caught out really low health bar, and especially with this Mega Charizard Y and Garchomp closing the distance at a canter. Yeah, it was only downhill, sadly, for Engage. But the good news for them, Zoinks, is they have another chance now, game number 2, to reassess and rethink their draft strategy.
Yeah, I can't wait to take a look at it. One stat I wanted to point out on Bruv's score sheet here that I think is quite impressive is going to be that 13 assists, which obviously Mr. Mime can do a lot of damage. They do find themselves getting involved in a lot of fights, but because of the early game advantage that Team Peps had, Bruv had access to the Unite move from Mr. Mime, that Showtime, extremely early. You were calling it out a lot because it was starting a lot of the fights, Relic. This Showtime was one of the major moments in every single one of these big contests between Peps and Engage. Bruv was getting a lot of information gained via Marv's Mamoswine, checking a lot of tall grass, and if they ever found multiple targets, Bruv, just like white on rice, jumping right in there with that Unite move to slow down, stun up, whatever they could do, and I feel like it just made Potato and Klaus's job so much easier when they could enable situations like that. So really impressive stuff, and well, when Mr. Mime gets going, they get going real good.
Yeah, I mean, really, one of Mr. Mime's greatest detriments, I guess you could say, previously is lack of sustain. I mean, really, we saw that one period a few years ago where Psychic Power Swap was the primary play, and it was so overpowered, it was crazy.
Yeah,
and then
what a
obviously
nightmare time.
obviously that was nerfed just a little bit, and so that therefore leaves Mr. Mime in a really niche position where it's kind of Bruv's comfort pick, but outside of that, we rarely see it in UCS terms. This Vanguard Bell really helps with just lifting up its self-sustain a little bit more, which again allows it to just set up these plays a little bit over the top, really, I think, in this particular example, but nevertheless, clearly working out a treat.
Yeah, it is so fantastic to see. Like you mentioned, Bruv, one of the only players, at least on this side of the globe, I know Japan does really enjoy this Pokemon and likes to employ it quite a bit, but it did fall off of a bit of vogue around the Asia Champions League regular season as well near the end. So, Bruv, I mean, tried and true Mr. Mime player for years now at this point. So, they've certainly earned their name to be right next to that Pokemon in terms of the history books. If they defeated the Elite Four, I guarantee that Pokemon would be on their team in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
So great to see that. I'm curious to see what happens going into game number 2. With our graphic on screen, I think what I can immediately jump to is Engage will be going first pick in this next game, and we will be returning to the Kyogre map. Just again, if you're just joining us, a reminder, every map 1 will be Kyogre for today's tournament. After that, it is up for the teams to decide. So Kyogre will be back-to-back games.
Kel Surprise, Mega Charizard Y is banned immediately by Team Peps. They know the drill. They know full well what's going on. To be fair, Engage, that is such an anti-Peps targeted ban phase that it's kind of not even funny anymore. Blastoise, Mamoswine, and Vaporeon all ripped off the table. Sirfetch'd and Psyduck, the other choices for Team Peps here, really eager to take that Sirfetch'd off the table. with its crits. It's a real tank buster, and another pseudo tank, pseudo support now taken off the table with Greg22 locking in the Umbreon. Kind of restricts Team Peps to, well, what your Laprases, your Trevenants, your Snorlaxes maybe, but it's going to be the Mega Luca that is prioritized for Team Peps first, and make that a double all-rounder as Potato is onto their ace of Garchomp.
Yeah, that is an interesting theory craft you're going down there, Relic, with what defenders do we end up picking? Because take a look at this. Engage has now banned 3 defenders and picked 2. Yeah. Like, they are forcing Team Peps deep in the well. Obviously, Team Peps technically played a supporter and a defender last game. It is funny to think that even with banning 3 defenders and picking 2 Pokemon like Trevenant and Mamoswine, or sorry, not Mamoswine, and Snorlax are still viable picks, which is crazy, but, yeah, how about this one? Marv could be picking up the Greninja. Him and Zante could absolutely swap a little bit later on in this draft. We could see a final defender pick, but listen, I know Marv likes to mess around with the attackers every now and then. Here, well, I guess we'll have to see.
That's gotta be like... That's got to be with Darkrai in mind. With Darkrai and Slowbro in mind, surely. Just a getaway tool as opposed to, I don't know, the Mega Mewtwo Y, which Zante has been running basically ever present unless it's been banned. I like the pick from Volto here. Machamp, really good single lockdown opponent. With Mamoswine off the table, it's the greatest one to go. And you know what? Here we... Forget double defender. You're absolutely spot on. Marv is dabbling. Oh, no. Okay, so Marv are going to be moving on to the Mega Luca, and Klaus does make a little bit more sense as their central area player will be picking up the Greninja.
This is a bit of a return to the good old days. I mean, Marv, one of the most classic Lucario one-tricks in EU, back when that was a cool thing to be. Marv absolutely loved that Pokemon. I remember back when Marv roll swapped to Defender. They certainly didn't want to. They loved playing the Lucario. They were resistant, but it looks like Marv will finally get their chance again. Running Energy Amplifier Mega Lucario, by the way. Absolute monster. We're going to have to see quite a bit of impact from that Pokemon. Obviously, with a lot of these late-stage carries like Greninja, Garchomp, maybe even Mega Lucario, that's a dangerous composition to play into. You have a slow beam to contend with, which always a bit of a nightmare. And speaking of which, there's also Darkrai on the battlefield. This is not going to be an easy comp to play this weird comp that Peps have drafted into. I get it, you're up one game, but we might be wax-winging our way up to the sun a bit too quickly, in my opinion.
It does smell of confidence. I will admit that much.
It's got an aroma of confidence. I would
It's got a hint of confidence, maybe a slight undertone of complacency or arrogance. I'm not here to paint pictures, folks. I'm just here to shout loud and make words sound good. Engage purple, Peps orange, Peps on the precipice of qualifying for playoffs.
Yeah, this is a big one for them, but of course, every single match at this point, Relic, is a huge one for Engage as they are currently on the outside looking in at the playoff picture. It's going to go down. KO opener from Volto on this Machamp. Does have to use the eject button, though. Cannot give Bruv that Phantom KO back.
I'm still absolutely... You talk about the history of Lucario in region. We're literally just missing Sorayu. And then we'd have every, like, ex-EU Luca main here. I miss Redmore so much.
Yeah, we all do.
I think Redmore would be so happy with Potato personally. I think, to be fair, Redmore would be very happy with what Engage are putting down, not just on paper, but in practice. Hiyori rocking this Icy Wind Glaceon, waiting for Marv to come out of the tall grass, deciding to hold off for a moment. Here's Zante, locked into the mean look. There's the Electroball, finds the mark onto Machop. We've got a great secure onto the Altaria via Hiyori once again. Team Peps with great presence on top path, unable to find the breakthrough as of yet.
Yeah, take a look at where they're rotating to. You have the Mew and the Greninja being very aware of the enemy central area spawn timers. So not going all the way into the enemy central, but basically Mew and Greninja walking on either sides of it, ready to coaching Mew back to safety if they need to, but just checking that wild area to see if they can pick up any EXP. It'll be Darkrai down. Big amount of damage from Team Peps as they punish Miffle's Darkrai.
Nice surf to buy time for Hiyori. Oh! Almost finds the KO onto Potato. Great work from Zante to provide a blocking motion. Klaus onto Greninja, back into the central area they go as Ready Drago drops in.
All right, with Regidrago aware, Engage is going to be the first ones to lay eyes on that wild Pokemon, but just don't have the damage firepower to solo it at the moment. So on top side, it does look like Engage is going to be rallying up for a bit of defense as Marv, I almost called him Redma, as Marv has actually gotten on the KO board. We're able to get a KO a little bit earlier on, but here come Team Pep's full 4-player push. Engage retreating back to the goal.
Hey, do you remember Zeus? I remember Zeus. I remember Geese,
There we
actually.
go.
Geese is the right one who's... Never mind. They're scoring. They're scoring plenty. And they're KOing too. Oh, dearie me. Zante, though, will not be able to escape without being sent packing back to the Pokemon Center. Hiyori and these icy winds. Very, very scary, honestly, especially if they can keep on top of the level game. But for Team Peps, they've got the all-important number down right now, and that's the point lead, 74-31.
Yeah, they're having a great impact at the start of the game. You can see that goal zone on top side can only fit 32 more Aos energy inside of it, 54 on the bottom side. So obviously great scoring and a lot of focus from Team Peps onto the top side of the map, which of course normally is not the case. Usually they go wherever Potato is not, and that does end up being the case here in the second game. 2 objectives for Team Peps as Engages don't have the levels to contend in the early game right now.
Yeah, really, it's a fight fire with fire motion. Oh, and they get the KO, but they don't stop the Regieleki. It's not that that matters, because Bruv's going after Hiyori. My goodness,
With Pain Split, by the way.
build, Pain Split. Wow, okay, so Bruv putting out a really different look here, really leaning into the tank self-sustained Trevenant as Marv will exit stage right.
It's so funny to me, too, to run this build because I do enjoy this, especially into Glaceon. We saw it kind of as an old counter when Glaceon was so powerful with that Icicle Shard, right? You could just attach that Pain Split. You're reversing so much of the damage that's being done to you. It's really hard for Glaceon players to play around it, seeing as you can't stop targeting that Pokemon. But in the Icy Wind, it seems to also be working just great.
And I tell you what, this is nasty work against the Slowbro as well. Slowbro, the tankiest option over on Engage. They're going to have to be wary of Bruv as Mefield looking to go to work. They obviously were wary of Potato going over one of their potential void exits. They're going to be heading up north. This isn't looking too great for Engage on this bottom path. Finally rejoining the fight is Mefield. Gets a good grasp onto Bruv there, but now the disengage from Peps.
Yeah, Pep's being very careful. Again, a bit of a House of Cards composition. We talked about it. A lot of late game focus with a few of these Pokemon, but I mean, so far it's working out okay for them. Marv setting up with this Mega Lucario. They're going to seal that red buff. So important. Engage are going to be falling even farther behind, and that Glaceon, a Pokemon who would love to slow enemy targets with their auto attacks, will not have access to that, and of course be a little bit behind in the level game as well. This could be a 4-on-2 though, if Engage take this fight, but Team Pep's quick with the respawn.
Oh, they lock down the Dragon Rush before it can escape the mean look circumference. Watch out for Mega Luca, though, powering up that punch. They choose to, again, evade, though look at this, big damage done now via this Darkrai into the Livid Outrage. Potato will go. There's the Glacial Stage, however, and a big slam from this Machamp. Sees Potato sent back to the Pokemon Center. Good map presence here from Engage, but they're still looking for that second KO, and they're not going to find it. The health bar's running too low. Team Peps take control of the Registeel. They take out the Machamp. Registeel with a slight reset here. Health bar back up to 50%. Greg 22 will not be able to steal. Well managed from Team Peps.
Yeah, Registeel's HP bar went back up a little bit, but Bruv's went by like maybe 10 times more. This Trevenant with this Pain Split build is so scary to see. It's a raid boss in its own right. I mean, you're jumping into these fights. It allows Bruv to kind of 1v2 or 1v3 in some situations and buy so much space and time. I thought Engage had a great start to that fight around that basement Reggie, actually.
Agreed.
I think they forced away Team Peps quite well, but then all of a sudden there was a gigantic Bruv-shaped thorn in their side that they just couldn't deal with any longer.
For those interested, and I know some are looking at the competitive scene, trying to transition back into ranked with some things learned. Big Root, Vanguard Bell, and attack weight, I should say. Although, to be fair, running X attack with this build might just be a little bit of extra pain into the wound.
Yeah, no, it's been great too, and obviously we saw Bruv getting a lot of those early attack weight stacks on the top side, and that's why they're sitting at a score line of 188 right now. Slow beam on the Mega Lucario, 2 KO streak for Hiyori.
Yeah, and the Water Shuriken burst leads into a lot of extra damage done, but no KOs found. So a little bit of EXP, a little bit of a smile for Engage, as, I mean, they did have to burn a Slow Beam and a Glacial Stage to find the KO. But find the KO they did as we enter the final 3 minutes, 120-point deficit for Engage to try and overturn.
Yeah, I think Team Peps is feeling pretty good about their spot. Reminder, everybody, if they can win this next game or at least win in this matchup, it will be Team Peps securing a spot in the playoffs, becoming one of 3 teams to do so here in EU.
Marv.
Well, hey.
Marv and Klaus. Oh no, stop, please. They're already hurting, and now here's a roughly 40-point overdunk to add to the pool as well. Hey, remember 120 points to overturn? How about 204? Oh, and by the way, Team Peps has now got a Regirock as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I gauge that's one they're going to have to just surrender no matter what. Taking that fight would be so difficult against this over-level Team Peps right now. They're definitely the big bullies on the map. Engage is needing to find a way into this fight. Now, reminder, they got some pretty important Unite moves to utilize. One that is absent at the moment, though, Relic. And then they just got it, so never mind. Slowbo, ready to go. Full roster Unite moves for Engage. They're forced towards the top side, but big Engage now.
Oh, Darkrai ate so much of the Solar Beam straight up. Big damage onto Bruv, though. Can they find the KO? No, they can't. Slow Beam onto Marv, and they still can't find the first KO, but there's Umbreon going down, followed by the Machamp. Team Peps, buff it out. They don't care. Finally a KO to speak of a Meatville, but it's already a trade for a trade as down goes Slowbro. An explosive fight. These Team Peps come out on top 4 versus 3, but they're not going to rip. They're going to try and preserve their resources right now.
Yeah, a couple of big KOs for Engage, but the same thing for Peps. A reminder, any of these kind of wash fights, these even battles, they favor Team Peps every time due to their gigantic points lead in this situation. Engage not only need to take this objective, they need to win a major team fight as they need to score a ton of points to catch up in this game. It's all or nothing for Engage right now, and that will be Zante leading the charge on the Mew.
Oh, the pain split onto the Glaceon, zoned away. Machamp falls to the Solar Beam. Zante's been so good on this backline. Meatville finds another KO onto Marv, but it's still a 4v3 scenario, and time is ticking. 45 seconds left. They have to rip Kyogre now. Surely it's all over.
I don't even know if they have the ability to rip this Pokemon. It is at about half HP as Lance Slowbro will get KO'd. We got Greg and Miffle kind of doing damage to this major objective at the moment, but again, they just don't have the firepower to take down this legendary Pokemon Kyogre as they are shutting down this central area completely. And now it's Team Peps willing to try to take the objective. That's middle of ripping it, though. The Machamp will secure that objective. Hundo Burger from Zante's Mew will make this things a little more interesting as 10 seconds left for Engage to turn things around. And with a KO streak of 2 from Marv's Lucario, I don't think it's a possibility, Relic. Team Peps are going to finish this series 2-0.
Oh man, even that little bit of joy at the end, stained by Zante getting a Hundo Burger, stained by the fact that this poor Machamp was hounded by Marv onto bottom path. No Hundo Burger for them, not even able to hit triple digits. Truth be told, a low-scoring game by Pokemon Unite Championship Series standards,
True.
But an overwhelmingly powerful game by Championship standards here for Team Peps, who have qualified for the playoffs.
Oh, so impressive. And yeah, now we have the big 3 in EU all qualified and set up. And honestly, it's the middle of the pack 3 that I think are going to be so interesting. Obviously, Engage going to be really frustrated with this loss, but no rest for the wicked. You got to put your head down and get to work. Volticons, Los Catacados, and Engage all going to be fighting over those final 2 spots in our playoffs. This is going to be such an interesting race to watch as this tournament series and our regional leagues plays out. Right now, it was the Team Peps show as they were lights out this game, even with a fun, unconventional draft. Triple defender ban into double defender pick, and even that couldn't put Peps into an awkward spot as they take it. Mew and Zante, your player and Pokemon of the game.
Yeah, Zante had the pick of the bunch, didn't they? They had their Inteleon available, they had their Mew available, they had their Mewtwo available, and
I think this guy's just good at a lot of Pokemon.
He's really great at pressing the A button, Zoinks.
Yep.
And in this particular occasion, having that A button locked in on the solar beam did so much heavy lifting from the back line, where Engage really struggled to reach him, even with that Dark Pulse Mefield build, with a Shadow Claw on top of that, by the way, for extra reach. They just couldn't seem to find access, only really meeting Marv in the middle, of which, yeah, they got a couple of KOs onto them, sure, but then they met the big tree, bruv. Honestly, this Pain Split build was absurd.
Yeah, 36,000 damage healed, 89,000 damage taken as well. Just an absolute tank powerhouse for the roster. Pretty fun to watch. A very unconventional build. The reasons why they picked these. I'm hoping it was a choice. There's also a world where Bruv forgot to set their moves before we got into game, and that was the moveset. I hope I'm saying this in an analytical way, and it wasn't a misclick, but who knows? Either way, great look from Team Peps, absolutely crushing it against Engage, some in-region rivals, and they're going to take them down. This Mew, such an important factor, and Zante just all around has been such an important factor for this team. One of the most storied players in the EU region, and Zante really looking like this might be their year. Already qualified for the World Championships, and now they are qualified for the playoffs at the end of the EU Regional League season.
I mean, the dude enjoyed something of a renaissance last year with the Kamai roster. I mean, genuinely, we were looking at him and thinking, yeah, he's a good attacking player. He's a great attacking player, but is he one of the top in region players? And he really stepped up to the plate, not just to lead Kamai, but has then switched squads and just acclimated so beautifully to what this team is trying to do. Okay, you lose to Kamai earlier. That's a shame. How do you respond? By absolutely destroying the next team that you come up against. And I guess we'll tip the cap to Engage. You know, they gave it their best go. Some good looks here and there. But now it's a little bit perilous in terms of playoffs. They basically need to win everything in front of them to even have a hope of getting in.
Right. Was that the must win? I don't know, but we'll see. Let's take a look at those EU standings, though, as we have finished up our EU coverage for the day. And this is where our teams currently sit. BH3, Komai, and Team Peps are all highlighted in gold because they have qualified for the playoffs no matter what. They could fall at a place or two potentially, but no matter what, they will not be falling out of our top 5. Volticons, Los Catacados, and Engage, those 3 teams that feel in a viable spot to try to take those final 2. Gemlu Palais and Avalanche looking a little rougher for them. I think with Avalanche, no matter what, being completely out of playoff contention. But really interesting stuff, even just in our day 1 of regional standings. This is so exciting. We're arriving at the end of the season, and we're starting to see our playoff picture come into focus.
Truly, really exciting. And look, even if you are qualified for the playoffs, there's still something to fight for, because the higher that you get in this regional league, the further along the gauntlet bracket in playoffs you are going to be. We look at that first place, for example. The reason why you get that World's invite is because you're already heading to the grand finals of playoffs. You only have to play 1 match all day. And trust us, that's a lot of matches that you got to get through if you're starting right at the very beginning in that 4th and 5th place playoff match in the playoffs, I should say. So for Engage, there is still a chance. Don't get us wrong, there is still a chance, but it is a slim chance. I'm sure the production is on all of the various calculations and permutations and such. But for Volticons and Los Catacados, the journey is not done just yet. They still need to win at least 1 more series to confirm their spots.
Yeah, this is an exciting part of this season. Who knows where these teams will end up, not only confirming your spot for the playoffs, but in terms of our kind of final ladder bracket that will be our playoff structure. The higher you can get yourself to start on that ladder, the better as well. So who knows what's going to be going down in EU. Just 3 more days of competition, but it's Latin America time, folks. We are going to be switching over to that other region. So while we get all of that changed over, we're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, though, more Regional League Pokemon Unite.
Oh, looky here. Looks like we have Rare Spawn Kello coming back out from the tall grass once again to report on those off-stream matches. So, heading on in, we have our third game for LATAM. And I've got to say, LATAM, not only today, but for the whole season, they have really been feeding us well. But we have 2Z Esports going up against CACM. Now, in terms of draft, I'd say pretty stock standard in terms of our defenders, our supporters. But one thing I want to make note of is this Gardevoir. Gardevoir is a Pokemon that we haven't really seen, but has ended up receiving some buffs in the latest long-range tactics patch. So considering 2Z Esports pretty much targeting Reggie up against the wall by banning out those 3 Pokemon, they've opted for the Gardevoir, but we'll have to see how that one ends up panning on out. So, headed on into our match, we are at the final stretch currently. In terms of points, 2Z Esports do have that 167 point advantage. Look at that, I can do quick math. But one thing to note as well is they have the 3 level 13s over on their side. On the other hand, CACM falling behind in points, falling behind in levels as they only have their Gardevoir reaching that benchmark. But that is definitely a Pokemon I want you to take note of here. Being that long-range attacker needs, wait, we're going backwards, let go forwards, there we go. Being that long-range attacker, poking out with those Moonblasts, unable to go and hit that Crustal. CACM are really just trying to poke out at 2Z Esports, trying to find some vision, trying to gather their positioning, but Blastoise goes on in with that Surf, but they're going to actually follow up with that Hydro Typhoon because they are really low. They do manage to use that eject button to knock up 2 of those members from 2Z Esports, giving CACM the positional advantage in this pit. And you can see Gardevoir has gone and started poking out at this Kyogre, while Crustle is just getting hit by Surf after Surf. But Lucario, waiting in the tall grass up here, patiently for the right moment to dive on in. They do end up setting up a perfect wall, but they don't end up taking it. So Blastoise ended up going in with another engage, but Slow Beam straight onto the Cerulege gets the ball rolling for CACM. We do have Vaporeon using their Unite move, being able to knock up 2 of those members, allowing 2Z Esports to just go, because they know that CACM, well, while they are on the back foot, they now have that advantage. We had a great engage from these 2 here, straight into the back line towards that Gardevoir. Meowth ends up getting caught amongst that hubbub, but because Gardevoir now is isolated, considering Blastoise is up here, we have Slowbro here trying to make their way back. 2 of their attackers are now wiped out, meaning that 2Z Esports are able to go and knock out the rest of these members and go and take the Kyogre for themselves. So, and that's the end of that one. I think it pretty much speaks for itself. But heading on into our next draft, once again, we do have Reggie target banned by 2Z Esports, but another interesting pick here from Ranma. Metagross is a Pokemon that we don't really see very often. It is an all-rounder that I absolutely love in terms of just having that bulk, having the shields, but most importantly, it has such a fun Unite move. And the reason why I mention this is because of this next clip. We are at that halfway mark. We do have a random Reggie that is about to spawn on in, but Frank goes on in with their Garchomp. I'm going to slow this down for you as well because a lot is actually happening. But Frank goes in with their Engage along with that Cerulege. But look at this Metagross. Comes on in, sets up their arena, catching out Blastoise. But Blastoise still having their Hydro Typhoon, puts CACM through the washing machine, being able to get those shields, get those stuns, but then allowing those members to come on in, help them out, and they're able to actually make a quick escape while CACM was still trapped in that arena. Mimikyu follows up with a Play With Me straight onto that Metagross. They are able to take quite a bit of that damage, but 2Z Esports, they now have that numbers advantage considering CACM are missing 2 of those members. So those 3 do actually end up opting to retreat on back and give up the... Why is this? Oh, here we go. 100. There we go. Now we're back to normal speed. Giving up that Registeel to 2Z Esports. So a great team fight from 2Z Esports to utilize their Unite moves at the right time, even when things were looking dicey. And well, speaking about dicey, heading into the final stretch, knowing that 2Z Esports are that 1 point up CACM, they have to make a move because they are at 165 to 254. And Frank, well, being the Garchomp, being the known all-rounder to just go and have that rip, is able to go and chip away at that Groudon. But it was a bait. They have managed to draw in 2Z Esports into this central pit, but thanks to Alolan Raichu, these Electro Balls just being able to zone out CACM, that way they can't get any closer, allows Franks to come in from the sideline into the back with their Unite move, get some isolations, and, well, I mean, the rest speaks for itself. Once again, Metagross coming on in with their Unite move, being able to get an isolation onto that Vaporeon. Mimikyu is soon to follow. The rest of 2Z Esports do need to back on out, considering they are now only have 2 members left. And despite Reggie being on such minimal HP, just being able to utilize those Icicle Spears to perfection to go and get those wipeouts, shred them on out, and finalize that second game. So even with CACM being on their back foot, had an incredible team fight, meaning we have ourselves a round 3 situation. But yeah, definitely a close game between these 2 teams as we head on into our next draft here. Now, we put a pause. We've definitely had some interesting picks here today. Empoleon, another all-rounder that we don't really see very much often. Here, we have seen it pop up here and there, but I've got to say, Ranma, I know a lot of the members end up banning away and targeting Reggie's picks. Ranma is really demonstrated to me during this set. They are the dark horse of CACM. Do not underestimate Ranma is what I say. Everyone just has their eyes on Reggie. Get rid of Reggie. Nah. Don't discount Ranma because they actually have some great team fights throughout this match. But going on in to our final stretch, it is a close battle. I have paused that at a really a late time, but 247 to 232 with CACM on the back foot. I'm going to actually rewind here to the beginning just so y'all can actually watch that properly. But also just so I can slow it down because once again, LATAM feeding us so well with just some incredible team fights. Reggie actually here, I want you to make note of Reggie had their Icicle Shards all stacked up, targeted they Vaporeon, probably not the target you actually want to get, especially being that defender, but Vaporeon did a great job of utilizing their Unite move to give them that unstoppable, to provide them with their shields and eat those Icicle Shards for breakfast, om nom 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 nom, which means they come out being able to get a stun on both of those 2 members, allowing 2Z Esports to come on through this chokehold and push CACM right back towards their T2. Now, thankfully, CACM, they do have that T2 Glaceon with that range able to lock on in, but unfortunately, it just isn't enough because Frank, being such low HP, trying to fight on back, is just unable to. And Blastoise, after all of this time, still had their Unite move. So they were able to go in, get that stun, and go and wipe down a CACM, meaning 2Z Esports had free reign of that Groudon pit and was able to go and take that final game win for the day, meaning that they ended up defeating a CACM, leading that season record with 4 wins and 6 losses for the day. But I just want to show you here as well, Canas on the Inteleon there, being able to dish out 87k damage, and also the graph. As I said, LATAM feeding us well. It's really just demonstrating how close this region really is in terms of just being able to keep up with each other, but also just providing some incredible team fights. So While we have finished our off-broadcast matches for the LATAM region, it isn't actually over for LATAM because we are now going to bring in LATAM for our on-stream matches. So we're going to throw it back over to Soph and a Wonder Chef. That is enough yapping from me for now, but you'll see me very soon. Have fun, folks!
Thank you so much, Kelly, and for that lovely analysis of the Tuesday CMCM match, because we're getting into LATAM. So, bienvenidos, everyone. Bem-vindos, and welcome to the LATAM Regional League of Pokemon Unite Championship Series. I'm back with Wonder Chef, and we're going to be covering this match of Entity 7 versus Stamina Esports. We're already in draft, but the stakes are really high for Stamina here.
It looks like it with their pictures. Their pictures go hard. Look at that. They're serious. But no, yeah, it is. I mean, look at that. I love good player pictures, by the way. It's peak for me. But yeah, they need to win this match so that a match later will mean even more. And really, I'm not even going to go that much more into depth to it because, you know, if they don't win here, that's not even going to be the case. But it's very, very high stakes for them in particular. So we can start looking at the drafts. We start looking at the bans. Once again, we see the Surfetched out. The Scyther is going to be out. Currently, you can see it as a Scizor. And that is such a common ban in particularly the LATAM region, which makes a lot of sense. But we are going to see that Charizard Y unbanned and picked by Entity 7.
Yeah, alongside of Vaporeon, and the Eldegoss is also plenty of healing that can be acquired here on the side of Entity 7. Meanwhile, Stamina will go for that reliable defender option in the Snorlax, plus the heavy hitter that Zacian is in the late game, and the Machamp as well. Sprinkle on top some long-range action from the Mew, and you have almost finished this concoction for Stamina's composition.
I do wonder if we are going to end up seeing this Empoleon that we just saw in... Yeah, it looks like we are. We just got a chance to see some great Empoleon play in the analysis that Kello did, and that's a Pokemon that I haven't seen from the other regions as much, so this might be one that has kind of, I don't know, it's shown its value, I guess, to a lot of the LATAM teams, and I'm excited to see it because I think it's one of the coolest Pokemon just in general, with a very scary team to back it up as well. Another really high damage team for Entity 7, and on the other side of Stamina Esports, I would say a little bit more of a defensive team, but they're going to have a really good opportunity to get some really, I don't know, quick picks.
Gotta highlight, Piplup is playing. Piplup.
yeah.
Piplup is playing Plip. Oh my. Empoleon is gonna be played on the side of Entity 7. Yeah, totally agree. Chef, in regards to that damage output, right? And in regards to like landing phase that you have on the side of Stamina, the Snorlax is great, no evolution needed. The Mew, great, no evolution needed. The Hoopa, great, no evolution needed. That landing phase is going to be hard for Entity 7 to play.
Right. There's also, I think, a really high possibility, or maybe not a high possibility, but a high opportunity, there we go, that's a good word for it, for Entity 7 to invade, right? Because like you were mentioning, they have such a strong early game. Hoopa is great at invades, the Snorlax has been great at invades in the past, and they have such a little need of kind of like babysitting their path partners that I think there's I mean, I don't know if it's a good chance, but that's just something we're going to have to watch out for, because they are going to really, I think, have to do well in that early game. Otherwise, we're going to start to see that other comp with, I think, three evolution Pokemon. Yeah, three evolution Pokemon. It's going to pop off in that late game if they're not careful.
Exactly. That's why Stamina has to build that lead in the early game, Chef, like you pointed out. You are in a bit of a timer, right? You're going out to late game, that Empoleon plus that Inteleon, that rhymes quite a bit, and the Mega Charizard Y as well. Those are going to be so powerful late game. The scaling goes crazy. We have a quick pause here, but we're going to be resuming right back with the first series of the day of LATAM Regional League of Pokemon Unite Championship Series. But Chef, I gotta say, what can the 3-tier evolution players do in this early game against such a good composition that Stamina has for this laning phase.
Well, one thing they could certainly do is defend against the invade that was showing up. I don't know, we barely got to see it, but there was a sneaky little Snorlax trying to head over to the other side right as the game pause happened. So, well, I'm not sure if we're going to get a game restart or if it's going to be an unpause at some point, but certainly the intent was there. And again, it's one of those moments where it's like, I didn't know if there was going to be an invade, but I talked about it and it happened. So it does, it makes me almost look like I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so I love that fact. They're going to have to defend against that. And one of the biggest things is the early strength of the Sobble is still quite good, right? So that's one of them that's, even though it's going to be 3 stages, you don't really ever have to babysit that Pokemon because they are just going to be strong the entire way through. I remember there was a point in time where it was potentially the strongest pathing phase Pokemon. It could outsecure literally every single Pokemon in the game with that water gun. I feel like that move name is wrong, but all the water moves that get mixed up on the early evolutions. So yeah, so they're gonna have to play off that fact that it's still quite strong early game. It's been nerfed since then, but it's still nothing to laugh at. And then they're gonna have to just protect their few members that do really need that experience, starting with how they're gonna deal with the potential invade. So again, I think that it's not like an overcommitment, especially sometimes you see a lot of these like 3-stage Pokemon comps where they're really trying to scale late game, but Inteleon is always like a little bit of a stopgap in that, where it does have the ability to scale late, but it's also quite good early. And I guess that's why it's just a good Pokemon that we see all the time. I guess that's just how it works.
Yeah, and I agree, Chef. I feel like there's also a good versatility on the moveset as well that Inteleon has. You have your Snipe Shot for extra range and a more burst damage route, whereas your Liquidation is going to be doing more of that damage per second and sure hit as well. You have good range, you have good repositioning with your Slingshot, you have your invisibility, there you go. The invisibility next to walls. So those are things that definitely help out. But as you were saying, getting ready for this first game, Entity 7 on your purple side versus Stamina Esports on your orange, we see a wild Kira going for the invade here on the Entity 7 Central. They're not able to steal it away, but they definitely have to retreat because they're super low in HP.
That is, they stopped the back. That's actually quite nice. Now, I don't think that they're going to be able to get a K off of that, but just wasting a little bit more time. And this is going to be a very strong early path, especially once we see this evolution. Then this EV is going to be a little bit scarier. There are going to be some scores in. So altogether, great defense. It's exactly what they needed to do. They knew exactly where to kind of play that defensive line. But what an aggressive push we're seeing already from Stamina up top.
Yeah, they definitely are. And to be honest, on the bot side, from what we saw, they actually accumulated quite a lot of AOS energy, 15 and 10 in between the Snorlax and the Mew. Just pretty great for them. Although people have now on 27 Gubbins accumulated so far, feels really good for their Emperor.
They are going to have to kind of deal with the fact that this defense has been pretty strong on the bottom side. I think Stamina they're obviously doing quite well up top, and that is where they are going to start dominating. And they're only 3 evolution Pokemon, which is going to be this Machamp eventually, currently in the choke. That's going to have to maybe start popping off and start roaming, which is going to really be able to enable a lot of other KOs. So we'll see if that comes into play. But at the moment, this bottom path, which I guess they are still being aggressive as well on the side of Stamina, they just they just got 30 points in. It looks like maybe they're doing pretty good in both of them now.
Yeah, with the Regidrago already spawning as well, that could be the next course of action for either of these teams. But it feels like on both lanes, Stamina Esports has a very advanced position overall, although levels are also pretty similar. You have a slight lead there for Stamina Esports. Pigman will take some damage. Valaro does a great job in zoning them out, but it's still going to be Yang who confirms the Regidrago for Entity 7. They might go for something more here with, that confusion, doing pretty good. Actually, the Astonish from Minato there, but they're not going to be able to take the Vaporeon down, especially with the amount of healing that you have with your Pole and Pups, though Yang will continue to poke them, but it's going to be the end of the fight for them.
Right, Vaporeon's so good at defending goal zones, even just by itself, but you get that with the Inteleon, plus they had the support of that Eldegoss, and they were just like, we're not breaking through that wall. That is not going to be possible. So instead, rotation up top, where we do see Empoleon go down, and any sus, I mean, hey, we talked about any sus being potentially one of the best just technical individual players in the entire world. I think that is not even a question. Is already just popping off on this Zacian.
Now Stamina doing even more than they started with 91 points now versus 4 from Entity 7, and they were able to steal quite a lot of wild Pokemon in the enemy central as well. But side, we see that Stamina has already started that Regirock and swiftly takes it down as well. That's not going to be a further pursuit at the moment. Maybe a rotation for the Regieleki instead would be the way to go.
Everybody rotating up top is going to be, I guess they're going to leave maybe one person down on bottom. I'm not sure if Mew's going to be able to break that goal zone, but not all that important compared to whatever this fight's about to be, where there is not only a goal zone, but also an objective on the line, and they'll immediately just jumping in there.
Yeah, and it feels like it's a very tight spot for Yang, already having to blow their eject button, but Stamina Esports standing strong, plenty of healing with those berries stolen there by Minato, as NCT7 is forced to stay on pad to be able to try and defend this area. Now Stamina is looking for an invade themselves, trying to get an ambush going on, but we know that that will force NCT7 outside of pad. Now over the wall there, Nisus, they are okay for the moment. Need to be careful. Good engage there, trying to get Vilaro into a corner, but they're not able to continue the fight.
Everybody's gonna split. A lot of attempts in this match to kind of start fights, and then just like, nah, never mind. Let's back up, you know. And I do totally get that, right? There's pretty strong defense on both teams, and it's really easy for either of these teams to kind of like pick you off if you're overcommitting to any sort of aggression against them. And so we've seen a pretty low KO game. I mean, we saw some, okay, everybody teleporting down on bottom to defend, and that's going to be probably a big counter push as well.
Yeah, it already feels good for Stamina with one member over to NCT7 down, make it 2. Ooh, eject button away. Villara will escape straight onto that berry, but Stamina Esports does take down the bot T1, getting themselves to 161 point squad. Top side NCT7 trying to retaliate on the top tier zone as well, but the Zacian now has backup. That Reggie hasn't even been taken down. The Regieleki being attacked by the Empoleon. People is not even able to chunk it down, but now with Roju, that's the final time when they actually are able to confirm it.
Is it the first Regieleki? Still up at 4 minutes 30 seconds. I think it was, right? It's been there for such a long time. I'm pretty sure it was. Can somebody stat check that for me? I know it's been up there, nobody's been taking, but oh my goodness! All right, big unite from the Machamp is gonna push everybody all the way back, and I think this is gonna be another big retreat. I think from both sides. There was a little attempt to score. They've got defense this Regieleki, but this is maybe not quite the fight that Entity 7 wanted to try and push this in.
Yeah, very unfortunate for NCT7, considering that it was an opening with Regieleki pushing. They have the numbers advantage, but Stamina standing strong on that defense as well. And Chef, with both the bottom Regi and the Regidrago available here, Stamina has a lot of good ground to get some more levels up, especially since they are so close to the level 13 double plus move.
These teams do not care about these objectives. Look at Regidrago, they're just walking past it. The basement Regi, they're finally starting to move over to it, but this one has been up for quite a while, so we're just going to see less overall spawns of objectives during this time. But they are down bottom, they are posturing a little bit amount of damage, and that unite's coming out from the Hoopa.
Yeah, the Hooper about helping out, bringing the Machamp to the party too. And one player is already down for Entity 7. No healing available for them at this time from the Elder Goskira. Into the thick of it with that block. Has to use the eject button away, but it's still a good amount of zoning that they are able to assert and to confirm that bottom Regi for themselves.
I like this. A lot of aggression from Stamina. They're trying to steal a little bit more EXP before this game gets to its end, and they already have such a huge level lead that Regidrago finally going down, but they almost like looked at it like it was an Indeedee. They're just like, let's take a little bit more experience, like might as well while we're here. And are they going to be going to try and burn down this Regieleki? There is no tier 1 on the side of Entity 7 up top, so they could get a pretty aggressive push. They're already up by 103 points, and they are going to burn it down. It's not going to take a lot of effort for them, but this timing for the spawn is very good for them. I mean, do you deal with this? Do you defend? Do you just back up? Because Entity 7's already playing from behind.
Yeah, it's a good position to be in for Stamina, and like you said, the Zacian takes just a little bit of time to burn that down. They will let it go through Entity 7 because nobody from Stamina Esports wants to be on the other side of the map. They want to get that pressure and presence here in the central area around the Kyogre pit. But with that nice Phantom Force too, they're gonna get Kira away from trouble, getting some nice pokes from Hitman on this Mew as well. But They are not overextending. They're very calculated about it.
Yeah, this is some great positioning, I think, from Stamina. They're really far forward. They're not overcommittingly far forward, but they are just getting that perfect amount of vision, and they certainly find some vision there. Going to be walling back Roju at least to get a little bit of damage and just get him out of position.
Oh, that's so good. Perfect setup. Trying to go for that Sovereign Sword as well. They have to cancel it. They're not going to go through with it. They don't have it available anymore. The Phantom Forces out comes through, and they are already down. It's 5v2 for Stamina Esports as they can just start that Kyogre.
Oh no, Kyogre down to a less than 1/3 HP and only one potential Pokemon to try and steal it away, but they just weren't even close, as Stamina is going to solidly collect that alongside the KO finally on the Empoleon. Already with the lead, less than 1 minute left. That's going to be Hundo Burger. Well, I guess that was a 90 burger, not quite going for the lower calorie option, but regardless, they've got more than enough calories to win here. They are as well kind of sitting there waiting for maybe potentially a back cap once they get to see a little bit more vision. Not a lot of defense going on their side, because they know that with only 35 seconds left, they can actually intercept people trying to move over to the other side of the map, and that's exactly what they're doing right there with the submission to start it off. What a cruel option for the ambush.
Yeah, it just feels like everything is lined up here for Stamina Esports. 491 to 117, 20 seconds on the clock, and they have even more dunks to score. Now it's T7 forced into their own home base, and it doesn't look like there's any time or points available to get them back on track. People dragged down from their own base alongside FA Vaporeon 2, and it is Stamina Esports that gets that 1-0 up against Entity 7.
Oh, that was a strong victory for Stamina. It felt like things were going pretty even. I would say the majority of the match, but they really kind of broke ahead, and they got such a significant level lead. It was just nearly impossible for them to make, or I should say for Entity 7 to make a comeback, I think, in the end. So really strong stuff from them. Also very rude in the end to submission somebody out of their own base and then get one more KO. Very mean. Not actually rude, but that is certainly a statement. Yeah. You don't have to walk that far forward. But great stuff. I mean, the comp looked amazing. They were just strong at every single role that they needed to be. A big part of it, of course, is that NESUS was just doing so much damage in general with that Zacian, a Pokemon that has just stayed meta relevant for a really long time, and we're going to see a pretty big hit from it right here. But they just controlled everything. This fight, all the engagements, all of the CC was perfect. You can see them actually just like locking it up together right there with the Hoopa Unite alongside the Snorlax, like 4 Snorlax slams in a row that all hit 3 people. It was beautiful.
It really was. I feel like Snorlax to me was such an MVP in this game. All the blocks were amazing alongside the heavy slims as well. But Mufasa, the one that submissions enemies out of their own home base, is the MVP for this game 1 of the best of 3 with a KFA of 4-0-7. Perfect KFA there, and 227 points scored, 45,000 damage.
The fun pick, the Empoleon pick, I think maybe not quite getting the mileage that it needed to. Actually, surprisingly, you can actually see right here as far as damage, one of the lowest that just was never able to really get online was that Charizard Y, Mega Charizard Y, which is a very surprising pick to not really hit where it needed to hit. That is one of the most banned Pokemon in the entire game, even now, even though it did, I believe, get some nerfs, but it just didn't ever get that opportunity. And we talked about it. When you've got all these 3 evolution Pokemon, you have to be careful that you don't get shut down early, and unfortunately, that is just kind of what happened. Stamina, while they weren't really, I guess, like dominating the early game, they were just able to outpace and shut down some of these really big evolutions that need to scale late game.
Yeah, like you said, Chef, Entity 7 just had this very XP-hungry composition with all of the 3-tier evolutions, and that Mega Charizard Y, unfortunately for them, didn't quite connect the damage that they needed to. Stamina was able to get the lead from the very moment that the game started on majority of the lanes, although sometimes it didn't really feel like they were that far ahead in experience or points. They were constantly winning and taking the AOS energy themselves, the objectives as well, so it just started building up as it does. when you have good map control and stamina, definitely.
Right, and I think it was kind of a double here as well, where when you have a comp like Stamina's, it's a comp that really benefits being just slightly above level of the other side, and that's why it was kind of like a snowball effect, where they were like slightly above level, and then they were a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a lot more, and then it was just that more and more, because they have the ability to, pull one person back with submission, which has been a move that has been getting so much mileage, literally and figuratively, in the UCS this season, and then you get to just get one person, and then you hit them with Zacian, who any sort of brawler like them is going to be really dependent on being able to outlast whatever 1v1 they're taking in a fight, and they slowly just take out these big important targets, damage dealers on the other side, who when they're slightly below level, they really don't get to shine as well. So it was this really big double issue, and we at this point I think we just got to think about, like, what do you do for the next game, right? And I mean, obviously maybe go a little bit more of an early comp, but there could be so many different options now.
That could be. I would feel like it's not even necessary to go with an early comp necessarily. You could. It's an option. I agree. But I feel like maybe if you are accustomed to playing all of these 3-tier Pokemon, just try to focus it a little bit more. Just leave it on the hands of 2 players. Maximum. 3 was a bit too much, especially when stamina is just so early game focused. But we're getting into this game too, and it's important to point out that Stamina Esports, if they win this game, their next match would be a qualifying match for playoffs. So this is a very important moment for them to wrap up on a 2-0, and for Entity 7 to try to get this back into a 3-game series, considering they unfortunately lost earlier today off stream against the likes of CACM Esports.
Right, and that Stamina match is going to be on broadcast in 2 matches from now, so not the next one, but the one after that. You'll see us again for that. So if they do win, we're going to have a fun, I mean, it'll be a fun match regardless, but we'll have some fun stakes for that fun match. Now, we do get to go back into these bans. I feel like that is a funny ban to ban when you shut down that Charizard so well in that previous game, and now you're like, well, just to be safe, let's make sure that it can't be picked once again. And some really basic bans from the side of Stamina. On the opposite side, Entity 7, pretty targeted bans, I would say. All 3, while they're all meta Pokemon, not usually on the ban list unless there's a player on the other side that's quite good at it, and that is certainly the case, especially with we saw with that Machamp.
Yeah, and well, although it wasn't the one Pokemon to be stolen right now by Entity 7 on their first pick, instead it was the Zacian. Also so well played by Anisas in the previous game. But Stamina Esports straight on replies with that Blastoise and the Mew. Instead of having that Snorlax and Mew combo, they have a Blastoise, also super reliable and great on the meta at the moment. And since you pointed out, Chef, although yes, the Mega Charizard Y was shut down by Stamina Esports, from the 3-tier evolutions that Entity 7 had in game 1, I would say that Mega Charizard Y was the most troublesome.
Well, they have a different 3-stage. I'm not sure if they're technically called 3 stages or 2 stages. I don't know how TCG does it, but regardless, the Pokemon that needs to be fully evolved on the other side now is a Gengar, and we see a Gengar paired with a Dodrio, which is a really interesting pick. For a moment, I was trying to wonder if this was a real draft. Not that either of those picks are like uncommon, especially in LATAM. We see quite a bit of Gengar, but to see them together is a very rare situation because they even don't really go together on a score comp, nor do they usually go together just in general. So I'm really curious what the idea is there. And it does seem like with the amount of time they're taking, that is an actual set of picks. And one that with a double defender to back it up. Really interesting call from Entity 7.
My brain has turned itself into a knot. I am very confused, but I will take a second to reboot myself while we try to understand the double speedster, double defender, Blastoization composition, especially when you already had Blastoise picked up for Stamina Esports. There could be a possibility that Stamina would choose a second defender here to try and shut down the speedsters even more. No, they decide to go for a speedster themselves on this Absol.
Assuming that this is all a legit draft, which I'm still under the belief that it is. I think that's an awesome pick. Absol is going to be so good. It's very well known for being able to just burn down these tanky defenders, but also it's going to have a really good effect against both the speedsters. I'm interested to see what moveset they're going to end up going, but I think that's a pretty smart pick, especially, like I said, and somebody like AnySus, who I always love to talk about how good they are. I mean, every single person on Stamina, I've said this basically every time that we've casted them, every single person on Stamina is a star player. You can see star moments from literally every single person within their role, and that's why they are one of the top teams in the LATAM region right now. One of the only ones with such a highly positive record. I believe second place in the region. So whoever that team chooses, it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, they are indeed second place. They are 7-2 on their record. So Stamina definitely showing that they know how to navigate the league. And in this case, for the league, they had to play with new players, right? LATAM North, LATAM South, and Brazil merged together in one league. And top 1 and top 2 in Force Gaming and Stamina have really proven how much those LAN experiences have really helped into regular season. So excited for this game too, because we were intrigued about the double speed stuff. That reply with the Absol was also really cool. We'll see how this is going to be played out. But from Stamina, I definitely think we're going to be seeing early game aggression once again.
Hey, it worked out before. It could probably work out again, and they're just so good in the pathing phase as well. I mean, they're a pretty aggressive team. Okay, we do see a game is paused, so okay, so we are going to see, I'm getting word from production that we are getting a bit of a redraft. So after the Zacian pick, it is going to be redone. Okay. So not quite as interesting of a draft yet, so we'll see what they do end up choosing, but at the very minimum, Zacian is going to be real, and they did steal that away right from the other team, which I think makes a lot of sense. That was a super hyper successful pick, and it's also one of those Pokemon that is quite good on pretty much every comp, right? It doesn't require a lot of experience as far as in-game experience. Obviously you need player experience to play it, but there's a lot of in-game experience. It fights a lot of the other top path Pokemon really well. It's really good at actually quite defending against a lot of ganks well, and then it's also just so good at securing objectives. So it really can slot into most comps, and if your opponent team has a specialist for it, or somebody who's just really, really good on it, which I think especially a lot of older teams with players that played a few seasons past, they have that Zacian experience because it was so top tier for so long. It's I think often a good pick to steal it away.
Yeah. Well, we have confirmation, Chef, that the only pick that was actually correct, quote unquote, the only pick that has been confirmed to have not been affected by the technical difficulty was the Zacian for Entity 7 after the 6 bans. So we're going to be redrafting this game, and unfortunately, like you said, well, we were crafting how the gameplay was going to go for this composition. We might have to revisit that in a little bit. But what we do know is that although the Blastoise for Kira was picked after the technical difficulty, it is still warranted. The most encountered Pokemon in the league.
The funny thing is that those picks from, especially on the side of ND7, are very scary picks. So if any of those were real, I would be scared. You can actually see the Mega Charizard Y encounter rate going down maybe over time, and it is funny. You see these extremely powerful Mega Pokemon, Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, Mega Charizard Y, all in this encounter rate. And for those who aren't as familiar, encounter rate means whether they are banned or picked in a game. So anytime you see them at all, but none of them quite as scary as Blastoise. If we ever get Mega Blastoise, we should all be terrified and run for our lives.
Yeah, we should. We definitely should. And it's so interesting to see just how many games and how many matches and drafts we have been going through so far. Week 4, the penultimate week before playoffs. As we have a look now on the ban rate, we have that Mega Charizard Y, 68% on 248 bans, followed up by another Mega on the Lucario. And hello again, Blastoise. 51% of the ban rate.
Right, and some of these have shifted a little bit over time, right? There are some Pokemon that are were banned a lot more early in the season, like Mega Charizard Y certainly banned a lot more early in the season. Psyduck was very, very scary for a while. Still obviously really good, but it just maybe isn't quite at that spot where it's going to be one of the top bans anymore. Some of these as well, we get to see a little bit more on the come up as far as how many bans they're going to be. Like, for example, Darkrai, we've seen a decent amount today, and we've seen it picked 0 times, which is really interesting. But Blissey, actually, I'm surprised to see so many Blissey bans. That one's a surprise to me. Obviously, it's still like what, 12th place, but I don't know. That's surprising.
Yeah, if you like take a lot of things into consideration, 59 games. And that's, yeah, it's quite a bit, but also little, but also a bit. Anyways, going for win rates, though, very interestingly enough, we have Galarian Rapidash, but of course, because it has 18 wins with 78% win rate, it feels a little bit different from the amount of Mega Gyarados that we have seen so far and how successful it has been, with 88, if I'm not mistaken, from the very quick second that I tried to read it before the transition, Chef.
Yeah, it was 88. Honestly, though, 18, that's still kind of a surprisingly high amount. Obviously, it's nowhere even close to the 88, but I would love to see some Galarian Rapidash. That was kind of a significantly interesting stat. There were some other fun ones in there. Mr. Mime, only at 15, and then I believe it was Decidueye also at 15. A bunch of Pokemon I love watching, but we'll see if we see any of those as we're going to go into the redraft now. And we do know that Zacian was the first pick. Fun little fact that I learned on Keller's stream. Somebody saying that their name's Zacian, like Cyan, like the color, and then Zamagenta, like magenta. And I was like, oh my gosh, is that true?
Oh.
I never even thought about that.
I kind of hope it isn't. So, I don't like the sound of it, though.
Well, that's not how you say it. It's just what their names are inspired by, because it's their colors.
Okay,
it makes sense.
Okay, that's fine. It does. Okay.
Okay. Real picks, by the way, are the same on stamina as we saw before. And yeah, like I was saying, all those picks make perfect sense to me. Kira on the Blastoise, Hitman on the Mew have been they're timeless classics at this point. The other side, though, Ceruledge and the Snorlax are setting up for a very scary team fight comp for Entity 7.
Yeah, I feel like the combination Zacian and Ceruledge is quite interesting. A lot of blade action here, and I don't know. Oh, wow, with the Gardevoir. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, Callow mentioned to us that the off streams for LATAM included a Gardevoir, and because of the latest patch for the long-range tactics, Gardevoir has benefited from it, so it makes sense here. Quite a lot of good setup with Snorlax plus the Umbreon and even the Gardevoir for those slash and dashes that people up in Broyu are gonna have.
This is the most like get everybody in one spot and then just you remove them from the face of the planet comp, right? It's gonna be all the AoE damage of Zacian, all the AoE damage and Unite of Ceruledge. We've got the Slam and the Unite from Snorlax. We've got Gardevoir Unite. We've got potentially Mean Look or Umbreon Unite, so they don't have shields to defend against this. So if you are all gathered in one place on the side of Stamina Esports, you are gone. You are donezo. That is it. However, I do like the fact that after seeing this, they switched slightly and they did move over to that Inteleon, who I think it would be really smart to maybe have it on Snipe Shot this time around. It's going to have some great targets. It's going to be able to stay a little bit further away from all this big AoE damage, but Liquidation will work well as well, and that seems to be a little bit more of a popular pick right now. So all I gotta say is they just got to be careful of grouping up, because Entity 7 is waiting for the single moment that they see like 3 people grouped up, and it's just like boom, 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 boom. It's just like an orbital barrage on that exact spot.
Yes. Oh, it is, especially because if you're doing Psychic on Gardevoir, it does look like that, doesn't it? Yeah, if you have the Fairy Singularity plus the Nap Time, even just the Heavy Slam plus the Midnight Prance as well with Mean Looks, whatever you choose, it's just quite a lot of damage that's gonna be rained on. But like you said, with the Inteleon, there's plenty that can be rivaled as well, plus the Blaziken on the side of Stamina. As we get into game 2 of this series, Stamina now 1-0 up on the orange side versus Entity 7 on the purple.
It doesn't look like we're going to be getting that invade again, which does make a lot of sense that they were going to switch it up. This is going to be, I think, a little bit more of a safe game, especially we're going to be seeing, I think, Entity 7 now try to to they still have two Pokemon that need to get some pretty far evolutions, not super far, but they're going to have a little bit of a better time with it, pairing them with other Pokemon that are going to help enable that. And especially Ipiploop on this Zacian is going to be great at holding on the stop path. Whoa, never mind. Never mind.
What a game here by Nisus. Goodness. As we have Roju rivaling back here, Nisus will go down. But it was a very interesting start. If we do just a quick recap of the start path, Torchic goes down as the KO opener there for Entity 7, taking that one. Then into a 1-for-1 trade in Central Area Pokemon. As the Swablu Otaria has spawned, Roju is going to take this very aggressive stance to get people away from the birds themselves, and Entity 7 will get the majority of it.
Oh, there is a very sad little Torchic sitting in the center of the map. That is the ultimate brick-making machine, that little Torchic. But it needs to find some experience right now because it is decently far behind when it really needs to. They need to start catching up, you know? Level 4s, I mean, I guess if you really try to compare it with the Ralts, then both of them are going to be sitting a little bit weak. It's just you want to get that level 5, guys, to get that Combuskin a little bit earlier, because once you become that Combuskin and you can start flame kicking away all these, you know, these mobs, these birds that spawn, you really want to have that opportunity to get yourself even more XP and XP for your team.
And as Regidrago responds, we have Stamina already in position there in the central area. They're going to start this really swiftly and take it down on a blink of an eye. No time for Entity 7 to rejoin, as Topside themselves are trying to get some pressure onto the pad as the Hooper was alone. But Minato not alone anymore, having Mufasa and Inteleon around too. Now on a level 7, could use this to their advantage. Although Curlia with the Snorlax are going to be joining here as they find Mew, but Hitman is going to be okay with those teleporters.
Look at that. We are going to see Snipe Shot. We get to see just barely the little bit of it on the bottom, which I think is kind of how you... we were all used to observing Inteleons at this point. As you just see, you don't really see an Inteleon, you just see a red line every once in a while, and then you see Pokemon's getting KO'd. Pokemon getting KO'd. Whoa. I can't speak today. But,
wow.
But yeah, we are going to see the Snipe Shot, which I think makes a lot of sense. We're going to see the pretty free take, I think, here. There's going to be an attempt to steal, but there's just so many members of NC7 up here.
Yeah, Villara did pretty well to zone them out, and NC7 will confirm this one. Yang just trying to get into their final evolution stage as they have the damage from Piplup. They're able to confirm the objective bot side. That Blaziken is alone, and Stamina could try to just take it down by themselves. It's a very possible takedown.
This is at least a nice coordination from Entity 7 to kind of travel around together. As you can see, like I said, they're definitely a teamfight comp, and they are starting to play like it pretty early on. Now, they're not going to be able to get that Regieleki. They're almost certainly going to be able to defend against that Regieleki, and I don't think you even want to try to push this as Stamina, maybe unless you manage to get a big Snipe Shot, land on some really juicy target, but that doesn't even look like they're going to try. So a pretty safe game. I think especially after we got past the literal first, like, maybe minute of the game. Oh, okay, nice. There's a great Snipe Shot, but I think aside from those little picks, we are probably not going to see full team fights until Entity 7 decides to really commit to push something down.
Definitely, and because they have that God of War online as well, that Fairy Singularity on level 8 is going to be pretty useful. Piplup takes damage here from the boosted auto coming from Hitman, and the nice surf from Kira as well will guarantee that their attacker will get the Swablu Altaria. Now onto a wall because of that mean look as well. They're not able to get out of here. Midnight Bronze doesn't actually hit anybody, trying to get a Snipe Shot here on Nisus, but on the back line, there is Roju, and they are just there enough time to get them out, just scared of the Cerulin.
Oh, Snipe Shot just barely missing once again. I feel like it's always fun to just watch Snipe Shots, no matter what. I mean, when it's good players, right? Someone like NC7 being able to just target down those perfect targets, and if they manage to hit something like the Gardevoir later on in the game, that is going to be nearly a one-hit KO. And speaking of KOs, we've got a little bit of a fight up top, a little bit of a fight down bottom, and the just kind of even pushes, I think. And they're probably both just gonna be able to take down these goal zones as a pretty even trade. Oh, actually leaving it up at 3. They didn't quite have enough points to break that goal zone. They are just going to continue to build that lead and leave it for a potential huge overdunk later.
That's crazy amount of points. 253 for Stamina Esports versus 105 for Entity 7. As they take down top tier 1, at least that gets them a little bit closer. Just the 100-point lead for Stamina. Just not small, but it's definitely surmountable. Both defenders meet here in the bottom area just to get positioning for the Regieleki push, as Roger has already started it. There's the Hooper Unbound that comes through as well. Mean look onto Kira, Mystical Mirage as well, but it's still Entity 7 with Zacian that take it down. That Sovereign Sword definitely slashes through pretty good. Kira still in that mean look, trying to get away with the Surf, is able to do so with 2 members of Entity 7 down. Stamina Esports, although missing the objective, they do end up taking down the fight.
Now, we're getting closer to the final stretch, and it's becoming pretty clear that one of the big questions that needs to be answered is how do you deal with this snipe shot Inteleon? How are they going to even have somebody close enough? Because the way that this comp works for Entity 7 is that they do not have anybody who's diving that back line. So I don't know how exactly you deal with it, but it's something that they're going to have to figure out, right? They're the team. They drafted. You figure it out. I'm only half as smart as you, but oh, huge snipe shot. Speaking of that, just chunking down that guard force HP to less than half.
Oh, wow, the predict there with the Surf onto Knight with the snipe shot too. Crazy good plays there as well. Now, Stamina Esports, once again, with the Nisa's being at the forefront of... Oh, look at that! Look at that! of dealing damage for Stamina. Everybody's just a setup for this Inteleon, although Roju can definitely go for that back line as they are able to do so. Top side, they are going to see that Reggie spawning pretty soon, and that could be a good moment for Entity 7 to try to get some more point squad back up with the extra buff for the next fight.
Ooh, both objectives takeable technically. You know, the top path objective a lot more viable, and it does look like Stamina is going to be going for that. On bottom side, there's a chance that we could see Entity 7 back up, but they don't really have that kind of like auto attack burn damage, so I'm not sure if that's something they really want to try for. They're going to take down this goal zone, get pretty close to evening up the score, and that's going to be pretty nice. And yeah, not going to make one of those last minute 12-second left attempts to take a Regieleki. I mean, maybe if it was a buff, but it doesn't seem like Regieleki is going to push the game plan forward that much. As already a lot of aggressiveness from Stamina.
Yeah, Villaro has to pop that block there. They're going to be on the cooldown for a couple of seconds. Kira will be able to push them down. Minato as well in a good position here to poke down onto Roju with Hitman there on the flanks to be able to get as much of that boosted auto damage in as possible for Stamina Esports, as Anisus is on the pit, getting good angles and in position to just get Entity 7 forced out of the central line.
Wow, Stamina is just completely surrounding that Kyogre pit. They do not want any entry from any direction. That is really solid defense, but the moment that they get vision, they're also just enabling the snipe shots, which is making it so strong, and Kyogre getting burned down.
Oh yeah, and stunned straight up by that Minato. Hooper Unbound alongside that. Midnight Burns though could take some of the damage away, but they're swiftly taken down, although stolen away by Entity 7, and it's going to be the Zacian of people that is able to do so, although they have to be careful. Kyogre is a transferable buff. If they get taken down, Stamina Esports would be even more on the lead. 100 points scored on the top side by that Inteleon, as people is just trying to get into position with their own team. Villaro pops out that Neptune in between 3 players. Focus Plus, Mufasa trying to get a good overheat pretty soon on this defender. Kira has to be careful. They're in the mean look. They're going to get taken down. Now Villaro is just trying to be the front line that they need, but they still do quite a lot of damage on Stamina Esports. They are forced to go back though, but they need to be really careful. The defense is super necessary.
5v4, they're going to push this bottom goal zone, but the snipe shot's coming in from the northwest, and they are going to be able to just run up there. Unfortunately, no defense on that Inteleon, really taking too far of an off angle maybe. There are some points going in, but the 4 members now back up altogether. Once this Blastoise gets back into the fight, 9 seconds left. They need to score something. Down to 14 points left on this goal zone. Nobody else scoring anywhere. They managed to get a bunch. I did not keep track of who's winning.
I have no idea if it was more than 22 points, but we know that Villara had scored 22 on this Snorlax on pad. Although Stamina was really fighting for that defense, we'll see the points as it comes through on your screen in real time. Stamina Esports 353 to 302 is the winner of the series, 2-0 against NT7.
Wow, those points went in such weird staggered little amounts. I just didn't know if ND7 had scored enough, and they made a strong attempt. They managed to get a few picks on that counter push at the end, but Stamina, they just counter scored too much early on, and despite losing Kyogre, they closed that up very cleanly. I mean, especially in a situation that was just so unstable, I think is the best way to put it. They had no way to confirm that they were going to be able to score enough, that they were going to be able to defend against all the buffs, but they knew exactly how to steal it away, and they made sure that they did not give that up for one steal.
Yep. Stamina, and especially because we had a Kyogre map, we didn't have that Rayquaza. I hope that we did not see any Rayquazas today, even on off stream, because week 3 we had Rayquaza's first map and it was a whole different game. Now with the transferable buffs, Stamina Esports, they were, you know, really sure that it was a defendable push, and they really nailed it from the staggered jump pad pushes into the lower third, into avoiding the very singularities, the snipe shots from the northwest, which you mentioned, Chef. Everything worked out for Stamina Esports. And Nisu, speaking of those headshots, it's the Inteleon player of the game, 5-2-3 KFA, 140 points scored, 67,000 damage.
It's certainly earned. I mean, we got to just watch so many beautiful snipe shots. Great, you know, sniper players are amazing to watch. I'm sad that we don't get to see more Decidueye, but Inteleon will always, I feel, have its place, really securing so much. And you can see how much damage the entire team did. Look at that. The lowest damage on the team for Stamina was Minato with almost 47,000 damage. That is almost higher than every single other person on ND7 side. And that is the quote-unquote support. Like I said, Hoopa, it's only a half support, but everybody else on the team, 60,000, almost 70,000 damage or more. Ridiculous just amount of damage altogether, but they did a good job. They did a good job of making sure that that was a winnable game, despite the fact that they lost the flip, which is a little bit weird as well, considering their comp, but hey, you know what? It happens. Sometimes you just can't control all the factors.
Yeah, it's a lot of things to keep track at the same time. The strategy that sometimes would work on paper doesn't work on the field, and you need to be able to adjust and be flexible in how you're going to approach your game. You only have 10 minutes to do so. It's a really strenuous task, and Stamina Esports didn't leave a single open breach for NT7 to try and come back for a game 3. Well done by Stamina Esports, confirming that the next match in today's regional league, which will be the third match of LATAM, Tuesday Esports versus Stamina, will be a qualifying match for Stamina Esports on the playoffs.
Ooh, that's going to be a good one. I can't wait for that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I want all these teams to win, but it was going to be a little bit more exciting if Stamina did win this particular match because of the stakes that it leads to later. So we are going to get that kind of fun little ending with that. And the lower half of the LATAM teams are still just fighting tooth and nail for those qualifier spots. And it is just getting more and more tough. The more that Force and Stamina win, the closer the rest of the field gets to each other. So it is just going to be more and more confusing. I would not be surprised at all if there were a lot of ties at the end of that.
Yeah, Chef, I'm so excited for how LATAM is going to continue going here on day 1 of week 4. And our next match will be Peru Unite versus Infamous Gaming. Both teams tied on a 4-5 record at around 3rd, 4th place. So we're going to see how this match is going to go pretty soon with Zoinks and Relic. We're going to be right back after a short break.
And hello there, everybody. It's Kellosaurus here, reporting from the future. I am from Australia, after all. But that's not what I mean. While you folks are enjoying these LATAM matches, I have been watching the North America matches off broadcast. So we're going to hop over to there and see what's cooking. But first up, we have Aftermath Esports up against TI Gang. Currently, both of these teams are at risk considering they are at the bottom of the regional standings. But going on into this draft, I feel like it's a somewhat stock standard in terms of picks here and there. I know we end up having a Surfetch come out once again. Absolutely love seeing this duck, this bird, come on out to play. It's been really fun, but we're gonna head on in straight into our final stretch. Now, we are at the 2-minute and 5 mark. One thing I want to make note of before we push play is up here on the minimap, we actually have TI Gang being able to secure a Regieleki at a really great time. This is putting the pressure on Aftermath Esports because it ends up keeping Blastoise and Miraidon preoccupied trying to shred it down and whatnot, especially considering we are so close to that Kyogre spawning, but they are really neck and neck here. But I guess realizing the time, Aftermath Esports, they both decide to retreat and actually let that Regieleki crash on in, which means it is now a close battle with, I've covered that, wow, I'm terrible, I cannot draw, with only a 3 points difference between these two teams. Now, it's a bit of a slow burn in terms of this fight, so I am just going to fast forward it here. Teams poking and prodding at each other, really just trying to find a way to fight, to get an engagement, to get an isolation. But one thing I want to make note of is while all of this is happening, take a note of Surfetched up here, who has opted for that positioning in the tall grass. And I want you to just keep an eye onto this section here of this side rather than what's happening over on the other side, because we actually have Phalanx coming on in with a huge engage, and it's a bit tricky to see from off the side, but we probably slow there. huge Unite move coming in, being able to catch out 3 members with their lunging leap Nova Blast. Now, while things are looking to be coming up Millhouse for Aftermath Esports with a great engage, being able to knock out that Psyduck and everything like that, being able to also knock out that Scyther. They have the positional advantage. They have the numbers advantage. But unfortunately, the burn on the Kyogre was a little bit too slow, as they are trying to take care of the rest of TI Gang, knowing that, well, Inteleon is quite a threat. Miraidon is able to go and pick up 2 of these KOs, but once again, I'm going to fast forward it here as we watch the end of that. All the meantime, while Aftermath Esports were down there, TI Gang actually ended up coming up through that top path and taking the Kyogre for themselves. So while Aftermath Esports had a great team fight there, they just weren't able to make the home run until the very end. But still, a great game from those 2 to make it really close. Heading on into our second game here, I do want to make note of the bans here. Blastoise, even though there's an empty space, TI Gang do have a Blastoise ban there. But one thing, we have a Decidueye coming out to play this time around. Decidueye is something we have seen here and there. I feel like we've seen it more often in EU than NA. Having that Float Stone, Attack Weight, a Muscle Ban, but we are heading on into that final stretch once again. It was a bit of a slow burn at the beginning. We're starting off at that minute 15 mark here. 2 members of Aftermath Esports have already been wiped out, whereas Machamp has also got that 20-second cooldown on them as well. But members from Aftermath Esports heading on into this, they're quite low. Vaporeon, we can see quite low, is able to go and heal on up. Darkrai also quite low, but Decidueye is trying to keep in that back line outside of danger, able to go into that tall grass while we have this Zacian diving on in. Knock Knock does end up coming on out, but look at that dodge by Zacian to just get out of range of that Knock Knock, being able to go and retreat back home, able to get full HP. Meanwhile, Aftermath Esports shredding up this Kyogre, knowing they have that numbers advantage, thinking everything's coming up Millhouse once again, but unfortunately, they are let down as TI Gang come in, swoop the Kyogre once again, and, well, the rest is history for this set, as TI Gang are able to go and defeat Aftermath Esports with a 2-0 victory. So well played there from TI Gang. Definitely got to give props to Awu on this Inteleon, who managed to get, 109k damage. So showing that, you know, liquidation, they might not need those snipes in comparison to the Spirit Shackle Decidueye. It's just the reliable, trusty lock-on that just gives them the edge. But well played to them. Otherwise, that is going to be me for now. We are going to head on over back to the past. Well, not really the past, but back into LATAM with a Relic and Zoinks. So we'll see y'all soon for more NA off-stream matches.
So much, Kello, for all that incredible footage on these North American games. That's right, there's matches happening in every single region right now for our regional leagues, and all these matches are so important. And Relic, we got a really exciting one for our match that we're going to be covering here in Latin America. We have Peru Unite versus Infamous Gaming. We got a battle of Latin America South right in front of us.
We're going to tangent, first of all. Farfetch'd is a duck, I'm reliably informed. So, there you go. The difference between Galarian and regular, one likes bottled water and the other doesn't. But yes, Peru Infamous, a really fascinating matchup, this one, Zoinks. More because of what's happened elsewhere now, rather than what's actually happening in front of us. CACM has gone on a tear today, an absolute tear. They've won both of their off-stream matches, which means that they've actually jumped ahead of both of these two teams by virtue of having more wins under their belt. There's a lot of teams out, because we had all 4 of those teams on 3 and 6. All other teams lost at least one game. So for Peru and Infamous, this is a really important tussle to try and stay away from that 5th place position in league.
Exactly, and maybe even have a chance of climbing up all the way to 3rd place, right?
Right, yeah.
factor. Maybe not immediately, but at least put you on that trajectory and get one step up on that playoff ladder as we see things ending out there. And here we go. These Cramorant buffs absolutely popping off in this weekend's tournament. I mean, Yoru playing the Cramorant, it makes sense. This Pokemon did get changed in so many ways, changes in the passives, move mechanics. Cramorant just finally getting some value. And in a lot of these new Pokemon release videos, it's not always Cramorant getting Unite move. So really, Cram having the time of its life right now.
I know that the Cowboy would be eager to point out that the fact that you no longer stop in place to hit that boosted auto is such a game changer for this Pokemon, especially since otherwise it's been pretty hit and miss in early lane. Now it's not so hit and miss in early lane. Tell you something that has been hit and miss throughout this season, though, is this Shifu. Peru Unite, loving everything I'm seeing. You're all good, babes. Infamous Gaming, however, this Shifu is so hit and miss right now. That goes for both Dark Bear and Water Bear. I think we're all agreed Water Bear kind of in the mud. At least Dark Bear still has good objective secure. And that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from Infamous Gaming in general. You got a Hooper, you can bring the party to you. You've got fantastic ripping Garchomp. And now you've got great CC in both Mamoswine and Cram's Unite move. Combine that with Aramis. If they are going Dark Bear, I love it, I love it, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think you could pick either path of Bear and be pretty comfortable in this situation. Like, both are okay, but yeah, if you want a big macro focus around objectives, you're going to want Dark Bear, but if you want a bit more team fight value, you're going to want Water Bear. Like, it is an interesting spot to be in this situation. I think the thing I'm most excited about this matchup is what you first mentioned, is just that crowd control. Like, you have so much crowd control on the side of Infamous Gaming. This could be really difficult for Peru Unite to navigate. Both Greninja and Buzzwole are two Pokemon that absolutely hate having to deal with some of this more influential CC that we'll see later on in this matchup. Now, Anemo on Ceruledge could be an exception. Obviously, a melee-based all-rounder. Doesn't like to get stunned either, but with that Phantom Force giving you a great get-out-of-jail-free card, we could see a little bit more navigation around some of these stunts. I think that's going to be the major difference maker in this matchup. Who can out-navigate the other?
Peru's your purple team, and Infamous is your orange team. Let's get underway here for a best of 3 to try and stay as far away from 6th place in the league table as you possibly can get.
Yeah, I mean, that feels like a bit of the name of the game this weekend, doesn't it, Rally? Of course, we got a few teams locking playoff spots up, but for everybody else, it's like, let's create distance between us and the bottom as quickly as we can. It's actually kind of interesting, too. We have a Kung Fu clearing out the central area, and all alone. Infamous Gaming will not have to contend with any kind of invades. With Anemo on that Ceruledge, a level 5 evolution, they won't have to deal with any early pressure, especially when that Umbreon stage Eevee will also not be pathing into the enemy central. So very safe leveling curve for Infamous Gaming, and it will be the Rapid Strike Urshifu locked in.
Yeah, I was taking a peek at the itemization, and it was kind of screaming Water Bear, which
Yeah,
we'll see whether it cooks.
Policy. Right?
No weakness policy, like it's writing is on the wall, but let's see whether that writing's any good. Let's see whether they can wax poetic here as they dive in and out to the birds, and they get caught by tempo, and they're going to be taken out immediately. That didn't last long in terms of first impressions. 20 score down for this Buzzwole.
It's real tough when you can't weave together both of the moves. Surging Strikes is fantastic. Get a few resets, get a few nice attacks, but not having that defense shred from Liquidation will make Urshifu's ability to, you know, all in some of these team fights a bit hampered. So, unfortunately, they will go down, but Peru Unite can be loving this early game advantage they have, getting tempo, a bit more rhythm in their step. So far, this Buzzwole looking great, and there's another fantastic play.
Very perilous on bottom part. Did you see the state of some of those health bars? I'm surprised nobody went down. 43-0. Your early scores on the doors here as we exit the first 2 minutes. Reggie Drago dropping in. And we've got a pretty hefty team fight here in Central as we've got a big Ice Fang into the Cram. It's got a big mouth and it is eating that Ceruledge hole. 2 KO streak. Yoru absolutely cooking on the bird.
Yeah, that is incredible. I mean, great setup as well for the Mamoswine. Obviously, nice play from Infamous Gaming, and now they're going to try to push this fight forward. Sidus has not hit level 7, but Anemo has. This is dangerous.
Big rotate for Peru. Infamous Gaming back right off. Aramis trying to steal something away and eats a Bitter Blade for their trouble. Rearrangement. Next set of birds. Look at that, nice Ice Fang again from Cebus, focusing in on an Anemo, but it's going to be the Piloswine who goes down first. Big shielding from this Eldegoss to save an Anemo in the long run.
Oh, Euro doing some devastating damage. They are running the Dive Hurricane build, by the way. So a little bit of crowd control with that Hurricane. Obviously a move that's gotten some recent buffs, but Dive just kind of being that ever-present move on Cramorant. So extremely strong. Get you out of danger, get you into those team fights, and of course, set up more of those boosted auto attacks. But I'm hoping everyone looks forward to seeing more of those plays. Cebus and Gohan timing these Ice Fangs.
Another nice Hurricane into the Revenant Rend. Registeel goes over to Peru Unite, courtesy of Anemo Zymus. We've got our big Unite move activated by Aramis. Big trade, 2 KO streak here for the Ceruledge, who will go down to the Piloswine. Now in comes Tempo. Big slam into the Super Swollen, completely whiffs on Gohan, who's able to scamper back to base.
Yeah, I think Tempo hoping that auto-tracking Unite move would follow Hoopa even through that trick portal. Unfortunately, not the way. That move's going to work this time, but Draken there for the backup as always. We talked so much about the Kea and Draken duo and how their incredibly skilled play can set up their damage dealers to take big risks even when they don't pay off. Great coverage. You see it right there with the Umbreon. So good looks. However, Infamous Gaming, pretty happy about their game state as well. Garchomp getting a ton of stacks in on the top side. They are extremely powerful now.
They've been quietly going about their business and very loudly going about their business, scoring in a huge way. Mammoth Mash and the eject button burned to get back to this T1 pad. All 5 down on bottom path for Peru, but they've lost an awful lot of health, and with Aramis lurking alongside that Garchomp, they're going to back right off and spread out up north.
Yeah, that's the biggest concern for Peru Unite, right? If you got good vision, but it's tough to push in at this Mamoswine and Cramorant and Hoopa comp. It's so many stuns. We talked about how difficult that crowd control is going to be for these all-rounders and even this Greninja to try to navigate. But if Peru Unite can find those 2 roamers, it could be a big deal, and they got one already.
They missed, completely whiffed with the Revenant Rend, and they weren't able to finish the job on this Garchomp, which goes into the Livid Outrage, followed up by Yiru, finding yet another KO. Tempo's had a really strong early game, but they won't be able to defend this, as the Gulping Gatlin missile provides plenty of coverage for Infamous to take our first zone crack of the game.
Yeah, that damage is just too tough, and of course, you can't have Tempo and KO play beside each other to that bouncing fish mechanic. Now, Draken is going to be rushing to try to defend this Tier 1. They'll have a little bit of backup, but not much, as Infamous Gaming do have 4 players ready to pounce at any given moment. No Hoopa Unite move to work with right now, though.
The reigning world champs a little bit on the ropes. But it will be a 4v5 in the long run on this Regirock. Good presence from Peru. Draken up front, well surrounded, well taken. Peru Unite. Regirock in pocket. Now can they go and find some big scores on a pad, which has not been scored on yet? 4v5. Regieleki on its spike on top path. Big work from Tinta. They've gone all in on this push. Peru Unite. Here's a Revenant Rend again. Backline finally finds a pick onto the Cramorant. Going after the Mamoswine. They'll be felled as well. Big moves from Peru, who are able to finally get themselves a breakthrough and, crucially, Zoinks, find that points lead.
Yeah, huge timing to do it, too. That's going to be a massive overdunk at the bottom side with the Nemo depositing 50 points into that Tier 1. So even with a Regieleki landing in their Tier 2 via Infamous Gaming, Peru Unite are handling that score lead. That means the overdunks have been fruitful for them so far in this game number 1. Big comeback play for them there. Love that Revenant Rend. They find the backline. So far, I think Gohan's been doing a great job of utilizing that Trick Phantom Force to get their damage dealers out of danger, but just comes a little short that last time.
Now it's time for Infamous into the Livid Outrage. They will go. Tinta, the knock-up. Tempo looking very perilous, and perilous they will be indeed. They go down alongside the Ceruledge, alongside Draken on the Umbreon, and I think that K is not long for this world either. Indeed, they're not. Almost a full ace for Infamous Gaming. Zynus scared into their own central area. Big scores on this T2 pad. Infamous retake the lead by almost a full 100, but Zynus wants a quick response, finds a KO of their own.
Yeah, that's impressive. Level 12 right now on this Greninja. Obviously has the X attack in hand as well. So you can see some really big turning moments from Zinus on this Pokemon. Of course, an attacker role Pokemon. However, running with the Surf and Smokescreen, it does tend to fill more of that assassin or sweeper style role on the team. Cool to see the flexibility from Zinus onto this Pokemon. And so far, it's been looking solid. Ceruledge has been kind of taking a lot of that main action in some of these team fights, but that Greninja, a silent but deadly Pokemon on the outside looking in so far.
Aramis level 14, but by giving up the Regice, they do allow an Emo onto this level 14 Ceruledge. It is really close between these two teams in terms of what they've got to work with on paper. Barely anything in it score-wise. Big, oh wow, the trick saves the Mamoswine. Huge magician play from the Hooper.
That's just textbook from Infamous Gaming. They've been doing it all game long. Tinta on a bit of an engagement, but Tempo brings him back.
Can't save it this time. Into Limit Outrage just to try and find a little bit of shielding into the Mammoth Mash as well. Looking for that first pick. Low is Tinter on the Garchomp, but low is basically everyone and their mother for Peru Unite. But Zinus on this backline has been able to find the first KO, and Kea has picked one on Aramis as well. The Unite move have been utilized. Double Hurricane hit for Yiru, but Peru turn and burn. Or do they? They're trying to lure them out. Revenant Red catches two. The last two. Yiru surely going to fall, and indeed they do. Kea still working away at this Kyogre alongside Zinus. The rest of Infamous Gaming locked away. The key's been eaten. Peru Unite, textbook.
Love that heads-up play from Peru Unite. We talked so much about the crowd control of Infamous Gaming, but it is not to be let down when you do have this Snarl-based Umbreon who can shut down an entire corridor, not to mention Tempo's great play with the Smackdown and Superpower combos. Fantastic work. They see the writing on the wall. They push Infamous Gaming outside of the central pit where this Kyogre spawns. They have all the space in the world to work with, and the only entry Infamous Gaming they can find is through those incredible bouncer-esque Pokemon. An amazing shutdown. Peru Unite gives basically zero chance for Infamous Gaming to even respond to that fast-placed macro decision. Love that from Peru Unite.
It's not been the season that the reigning world champions would have wanted. They have been questioned time and time again. But every so often, Zoinks, there are these glimpses of the team that won it all in the land of the world's largest marble. Peru Unite, much as they did 2 weeks ago, take first W in this best-of-3 series.
Such a great start for this team. And yeah, like you mentioned, maybe not the best season. They're currently sitting at 4 and 5 in this match score for the regional, but that is what their opponent's sitting at too. Infamous Gaming with the exact same record in this battle of Latin America South. Infamous Gaming, the team to get the invite to this regional league. Peru Unite, the squad that had to play their way in. I'm sure there's a bit of chips on the shoulders of those players. I know they want to prove that they're the top squad, if even inside of this micro region, and they set up some great plays in this game to prove just that.
And I think it all starts with tempo for me. So many really just analytical picks to draw opponents into what was just a hailstorm of pain and misery. I really liked seeing Zinus on this Greninja as well. Such a technical build to go Surf, as you've got to really keep count of those health bars so that you can find the resets on Surf and get those instant knockouts too. I think that Kea had a really big part to play. A couple of big saves on, for example, a Nemo in one of the bottom Reggie fights, helping Zinus on that Kyogre, just helping things tick over. You've already mentioned the Umbreon, but we have to, of course, return to the big playmaker. We see them so often on Scyther, just as devastating on Ceruledge. It's a Nemo.
Yeah, 5 knockouts. They went down 4 times, but they're involved with 11 assists as well. A major factor in this game, of course, being their 248-point scoreline. We talked about that big turning point fight on Tier 1 a lot, Relic. I felt like that was where the momentum shifted in the case of Peru Unite, and that was set up by our player of the game, Anemo, on this Ceruledge. Not to mention a huge overdunk that really started the flow for this Peru Unite squad. A pretty devastating double dive composition where Tempo's kind of got to play a little more frontline than they would be traditionally wanting to do. Maybe looking for flanks would be, where this Mega Lucario player tends to like to play around. But this Buzzwole doing a great job of just setting things up. And of course, Anemo wanting to knock those same Pokemon down.
Yeah, I think for both sides, it was a pretty messy game, honestly. I can count just off the top of my head twice where massive Unite moves were not necessarily wasted. They were all in the name of trying to set up plays, but they were whiffs. They didn't actually connect with anybody. One for the Super Swole Slam and one for the Revenant Ren. So despite winning and so convincingly at the end, Peru definitely with some things to walk away and consider. One of which, and I am eager and delighted to point out, Zoinks, that Cramorant looks amazing.
Yeah, Yoru was doing a really good job. I do think it started to fall off a little bit into the later game and started getting a bit more concerning. I think the Hurricane stunts were always fantastic. A great goal zone defender. I thought that was one of the best reasons that Peru Unite was struggling to actually get points in the early game at any given time. Yoru was doing a really good job of slowing down those attacks, but they're definitely going to have to figure out how these late game team fights could favor them a bit more. Cramorant, a tricky Pokemon on any given day, right? You see these dive builds on this Pokemon. It can be really tough to lock them down, even know where to expect them to actually show up. When that Gulping Gatling missile starts getting to work, that's also real scary, even more so since the buff. So I do think we could see more Cramorant, but I'm just hoping it has a bit better of a showing late into the series as well as it does in the early game.
Kalos in the future, we're in the past. There is a sense that history might repeat itself because 2 weeks ago, Infamous were able to bounce back and find that second game win to force us to a game number 3. But I look at draft and I think that Peru's in a really healthy spot because there were a lot of picks where you'd assume they'd go in a certain direction. And they kind of went a little bit, not off kilter, but they dipped into their roster pools really successfully. Yeah. Like I say, that Scyther was available on the table for Anemo. Instead, they go for Cerulege. You were pointing out that Tempo didn't really want to play as high up, as much of a frontline, and yet that's exactly what they did. Some really strong flexibility in this Peru Unite side, which is ultimately why they are our reigning world champions. They can run with punches and blows and just fight back in extraordinary ways.
Yeah, this is interesting. Ooh, tough stat for Peru Unite to be handling with in these online tournaments. Hopefully they can try to turn it around if it comes to playoff time. But 7th out of 8th in all of Latin America in average score, average damage, average assists, and average knockouts. Like you mentioned it, it's been a tough season for this team, and the numbers are backing that up. Of course, we are not complete with the season. We are in week 4 out of 5, so there are a few matches in time to turn those things around. But one stat that Infamous Gaming is tending to do very well in our league is 3rd place overall in average damage dealt per game. This team likes to fight, and they like to do it often.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, isn't it, on Countback? I think a lot of it's down to the meta shifting towards a bit more defender and all-rounder heavy. There's a lot more emphasis on sustaining your presence in a fight. We're seeing Garchomp coming to the forefront. We're seeing Vanguard Bell making an immediate impact as an item, further empowering these defenders and supporters. And when I think Peru, I think burst damage potential. I mean, that's exactly what Scyther's all about. The big playmaker Anemo was able to dive in. You don't need 100k, you just need enough K to get the KO.
All right, so let's get into our next draft here, Relic. Just for everybody to know at home, Infamous Gaming, since they lost that first one, they decided to pick what side they want to be on and have elected for that second pick position. There are a few reasons to pick it. Of course, having back-to-back picks can be a big boon. One of the biggest, though, is Infamous Gaming will have the last pick of the entire draft. If there's something they want to hide, if there's something they want to counter, that will be the most informed pick of the entire setup. As the bans go, though, these are pretty straightforward so far.
Yeah, I mean, just looking back on the draft,
maybe, but with recent times.
I mean, the draft last time around, I think we kind of glazed over it because we were so excited about the Cramorant and just the prospect of the matchup. No Charizard Y in bans, no Charizard Y in picks. And I think that this speaks volumes of the region where they want to find alternative ways to deal with the most powerful metas that we see in the West. Vaporeon, the final ban then for Infamous. Let's get rolling with Peru Unite. Kea moving over from the Eldegoss to the Psyduck.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it is such a powerful Pokemon. The ability to set up team fights and repel opponents all at the same time. I mean, it's kind of unparalleled in terms of supporters. It kind of does what Mr. Mime wants to do all the time, but just better in every variety. So really liking this side up first pick. I think it makes a ton of sense. It's why it's at an encounter rate of 77%, and I don't even think it was available for every single matchup we had. But anyway, Infamous Gaming, they're bringing it back. Right? Like, here comes the Cramorant, and Gohan is going to get their chance on the Eldegons.
You can't hear it. Wonder Chef is like doing twirls in his room right now.
Yes.
Second pick Cramorant is actually insane compared to the situation 3 weeks ago. But how about this? Anemo running it straight back into the ace pick with the Cypher. Draken rolling out the Slow Bro. So that Slow Beam, of course, going to put Infamous Gaming off a number of high-profile selections potentially.
Yeah, now you mentioned it earlier on, bro. Like, and now I'm curious about this Charizard. Could this be a pick almost to guarantee Peru Unite the Charizard pick themselves? You know, like, hey, don't pick it. I got the slow, bro. And then maybe you pick it up a little bit later. Could be an option. I don't know. But either way, Infamous Gaming taking out a lot of cards from Peru Unite's playbook. It will be the Crustle, which is iconic from Draken, but it's also the Buzzwole, which was so good from Tempo just a game
There it
ago.
is.
And there it is. The mind games have worked. Somehow, Peru Unite have last picked Mega Charizard Y and are going double attacker.
But you know, it's so fascinating too, because you can see Infamous Gaming were reading it like a book. They're like, okay, we're not planning to go Charizard Y, so let's at least get the Buzzwole and the Crustle on side, so we've got some tools to deal with it. Whoa! Decidueye coming out here. Got to be Spirit Shackle. Right?
Yes.
Right?
If I see a red scarf, I'll start believing otherwise. But yeah, until that point, I think we are looking at Shackle every time. It is a pick that we've seen quite often into a Pokemon like Miraidon. Also, I think with Shadow Sneak being there, it's usually a fantastic way to spot out a Pokemon like Scyther.
Yes.
Not to mention that physical defense shred from, not from Spirit Shackle, but from Shadow Sneak will be amazing for both the Buzzwole and even this Crustle to kind of pop off with. So I do think we could see some nice lineups from this Decidueye to kind of set up some of these later plays. Listen, everybody's going to be running in fear from Mega Charizard Y, right? That's not a question. Everybody is going to have to move, but in a lot of these exchanges, I do think I could see this Decidueye lining up some great shots and enabling the rest of the team.
I do really like the Miraidon pick. I think that's underrated, certainly, and I can see why Aramis has gone with Desi to try and counter that. But I don't know. I look at that Charizard. I think it's so easy to just assign Charizard Y as, oh, well, this team's absolutely the favorite. But I love a lot, again, of what Peru Unite is putting on the table. You got a Hyperscale, you got a really good early game, and central area transitioning into lane with a Nemo. That on-site, that's always going to be something that anybody's going to be happy with. For Infamous, we're looking at that Buzzwole, we're looking at that Cram, we're looking at decent early game quick evos for your support line, the Crustle and Gohan on the Eldegoss. I don't know. It could go either way for me. Peru in the purple side, Infamous on the orange side. Infamous to keep the series alive here. They need to win.
Such an important one. Again, a huge rivalry match, a placement match. There's so much on the line between these two squads at the moment. You see Tempo on this little Charmander just trying to do a little bit of early damage. KO the one to try to set up some of these last hit scenarios. Big stun right into the headache, and I think that was Tempo picking that one up with the Fire Spin, seeing as that there are 9 points of Eos energy in pocket.
Yeah, it was a really nice steal, wasn't it? Now with control over the Natus, but in goes the Slammer. Here comes a Nemo. Oh, almost catches Tinta out. Really well aware of the danger there. Now we've got our Dartrix on top path 2 out with the Razor Leaf. They won't be able to take this bold toy. That'll be going into the hands of Peru.
Yeah, some of the changes to how the wild Pokemon are situated on the Groudon map and the Kyogre map have made, I would say, the days of being afraid of level 5 a bit easier. It is much easier to get to that power spike and get into path and be in a great situation.
Oh, we've got Slowbro rotating up to top path. This is a big send here for Peru Unite, who will take down the Buzzwole. Not looking good here for Infamous Gaming, who are down to 2. Now make that 1 on the top path. They're going to be getting some scores in. Charmeleon online on the top path. In fact, there's going to be more scores going in. They could have had even more if they'd wanted before finally Tinta returns to protect that zone.
Yeah, big moment there. Most importantly, Tempo getting not only a KO, but some more stacks. So this Mega Charizard Y going to be so much closer, and they're out-leveling their path opponent tremendously. Level 6 to a level 4 Buzzwole. That is a devastating look. Now, good news for Infamous Gaming. They are not going to take this lying down as their central area gets invaded as Anemo takes the red buff. We do have the Cramorant rotating through the opposite side as well. That's what the Scyther is hunting down at the moment, and that's the blue buff stolen right back. Zainus keeping that on lock for Peru Unite.
The Cramorant saw a Scyther barreling towards him, decided that probably wasn't the best part, but by the time they turn around, Peru Unite have already closed the jaws upon them. And speaking of jaws, the Drago is in hand for Tempo. Now, will they go for the full send? Because there's a decent defense here on this T1.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, 30 points still with more attack weight stacks needed, so Tempo could go for it right now. Taking the offensive option, and yeah, that's going to be a quick score. Big stack for Tempo on the Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah, this charge beam buying so much space. No KO, though. Managing to save themselves a little bit there thanks to the hard effort of Gohan, who's carrying this defensive stalwart. Still, that's a lot of points scored here for Peru Unite. Nil point for Infamous Gaming as we head towards 3 minutes in.
Yeah, impressive stuff at the moment. And you know what's funny about this Charge Beam Miraidon? It does make the choices for Infamous Gaming kind of difficult. You want to play around the healing support of this Pollen Puff Eldegoss, which unfortunately is single target unless it's not. You could try to hole up around your teammates and get that big boost to healing as it explodes. However, of course, that Charge Beam and the area of effect of Fire Blast and things like that too are all going to be really difficult. So, sorry everybody, we are just going to be pausing really quick. We'll be back into the match before you know it. But at the point right now, Relic, we can discuss what's going on in this series. This damage from Peru Unite looks to be really devastating. And so far, Infamous Gaming, you know, they have been on the back foot. It feels like the entire game so far.
Yeah, I've dropped my pen. I think that they've dropped the ball a little bit here, Infamous. Obviously, their lineup is heavily reliant on this good early game. And simply put, Peru has dealt with it masterfully. They've been able to find a couple of moments, a couple of incisions. They've made a really bold call, rotating the Slowbro onto top path to get a lot of early scores in. And when you start to fall behind, both in scores, you naturally start to fall behind a little bit in levels. Scaling becomes a little bit more difficult, especially if you start to lose those zones early. So really, Peru is just setting up so many little win conditions so early on already that it's no surprise that Infamous Gaming is a little rattled.
And we're standing on the edge of what feels like the next big Peru power spike, which is going to be these Unites, right? I think it's one of the most important parts of the entire early game. It's kind of that first fight that is predicated based on these Unite moves. If you're moving at parity, you'll at least have something to respond with. Unite moves of your own. But if you don't, you're going to have to try your best to weather the storm around these first objectives. Maybe you get some early information of where the enemy team is rotating. You hard rotate the other direction, but that's only if you're playing from behind. If you got a bit of, you know, sauce to work with, sometimes you could force some of these engagements, bait out some Unites. There's a lot of options you have in these early game moments, and that's one of the most exciting things about a in-region rivalry match like Infamous versus Peru is these teams know each other so well. If they're not playing each other in a tournament, they're playing each other on the rank ladder. Like, they have had so many moments of knowing what tall grass that Zainus likes to hang out in, you know, where Yoru is going to rotate at 440. Like, all of this information has been created between these two teams, and we start seeing the counterplay on the counterplay on the counterplay. I'm really excited to see how that evolves in game number 2, and potentially even to game number 3 if Infamous can force one.
This is the source region. Whenever I look at these teams, these players, this region in general, I simply got to ask, how big is your condiment cabinet right now? Because if you've got a lot of different things to work with, that excites me, and it excites me looking at draft in particular, because the different ways that you can go to try and unpick your opponent's strategy is really, really interesting. Now, we were talking about damage dealt, Zoinks, or rather the lack thereof for Peru, in favor most certainly of Infamous. What about average damage taken? Well, looking at this across all 3 of our regions, we're looking at LATAM basically locking out the top 2 spots with Velaro and Lucky from Entity 7 and DreamHack respectively. Those 2 players and teams at the bottom of the league. Not where these 2 are though. Peru and Infamous solidly mid-table, and we're right back into it now, Zoinks, with a secure onto the Regieleki for Infamous.
Yeah, nice little block by Cebus as well with that Rogue team, just trying to slow down the scoring. But again, with Peru Unite playing the way they are, they're feeling pretty good. Now, good news for Infamous Gaming is that top side of the map is Regieleki's there, but again, it's Unite move time, and Mega Charizard Y is going to be taking full advantage of that effect, setting Sun in the middle of this battlefield and, well, empowering their Fire Blast and Flamethrowers. As Regieleki will not even get a whiff of this Tier 1 goal zone. Peru Unite fells the Electric Beast.
It's so nasty. It's like, hey, listen, I got bad news. I'm afraid you're going to get KO'd now. Like, this is my time. It's my time to shine. I'll let you have another go in, like, I don't know, 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's fun when they just have a button that makes everybody have to run in fear. It's a cool Pokemon, and so far it's having a pretty big impact. Ooh, Cebus kind of makes a risk trying to play that tall grass for information. Will eventually go down. Zynus, a super sleuth on this Miraidon, and spots him out. This is about to be a huge overdub for tempo, by the way. This Mega Charizard, if not fully stacked on attack weight, is extremely close. But let's see how long Kea can hold up the defense. Sayayai to buy some time.
Oh, the superhero at work, looking to make sure that Infamous Gaming stay on that big fat donut that you see at the top of your screens, folks. Oh. Here comes the knock then. Not for too much longer, though. They are sent. They're turned around. The Ring doorbell has alerted us to your presence, say Peru. And now we're going to score even more. Here comes the Gulping Gatling Missile into the slow beam. That's exactly what Tracken was waiting for. So many great Unite moves on this Infamous roster. They can barely use them for enough time to be useful. But here's another Unite move. It's Mega Charizard Y. Although the DOT, the damage over time, will eventually take them back down to the ground.
Yeah, damage over time, and I think the final blow was a bouncing fish again. Ramrat chucking in a couple from distance. Of course, that boosted auto or Unite move, either way, really, really impactful in some of these exchanges. But I think so far, really, if there's any like silver linings right now for Infamous Gaming, and they're quickly becoming less and less. I do think this Decidueye has been a bit of a bright spot. Now, Euro's going to be trying to go on the Great Escape here, trying to do a really heads-up play of dodging all the healing berries and really make the opponents keep on guessing.
Oh man, this is not good. to be fair, survived far longer than he had any right to. Although, hell, hold the phone, everyone, hold the phone. Bottom path. I think we're gonna get scores, folks, for Infamous Gaming. Finally, at last, decent overdunk. They're almost at triple digits.
Yeah, donut fans in shambles, but Peru Unite will keep the lead regardless. 258 to 96. This is a very, very commanding position. Kea able to avoid that oncoming damage. Of course, Reg Ice buff healing him, Citrus Berry healing him. Is this the Kyogre map after all? And big engage.
Wow, Green Illusion dive does really well to shield Aramis, but there's that slow beam again. They can't get these Unite moves to fully unleash. Here's the Psyduck going to work, finding a KO onto Gohan, and that Crustle is all in a rock tomb of his own making. It's colored purple. Oh, big Hurricane catches 4. Euro, though, I don't think is going to survive this. Oh no, the Seismic Slam into the ground. Big plays, big aerial bombardment here from Tempo on the Mega Charizard Y. More scores, down to 3. I think it's time for Peru to call it quits, and indeed that's exactly what they're going to do. Unbelievable plays.
Yeah, I can't believe they're getting out of danger in this situation, by the way. I mean, Aramis is a little bit late on the Spirit Shackle. Doesn't have a chance to stop a couple of these rapid scores from Peru Unite, who are laughing all the way to the bank. Not only does every single member of their team make it back safely, thank you, Kea, for some dynamite Psyducks on the Psyduck to really get some big pulls away from enemy Pokemon coming in, but still, so many points scored. So even with Infamous Gaming getting a big punch onto that bottom tier 1, it feels like Peru Unite are still going to be holding on with an iron grip to this score lead.
There is one silver lining for Infamous Gaming, and that's that all 5 of their players are at least on double digits when it comes to level. There is at least some semblance of parity. They're going to break that goal zone, so we are at 2 goal zones apiece, at least outer goal zones, for both sides as we head to Rayquaza. Sorry, not Rayquaza. My apologies to Kyogre.
Yeah, no, let's get this place humid. All right, Kyogre about to appear and set the rain. Let's go. We got Psyduck and Charizard defending one side. It's actually Draken say, hey guys, that's my job. Let me body block and be the one to gain some info. But you got to be careful. That Decidueye can put out some really annoying damage, and Peru Unite having no source of healing outside of the what is created naturally by the map. This could be a dangerous spot to be in. Again, both these teams have flanking potential.
Oh man.
He takes a lot of damage, but again, this Psyduck resilient as ever. Scyther on a big flank though. Keep an eye on Nemo, but of course Buzzwole now has vision.
They got vision on him. They didn't have vision before, but the Shadow Sneak was actually able to suss them out in the tall grass. And another great Spirit Shackle. You got to give credit to Aramis. They're finding great value out of these Spirit Shackles, but time is against them. We head towards the final 60 seconds. Still no entry.
Yeah, it's so scary. The clock is like frightening at this point in time, and Peru Unite, I think, also feeling the pressure. They're starting to take some forward positioning. Draken defending the Kyogre pit, and that will be a Buzzwole down to about half HP. Draken's so threatening. If you want to enter into the battle with the Kyogre, they're going to be right there on top of you.
Still no Unite move. Cebus in the center. There's a Super Swole Slam, and Tinta has to back out of there. No, they're not going to get out of there because the Mega Charizard Y has finally been unshackled. And Nemo going after the Cramorant. Gatling Gulping Missile not able to launch anymore. 2 KO streak for Tempo in the meanwhile. It was a nervous wait, but ultimately Peru were done with waiting. Knock, knock. Well, how's about this for a joke? There is no punchline. Peru with Kyogre.
I cannot believe the amount of times Draken has slow beamed a Cramorant this game. I never see it, but I feel like we never saw a full gulping Gatling missile. We got through gulping, we maybe got halfway into Gatling, but it never finished up. Draken slow beaming the Cramorant. And you all know it's a fun metagame when we're drafting Cramorants in Pokemon Unite. Peru Unite are going to seal this one up 2-0 and move their match score up to 5-5. Infamous Gaming going to dip down to 4-6, and they get ever closer to that very scary 5-6 regional standing spot.
Yeah, this is the Peru that we all remember. That was so convincing both times around, and that's not a discredit to Infamous Gaming. Far from it. I think there were some really good looks from a lot of these players, some really interesting answers to the questions that Peru were asking. But I'm sorry, you let a Slowbro through draft, and then you didn't pick up Mega Gyarados, or not Mega Gyarados, Mega Charizard Y. Tempo ran rings around them.
Yeah, Tempo looked real good on this Pokemon. And take a look at that. Oh, poor Buzzwole. I mean, there's nowhere to go. Mega Charizard Y's flying passive while in the Unite move can just circumvent these major walls. There's truly nowhere to hide once this Pokemon gets into Mega Evolution. And that's why Tempo is going to earn the Player of the Game. 68,000 damage dealt, 7 knockouts, 6 assists. Impressive stuff so far from this player, really leading the way. I thought their Buzzwole game was great. Their Mega Charizard Y game is great. Tempo just making a case for being one of the best mechanical players in the entirety of the Latin America Regional League. And I think for quite some time, making an argument for one of the best mechanical players worldwide.
This offensive trio was just fantastic. I think Zinus working that mage supportive offensive role so well. The charge beam really helping Peru Unite in finally breaking through what was a very stubborn front line for Infamous Gaming this time around with that Buzzwole, with that Crustle, with that Eldegoss up front. But you can see how much more joy they got this time around by virtue of just how many KOs and assists Anemo was able to get. I mean, what was it last time? Like 1 or 2 KOs and maybe 5 assists. This time 7 and 8, a far better return for the playmaker.
Yeah, in a much better situation, and I think going down a few less times as well. That Sarah led a bit of feast or famine situations in some of these late game spots. But either way, really good look from Peru Unite. Infamous Gaming, I think they had some solid responses across the board. I think I really liked Gohan's play on this Eldegoss. I did miss the trick shenanigans from game number 1. I thought there were some really cool plays being set up between Cebus and Gohan. I think if we want to go back to anything everything in that wheelhouse. I really hope we get more looks from Infamous Gaming around that style of play. But the game, at the time being, right now, Relic, I think the story is all revolving around this Peru Unite squad. Are they back? How back are they? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, sure.
But, you know, the road to the top starts with a single step. Infamous Gaming, welcome to being the step.
This was a proper knife edge series as well when you consider the rest of the weekend in context, because Peru's 2 matches tomorrow are up against Tuzi and CACM. And so CACM admittedly has had a very good day today. I mean, they went above Peru and Infamous by virtue of their 2 series victories. But that's a winnable matchup, I think, on both counts against Tuzi and CACM for this squad if they're playing to their maximum potential. It is quite perilous for Infamous, however. They are going up against Force tomorrow, which, as it stands right now, still flawless. They haven't dropped a series in region, but they're also playing against DreamHack. And that, to me, is that's as high a stakes game. If DreamHack wins that, big question marks over Infamous.
Ooh, that is going to be interesting. There's so many implications today. I love this weekend. This is so much fun. So many implications. There's even more to come. Just wait till you hear about the next match. It's going to be awesome, so don't go anywhere. We're going to jump to a very short break, and when we come back, the final match of Latin America Regional League for today.
And hello there, everybody. Did you miss me? Well, I missed you. I miss yapping to you. But I am back with more off-stream broadcast coverage. We are in NA here. Going into our second match, we had Aftermath Esports going up against Evil Geniuses. So we're going to pull up the draft. I'm going to yap. You're going to listen. They are the rules, okay? Do not argue with me. But we can see, headed on into this draft, while we haven't really seen much of the megas, especially Mega Gyarados here over in the off-stream matches, did end up receiving nerfs. It is being picked on up by Evil Geniuses, and they are going up against Mega Charizard Y. But one thing I do want to note is Surfetched, one of the newest Pokemon to come into the roster, earning itself a spot on that ban table there. But we are going to jump straight into here. Final stretch. Time is ticking. It's 1 minute and 16 left on the clock. We can see here that it is actually a pretty close game between these two teams. Evil Geniuses leading at 246 to 221. Terms of levels, everybody's looking healthy. Everybody has their yellow dots above their head, but Scyther here is the outlier, being that level 14. But I'm going to push play here. It was a bit of a back and forth at the beginning. Nobody really wanted to commit, which is why we're coming in. But here, I want to make a pause here. We actually have Theory, who is on that slow boat, able to find an opening and catch out Chris Smith on the Gyarados. Now, usually, Slowbro, Unite move, they got their target. They knew who they had to get. They knew who they had to go for, considering they are such a threat. But this Gyarados, it's not in its mega form. And the thing is, they have two supporters by their side, one being Ducky, who does end up popping their Sai to go and giving them shields, which means they're able to make it on out. That Gyarados is left swimming, able to go and enter that Mega Gyarados phase, and, well, go on forth to take down multiple members of Aftermath Esports. So from here, the fight somewhat just fizzles out. Our Evil Geniuses managed to just take the lead over the pit, and, well, guess what? No Kyogres actually ended up getting harmed in this match. So game one is over. Got to give it up to Aftermath Esports though, considering, you know, heading into that final stretch, it was quite close, but they just were not able to take that edge, that opening. But heading on into our second one here, we have, once again, Phalanx earning themselves a ban. Pretty stock standard draft. No Mega Gyarados this time round though, but I want to highlight this right here. This is at the 3 minute and 45 mark. The moment Aftermath Esports, they are quite behind. They have their defenders here both at level 9, whereas if we look at Evil Geniuses, they've all reached double digits. So things definitely looking dicey for Aftermath Esports. But one thing I want to make note of is Aftermath Esports coming into this Regidrago pit, they actually had a pretty incredible team fight. They were able to go and separate Evil Geniuses, go and get some knockouts on Machamp, on Hooper, just being able to pick up these power spikes thanks to picking up these KOs, and because of that they were able to push on forth, go and take down this tier 1, catch up in points, but also go and retreat and continuing on to take down this Regieleki that is down in the bottom path. But this goes into, oh, that went straight, let me rewind there because I want to actually pause it. There we go. Heading on into the final stretch. Points are exactly the same. Now, I want you to take a look up here at the coding on not the coding, Vin on the Machamp. It was Lacoding that played the Machamp the last game, because they actually go in with such a great engage on that Miraidon. I know it's off screen, but this ends up just separating Aftermath Esports. Miraidon ends up getting taken down. Buzzwole is caught out all alone, is forced to use their Unite move up against Chris Smith here, who is currently mid-air there, but even then, with all of those punches, it's just not enough for Buzzwole to handle steal that sword from that dog. And well, Aftermath Esports losing our multiple members, evil geniuses, were able to just once again go and take this one home at 574 to 134 in the end. So definitely gotta say, Evil Geniuses, they are one of the top squads in NA. Aftermath Esports definitely demonstrating how far they've come in terms of the regional leagues, in terms of where they began. And that's the thing, we love to see this progress, being able to just keep up in contention with Evil Geniuses up until the end. It just really comes down to those final fights where I think they just need to clean up a little bit more. But that is it for me with our off-stream broadcast. We have more and more to go, but more matches to go on broadcast. So I'm gonna bring back a Soph and Chef. Well, I'm gonna go back there again. So see you soon, folks.
Back to the tall grass. No, thank you, Kello. Honestly, I do really love to see Aftermath's improvement. Maybe a little bit late in the season, but I'm really impressed by them. I got a chance to watch that full game on Kyle's stream, and he was saying the same thing. Amazing to go that close to the second place team in the league. But we are moving back over to LATAM here with Stamina and Tuzi, a very important match, Soph.
It really is, Chef, because Stamina Esports, in this match, should they win, they will qualify for playoffs. So this is very important for Stamina. Whereas for Tuzi, they are now on a 4-6 record, which is a very interesting close competition for their 4th place. And again, the playoffs is with the top 5. So it's important for Tuzi to also make it through. Stamina, Chef, have picked the Blastoise as their first pick, plus the Eldegoss and Machamp, while Tuzi goes for the Mew plus the Mega Charizard Y.
Well, these are picks that are looking very comfortable for the side of Stamina. Of course, we just got a chance to see them on broadcast and just see how strong they are with all of their big comfort picks. It's very hard to kind of shake the draft, I think, of Stamina. That's been one of their strengths, is that they just play so many solid Pokemon per player, and they're very good at all of them. Really relatively simple, normal draft as well on the side of Tuzi. I think nothing super out of place. We've seen Mega Charizard Y go through a lot today, more and more as the day has gone on, and honestly, it has not done all that well, unfortunately. So we'll see if Mazo's the one that gets to change my mind on it as we get some more, like I said, comfort picks on the other side. Hitman over on that Inteleon, and we do see the Urshifu. Curious which it'll be.
Yeah, I feel like there is an opening here for both Urshifu's, when you already have the potential of having that snipe shot from the Inteleon being a potential burst. The Machamp as well can do quite a lot of that rapid damage, so maybe that could indicate either the Dark Bear or the Water Bear. I think both of them are possible, but I think what we have to take into consideration to analyze which bear is going to be is the draft for Tuzi Esports. They have Great Secure with the Solar Beam. They have a lot more scrap. No, actually more, but they have equal amount of scrap with Mazo and with Mats on these two Pokemon, Mega Charizard Y plus the Palmot. At the same time, Machamp and Urshifu, they definitely can rival that pretty well, having the advantage that the Mega Charizard Y hasn't performed that well today and sometimes just taking a bit too long to come online, whereas the Machamp as well, being the full tier evolution there, has been doing a bit better today.
Yeah, the Machamp's been looking amazing. I'm really curious as well which Urshifu it's going to be, just because they don't necessarily need to like full dive the other team. They've already got the Machamp. They really want to go in pretty deep into the back line, but then they also have Secure potentially on the side of the Inteleon, assuming that it's Snipe Shot. It very well could not be. You could go Liquidation and then try to secure with a single strike, but we'll see what ends up happening. Stamina Esports really wants to win this. Tuzi needs to win this to even up their rank with some of these other teams that have started winning today, and it looks like we've got maybe a double invade coming in from Tuzi.
Well, and it's one that works really well. Snorlax, Hooper don't have to evolve, have great presences. We know as well that Hooper with Astonish is one of the most powerful supporters in the early game, although that Gossifleur was definitely punishing them. And Thaddeus uses their eject button, but they don't follow the same Lucky Faith fate that Hooper did and did not escape.
Right. They really said, okay, you know what? If you're going to commit this much defense to your Cub Fu, then that's fine. I'm going to walk away. And then we saw the Snorlax say, I'm not going to walk away. I'm still going to try to annoy you. But only one of us will sacrifice ourselves for that little bit of annoyance. And hey, we might be getting another attempt at, okay, I get that. Just running away. That might have been a nice little initiation, but then the evolution actually getting through that, and you're just like, no, never mind. I will leave. My apologies.
So true, Chef. I think you've really described this super well. Talking about that Astonish, will have to force out that eject button from Kira, but a nice pushback there with the single strike from Shifu is able to deny this fight from continuing any longer, and that confirmation of the Dark Bear build.
Okay, I do like that a lot. That combination of that alongside Machamp is a very scary, well, I should say specifically submission Machamp, can lead to some very disgusting instant deletes, I think is the nicest way that you can put it. There can be a Pokemon on the field and they can immediately not be on that field. So excited to see once that comes into play a little bit more, but we are going to probably slow down a little bit. We are going to have the chance for some picks, but I think Tuesday especially, they're really not going to commit to anything. They're waiting to try to get this Charizard online. They do see some damage opportunities here, but certainly they're not going to full commit, not until they absolutely need to.
Yeah, and especially because, like you said, you got the Charmeleon, you got the Machoke. Both of them need to get those levels as soon as possible. Speaking of that, a lot of experience comes through with Regidrago. They're here in the central area. 2Z Esports make it go really low, but it will be a steal by Anisus on the Shifu. Great job on that single strike.
I know, it feels like it's been a long time since we've like consistently seen that as the option. We're going to see a KO,
right?
4 members chasing him down, but I mean that was the secure kind of all time. Well, actually, maybe the secure of all time was Hyper Beam. I'm not sure, but it was definitely up there in the rankings.
True.
And it's nice to see it every once in a while again.
Oh, overheat as well.
Yeah.
So we have a couple of options for secures. I know that the more we think about it, the more we're gonna find other Pokemon that have great secures. But going here for bot side, it is a Regirock. 2Z Esports once again, just dead on the clock, just always there on time, on spawn, and they don't even leave any time for Stamina Esports to try to contest it. They're actually kind of scattered around the map, which allows for 2Z Esports to go and take this bottom zone. With a great block, and Thaddus will get these two Pokemon away from the zone, as 2Z does indeed confirm this bot tier 1. At the same time, Stamina does the same on the top side, taking that tier 1 as well.
I love when teams do this kind of like mutual trade. Oh my goodness, just burning down Mazo, instant delete. That time as well, there was a little bit of a chance to try and counter with that Mew, but they realized there were just so many people there. You did not want to fully engage, and so we're going to see this Regieleki taken down. Probably no real good attempts to steal from 2Z, yeah, especially with of course, Urshifu being such a good secure option. You don't even really want to try to challenge that and show them where you are, or something like that happens. Wow, caught out pretty far out there.
They were. I think it was a jump pad that was also interrupted by the single strike on the Shifu. That was crazy. All right, bot side, 2Z doing pretty well in defending this against the Regieleki. Will take down the Machamp on that defense, as Stamina is going for the central birds. They're able to get those, and because there are plenty of yellow dots on the map, they're also going to be getting a lot of EXP from this trade.
Despite the fact that we've seen some pretty heavy pushes, it's been, I think, a little bit of a slower game. Obviously, they managed to trade their first goal zones, but those are the only goal zones that went down the entire time. We haven't seen, I feel like, a full team wipe for one of the objectives. We've seen a little bit of fighting, but mostly it's just been those trades back and forth. This does look like there might be some aggression up top from Stamina. They are just kind of sitting out in a position where, yeah, maybe they could invade, maybe they want to try to take down one of these goal zones. I'm not really sure what they're doing, but they're out there. They're sneaking around.
Yeah, they are, and because of the timer there, we have a Roulette Reggie spawning on the bot side. Still, Stamina has decided to keep a lot of resources here on the top side. Anisus is just waiting to get a 40 down completed, while 2Z Esports is taking down the Reggie steal. Could be contested, maybe, but it's just a Blastoise. Now, on the top side, Stamina punishing Mazo on this Mega Charizard Y that we mentioned hadn't been doing that great today in the league as in general. Still continuing to be punished. Definitely a target on this Charizard's back.
Right, I feel like we've not really seen it work out all that well for whatever reason. Mew trying to play a little bit of defense there, but using that Unite just to get out of the situation as that goal zone is going down. So we're starting to see Stamina really put a lot of focus on scoring, and they are building up a pretty significant lead, about 150 points, 140 points. They really want this Regieleki. I think it goes along with their strategy.
It does. You have the Mega Charizard that has just used that Seismic Slam. They're out of Mega now, so this could be something that could turn into Stamina Stealing, but it's not. Tuzi will confirm the Regieleki, and because of that, they're able to also win the fight. A good push that can be done here. They need to be very good on the maths to actually get the best out of it. 30 over Dunk will be.
That was a huge win, actually, for Tuzi. Usually a Regieleki win like that is not the biggest thing in the world, but that got them so close to being at the same amount of points, and that got them super close to being at the same level of EXP, which I think they're just about at the same level. Actually, they're slightly ahead now altogether, as the Palmot now, I believe its match is going to be the first person to hit 13 in the entire game. So that was just a huge power spike, a huge game situation spike for Tuzi. Everything that they could want out of that, they got. There's going to be one more objective spawning down on bottom if any of these teams want that buff, and there's a chance that we can see a fight around it, but we might just get a pretty even fight at the 2-minute mark with how these scores are, how these levels are. It's looking like nobody's game yet.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I totally agree. The momentum that fight created for Tuzi was huge. They got Regidrago, although Antares just got punished. No front line available now for Tuzi Esports. They have to rely on potentially stealing with Mew, but a Stamina very much aware that will use the Blastoise from Kira to create space. Registeel is confirmed by Sam.
I really like that they haven't been attempting the Mew steals, because if they do, they know exactly where Mew is. They know that they can maybe chase them and, oh, sitting for an ambush.
Yeah, that is once again getting picked off using that block, extra shielding that comes through, but they are going to go for those extra berries because we are on Kyogre. They definitely help in this situation, and that is already full HP.
We saw the Palma charging the slam and then eating the submission. That was quite funny looking. We just got two unstoppables, unstoppable force versus unstoppable force, but they're just going in.
Yeah, they are, but that Machamp is in trouble. They have to get away from this because they're very much low on HP. Now, Tuzi Esports regains the space back here on Kyogre as Mats is in the pit doing the most damage alongside Mazu onto Kyogre themselves. Now, with the barrage blows, it doesn't really catch anybody. It is still going to be a one knockout. 2 knockouts even for Stamina Esports as they have turned the fight around. That Blastoise very low on HP. Antares is the last man standing, and it feels like this is not what Tuzi wanted for this final stretch. Although still standing for a little bit longer, Antares will go down as Stamina is just looking to melt this Kyogre. There is a hope, but there is a way. There is a way. Tuzi Esports seals this one with the Hooper auto attack. Phantom Force, Lelsing is the go.
What an amazing tool to be able to steal that too, because they were immediately able to just teleport back and say, I got the buff, run! Don't give it up to them. And look at that, they just safely got back perfectly to their goal zone. So now their team has the opportunity to sit and defend and have at least one person with a buff. Also, side note, that Hoopa Unite was used so early that they could easily get it back before the end of this game. They've got to be careful with that. They've got to be careful of a sneaky Hoopa going all the way around, which is exactly what's starting to happen.
Oh my lord, look at that. It's the Hooper, it's LZ trying to get that flank, but Stamina sees it. That's the Machamp, the submission on the Hooper, but then Antares there. Mazur is as well. There's your flamethrower into the Seismic Slam, and the Machamp is left alone. Now they're focusing for this zone. Stamina Esports still has the lead. 30 seconds to go. They need to score something. What are their scores? They have too many points in their pockets. They're not gonna be able to make this. Tuzi Esports is not going to take the game. Stamina, after such a clutch moment, still wins this first game of the best of 3.
Oh no, there was such a tough decision. They needed some points, but like you said, they had just too many points in pocket. Now, they had to make a really, really tough decision in the final moment, right? They have one person with a buff, as far as I could see. They had just the Hoopa with the buff, and they're like, we've got to send it in with Hoopa, right? We've got to make sure that that's exactly who's we're going to trick, we're going to just teleport in, and that's going to be our person to score. Now, you have to decide between that or using the Hoopa Unite. Now, the Hoopa Unite has the ability to literally use the Hyperspace Fury, right? The big AoE punches to stun everybody for a moment and help contribute to the crowd control of everybody else scoring. Now, they chose not to use that Unite because once you use that Unite, you cannot score as Hoopa. You cannot deactivate it. You cannot score during it. You are just done for the rest of that match. You are not an option for scoring, and you're the only one with the buff. So they made their decision. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out. They went all in on this Hoopa trying to get that score. There was a jump pad stop. There was a little bit of damage for the stop, and unfortunately, weren't quite able to get it. But wow, what a close first game.
It really was, like you pointed out, 30 points, 50 points, and 50 points is the amount that Tuesday had in that match in the end. But Stamina, because of a steady lead that they built all throughout early, late game, Nisus is your player of the game for Stamina Esports. This is Shifu, has 83 points scored, 7-1 and 4 as for that KFA, and 31,000 damage dealt in the match.
I mean, it's quite funny because they were able to secure basically everything in the game except for the one thing that was stolen away by a Hoopa. So their value was clearly there, but they were, I mean, it was very important, obviously, that they were around. Also, I mean, the fact that it's true damage through shields is something that should be valued highly when you have to sit in a defensive situation like that. Not quite as much as we're no longer on the Rayquaza map, but still just something to be thought about. So I love the usage of the Urshifu. I was accidentally correct in saying that maybe they would just make Hitman play Liquidation and then their Soul Secure was going to be on this Urshifu, which is exactly what they did, and it worked out quite well for them despite a pretty scary situation.
It was a sneaky Hoopa. Very sneaky Hoopa. Oh, how, I mean, I didn't come into today, Chef, thinking that 2 steals on a simple auto attack would be casted by the 2 of us today on the bingo card, but it happened. Can we make it a 3rd? Who knows? We'll see. Usually a bingo is at least 4. I don't know. It depends on the size of your your bingo card. But that's your team profile for Stamina Esports, the team that just got 1-0 up in this series. Mufasa, Hitman, Anisus, Kira, and Minato, of course, Anisus being your player of the game with that Urshifu Dark Belt.
We play easy mode bingo here. I actually asked production to make my bingo card easier. I was tired of having to line up 4 or 5 in a row, and I said, can we make it 3, maybe 2, because I just really like winning, you know. But hey, you know what? We did manage to get 2 in a row. Very impressive. Honestly, weirdly enough, I feel like we're so used to seeing supports get that like weird final hit that I almost feel like the Inteleon auto stealing it was a little bit weirder.
More impressive.
Yeah. And also just the way they did. They just stood there, did one auto and walked away. It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But this one was beautiful as well. Teleporting in, getting the last hit, and then teleporting back out just to safely steal that buff away and not give it away immediately, I think was a beautiful play. So without a doubt, I would say the 2Z has shown incredible fighting spirit, and I wouldn't even call them close to out of this set.
Oh yeah. And 2Z being the loser of the first game of this best of 3, they choose the purple side, therefore the first pick of the draft. Meanwhile, Stamina did pick the Kyogre map, so we're gonna be back to it once again for this series. Oh, I'm still I'm still riding the wave of that steal. These steals are just so satisfying. But okay, take a deep breath, lock in. That's Antares picking out the Blastoise, has been consistently the first pick of purple side all throughout today.
Yeah, can I also just say I love Kyogre as a map. I think that the fact that you get situations like that where it's not just like, oh, well, if that was Rayquaza, or if the steal that we saw earlier today was Rayquaza, it's almost a guaranteed win, I think, for some of those sides. But the fact that you have to play so smart around the buffs, and these teams have shown that with these top players, is awesome. But we're going to see a first pick Umbreon, who I know is very high up on that ban list right now, so we just don't get a chance to really see it all that much. The Mew is coming back as well, and so really just a lot of these high up encounter rate Pokemon, as you can see right here. 47, 69, nice, 96 on the Blastoise, and surprisingly, honestly, I thought Machamp would be higher on the encounter rate number, but from what we've seen, it's super high on broadcast.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. It's not just the encounter rate that should be a little bit higher from our standards. It's also pretty good. So Stamina Esports will pick the Hooper. No, actually, yes, the Hooper that was Laozin's pick last time, not going to be the case this time. They have already picked the Vaporeon as well. The last pick for Stamina Esports here on the orange side has the opportunity to be a all-rounder, yeah, I would say, looking at this Mega Charizard Y as an option. But overall, I don't know if there's that much of a difference on the side of Stamina, aside from the Hooper, I would say.
Yeah, well, I think Charizard was on the opposite side, right? This is a confusing draft because they switch sides, but then they also have stolen Pokemon away from each other. So they had, so they stole away the Hoopa and the Charizard from the other side. And then they kept a lot of what they had otherwise. So now we get to see Mufasa playing Charizard Y, which to me is terrifying. That sounds like it's going to be really scary. I'm excited to see it. But we are going to see some different options on the other side where Canis is going to have the Inteleon. I'm not sure. I feel like this time it's going to be Snipe Shot maybe. That could work out pretty well against this comp, maybe get a little bit further away. We'll see though, as Mats is going to be the big repeat there on that Palmot, who has been picked a lot today.
It has, and it's, well, unfortunate for Keller. I've said it before. She loves casting Pokemon, so she's watching from the tall grass, so she has, you know, how do you call it? Binoculars?
Binoculars? Binoculars.
Binoculars. Okay, in Portuguese you say binoculars.
Oh, we all learned something.
I think. Yeah, it's kind of similar. But
well, yeah, okay. But to be fair, everybody today, including Kello, has seen a at least one Cramorant game. In fact, at least multiple Cramorant games, and we haven't seen a single one. So that is simply not fair the other direction as well. Here we go, though. 2Z almost stealing it back, going into game 2 without a win, and Stamina one more to decide their qualifying fate.
yeah, this is so important for Stamina. They must feel a little more comfortable that they are already 1-0 up. But the fact that that match was so close makes it even more scary for Stamina being that qualifying match for playoffs that you mentioned. With Kupfu and Pommy on the central area, both of these Pokemon still need to get to that second evolution there or actually even the third, to complete the full power spike that they need. The Urshifu doesn't need that much, could use it as a power force on the top.
Yeah, why is Urshifu not level 5? Oh no, they've just not chosen their move, maybe? Yeah, they're level 5, they just haven't chosen their move. I wonder if they're going to try to use that move as like selection as invulnerability, because they are holding on to it for a really long time. And I know we've seen that sometimes. Oh, okay. They're not. Maybe they've finally decided they want to choose it, but I've seen that before with Scyther in particular. When people do end up going Scizor, which is a little bit more rare, but they're just going to push forward, and not a lot of resistance, I think, from Matuzi, as they see just these 4 pretty scary members of Stamina walking forward.
Yeah, and if you just stand in one place trying to defend, Hitman will hit you with the Solar Beam as well. Now Mufasa has to be careful. That last hit will go to the Squirtle, which is pretty good considering they need to get into Blastoise quickly to get access to the extra power spikes that this Pokemon has. Here in the central area, both of these defenders are going to find each other, and Kira is taking a bit of a beating with Regidrago spawning in a bit.
Yeah, I just got to point out that was like a little bit of a weird KO that we saw on the Charmeleon earlier. That felt like a little unnecessary. There's obviously quite a bit of damage coming out from the other side down there on the bottom path, but you really don't want to get KO'd early and lose that amount of time of farming when you're trying to turn into a Charizard. We'll see if they bounce back strong or not. Solid last hit from Kenas, who, like I said, this is a Pokemon that can be very good at securing early on, especially when there's no Urshifu next to them.
Ooh, that Umbreon with Mean Look pick is so good against Matt on the palm one now. Now they're burning down even from the Charmeleon that hasn't yet evolved into the Charmander. They're going to be not punished. Wow, very close to being knocked out in response. But Stamina still strong in this push. Good Astonish onto Canis with the Mean Look once again. They will be traded back at least on this push with a 1-for-1 on Pad. Anicius is taken down, but a lot of scores that were planted here on the top tier.
Okay, now I understand they're valuing this a lot, but they gave up a lot of KOs for not that many points, if we're being 100% honest here. I mean, that goal zone, maybe if it was broken, that would have been a worthy trade, but they managed to take out a lot of the really high members of Stamina who were all really low during that push, and then maybe didn't get back quite in time. So 2Z is going to get a lot of experience from that. They're staying pretty even. The point difference not huge yet, but they are, oh my goodness, just the punches coming out from Mats. This is so hard to fight. Finally, Unite's coming back out from Urshifu as well, going to be able to take down Vaporeon, finally going down in time, and last hit on that, Reggie going to the side of 2Z.
Yeah, and it was a very close match and fight on that one because they were really short on HP. Now with the Seismic Slam, just making those HP bars really melt at that touch. Stamina is pushing out to score even more on that top side. Although Matt is saying, well, I have Canis with me, and if you're in range for the auto attacks, you should be done. Now, Matt still has to be careful using the ability to get away as well. They're not going to over push. Right now, the score is 56 for 2Z Esports versus 104 for Stamina.
Pretty low scoring game, all things considered. They're just taking their time. I mean, we're just about halfway through. Only 100 as the max score in the game. Feels like nobody's really been going for anything super aggressive, and they have had to wait a little bit for some of their evolutions. I mean, we're still sitting only at level 9 on the Charizard, which means finally it's starting to hit its power spike. A little bit late in the game, I'd say, for a few of these members, a few of these damage dealers especially, and Regilecki. Gonna get kind of slow burned down. We are going to see the Unite pops just to kind of make sure that nobody's around trying to steal it. They did attempt with the Mew steal that time, didn't quite get it.
It was really close. It was max range as well, so well calculated there by Hitman, but not going to complete there for Stamina. Topside, there's an interesting fight also happening. Meanwhile, here on the bot, 2Z is very much eager to get this Regi to pad. They do score. Could continue pushing as well. Forced into a Seismic Slam just to get the extra HP plus shield, but they're going to be eliminated immediately.
I really, truly feel like I have just not been impressed by Charizard Y, Mega Charizard Y at all today. And it's not to say that, like, I'm saying, like, why are they picking it or anything? I get it, it's strong, but it's just getting KO'd so much. I mean, so many times through so many matches today. I'm still waiting. I'm sure at some point, maybe even this game, I'll be shown exactly why it's being chosen so much still. But right now, hey, guess what's happening? It's getting KO'd.
Yeah. It is. It is. I just feel like it's a bit squishy at the moment, and 2Z Esports taking advantage of that. Every time that Charizard is on the picture, they have been able to lock it down. With that, 2Z guarantees the Reggie steal on the top side. Could get even more XP here on the Birds, plus the Regidrago spawning in 10 seconds. But they are choosing to force here on the top side. There's a Hooper Unbound. They start with this push, but they could be forced out. Indeed, they could be, but 2Z is still standing. Mazo will go down in that attempt with a nice push by Anesis as well. Laozine will get a finish push there with the Hydro Pump as they are able to at least make it a 2-for-1. Stamina still going down on the first opposite side of this fight.
The double from Vaporeon. In the meantime, we do have a little bit of a fight that was going on down there, a little bit of like a counter invade, one could say, but mostly 2Z just backing up, trying to see what they can find extra now that they know that they're winning. We are going to see the Unite once again from the Charizard. We'll see how fast it gets targeted down. It is pretty low, but they do manage to back out in time and then sneak a KO with their support. Maybe that's what's important.
Maybe that's what it is, but Mega Charizard is also out of the picture, so is the Palmard. Now 2Z can continue pushing, that's a submission as well. They're going for the defend there. Kira will use the mean look on the Machamp. They get pushed onto a wall. It could allow for Laozin to get the final hit, and they do. Confirmed on that defender. Now 2Z Esports having full priority here for the bottom Reggie that they can take down, that being the Regieleki.
And they're just spacing out, really. They're trying to make sure nobody can try for a steal. Attempt was right there, but yeah, we know how that can happen. We
got that flashbacks.
We have certainly seen that, maybe about 10 minutes ago, but no attempt this time, or no, I mean, they really decided to just kind of back off, I think. That's a pretty big risk this late into it, and they realized, okay, let's just play it safe. We've got a solid chance here to just win the fight, but 2Z, honestly, 2Z's levels are kind of ridiculous. I didn't realize how far ahead they were. We just saw one member of Stamina hit 13 right as I was saying that, and there's already 3 on the side of 2Z. So this is, I would say, positionally, where they literally are positionally, and levels really strong for going to it game 3. But look at this positioning from Stamina. Are they going to crash into this bottom goal and then unite back with the Hoopa? That's totally the plan. That's totally the plan. They're definitely all about to teleport back up to this
really
Hoopa. I am super ready for it. Yeah. They're going to the center. They're going to the center. They're teleporting. That is 100% in. They're going to flip it. Oh, is this really the strategy? I love this.
Oh, with 30% Hero Kyogre, there's a mess in the pit. Who's going to take the final blow? It's 2Z Esports who does it. And they could just turn this into a Game 3 series. They have the buff, they have the numbers, the liquidation on the Urshifu. And Akira will take them down. Okay, 2Z Esports. In the midst of all that chaos, you have plenty of points to score on these goals.
This should be a pretty easy double, triple hundo burger. Yeah, the pretty significant lead has been built for 2Z. Not insurmountable yet, though. 142 points difference. So one final push with a minute left is certainly a possibility. They've got to be careful not to accidentally get picked off and lose some of these buffs. They're just going to fight for it.
Oh, they might lose the buff here. Blastoise is really low on HP. Now, Kira has the front line. Minato is going to allow them a little bit more survivability with that Phantom Force just to get away out of dodge. But 2 KO streak there for Mufasa. Might just be the push the Stamina needed back. We have 1 Kyogre buff there on Mufasa themselves as they are going here for the home goal zone. Laozin will get targeted on the mean look. They are just about as gone as it can be. Stamina, if they wrap up this on a 2-0, Chef, they could just punch that ticket to the playoffs.
Oh no, this is so scary. They're scoring in the top as well. They've got to split their only 3 members to defend, and that's a ton of points in. They're still about a hundo burger behind. They got another 20. Can anybody score a huge 50? No, they're getting stopped. Hitman tried to get the score, but they weren't quite able to get it. I don't think anybody scored in that center goal zone, and no, they did not break the top tier 2.
Oh, 2Z, with that last jump pad, they managed to defend Stamina. They were so close to getting a 49-point dunk. And maybe, if they did it, they would have been 1 point ahead. 1 point ahead, and that would have been crazy, but 2Z said no, we have to defense 4 KO streak for Inteleon.
No, the 49-point dunk would have been gone up and doubled to 98, and then it would have left them tied, right? And then it would have been a 2Z win regardless. But I mean, that is still ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. They managed to defend that with only 3 members up to start off with. That was so scary. Stamina stole so many buffs, and that's what I was saying. Sometimes you just got to back up. It can really lead to a comeback opportunity for the other team. But 2Z was able to defend so well after that really rough situation. A lot of it too was Mazo was able to escape really expertly during that final chase, run all the way to the top path, return back, and then defend. So, I mean, altogether, we are just getting blessed with some amazing games today.
Yes, we have. And even though the fire blasts have been, taking all over the screen, they haven't been that impactful. We continue to say it. The Mega Charizard Y hasn't performed as great as these teams would have wanted today, but maybe we'll see at the end of the day that some off-stream matches might prove us wrong. Who knows? We'll discover that tomorrow. But for right now, it's Kenneth on this Inteleon that takes the MVP of this game with 9, 1, and 10 for a KFA, 100 points scored, 74,000 damage applied.
I have to point this out before we move on to the next game and the next draft. I have to point out how amazing that play was, where they let Minato sneak around up top while they crushed that on that goal zone, the bottom tier 1, just to get the distraction and say, okay, hey, come down here and defend against us, everybody, and then immediately just united to teleport back up top. But Tuzi made a really smart choice as well in that moment to not fully commit and realize that that was going to happen as well. But I love seeing strats like that. Huge fan of anything using that Hoopa Unite to backdoor or to get a weird flank or anything that's not just like, okay, I'm just dropping it in the middle of a fight, which obviously is strong as well, and there's a million reasons to do that. But I think that was definitely a fun attempt at a really smart play that almost worked out for them.
Yeah, I loved it. Very interesting and creative by Stamina there. But like you mentioned, Tuzi read that really well. And noticed that although they were doing the strategy of going for the scores, they weren't going to get dissuaded by it. The Hooper must have been close to the pits. They were not going to allow that to be a flip, although it was very close. And it honestly was anybody's game who was going to get that last hit. At the end of the day, Tuzi had a very good defense, and that is what made this possible there for the team to get into a game 3. And Chef, well, Stamina didn't want to be in a game 3, but here they are. They're still looking to get that qualification into playoffs, but Tuzi is just looking to remain in the top 5.
Right. I mean, this is, okay. Like, honestly, Stamina, while they want to qualify guaranteed, they also really want this point just for seeding, right? Because their job's not done yet. Even if they qualify right here, seeding is more important than most other tournaments with the way that the final, ladder bracket thing is going to work. I'll let someone else explain that. But the side of Tuzi, this win means a lot more to them. Stamina is going to have more chances to qualify. They're still highly likely to qualify even if they lost most of the rest of their games. Tuzi, they are on that spot, that kind of the line in between qualifying and not, and obviously they are strong enough to qualify. Obviously they have shown it in that last game and in the game previous, but they need to lock in and clutch this one out.
They definitely do. And I'm going to predict something here. Blastoise first pick.
Whoa.
So surprised.
Are you psychic?
I would have never seen it. Yeah, I'm a psychic.
Wow. All right. Next, I'm going to ask you. I don't know. There's nothing else as obvious. Okay. Well, I don't know. I'll think of a second question to ask you next time, because we're going to get a really early Vaporeon, which has been working quite well for Tuzi. They value it really highly, and it's obviously a very highly valued Pokemon in general with a 69% encounter rate, but first picking it is pretty interesting, and it shows that they've got a real good specialty with that Pokemon. I mean, it's shown. It's been working really well for them.
Yeah, and when they pick it in unison with the Machamp as well, it's what they have been playing all around the series, so it also makes sense. They don't give the opportunity to have the Machamp not be allowed in play. Mats will go once again for the Pomot. Now with the addition of the defender, the second defender here being the Crustle for Antares. Meanwhile, Stamina will continue, or actually change a couple of things around. The Mew will remain the pick here for Hitman. We know it's their specialty. Anisus will remain on the Shifu. It has worked really well, but last game could be a little bit of a uncertain ground, although it doesn't really say that much about their performance because Stamina built a good game all throughout it. Mufasa finally will go for a Mimikyu, so the main differential here for Stamina.
Interesting. I wonder what the strategy of the Mimikyu is going to be. I wonder if we end up seeing Trick Room. Normally, I feel like we tend to see Mimikyu more when there are targets in the back line that you really want to, well, they gave them another target to target, I guess, at the end of that draft, which does make a lot of sense. But I feel like the rest of these targets are not great Shadow Sneak targets all the time. Sometimes you really don't want to be next to some of these Pokemon. So we'll see what the strategy ends up being. But we do know, of course, that Mimikyu is very, very good. You can see as well, 63% encounter rate. And Inteleon, a great final pick as well, just because there wasn't really a lot of range damage on the side of Tuzi. So Inteleon has been kind of the go-to all of today, alongside maybe Mew, just to get that extra range damage.
And it works pretty well with the variety of liquidation or the snipe shot, whatever the team decides it's best. For the side of Stamina, I'm intrigued as well. I am intrigued about this Mimikyu because if you think about the Trick Room Hooper, if we are considering that there aren't that many great picks for the Shadow Sneak because there's so much frontline and bulk in front of Inteleon on the side of Tuzi, the Trick Room, okay, then you have the Crustal. Just a little bit of, but Rock Tomb still stops the Mimikyu. It gets movement speed on the Trick Room, but it doesn't stop the Mimikyu.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So, yeah, like the Machamp is still gonna be unstoppable. So, like, a couple of things that are like interesting to what we. How we're going to be seeing this. Maybe they're just going to go full aggressive and have that Shadow Sneak from the get-go and just try to build more momentum from the early game.
Only one way to find out, and that's to watch another Game 3. Let's go. We're going to have a lot of Pokemon Unite today, and I would have it no other way. When the games are this good, I would have it no other way. Doesn't look like we're going to see any sort of real true invade, just kind of the usual sneak around for a first stack. If you're not inting for stacks, you're not playing Pokemon Unite. I feel like I don't get to say that as much nowadays, but that still will be always a universal truth.
It will, absolutely. Just like your Talonflame backup. It's just how it goes. Right, so for Game 3 of Stamina Esports versus Tuzi Esports, a lot at stake for both of these teams. We know that on the side of Tuzi, they need quite a lot of experience to get Palma, Machamp, and the Inteleon online, so Stamina is presumably would be good to have the strategy to go all out early.
Right, so far pretty slow. We also see, once again, Kubfu. Yeah, okay, so we didn't get a chance to see it, but that Kubfu actually used, they waited to get their move until the very final moment once again, and I wonder if they were able to use that for iframes to get through some sort of move. That's not something that I see really all that often, but the concept is there, and it's really cool, and I don't know, maybe there's some other good players from Ishufu that have done it a lot more than that, but I think it's really cool. Unfortunately, we just didn't get a chance to see if that was the case, as they're actually going to get KO'd as well.
Yes, they do, because it's the Eldegoss, and the Eldegoss is a very attack-focused support, and they do pretty well on those auto attacks. Now on the bot side, Kira and Hidman have to be careful. One auto attack away, almost able to complete that with the Drizzle.
Yeah, wait, Eldegoss is a supporter. I thought it was an attacker. That's what it feels like.
Right, like what?
Give it a...
They have double buff on top.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, give it red buff, and it is one of the scariest Pokemon in the game. You say Cinderace? No, I do not care. You are the true auto attacker champion. There it is right there. Minato as well on that Pokemon. I've been playing it for 6 million years, maybe give or take a few.
Yeah, just a few.
Yeah.
With Vertidrago on the board, though, Tuzi Esports have already started it themselves. Losing is doing a good job to space them away from this objective, and Tuzi confirms it, no contention.
Ooh, will they attempt to push this down? No, okay, they're just going to back up. I mean, only 2 members defending at the start. They are going to see some vision that somebody else is coming back up, but oh no, Shifu, yeah, and he's just realizing they're not getting out of that, so they're just going to lead the other team away while the rest of Stamina manages to take the bird spawns. And it is going to be Trick Room. That does feel like that makes a lot more sense here, but we'll see how much mileage it gets.
Yeah, we'll see. Now with a lot of movement speed here, trying to getting chased by Mazo with their submission, and they're able for Tuzi Esports to get the priority for this Registeel fight. Now Stamina could also try to contest this one because Anisus is back from the base. Oh almost able to do so over the wall with the single strike, still not able to complete it. 2Z will push this one. They have quite a lot of damage. They're able to take Kira down, and they take that momentum pretty well to get every overdunk they can. Wait, what? Where are you going?
Yeah, you could have scored that too. You could have scored that too. That was free. Why? That like really annoys me. I don't know why they did that.
I'm so confused, Muzzle. What are you doing?
Could have been the exact amount to leave it at 1. But anyway, looks like most of the fight's going to be happening down on bottom as they're going to be fighting over this basement Regieleki, and not a lot of big secure down here quite yet. They are starting to rotate down, so if it gets burned down, it could lead to a little bit of a flip, and it will. Once again, who needs Snipe Shot?
Yeah, who does? Who does need Snipe Shot? They tried to contest that one, but it's still 2Z Esports. They take the objective top side, also looking really good with a 1v1 knockout between Machamp and Shifu. Machamp coming out on top too. So 2Z with a very good start here, 179 to 56.
They're leading in levels pretty significantly as well. I mean, they also have this Regieleki in, so I do not expect that we're going to see this goal zone up for all that long. They're waiting as long as they possibly can. Are they going to get the 2 more points in? No, why did they refuse to score? This Vaporeon is sitting here with 2 points. Could have got a free 2 points on top goal, didn't. Could have got a free 2 points on bottom goal, didn't. And they're just sitting there. They want those 2 extra points. I don't know what this is. It's just comfy. It's your lucky charm.
Well, I have to say, last game, they were going to be tied if the other team had scored.
True.
And it was just 2 points differential if it had been the case. So we're talking about a specific team and a specific, behavior.
Every point matters, and we've seen that in competitive play a lot. That is not a theoretical, but Regirock almost going down, and it is going to be Vaporeon getting that final hit. Blastoise getting submission into the back line as they're just going to full chase.
Ooh! Oh, what? Mats is doing so much work on this Pomade this game. There's nothing that gets left when 2Z Esports comes through with an electric rodent 4 KO streak and the goal zone 337 to 56. Oh, I love hyping out Mats on electric Pokemon.
I know. What is it about that? This is really just like 0 or a 2, Like, there's really no other way to put it. A lot of people that like that Pokemon really like Palmon. Okay, Unite coming out, though. They finally want to take on Leosin, who has been a little bit of a menace. Finally, those 2 points out of pocket. No, I'm just kidding. They're probably going to have 2 points as well, but it's their chance to try and steal an objective here on the side of Stamina. They've been a little bit behind this whole game.
They definitely have, because they are on 56 points, but they managed to take the Regieleki. Still looking to go here. The Unite move goes on to Canis, but they still got to be very careful. Nice setup with the Hydro Typhoon, but there's Untitled on the back line. They get isolated though, and Matt might be the next one to fall. They don't. They go onto the berry, and they're able to survive. Now, there's the Blastoise by Kira too, going on to pad. There's the Regieleki as well that could just as well hit the pad too. It doesn't, because 2Z defends this one huge time.
Leosin has a lot of KOs on that Vaporeon for some reason, but not as many as Mats has on this Palmot. This is a great Palmot pop-off game. There's definitely some play on words somebody could make there that's cleverer than I, but this is what you love to see. However, I mean, this is huge. Stamina has barely lost it all this season, and they are now certainly in a losing position with less than a minute left to go to the final stretch. EXP and points heavily both in the favor of 2Z, who are looking incredible today. I mean, this comp, maybe this meta change is looking quite good for them. I know they got a lot of teams that are great at playing these brawl type characters. Mazo, Mats, this is just looking like their day, but we've seen that before. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, there's still quite some time here. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Bot side, Stamina takes the opportunity to go for the open zone, take down the tier 1, but 2Z have opened up a clean path to home goal on top lane. Trying to get the submission, is going to get stopped in their tracks, goes into that play with me, but Mazo survives with a little bit bit of HP to the esports with a good front line here by Laozing. A nice rock tomb on Kira just to lock them down in place. Will surf away to safety, but that was close.
That was, but a lot of Unites used to try and facilitate that defense, I guess you could even call it that. I mean, just leaving Mazo up is really all that they managed to do. I mean, I guess it is really a defense, right? They know that they're ahead by so much on the side of Tuesday that they don't need to take down Groudon. They actually could probably just burn down Groudon right now with the amount of vision that the other team has. I mean, I guess Kira's sitting there kind of waiting, but with their damage, they could probably do it. They probably shouldn't do it. I'm just saying theoretically in this world, they could, as Stamina has really backed up. Like, they are just going all the way back to try and get more levels and even things up, and they're doing a good job of it. Look at that, level 13s and 12s almost across the board, so just a slight level advantage for Tuzi, who now are starting to get their Unites back as well.
Yeah, Stamina is getting antsy on how, and they need to continue here because they know they are behind. Groudon has been started, but Tuzi is very much aware of that huge lead. Laozing takes that front line, but there's still 3 Unite moves, make it 4 Unite moves on the side of Tuzi, just as well as on Stamina. A lot of damage that goes on to Mazo, but they get healed up. And with that, there's an isolated Blastoise. Could be in a bad position, but maybe Mazo is the one in that one. Play with me once again onto the Machamp. They are going to go into the pit, but Stamina Esports, they are the ones to take the objective. That's still Tuzi Esports, they're standing, but when there is a Groudon buff, there's just too much damage to bear. Stamina Esports with 20 seconds to go punch their tickets to the playoffs if they are able to score every single handle bug.
There we go. They got it. 10 seconds left. No respawns in time. A full commitment from Tuzi was enough to get them fully team wiped. And I think maybe just one person up could have stopped that. But Stamina, they took their time. They got experience. They fought back at the end when they knew that Tuzi was not going to take the advantage there. They were not going to take the initiative, I guess I should say. They were not going to burn down that Groudon, especially with the secure on Stamina's side. So Stamina playing with time as their resource, and that time was worth everything.
Patience. Chef patience. That's what they did. That's what they had. And it was so well utilized, like you said, every single point. And the reason behind how they acted, just meaning they had such a good read of that final stretch. Let's have a look at the replays once again, because most of it was Tuzi Esports on the lead. 300 points to 56. It's quite a bit, but Stamina overcame in a big way.
I almost wonder if maybe they should have just allowed the Groudon take to happen and backed up. I mean, it's one of those situations where there's obviously that's like not a right answer. You know, you just got to commit to what you make the decision on, and trying to, you know, at least delay them a little bit longer in the actual Groudon fight makes sense. The big thing though is their secure is just so strong with that Urshifu just being in existence, and unfortunately they weren't able to lay them just long enough. If they had managed to, I don't know, solo out a few of them and just tried to lay them even a little bit longer, maybe they could have made it happen. But what a great attempt from Tuzi, and what a clutch from Stamina's. Kira on this Blastoise will be our player of the game.
Oh yeah, and don't you love to see a defender as player of the game? Chef, this is awesome. Just the front line that this Blastoise was doing, all the surfs and the displacement that he was usually focused on Mazo, and it was, you know, well earned, because Mazo almost got taken down so many times, and like you pointed out during the game, Tuzi used a lot of resources to try and defend Mazo. So definitely a highlight there. Kira, 139 points scored, 3, 4, and 5 KFA, 40,000 damage dealt, which is very big, especially when, you know, we talked about supporter. Is Eldegoss a supporter? Well, is Blastoise a defender with that much damage?
I don't know. We'll send it to the panel. The panel will decide. The judges will decide if that is truly a defender or perhaps an attacker in a shell. But yes, the Blastoise is a reason why, as you so expertly predicted, has been first pick pretty much every single set that we've seen so far. So it certainly does make a lot of sense. And Kira on the Blastoise has been a classic for a pretty good amount of time, I'd say. I think I said something close to 6 billion years before, and that's pretty much still accurate. So we're just adding another one onto that with this season. Great stuff from Stamina. I can't believe how close these matches have been. Once again, I mean, we had a 10-0 team 1 second away basically from losing to a 5-6 team, and now we have a 7-2 team, or I guess now an 8-2 team, 9-2 team. I don't remember what the score is exactly, but regardless, nearly undefeated. 1 inch away from losing to a team that is now, I believe, 4-7. I'm definitely wrong on all those numbers, but it's around that with all these teams. So once again, LATAM, we've said it from week 1 to now, it is just such a close race, even all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, and we have it on screen now. You don't have to try to remember.
Good.
Chef. We have, hey, let's go. Force Gaming 10-0 was already there on the gold spot, qualified for playoffs. Now Stamina 9-2 record, also second team qualified for the Latin America playoffs. Followed currently by Peru on a 5-5 record, Infamous Gaming on 4-6. A two-way tie between 2Z Esports and CACM Esports on 4-7, in DreamX and NCT7 pretty close as well on 3-7 and 3-8 respectively.
Every one of these teams,
respectively.
No, respectfully is right. I respect all of these teams as they should be, because ND7 bottom of the chart is potentially like 2 games away from being 3rd place. That is ridiculous. That is how close this region is. Actually, they might have to be 3 games away with the tiebreakers, but regardless, the point is that there's a 2-game difference between 3rd place and last place. Force Gaming Stamina, okay, y'all deserve it, absolutely. We don't need to talk about you anymore. I almost feel like our last week of the broadcast, last weekend of the broadcast, is going to have to be just entirely like the 3rd through 8th place teams in LATAM and just all their matches, because they're all going to be decider matches in the next, I mean, even from now until the end. So I love to see it.
Oh, that's just so exciting, isn't it? I came into today's Chef, and that's what I said. Every match is going to be so important for the region of LATAM, and that is exactly what happened. The stakes continued just as high as when the day started. But before we get things ready to jump into NA action, we're going to have a lovely interview with Kello and Flareons from Citadel Gaming.
And hello there, everyone. It's Kellosaurus here, joined by Flareons from Citadel Gaming. First of all, how are you feeling today, Flareons?
Feeling pretty good, I'm very excited to play. To see how we do today, it's a brand new weekend. I got to see how the team feels, and this is a very important weekend for us with our matchups, especially this one.
Yes. I feel like every weekend is important. Every matchup is important there. But going on into this next match against Extinction, it is going to be your second time. Firstly, you did end up winning that set 2-1, but knowing that it wasn't as clean as it could be, how confident are you feeling going up into Extinction this time around?
Yeah, I was really proud of how we played early game against him. I feel like that's a weaker thing about our team is winning early games. So for the first 8 minutes, especially game 2 and 3, we really were playing how I wanted us to play. I was very proud of how we played. Unfortunately, game 2 was a little bit of a choke, but if we could just get control of early, I'm very confident we'll win these games.
Okay, so early game seems to be the name of the game here for Citadel Gaming. But looking back on your journey in the regional league so far, seeing as we are in week 4, what's something you feel like you are feeling proud of, but also you feel the team has made steps to improve on the most so far?
I think just being able to compete with some of the top teams. Unfortunately, we've lost against a lot of them, but week 2 especially was very rough for us. We went 0-3. So I think just being able to bounce back from a rough weekend like that to even still be in contention for playoffs is something I'm very proud of, and not just letting one bad weekend stop us from, beating some amazing teams the next weekend after that. So I'm very confident going into this weekend and having even a better showing.
And that's one thing I love about the regional leagues, is just being able to see your journey, your perseverance, your ability to bounce back. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this next match up against Extinction. But we're going to say bye for now. All the best. Thank you so much here for your time, Flareons. And we'll see them on the battlefield. But thank you so much. And hello and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Regional Leagues. Keller here. I'm here, there and everywhere doing interviews, doing off-stream broadcast match coverage, which we are going into right now. Our final North America match for the day for the off-stream. We have TI Gang going up against IX Gaming, and we're gonna jump straight on into it. No draft for this one, but we do want to make note as we are heading into, well, halfway through the final stretch. We've already passed the minute mark, but it was a bit of a slow burn, so I thought we'll dive straight on in here. One thing I want to make note of before we get started are these two members over on the side of TI Gang, both being at that level 14 mark, but also we have a Greninja pick over here benefiting from the latest patch, getting some buffs. But one person I want you to take note of, right bang smack in the middle here, Smuglax on the Trevenant. Have a squiz at their engage here. I'm even going to put it into slow motion for you. Picking up that Hooper Shield, going in with a Wood Hammer, followed up with an impressive Horn Leech combination to go and catch out that Glaceon. That ends up getting the ball rolling as we end up having some Unite moves popping on out from either side. But Greninja also ends up getting taken down in the back line as Smuglax is still left standing, just shoving everybody around. And just when you thought things were all over for IX Gaming, TI Gang, sorry, we have the Sir Fetch coming back in swinging with a 4 KO streak thanks to that impressive Unite move. So, you know what? Trevenant, they may push and shove about, but Sirfetch'd can, well, do the same. And, well, 15 seconds left to go. Not really much time for IX Gaming to go and do much there, which means they go and take that first game win. But we're heading on into our final preparations here for this one. In terms of those bans, we can see TI Gang, even though they did end up playing this one in that previous one, they're in that second pick position. So recognizing the threat that this new Pokemon has brought to the table. But we also have 3 Megas. So 2 of them on the ban table, along with that Mega Charizard X being picked up by IX Gaming. But we're going to head on in once again to the final stretch. We do have pretty even levels across the board with 2 level 13s over on either side of the tables there. Unfortunately, Psyduck did end up falling quite a bit behind there, only at that level 9 mark, unable to reach that double digits. But I'm going to push play here anyway. And we can see Garchomp just doing Garchomp things, going in and instantly starting that Kyogre, considering TI Gang are behind, but also just getting those auto attacks stacks up. That way they can go and dive on in and get that maximum damage. But yoink, straight over the wall with that Unite move there. And it's pretty much just a flip on Kyogre. Who's going to get it though? It ends up being TI Gang thanks to Rerob on that Cerulege. And after all of that, surprisingly, we actually end up having TI Gang defeating IX Gaming 2-0. So considering where they are standing in the regional standing so far, quite an impressive performance to go and take down IX Gaming, who were at that 5-4 season record. But yeah, big congrats over to TI Gang for winning that match. Rerob on the Cerulege was definitely impressive, but Gotta give it to the whole squad there. Great team effort, but also just being able to demonstrate their progress in the league so far, which we absolutely love to see. But that's it for me for now. We are going to throw it over to Zoinks and a Relic, and well, I'll be here, there, and everywhere once again. See you, folks.
Thank you very much, Kello. Like a mythical beast of Johto, she disappears to realms unknown. Maybe we'll be able to utilize our Pokedexes and somehow discover her for wrap-up at the end of the show. But Zoinks, we're heading to it's North America. And we've got a really, really interesting matchup with the context of TI Gang winning both of their matches on this day. Extinction, they are in the playoffs as things stand. Citadel Gaming are just about not in the playoffs as things stand. So a hugely important middle table scrap.
Yeah, maybe the most important placement match we're going to have on today's broadcast. At the very least, we'll see what day 2 brings of week number 4. I feel like every single match has been paramount to what this final setup is going to look like for the playoffs. But North America, ever present, ever surprising, by the way. Thank you so much to Kello for that recap, showing TI Gang getting a pretty massive upset victory over top of IX Gaming, which is massive for them. Potentially could reshape how we look at this team in the league. But either way, for now, like you mentioned, Extinction versus Citadel. This has been a really interesting matchup. Reminder, a lot of the stat lines from Extinction and stuff, I think, do get skewed with some player changes. The averages kind of shift throughout the season. But either way, Citadel Gaming going to be ranking 6th to 8th in average score, KOs, and assists per game. They are ranked solidly at number 5, though. At 4 and 5, I think a lot of similarities you could compare to in the other regions, like Peru, potentially, at a similar standpoint. So this team is in striking distance of that playoff territory, but they got to win these important games. And this one in front of them right now, we're like you mentioned, could be the most important one of their season.
Yeah, so Extinction's big advantage in the league, why they're ahead in the league, is their ability to take games off teams. Citadel Gaming, when they have been beaten in the league, have often lost by 2-0. They've been clean swept. But interestingly enough, 2 weeks ago, this is when the mirror match happened between Extinction and Citadel Gaming, and Citadel Gaming won, funnily enough, in 2-1 fashion. So Extinction were able to pick up another game there. Citadel Gaming, though, with first pick here on the purple side.
a scrappy squad for sure. I think with this Extinction roster, also one of the only teams to have some roster changes at some point throughout the season, right? JL being added into this roster. So something to keep our eye on. Some interesting bans as well. We'll talk about these picks in a moment, but Pokémon, Metallic getting the hard call out, banning away their pocket pick that has been dominant for them ever since EUIC. But some other interesting bans as well. Extinction banning away the Blissey. But here we go. Bora Reach on the Inteleon. Metallic going to pick up somehow a Consolation Mega Lucario.
One of the greatest consolation prizes you could possibly get out of draft. And I do say Extinction really, really aggressive by prioritizing that Inteleon pick for Bora Reach.
And while doing it by banning a Slowbro. It's like they're banning Citadel Gaming into the Mega Charizard. Like, they are banning Slowbro and inviting a Mega Charizard pick in some variety. We'll see if it does end up showing up. Obviously, Immortals just picked up that Vaporeon. I know they played a lot of Slowbro in our league so far, but showcasing a bit of flexibility. And JL is going to go over to the Comfey. Ooh. Really curious to see where Trainer goes with the final pick. I think the most on paper answer would be the Mimikyu to pair with that Comfey, but we'll have to see how their draft rounds out.
Mimikyu has the ability to lock down a Mega Charizard Y. So sad Sam, though. One of the pioneers of the Alolan Raichu. Never mind.
Yeah.
The talk of Mimikyu has been dispelled. We're running it back to UCS Season 2 with Zoroark up. Zoinks, I mean, the people at home might not believe us. We were literally talking about this like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, please, you have to believe us. You have to. This is so interesting. I am really curious to see how this is actually going to look for Extinction on paper. I mean, it did feel like the draft was kind of circulating in a way to bait Citadel Gaming into picking something like that Mega Charizard Y, but with Trainer going in with the Zoroark, I mean, listen, there are few players who I think stand as close to them in terms of skill on this Pokemon. Very few, especially in region, but even worldwide. Trainer has made everyone aware of how powerful this Pokemon is, and in the past, when we've seen Trainer playing this Pokemon, especially on the days of LG, it didn't have the Comfey backup. Trainer's doing just fine without that backup, so we'll see how them and JL synergize in the early moments of this matchup, because this is going to be real fun. However, I think Metallic will be just fine getting the backpack from JL every now and then as well with that Mega Lucario.
I'm up to have some fun made out of me. I'm going to quote myself. There are better options to partner with a Zoroark than Comfey. We're about to see whether that is complete nonsense or not. I mean, look, you're absolutely spot on. When I think Trainer, in more recent seasons, I think Mimikyu, when we think historically speaking, it's all about this Zoroark. They're going to be heading into the central area from that orange side with Extinction. Citadel Gaming from the purple side. Let's get things kicked off in North America.
Oh man, one of the most important placement games is rank 5 versus rank 6. That Meridian defines whether teams will make it to the playoffs or have to go home early and have to only pray for the LCQ result. This is going to be a really interesting series. I can't wait to see how this starts off. And right now, Akilo's the one starting off aggressive. Is that Gossifleur on the invade, trying to take away Trainer's early EXP, and so much so that Trainer's only going to take half the central and immediately rotate in. Ooh, Metallic already losing access to their eject button, but will be okay. Quick attack back towards that goal zone.
No, look at So Sad Sam joining a Kilo now in this enemy central area. Not able to evolve onto the Elder Goss. That's a really interesting choice, though, from Trainer. You could see that the call was made immediately. Right, come down bottom path. We'll make sure that you get to level 5. And that's exactly what's happened. So slightly unconventional, but at least the end result has been achieved.
Yeah, good unselfish play from Bora Reach, right? Yeah, maybe you don't have the Inteleon, but it's all right. Some boosted auto attacks, you should be just fine. Zoroark already starting to get to work at the bottom side. Fui and Metallic kind of having an even exchange, but that's going to favor Fui every time. There's only one Pokemon there, so that just means the rest of their team's getting value elsewhere.
Look at this, stored power. So Sad Sam eats a lot of damage there as Trainer is forced off pad. That Snorlax going down, really opening the waterworks for Citadel Gaming, leaving only tears in their wake.
Great job from Citadel Gaming. Again, they did dedicate 4 players to that push to push Extinction back. So there it is, the even exchange. You know, you can win one direction. It's hard to win in both. So Metallic will be able to get that KO and get some early stacks. So top side looking a little bit better for them, but otherwise great push onto the bottom side. This means that Flareons and So Said Sam are going to be getting tremendous amount of levels. Bora Reach is going to be behind the 8-ball on this attacker for quite some time.
Balanced as all things should be, but here's that. I mean, it's a historic matchup, isn't it? That Zogrog going into its traditional counter of Buzzwole goes down via So Sad Sam. The Comfey does find refuge, though, on this Luca, who finds a 2 KO streak, eats a solar beam. There's the boost. My goodness, great work from Metallic to dive into the leaves, find a little bit more healing juice for this Luca, who's maybe feeling a little bit fresh and feisty now, is going to have to give up the chase.
It's a big credit to JL on this Comfey as well, being very risky, being willing to ditch off of that Lucario, give a little bit of time, and huge plays.
Oh, and that's a huge engagement through there. The close combat is not able to find a KO. Citadel Gaming rebuffed the advance of Extinction. My apologies, JL. Your name does get a little lost underneath Metallic's name tag there.
Tiny little name. Yeah, crack that one. But hey, I'm not going to get mad at a player for keeping the same name. Far beyond
True.
for sticking with it. But either way, Registeel is going to start taking some damage as Extinction is in prime position to take. Rex is going with heavy slam block. They can separate some space, but a little bit too risky in that 4-on-3 exchange.
Nice drop of the slow smoke. Trainer watching, lurking, looking for that backline access. They've got it if they want it. They're going to eat a lot of damage here, Rex, but just in the nick of time. Here comes the savior, Rex. No, my word! That stored power followed them all the way home. Big breakthrough for Citadel Gaming, heading into triple digits, heading as close to a goal crack as they want. They're not going to do it, though, saving those points for later.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff with that early game invade. They know they have that level lead, so right at now in this position, breaking this goal zone doesn't give them a lot of advantages, right? You could actually wait, allow for a whole nother crop of wild Pokemon to spawn in between those goal zones. Fui would love that. They are so comfortable, so low pathing on this Buzzwole, especially with the level parity that they have against the Mega Lucario. So let them spawn in, take the EXP, and then go for the big break. Really like that play from Citadel.
Now, did I spot a Thunderbolt from this Alolan Raichu, by the way? That would add another potential secure tool to the arsenal. Here comes the Thunderstorm Aerial, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to steal away that Regieleki, continuing to push back and punish Extinction. So Sad Sam is absolutely loving life. Oh, wonderful timing on the zone crack too. Now can they find another push within them?
Yeah, Regieleki knocking on the door. Oh, Sam eats a big snipe shot from Bora Reach, though. Going to be difficult to push in. You do have coaching from Flareons, giving him a bit of support. But wow, Citadel Gaming, they're not done. They're trying to push.
Real big send. Super Swole Slam finds another KO to So Sad Sam. I'm a Poké and I didn't know it, but here goes the Buzzwole. Never mind, I can't find another rhyme this time, but I can tell you what will gonna happen. What will gonna happen? Grabber's failed me, but Regieleki hasn't failed them. It's hit the zone huge from Citadel Gaming.
And they don't lose a single member. Again, a fantastic tier 2 push. And with this huge advantage, especially Fui's Buzzwole, they were able to clear out so many targets. We did see on Alolan Raichu, it is utilizing that psychic build. So again, just empowering those auto attacks every time. I think what we were mistaken for Thunderbolt earlier was just that big auto attack that So Sad Sam starts bouncing between multiple targets with that stored power. Either way, good spike of energy with Citadel. Let's see if they can take away the Registeel. No, Buzzwole goes for a big attempt. It's a lot of EXP being stolen away by Bora Reach on this Inteleon.
Yeah, we're waiting to see that snipe shot really start to find the marks. They have found a couple more hits. Better off. Great block here from Immortals on the Vaporeon. But look at that points lead, Zoinks. 226. That is mighty at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult for Extinction to try to overcome. And honestly, at the time being, I don't think you can make a big plan to circumvent it. You have 2 minutes until the final stretch. There won't likely be a window for a big 5-player team push towards an empty goal zone. You see, Metallic won't even be able to get a simple dunk of 30. At this point in time, it's small scores and finding an objective advantage if you can. Rex caught in a little bit of danger, but they got blocked.
They do find the KO onto the Buzzwole in combination with Bora Reach, who finds his mark once again. Down goes the Flowery Fields forever, going after the Regieleki. Good zoning here from Extinction. The Power Nap goes down to buy a little bit more time. Thunderstorm Aerial misses the Regieleki. They're still umming and ahhing Extinction about finishing this thing off. The steal was almost there via the Muse Solar Beam. Really well timed there from Flareons, but now can Extinction do to Citadel Gaming what Citadel Gaming did to them? Plenty of Unite moves utilized. The Mystical Mirage there providing a little bit of coverage. Bora Reach taking out that Buzzwole free once again. Huge Solar Beam, but look at that instant healing. Click of the fingers onto Trainer, who's almost back up to 100. Big hit though onto the Mega Lucario, and that's just gonna about do it.
One of the most devastating parts of Muse Solar Beam, right, is that it pierces. A really long-range attack with a big burst of damage, especially when empowered by that light screen, but that's not something that JL can body block. A good Comfey player can absorb some of these skill shots, some of these bigger snipe maneuvers, but Solar Beam, not one of those options. You saw Mega Lucario just kind of having nowhere to run. Great tracing, great KO by Flareon's. Amazing play there. And now Extinction, again, just feeling a little bit lackluster. They do take down that Regieleki. Great secured by Bora Reach in the face of a Mew, but still, they are just feels like one objective away from coming back in this game.
I mean, this kind of feels like the fight, right? Immortals is going to move themselves away via that. Oh my! What a snipe! At such a crucial time. That's incredible.
Yeah, well, I mean, the person who would be body blocking for that objective, Immortals on the Vaporeon, was kind of forced into fighting a little bit earlier on the bottom side, right? With that catch-out. So now they have no defender to kind of tank this snipe shot. It allows them to have a little bit more room, and that's a Registeel buff. Particularly a Zogrog is going to be terrifying to be utilizing that extra damage buff. They are only at level 12, so final power spike not going to be there. Ooh, they grabbed the Kilo.
Amazing block forces out the Unite move for the Eldegoss. Oh, the Thunderstorm Aerial a little too early, I'd imagine, as well. Power Nap coming out to just buy a little bit of space for Extinction now as they move back. Yep. That's a number of hugely important Unite moves burned. Just the Vaporeon Unite move left, actually, but look at Extinction. We still got ASV, we still got Aura Cannon, we still got Nightfall Days. It really looks like Extinction is in the ascendancy. Another big block, and Fweed's gone down. Flowery Fields forever. Trainer believes this is the moment. Down goes Vaporeon. Huge flip here for Extinction. Going after the Kyogre. Fighting after a Kilo. Finds the KO on a Kilo. Going after So Sad Sam. Finds the KO on So Sad Sam. It's not been the most explosive game from Trainer, but he's making it count where it matters. 3 KO streak. Kyogre to Extinction.
Oh, so clean. I mean, I want to give a shout out to every single player in that final team fight. That Inteleon did not miss once the final stretch began. Kyogre spawned in, and Inteleon gets the water type buff, I swear. Either way, they still have some points to make up, but Kyogre buff, one of the most phenomenal in the end game in terms of scoring points and having a big push. And that will be the lead for Extinction for now. 45 seconds. Citadel Gaming have to move now or never, but this Kyogre buff and defensive play from Extinction might be too much for them to handle. Great coverage on the retreat by Rex with that block, and Trainer at almost level 15 is looking to get even more KOs on the board.
Yeah, they're backing up, but they're not backing up too much to have a little bit of a drive-by on this bottom zone, which is now gone. Opens up the lead to almost 200 points, but that's a big pick. Oh, Trainer just about gets out of there. Another huge power nap coming through from this Snorlax to buy so much time. They're going to be forced back into the enemy central area, but I think the time is a mistress that is not looking too kindly on Citadel Gaming. Another KO for the road for Trainer. Another KO for the road for Metallic. Extinction weather the storm. They win game 1.
Oh, man. I mean, what a brilliant play. Registeel buff doing a ton of favors for that Inteleon, and Bora Reach helping that along by not missing a single snipe shot in that final stretch engagement. So clean from Team Extinction, who had, all things considered, a really tough early game. Any game where Trainer is level 12 at 2 minutes, you gotta be there questioning how this final result is going to turn out. That is so atypical from that player, but it does not matter. They're able to pull it off. But Citadel Gaming in this fight every step of the way. This was such a clean tier 2 push.
As we say in the good old land of Socceroo, it was a game of 2 halves, zoinks. It's crazy to think that we had a 200+ point lead for Citadel Gaming at one point. Even when they took this Regieleki, Extinction were not able to get it over the line to have a really convincing push on this bottom path. But then, big call, big plays from this Snorlax. Rex bringing Fwee too far forward. They're taken down. Vaporeon taken down. And then Trainer just gets to work.
Yeah, I think you were talking about it right at the start of that exchange. Like, basically, they spent a Snorlax Unite move to bait out at least 2 Unite moves from Citadel Gaming. Such a good exchange. That's just simple numbers. That's simple math. LGC Trainer going to be taking your Player of the Game award on the Zogrog. It really is 2023 all over again. 74,000 damage dealt, taking a surprising 60,000 damage. Citadel Gaming wanted that Pokemon gone. But Trainer will go 5-5 and 5. 5 KOs, 5 feints, 5 assists. That is going to be a good old 1 on the or a 2 on the cop sheet, I suppose. Impressive stuff.
Well, like I say, it's impressive when you look at it from the game perspective as a whole. 4 of those 5 KOs were in the last minute.
Yeah, when it counts.
Or minute and a half. It's when it counts, sure. But I let's put it this way. I wouldn't be too convinced about running this Zoroark back. In fact, I am going to eat my own words. I was more convinced by JL's Comfey and the impact that they had on this game, synergizing beautifully with Metallic on that top path at crucial moments. And I think we do have to run it back. We've already given Rex their flowers. I know that you were giving Bora their flowers, but let's give Bora some more flowers again. Didn't miss in that crucial team fight. Huge plays from that snipe shot.
Yeah, just really good work. I mean, it's been fun to see this Extinction squad, I mean, for lack of a better term, just start to click a little bit.
Yeah.
When you're running an Inteleon, obviously the snipe shots, it is feast or famine. I mean, it can be an incredibly easy team fight if your Inteleon's hitting their shots. It can be one of the most difficult team fights of all time if you have no damage incoming from your attacker. I, of course, would not be familiar with the latter, so don't worry about it. But when it comes down to it, Trainer is a player who can pop off when they know they have an amazing range damage dealer in the background. Thinking of days of old when this player, Yeetfan and Rex, were comboing their game, right? But now they have another situation where Bora, Rex, and Trainer can really start getting to work. Great plays from Rex to set up a lot of these. It's not the easiest thing in the world to time your snipe shots around Snorlax pushes and pulls, right? But they still pulled it off. Amazing work. Trainer at 1502 experience per minute. Only reason I'm calling that up is a very solid presence as a central area player, but they were getting invaded a lot. So LGC is still finding ways to pick up that EXP even when they were losing a little bit to So Said Sam.
I think the Trainer was desperately unlucky to share a region with Overlord for 4 years, because I think that when you have one of the leading names in Unite as a game, right, as an esport, it is very easy to get lost when you are maybe second or third best in that role. But that is consistently where Trainer has been. Sometimes he has been able to eclipse Overlord. I think a lot more burst and impact style Pokemon in their particular pool that they can pull from compared to Overlord. Yeah. But look, this guy's absolutely cracked. Everybody's known it for the longest time. It's so great to see him flourishing and being more and more of a team leader as the seasons go on by. However, this is not the end of this series, far from it. And look, Extinction, we previously saw them as Nemesis. They just have this uncanny ability to be like tournament winning on some days, and then going 0-2 to your likes of your TI gangs or your Aftermath another day. I would love to see Extinction look as strong in that second half of Game 1 and continue that momentum now into Game 2, but I have a feeling that Citadel will be looking to maybe ban away or pick away, disrupt, to really try and unsettle the pigeons, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm really curious what their banning strategy is going to be too, Relic. The first decision they made was to choose second pick, by the way. And I was, okay, well, there it is. I was really curious to see if this target ban would show up again. Palmont obviously trying to push Metallic out to something else, but that Mega Lucario was also really fantastic for Metallic. So I don't know if the repeat of the Palmont strategy will be there, but it is. Now first pick will be available for Extinction. Reminder, Mega Charizard Y, still an available Pokemon. I know Wonder Chef was talking about it, not loving some of the impact that it's been having so far in today's tournament. I, on the other hand, have seen it destroy villages. So personally, I think it's pretty solid, but Metallic will return to the Mega Lucario.
Nah, not bothered to destroy villages. Chat, let us know where you are on Mega Charizard Y, please. Citadel Gaming responding with that Vaporeon, and very similar to Bora Reach, actually, in game number 1. Flareon's being prioritized here, heading onto the Inteleon, which is interesting. I thought they had a pretty good game, actually, on the new, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about just taking it away from Bora, right?
Exactly,
You eliminate a power pick that was so impactful in the final stages of that game, and not for nothing, Flareon's just one of the best Inteleons moving in North America. So I do think you're very comfortable in that one, even if he said that I should only play Liquidation and I should never play Snipe Shot Inteleon again. So even though that was maybe allegedly said, I think I'm still happy to see them on Inteleon.
Really interesting mind games going on here. JL locking into Clefable.
And Citadel.
And then Citadel... It's breaking the fourth wall. It's everything right now. And Fui choosing Buzzwole puts JL in a bit of a weird situation, because I would have imagined they would have gone Follow Me given the Citadel draft up until that point. But now there's got to be a consideration to Gravity to counter that Buzzwole. Looking at So Sad Sam as well, running stored power. That's going to be something that's getting a little bit too close for comfort sometimes. I understand the comfort pick. It's an ace pick now for So Sad Sam. I like that. I am really worried about that Talonflame, however, from Trainer. And Bora rounding out the roster with a not often seen Espeon. Kind of love it.
Yeah, that is really interesting. I am curious to see how that Pokemon will have a major impact on this battle. Obviously, as a Pokemon, Espeon's Unite move is one of the best as like an anti-dive tool, right? It's so incredible just to hit that, but you get it at level 8 and you can just slow down so many big offenses. However, the major threat here from Citadel Gaming is going to be from range. So Bora Reach is going to be forced more into that midway point of the battlefield, no matter what moveset you end up choosing on Espeon. You can go with the burst damage, you can go with the passive damage. Either way, you're going to probably struggle to get within range of Flareons and really threaten that opposing Pokemon. So that's going to be a challenge for Bora Reach to have to overcome. On the other hand, I think So Said Sam picking this Alolan Raichu, I do see the concern, Relic. I absolutely do, and I have to admit I am as well. I do think the on-paper reason is like, well, if they're going to be playing around Clefable healing, they're going to be grouping up, and I love stored power Alolan Raichu into a grouped-up composition. Those little boosted auto attacks that bounce between the enemies, I'll take that every day of the week, but we'll see if that is a good enough reason to bring it into game number 2. And again, maybe one of the most important matchups of both of these teams' league history so far.
Extinction are your purple team. Citadel Gaming are your orange team. This battle of mid-table could swing violently towards Extinction were they to 2-0.
Okay, here we go. Some early stacks in. Listen, there's some Pokemon that truly will just run to the enemy goal zone, and it doesn't matter what Pokemon is in their path. Lucario and Clefable, both of those Pokemon, actually. So they are fitting right in. Trainer will take away that blue buff. The Kyogre map making it a little bit easier to pick up the Acelgor, even despite the invade, since that spawn is so close to where your own Pokemon spawns into the map.
Yeah, again, another great call from Extinction, though. Yo, Trainer, don't worry about that last ball toy. Come join us on bottom path. We are going ham on this goal zone. Scored 12, gotten onto the Fletch Hinder. Job achieved. That's a real shame the acrobatics not landing on Immortals because of that invulnerability through evolution. Muddy Water will just evade Trainer, who picks up the citrus.
Yeah, they get the evolution, and then of course they get that like water absorb passive as well, which for Vaporeon is so powerful, allows you to heal instead of taking damage. These evolution passives, they're incredible. Anyway, Citadel Gaming gonna be charging this tier number 1, adding even more scores to their docket. But yeah, there it is. We got the Espeon moveset.
Psybeam store, oh, not store power, sorry, Psybeam.
Yet to be seen, right?
And yet to be seen, exactly. Yeah, there is still some. I say there's some flexibility. The flexibility was decided pre-match. Still got to get used to that, admittedly, but that does mean that Extinction leaning a little bit more into objective secure.
Yeah, they will have that burst damage. Again, I think it's still a little risky. You are going to have to play at that medium range, but obviously, currently, there's no Snipe Shot available for Citadel Gaming to even play around. We are at Regidrago time, though, Relic, and both these teams have actually decided to have a bit of a chill session on the top side. However, on bottom, they are going to put a little bit of pressure as Rex gets early aggressive, tries to play around those big healing berries with their Gluttony passive.
In goes Immortals with the muddy water. Here goes Fui. So sad Sam watching Breathe. There's the Brave Bird from the Fletchinder. Oh, it's carnage on the back line. I think Trainer's going to pay for this, though. The auto and the Evo for the Inteleon is complete. They fly away with the Fell Stinger. And ultimately, Extinction are the ones with the last laugh.
All right, and there we go. A few more mysteries solved in terms of movesets. It will be Follow Me from Clefable, so it does set up for some really big moments. I think most importantly, we just saw one where Metallic's power-up punch into a great Follow Me is an awesome combo play. It allows Metallic to chase down to get a very quick knockout on that Vaporeon. Doesn't allow Immortals to buy any time. Metallic gets so close to level 9. One of the only Mega Pokemon on the battlefield. In fact, the only Mega Evolving Pokemon on the battlefield in this game. It's going to be very important.
Side shock, side beam though, and that means stun central for Bora Reach if they are able to get those 2 hits in. And that might just be Nightmare Fuel, that might just be the thinking for this team, but there is no thinking beyond pure class Flareons with the steal.
Okay, and that one, the Flareon's incredible last hit. I am going to give the assist, the apple, over to Regirock. Those rocks just landed, and I swear they pushed JL out of the way of the snipe shot. If I'm JL, I have a vendetta against Regirock for the rest of my life. That is diabolical, but amazing work from Flareons to pick up that last hit.
It is not impossible to say that Regirock was maybe wanting to become an Orange team member there. Well, Regirock is very much Team Purple. Here goes the Mega Lucario into the eject button. Still can't find a KO. No, Kilo is stuck in a mire here. Here goes the Aquamarine Splash just to provide a little bit more shielding for Immortals, but the KOs keep on falling through for Extinction. Now in front of Pad, misses with the side shock. Unfortunate. Back goes free. They know that they can't go too far forward. Regieleki now really knocking on this door. Immortals so close to the edge here. Look to try and chip away this Regieleki health bar. Meanwhile, Extinction, I think, have decided to call it. All 5 Citadel Gaming members are there. It's not worth it.
Yeah, a couple of tough looks. A latent snipe shot hitbox lands on the Talonflame, and the Mega Lucario Mega Gauge had depleted at that time. So it'd be a lot to ask for Citadel to actually push onto the goal zone. They had the HP bars to work with thanks to the Moonlight healing, but a little bit more I think would have been too difficult. Sam and Kilo in dangerous waters right now going after that red buff, but successful. What a heist from So Sad Sam. A quick KO and a red buff taken away. This will help that Alolan Raichu catch up a bit in the EXP.
They've gotten away with the money, but how are they going to spend it? Rex with an X-Speed into a slam, into a block. Fui's in real trouble here. Close combat, follow me. It's CC Central, Super Swole Slam to try and buy some time, but the Flame Sweep for a second time today has found a KO. What is this alternate reality? Backline carnage once again from Trainer, who completes the 3 streak, but unable to find the 4th. So Sad Sam not able to get close enough to the zone. It's a zone crack for Extinction, the first of this game after 5 minutes, but the fight still isn't over. Aura Cannon, Metallic couldn't use much of it though. They unfortunately will fall for Extinction, and I fear for JL. Oh no, never mind, able to find the Citrus Berry. If we're still interested though, trying to get the KO, this should eventually resolve itself, I'd imagine.
I was going to say, I think they rolled block. I was like, JL might still have block to utilize at some point in this exchange.
Yeah.
Oh, loved that call out, by the way. No one in that tall grass, but you saw the way Trainer and Rex are moving. It's on site, and it's actually before sight sometimes. We're just going to both jump into that tall grass with a heavy slam and a Brave Bird. Don't even give the enemy time to think if we're coming for them or not. I like that aggressive play. No one there in the tall grass, but if they were, it'd be pretty scary.
I'd say future sight, but it is still a guessing game, a bit of gamba,
Right.
but there's nothing. You cannot deny that Flareons isn't a sure thing right now. They are on fire. Big scores on top path for Extinction, opening up the lead to 120 exactly. Citadel Gaming going to have a lot more joy with Regieleki on bottom, however. Now to do some mathematique, and that is going to be a solid 36-point overdunk that brings them right back into play.
Part of my favorite show now. What's Trainer up to? Oh, there he is. The Talonflame absolutely demolishing the backline. But what a play! Flareon's utilizing the Unite move, gives them a chance to auto-attack, immediately critically hit that Talonflame. Big exchange of EXP as this Citadel Gaming roster is not only going to catch up in the scoreline a little bit via that bottom goal zone, but also rally back, cutting off Metallic's exit with these snipe shots. Flareon is absolutely carving Extinction into a corner.
Had to pop the ASV just to make sure that the defense was sound. Is that a zone crack with like a 2-point overdunk? Wow, that is a big call for Extinction, really wanting to limit the movement of Citadel.
Yeah, exactly. That at this point of the game, too, you're not giving up that much EXP in terms of the Indeedis, right? They're going to be spawning in. They're probably going to hit those levels anyway. We may as well take that time and just pick up what EXP we can and cut off a bit of that vision. No Portal Hoopa this game, obviously. We have seen that trick. Another thing we've seen, by the way, is that Shadow Ball. Akilo, one of the few Shadow Ball Hoopa enjoyers out there that we don't see them very often. But, of course, having access to a bit more damage and a bit more stunning ability to kind of chain with this Buzzwole, with the Alolan Raichu, it can be pretty impactful. And here comes a push from Citadel Gaming towards that top side. Extinction does see it. I guess we'll have to see if they go in on it. And yep, right
no! That's a hook, that's a line, and that's a sinker. Citadel Gaming still unable to take the lead, of course, but it's 5v4. Surely Citadel Gaming have to take the fight now. Out goes Akilo with the Hooper rings unbound. Here comes the Azure Spy Vision for Flareons on that backline. Thunderstorm Aerial down to try and buy a little bit more chip damage here and there. Fui burns the Super Swole Slam to no great effect. And now Talonflame is back, but Snorlax is down. Flareons was hounding them like a dog Pokemon, except it's a lizard. They're basically cold-blooded. They don't care what it takes to get this one over the line. Post-combat, Extinction are going for the rip. And now they're going into the Flame Sweep. And Train is down again. Huge from Citadel Gaming, but huge from Metallic on the Lucario. 2 KO streak secure for Extinction. And it's the Espeon combined with the Luca.
Oh wow, I don't know who fell for the hook, line, and sinker relic. I really don't. At one point, the Talonflame went down, and I was like, oh, Citadel Gaming nailed it. But then Extinction was like, that's okay, actually. Mega Lucario is our ace. You thought it was Talonflame the entire time. Ah ha ha ha. We're going to win this team fight instead. So just really cool counterplay from Extinction. They're going to have to hold the line, though. Almost a minute left, and they don't have many great opportunities to get these scores. Those KOs all happen rather quickly, which means Citadel Gaming is respawning in this big wave. No Kyogre buffs taken away so far, though, and as long as Extinction can play this one carefully, we could be looking at a 2-0 result.
Look at this positioning. Look at Vaporeon, Immortals on that back line, keeping Trainer occupied. There's the Power Nap, the Lone Unite move that was able to survive the encounter. There's a big Hundo Burger, though, from Metallic, opening up the gap yet again. Time is against Citadel Gaming, and here we go. Looking for stuns, looking for quick KOs, but Extinction keeps on scoring. Hundo Burger, big scores, no potential overdunk though for Flareons, whose 66 was left on the table. Extinction turned the tables on Citadel Gaming. They lost 2-1 to them 2 weeks ago. They win 2-0 against them today.
Wow, and with that, Extinction will increase and improve their record to a 5-5, where Citadel Gaming will dip to a very dangerous 4-6. With playoff implications all over this place, this has got to be making Citadel Gaming sweat, and Extinction finding the right time to finally get hot in our North American regional season with a big win over Citadel today.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. And considering that this was the big talking point before we even went into this series. TI Gang is on 4-7. They are only behind Citadel Gaming because they've lost one more series than Citadel Gaming. TI Gang are right in this narrative now, especially with IX being one of the teams that they defeated.
Yeah, that is bizarre. Big upset win is going to be setting the stage for some crazy stuff, I guarantee it. Let's watch this Mega Lucario, by the way, just undisturbed in that central pit. You can see Immortals kind of being pulled away from the team fight, trying to slow down any target they can. The flip turn ends. The snipe shot, their big option at secure, just a little too late. That burst damage from Extinction side of things, I think actually taking Citadel Gaming by surprise. And the man, the myth, the legend, Metallic, gonna be your player of the game on this Mega Lucario with 67,000 damage done, only getting knocked out once that entire game. That department only defeated them by Bora Reach with 0 feints in the entire game, but either way, amazing work from Metallic on this Mega Lucario. Very big, impactful player.
big whoa, JL with the 107k healing,
Yeah.
by the way. That Moonlight putting in some work. I gotta say as well, Bora Reacher didn't quite catch who was on the opposite side of the Kyogre, but of course that Psyshock Psybeam with through damage with the Psyshock, the stun, actually reaches that player on the other side of the Kyogre, which is just another factor in why Metallic was ultimately not necessarily uncontested, but less contested than in an optimum scenario for Citadel.
That's a great point, Relic. Such a great setup. Extinction played a really clean team fight. Talonflame does go down, right? Like, that is where things go crazy. And honestly, I think from Extinction, we have seen so far in this league not having the ice, like situations where things do go a little sideways does not usually result in an Extinction's favor. Today was not the case. They keep their cool, they play to their outs, and they enable the Mega Lucario in a massive way. You were mentioning some great stuns on other secure threats. Really impressive stuff. So that will be Extinction with that 2-0 victory. Citadel Gaming gonna have some very important matches coming up tomorrow and into week 5 if they want to carve out a playoff spot now, like you're mentioning, contesting with teams like Extinction and even teams like IX Gaming and TI Gang. This is going to be really, really interesting to watch the conclusion of these NA games.
It puts the end of our day into perspective, Zoinks. Our final series of the day that we have the pleasure of covering is Dignitas versus Extinction. For Dignitas, that is to lock in a playoff place. Of course, NA, the only region out of all 3 regions where top of the table going into today didn't have an opportunity to lock out top of the table by the end of the weekend, such as being the volatility of this NA regional league. But if Extinction plays like that up against Root Dignitas, I do not think that is as easy a series by any stretch of the imagination as many armchair pundits might expect of the top of the table team.
True. I can't wait. Well, our next matchup is going to be really fun. We got the Big X of the match going up with Lunex Gaming versus IX Gaming. It's going to be a blast. And in the meantime, during our break, Kello actually had a chance to talk to a player from both of these teams. So enjoy that interview with Kello, a couple of those interviews with Kello, and we'll be back with more Pokemon Unite North America Regional League action right after that.
And hello, everyone. It's Calosaurus here, joined by IMAX from Lunex Gaming. First of all, how are you feeling today, IMAX?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited to play again.
Yeah, ready to go push some buttons and play some Pokemon Unite. But heading on into week 4, you're currently 3rd on the NA standings leaderboard. How are you feeling about you and your team's performance so far?
I'm definitely pretty happy with it. It's exciting to be in such a high spot, especially like my previous accomplishments before was like only 1 top 8, right? So being elevated this year has been, really exciting.
Yeah, 100%. You should be proud of yourself. I think 3rd is a pretty decent place to be in terms of those standings. But considering the past 3 weeks that you've been playing in the regional leagues, is there a specific match that you feel has helped you recognize how much you've improved, not just as a player, but as a team?
Yeah, definitely. I would say it's pretty obvious, right? But it was the game versus Dignitas because, I don't know, it's very surreal playing a team like that and being able to win, especially being just like purely a fan of the scene for the first couple of years where TTV was like the big thing. I was purely a fan, like spectator then. So being able to come and beat like a reiteration of that team means a lot.
Yeah, 100%. So I guess, I don't know if that's going to end up being the answer to this question, but are there any rematches in particular that are most looking forward to in the upcoming weeks?
Yeah, well, we already played Dig both times, so not really them. But I'm really excited to play Extinction again this week. They're one of the teams that first believed in me and brought me some of that. I was a substitute for them over the off season, which was one of my first higher level opportunities. So I'm big fans of them, and we ended up losing to them last time, but we play them tomorrow, and I'm really excited for that rematch.
Oh, I love that. It just takes one team to open up that door to multiple possibilities, and look where you are now. But all the best going up into IX Gaming, the next team you're yet to verse. But thank you so much for your time here, IMAX. Yeah, all the best to Lunex Gaming, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. And hello everyone, we are back here with another interview. This time round we have Liko from IX Gaming. Liko, first of all, how are you feeling today?
Today, feeling a little down after the loss to D-Game, but hopefully against Lunex, we bring the mood up by winning.
So, needing to bring a mood up there. Well, you know what? Let's ask a bit of a fun question here then. If you were to assign any Pokemon to each of your teammates based on their personalities, what would they be?
Okay. For Whaley, I would give her Gossifleur. For Riker, I would give him Surfetch'd.
Nice.
For Smuglax, I would give him. Let's give him Pupitar.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then for Breezy, let's give him Gyarados.
Ooh, Gyarados, a fierce fish there. And what about yourself? What Pokemon would you assign yourself?
Meowth.
Meowth! Going in and scratching, I see. You're a little bit feisty yourself then, eh? But I guess before we wrap on up here, are there any shout-outs you'd like to give out to anybody, any friends or family that might be watching you? Any thank yous?
I'd like to give a shout-out to our coach, Ray. He's been a big help, and he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT there, folks. Shout outs to Ray. But thank you so much, Liko, for your time here today. All the best with your upcoming match and all the ones that are to follow. Appreciate your time. But thank you so much, Liko.
Okay, yep.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series North America Regional League. We're just about getting into the second match for this region. So, with Chef, we're going to be walking you through this one, and it's an exciting one because we just saw a very interesting Inteleon-focused series with Zoinks and Relic, and it has been quite present all throughout the day. So I'm super excited to see what the next two teams will bring to the table.
Yeah, I almost feel like we've seen a bunch of Inteleon-focused series at this point. Seems to be kind of the Pokemon of the day, or at least it just gets to make that many cool plays, which certainly happens. But moving on, we've only got a few more broadcast matches for the first day of this weekend, and still sticking in North America. We just got a chance to hear some of the responses from these teams, and we did get a chance to talk to Rico from oh my god, I can't say this. We got the tough team names to say for this one, but they did seem a little bit bummed, and hopefully that does not continue on, because now they've got to go up against Lunex.
Yeah, and Lunex with Oblivion, Celeste, IMAX, Lunia, and Tie-Dye IMAX was the last interview that we got with Kelly just now on the break. And a very interesting fact about Lunex: Celeste ranks second in NA for average damage dealt per game. 73,000 damage average is a crazy stat for Lunex Gaming, as they are now the rank 3 in a score of 6-3 in the league.
Actually, Celeste was ranked 1 in NA last event, so something happened and somebody was able to overtake them. I'm not sure who. And Lunex, a team that started off not great during this season, I will say, and has had one of the most like electric momentum runs over the past few weeks to now move, like you said, just to third place, and they are continuing to try to place even higher than that, but they're going to be playing up against IX, who I gotta say maybe have a little bit of an opposite of that kind of run. It's going to be Wailord, Breezy, Riker, Smuglax, and Liko. And Liko, who of course we just had a chance to talk to, and unfortunately they had one of the most electric starts to this season, and they have been on a little bit of a slump, I think is the only way to put it. They did just lose to TI Gang, who has had not a great record themselves. Now IX still in the spots to qualify for the regional finals, but I really want to see them kind of pull things together for the end of this season, because I've been a big fan of this team back when they were playing in, I mean, even before Worlds this last year.
Yeah, it's a team that has quite a lot of mixed experience. Wailord, just a big fan of her as a player, and like you said, unfortunately, X Gaming being in a little bit of a slump just now. We are going into this first game of the best of 3, and I actually have a revised bit of information on the Celeste being the first highest damage dealer in the region. Well, because we've had Yeetfan come through in a couple of substitutions, because they have played only a couple of games, it makes you feel like they actually take the first place. But no, Celeste is still the official, actually standard part of the original roster player with the highest damage dealt in the NA region.
That's fair. We'll see if Yeetfan ends up kind of becoming a main part of that roster. I mean, that's obviously a whole different story with a whole different team, but they don't have much time to figure that one out. Right now, we are talking about Lunex and IX. Definitely not going to get the two names confused. Like I already said earlier, it is going to happen a lot over the course of this set, but a team that is on an upwards kind of ride and a downwards ride for the other one. And really, I think they are two teams that are very much in kind of similar skill levels. So I hope that both teams really find their footing in this particular set, because we've had all great games today so far, so if you and I'm not going to leave if our fourth one isn't good too.
Yes. It has to be good. If they play 3 games, it's not good enough. We're gonna have them stay long. No, we're not. Just cut me on that one. It's not gonna happen. But I am very excited to see if this is going to be, for us, the final series where we have somebody steal the final boss with an auto attack. I would love for that to happen. But first time we had the team protected by plot armor. Second time, even though they stole the objective, they were still not the team to make it through. So who knows, maybe this time we're going to have an actual tie. That almost did happen on the other game we covered.
That was really close to happening. But we can start to see where the bands are, and Lunex, we got a chance to talk to them a few times last event, and Celeste was talking about how they're a very aggressive team, and they really found exactly the comps and the style that they want to start running. Now, being a self-proclaimed aggressive team, obviously there's some research that can be done against that and some attempts to try and shut that down, but easier said than done when you've got a damage dealer like Celeste on your team.
Well, one thing that is different here as we start the first game of this series of Lunex Gaming versus IX Gaming is that Blastoise is not going to be the first pick on purple side. It is on the ban table alongside the Mega Charizard Y, the Surfetch, the Mega Lucario, the Meowth, and the Umbreon. Instead, Lunex will go for a very aggressive push here on a Machamp that has been constantly picked in the very few around first or second pick throughout the draft.
Right, really just the value of Machamp has gone up and up, I feel. I mean, the fact that we are seeing as a first pick is pretty wild, even though we don't see Blastoise here. I think that's a pretty big statement. We are going to see on the other side 2 other great kind of forever Pokemon that we are never not going to see, most likely, and that's going to be the Inteleon and the Snorlax. So getting some classic picks here. A couple of these Pokemon have been here since the game started, and we're going to see even more of those. But, ooh, interesting. The Crustle, pretty normal, but Alcremie, I think, is the first Alcremie we've seen today. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it's certainly not a common pick.
Yeah, with only 13% encounter rate, it does feel like that's the case, but I do love me some sweet Pokemon, and Okremi definitely fills that role. Ice Gaming will go for Buzzwole that in this season hasn't been super dominant like last year was, but it's going to be the pick there alongside the Hoopa, while Oblivion and Celeste pick last there the Ceruledge plus the Greninja, which is the second time that we've casted today.
Right, I'm really excited to see this Greninja play, especially too pairing it with the Ceruledge in the end. That's just the potential for so much damage. There really is very little range on this team for Lunax, but I don't think they really care about that all that much. Their plan is run forward, hit everybody all at once, Alcremie Unite to stay alive and win the game. On the other side, we are going to see almost certainly Scyther, but that's an interesting pick to kind of be the final pick for this comp. They don't really have too much mobility, and I kind of see where they're coming from, though. Just so that you do have that option against some of the backline, Scyther can do some really nice kind of poke damage, and then also a combination with Scyther. I'm assuming this is Scyther, could be Scizor. Everything I could be saying could be completely wrong, but Scyther and Buzzwole as a combo has worked pretty well in the past. Same thing with Buzzwole Leafeon has been a pretty strong combo, where they're pretty similar styles. You can sandwich people, use the range to your advantage, guarantee the slam to land some of your skill shots on Scyther, and it's just a fun combo in general. So we'll see if they can get some great picks. Maybe we're going to get some snipe shots as well. There could be some really nasty slams from IX Gaming.
And I feel like it's a good setup as well alongside the Hoopa, because if you have the Phantom Force, you can just teleport back in or back out, and it's good if you have these Pokemon just like the Buzzwole and the Scizor Scyther you mentioned, considering they need to go really deep into enemy lines. But I'm interested to see about this Lunax Gaming composition, because they kind of rely on having to have the fight kind of happen on a singular place, because that's where you have the most outcome from the Alcremie's Unite move. So we'll see if that's going to be allowed by the side of Ice Gaming as we get into this game one. Lunax on the purple side versus Ice Gaming on the orange.
No true invade once again, just going in, getting a little bit of a score. And I do expect that one of the big reasons why one might pick Buzzwole at the moment is because you are almost certainly going up against a champ in that top path, and you get to pop off and be a little bit stronger earlier in the game than Machamp will. Obviously right now it's just a poor little baby, still needs to evolve a few times, and Buzzwole starts off quite swole without all that much effort put into it. So you can see right now, especially with the combination between that and Hoopa, that is just a lot of aggression that you can play in this path, which right now is kind of turning around on them.
It is. They took some damage there, Wailord, but Brizzy still accumulated 18 of those AOS energy from wild Pokemon, so they're definitely still on the positive end of the trade. As we get into the first Swablu Altaria, there's Celeste, and it's all going to be Lunax Gaming's. Very close there. Wailord does find the way around the Rock Tomb, and they're going to be okay, although that opens up space for 43 points to be scored by Lunax Gaming. They're going very deep here, and Brizzy has to use the eject button to get back onto the berry. Now also forced out the eject button from Celeste and IMAX. So once again, another eject button. All of the eject buttons were just raining.
Not just all the eject buttons, but this is just so funny seeing the Buzzwole and Machamp matchup where they are just picking up everybody else and just slamming them to the ground, and then somebody picks them up and slams them, and then they slam someone else. And I mean, you don't even need somebody to slam Snorlax because he's gonna slam no matter what. It's just a funny little combination here, but we certainly have just a ridiculous amount of crowd control in this game in general, so we are going to see certainly some situations that are just nearly inescapable if somebody is caught out just even, you know, a foot too far.
And that's what happened with IMAX just a little bit ago. Might be the same for Smuglax, but they are okay for now with that EX speed being popped as well. Celeste is still on the chase, but their Flail they have the extra movement speed to get away.
I was like, is that X speed? I was like, hold on a second. Like, what did I just watch? Okay, so I was wrong about it being able to, you know, slam without anybody else slamming it down. Of course, the one time that I would make that joke is the one time that we would see Flail. That's pretty awesome, though. I think everybody loves seeing Flail-Lax. Speaking of slams, there we go. Ooh, nice escape. That was actually a really excellent escape from Riker. Gonna be able to stop that 30 dunk from going in, most likely, and that's gonna be huge. But more dunks coming from every direction. Gonna be one big muscle man against another, and the Buzzle's gonna be coming on top.
Yeah, the Mosquito did come out on top this time, and IX Gaming comes out on top of taking the first Reggie of the game as well. That Reggie steal is theirs, while Lunex could maybe contest here, but Reggie Lecky is also for IX Gaming.
This Regieleki certainly going to be defended. Actually, there's a chance they could get some real mileage out of this, just because if you're sitting out there trying to defend Regieleki, you can get dunked, but they're just full going in from both sides.
Yeah, that Green Illusion Dive was nasty behavior. They went out, got the Regieleki to pad, scored as well, but Oblivion comes back and gets the retaliation with the Cerulege. Going forward, very nice block. Is going to save them for just a little bit, as the liquidation will almost take down not just the Cerulege, but the Celeste 2 on Greninja, as IX Gaming has finally reconvened here on pad after the respawn. Max is in trouble. Celeste will take the Inteleon down, but Raika does trade it back by taking the Crustle 2, and the Greninja also slammed to the ground.
This is going to be such a weird game to follow fights in, because everybody's going to be fighting their own weird little individual, like 1v1s or 2v2s, and the fights are going to split up in the middle of them. It's just going to be one of those weird ones for sure. Right now, though, we see the submission. Ooh, just short of that submission connecting. That wall was going to help out maybe a little bit, but so hard to stop Machamp when it's got that chance. So the two muscle men will go back up top, and most of this fight looks like it's going to be happening for the bottom.
And Smuglax, because they were caught in a rock tomb, they are down to 50% HP. They have to go back for that berry, but there's still 15 seconds for the bottom rage to spawn, which is plenty of time for them to return. The Flail-Lax is just throwing me for a loop right now.
Smuglax on the Flail-Lax. It's appropriate. You love to see it. But hey, you know, there has been a little bit of talk about like potentially seeing how Flail does. It's just the comp is so hard to decide to run.
It is. Regice is under attack. There's the Hooper Unbound as well to bring people back. But look at the amount of HP that was healed here by Smuglax. They are not taken down. Unfortunately, though, the Scyther did go down. Lunex Gaming still pushing out for the pad, and with Oblivion there, plus Lunia on the back, trying to get Liko finished up by the Cerulege as well. But Raika is back. They are going to retreat. They're not able to defend that bot tier 1, as it is taken by Lunex Gaming.
This is such a hard comp to defend against from the side of Lunex. If they manage to dive in one time, your entire back line is done. I mean, they're playing a really dive heavy, I guess, I don't know, play style on the Cerulege, and then the Greninja as well. I mean, it's just there's so much damage that can be in their back line. Same thing. I mean, the Machamp could run in too. They really could just non-stop just hold forward, basically.
They can. They need to be wary of X Gaming's Inteleon, because it can just destroy them from a distance. At this moment, though, they are destroying IX Gaming. Regieleki is still confirmed by that Inteleon, which I just mentioned. And so Lunex has to fight against this electric type that is stunning them on the ground. Wailord with Liko here on pad, alongside that, well, I was going to say alongside that Wailord, but it was just Wailord back from the Phantom Force. Smuglax comes through, gets a nice block onto Crustle, and EIX are able to defend the stop path and take objective.
Sometimes when you need a duo partner, just got to do it yourself, you know, just back yourself up. Look at this aggression, though. We are going to see a pretty heavy push from IX, trying to steal away some experience. And I think they've been shut down a little bit on that. I mean, it was nice to go forward and look, but yeah, at this point, you just have to assume that, well, honestly, you might escape. I feel like it's probably not worth chasing down Snorlax, Flail-Lax. It's just going to have such a great escape options. It can wall you off. It can sit there and delay you for way longer than you want to. So, hey, just let it go. Honestly, that's a big strategy that we see a lot from top teams. Just let the other player go.
Just let them go. But if they're going towards the objective here, well, maybe try to defend. But Lunex said, we have this fully covered. IX Gaming not going to have any opening to try and contest. Now, gotta be careful there. Their front line for IX Gaming is already down on HP, although having that extra heal back from the berry on the top side. Haha, very interesting strategy there. Boo, with a rubber rouser from Max. That's really good for Lunex Gaming. First one will go down, will be the Buzzwole. They're going for Rika. Liko still in a position to try and kite it away, but there's a Machamp on top of your Inteleon. They are able to survive though. Oblivion is in a 1v3, while on the other side, Lunex Gaming did secure at least the Hooper, a 2 KO streak for the Scyther, but the fight could still continue here. Block onto the wall, trying to get Liko in a good position, but there's the Alchemy take down the Scyther. Oh, Chef, that was a pun.
That is the face of fear right there. That cute little face trying to heal everybody, but really, truly, it wants violence. And we do get a bit of a reset here. I mean, I felt like that was a pretty solid, like, I don't know, winning position from Lunex, but they just backed up and they kind of staggered a little bit. They started to try and maybe burn down the Kyogre, but unfortunately they just didn't really feel like they had the safety to be able to do so. They got down to about half life before it reset, and by reset I mean they just kind of walked away and let it reset. Only a minute left. They've got to start something soon.
They do. The Revenant brand is the one to start it. Oblivion is on the back line, while Lunex Gaming has already finished off that Buzzwole. Now with that Shuriken burst as well, Waylord is the next one to go down. They got to be really careful here. IX Gaming, Liko tries to use the eject button, or actually the dash to go over the wall. Smuglax is still there. Oh, with a hunt here for Rika. IMAX is not able to finish the Scyther off. Kyogre is on 30% HP. There's still Liko. They take damage from Kyogre. They go into tie-dye. There's on the back line, and finally it becomes IX Gaming on the forefront of those. Okay, they managed to take it for a second. I saw them going on top of the cake, and I said, no way, Alchemy stole it. They didn't whip it.
Yeah, I thought that for a second as well, but hold on. Okay, we did see a Hundo Burger up top, and we do see the Hundo Burger down here. That should be enough. There was an attempt to counter score up in the top, but it was defended against. It looked like a whole lot of people trying to score all at once. So really close game in the end, and those fights went in really weird ways. It wasn't a full team wipe. I thought that at some point that was going to happen, but in the end, they managed to clutch it out. IX Gaming with a great little victory in, I want to say the refight. My heart wants to say the refight at Kyogre, but it wasn't really a refight. It was just like one long weird skirmish.
Continuous.
Yeah.
It was definitely messy. I agree, Chef. But I would say that one thing that X Gaming did really well in those prolonged skirmishes was the fact that they were kiting, especially with Liko. Liko was kiting really well, and they weren't really tackled by the main source of damage from Lunex Gaming, even if the Cerulege has that much access to the backline. So I think they managed to do that pretty well. And of course, throughout the game, they got the majority of the objectives too.
Right. This was just in general kind of a weird, like I mentioned before, but a weird game to follow, just because there were so many individual KOs and so many weird little skirmishes. Some big Cerulege unites as well that we got a chance to see. That was kind of the big group damage portion, but I do like the fact that there was a little bit more focus on when something like that would happen from the side of Lunex. Unfortunately, didn't quite pay out for them, but I like their planning as far as things go. The Alchemy pick was weird. Obviously not like super weird, but uncommon. But it did seem like it paid off. I mean, wasn't quite able to steal this final. I thought this too. I was like right here, I'm like, they're going to auto. They're going to steal this. Didn't happen.
It was just the animation of the Alchemy going on top of the cake. I was like, that's a shield? I saw the shield on Alchemy, and I was like, there's no way they stole it. That's why I got so confused. But Smuglax is the MVP, the player of the game for IX Gaming. 133 points scored, 3, 4, and 8 KFA, 37,000 damage dealt, and 81,000 damage taken.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage taken. Curious to see the stats in general here. Woo, 6-figure healing from tie-dye. That Alchemy putting in a lot of work. Unfortunately, once again, didn't quite pay off in the end. But huge damage from the Greninja as well, which is a Pokemon that we've seen a pretty good amount today. That's looked pretty good, but I think maybe has a losing record. And almost 6 figures of damage from Liko on that Snipe Shot.
Okay, 96,000, yeah. All right. pretty good, and it's the type of pretty good that we have been seeing for Intellions all throughout the day, right, Chef, on across every region. The graph shows how Ice Gaming controlled from the beginning to the end. They had a very healthy 100 to 150 point lead all across the game. And most of these engages, when Lunex Gaming thought they could take Smuglex down, they're like, try me. And they just didn't go down. So I feel like that's something that Lunex is going to try to adapt in regards to that damage strategy, because you pointed out they didn't have any range, and I feel like that hurt the way they were going around the game.
Yeah, I think that the flail worked out really well in its weirdness, just because there weren't as many big concentrated team fights, so they didn't need to land big heavy slams for the engagement. Like you said, it was just able to let them just kind of walk around for free sometimes, or be really hard to take down. And when you're a team that has all of this like focus damage, to be able to kind of try to find one big pick and then win from that, if you're targeting a flail axe and it's like, okay, I'm gonna flail and I'm gonna run away, and then you catch up to me again, and then I'm gonna wall, and then I'm gonna hold on longer, and then I'm gonna unite, it's like, okay, why are we even fighting this thing? So I did like it a lot. And hey, look at that, it's getting banned.
Oh. Well, that's respect if I've ever seen it. Love that, honestly. 5% ban rate on the Snorlax, and Smuglex has proved why, well, we don't have Wailord in the game, but we got a good duo of Pokemon-inspired names in IX Gaming, performing really, really well. Now, with Meowth being next on the ban phase, it is so far the same as the last game, and with that Surfetch plus the Mega Charizard Y as well. Mega Lucario also roundouts for the same, and if Blastoise is confirmed, that would be the last same ban of the game one.
All right, so a lot of confidence, and honestly, I kind of get it. I would also get it. I mean, there's a good chance that they do switch up drafts, but I would understand choosing kind of the same draft, because that was a really close game as far as just went down to a few kind of moments at the end, and there was even really kind of like a fight win from Lunex. They just weren't able to fully close things out, and then they were pretty close to winning that second fight as well. Again, I called them fights, but it was really just one long extended fight. So I wouldn't be surprised if both teams were just like, all right, let's just run it back, you know, like we felt good about what happened, and they probably both should feel good about what happened, but we're gonna see a slight difference here, at least. Well, obviously that's the one that they cannot run back, is the Snorlax, so we're gonna see the Umbreon instead.
Exactly, and that was the defender that was banned before instead of the Snorlax, so pretty much checks out for X Gaming alongside that Inteleon first pick. Now Lunex is offering 2 supporters here, and there's 5 seconds to go, and I'm interested to see what's going to be the course of action, because we've seen Mr. Mime being played more aggressively sometimes. It is the Pokemon to be picked alongside the Cram. You got it, Chef!
I did finally get it. Now, let's see if it actually works out. Curious what we're going to see as the build. We've been seeing a lot of dive today, which, I mean, we've seen different eras of both of the I guess, movesets, but dive was certainly the most popular for the more recent amount of time, I would say. So we'll see if that ends up being the plan and just exactly how that works. And hey, we actually get to see the Alcremie versus Cramorant Unite versus Unite combo, right? Where they're just gonna like deny each other.
Oh, that is really funny. When that happens, we need to kind of create a fun name about it. We'll see what comes to mind. But I'm interested because, like you said, it's not just the funny Unite move competition that you have between Oblivion and Wailord. It's also the fact that Wailord chose the Alcremie to deny that from Tie-Dye, which we said that Alcremie healed for 106,000 in last game. So it makes quite a lot of sense. Although Psyduck is very powerful, it fulfills a very different role.
Yeah, and one pick that I do want to talk about that's kind of interesting is I think we saw Riker on that Leafeon, where Leafeon, while it's a great Pokemon, it's always been a great Pokemon basically since release, since its release, it's not really a pick that we see a lot often right now, just because there are a lot of different other options that one could choose kind of in its role. But it was picked as a final pick, so it's a little bit more of like a surprise pick, and it's definitely a pretty different choice than what we got last time. And I'm curious to see what exactly the plan is having that on the team. We see some old stuff, like we see the we see Leafeon against Buzzwole, which was for almost an entire season, the entire meta, basically, which is those two Pokemon against each other. So we'll see what happens. Weird comps on both sides. Lunix Gaming on the left, IX on match point here on the right.
Well, exactly. They could wrap up in a 2-0, getting themselves out of the stalemate of 5-5 record, or Lunix Gaming could take us to a game 3 and further cement their rank 3 with a 6-3 record. I'm interested to see, though, Chef, the dynamic between the Garchomp and the Leafeon together, because there's a lot of raw power.
That is. I do like that a lot, too. I mean, you're certainly not weak anymore as a Gibble, so there's a lot of, but just potential damage that you can see. I'm also, I guess we didn't get a chance to talk about the fact that there is a Garchomp in this game. Garchomp's in a great spot right now, super duper good, and we haven't really seen all that much today. I thought we were going to see it a lot more going into the broadcast, but, well, now we're not going to see it at all because it just got eliminated.
Well, it happens sometimes, but we've seen quite a lot of Machamp, and that's what's going to be my point in regards to us not seeing that much Garchomp, and the Machoke did exactly that, but got punished straight after too. With IX Gaming having accumulated 30 points between the Alcremie and the Leafeon, they have done pretty well to collect Eos Energy so far.
We were talking about the power of the dunks in the last game, and now both of the dunk Pokemon are on Lunex's side, so that is a pretty scary situation. They've really got to be careful. I mean, obviously there can be quite a bit of healing coming out from this Alcremie, but it's going to have to put in a lot of work, and hey, if they end up getting like a really tinky Garchomp or something like that, it could be a pretty good situation. You know, if they try to target it out, gets healed back up, and just melts the entire team. I'm sure that's a lot of what their strategy is going to be, but right now, you don't want to be anywhere close to that duo.
Yeah, you definitely don't. And to be honest, Lunix Gaming is doing really good in denying that Gibble. Now, finally gotten their second stage. While on the bot side, we have a very big conglomeration of players going for this Regidrago. Tie-Dye will be the first one to start it for Lunix Gaming. Wailord is also there alongside Smuglax, but the damage is on Leaker. It would be up to him to actually take this into a good outcome. But the Cramorant says, nope, no Cremie available. Backline though, Rika is going to slash through, although it might just cost them in the end. There is a dollop on the ground and the Leafeon should be okay. Smuglax is just going so crazy on this Umbreon so far. 2 KO streak with that bronze too. Oh, that's really good. Smuglax again, they just never get sent to the Pokemon Center, finally do. And Leaker's the last one stand.
Almost got a triple, but it's actually better that they didn't because a little bit more experience and such going to the side of the Inteleon. Now, the positioning as well for, I was going to say winning that fight is, it's going to be nicer for IX, but they didn't really win that fight. They just won a portion of it while everybody else ran back down. And it's interesting because Lunix did send out a bunch of people to bottom to check for this objective, and they just are not taking the fight at all.
Yep, IX Gaming will secure this one. A failed snipe shot, but a succeeded Razor Leaf there by Lunix, by IX Gaming. See, first time it happened. Let's draw a counter of the times that we confuse both teams. There is a deep Cramorant here into enemy Oblivion, and they're going to pop that Gatling gun straight onto Brizzy, enough to take that Garchomp down. Pretty good work so far. They're going to be clean back afterwards. Rika straight for that Emerald 2-step on the Mr. Mime and just scoring as much as possible for that attack weight.
That was actually a really funny way to use the Cramorant Unite, because not only did they get the KO on the Garchomp, excuse me, they were able to as well actually get the red buff, and then they immediately got KO'd, so they gave it away. But an interesting way to do that. And, ooh, nice Unite on that Inteleon.
Oh, and Brizzy is in trouble. Dollop's going straight up. There's your cake being served. Trying to keep Breezy up. Celeste doesn't go down. Finally, they do. Tie-Dye is now between 3 members here, and that Umbreon just set them up for the final blow. Regieleki is also going to be taken down, and IX Gaming does succeed on this defense. They're now able to score on top side.
Oh, and this should be the end of this goal zone. Oh, well, no, actually, no. They didn't really have all that many points to overdunk, so they might be waiting for one more person to show up, but that is going to pretty much even up the score, and they do have a huge overdunk potential on that goal zone, so they're in a pretty good position, even though they're probably down by like 31 points, it looks like. They've also got some pretty good levels across the board. First level 12 in the game is going to be that Leafeon, which I feel like we haven't had a chance to see all that much of. They've kind of been just roaming around and scoring a decent amount on this bottom path and just not in fights.
Yeah, not that much, I agree. But this time around, Ix Gaming has taken a position for the preemptive push on bottom Reggie. Now Lunex has reconvened as well. Wade Lord keeping people healthy, but going onto the back line, Lunia is almost taken down, not before the Super Soul Slam. They're still standing, Brizzy is as well, but one last order from the Bug will be the final blow. Now, continuing for Lunex Gaming, although they're really low on health, what a good prediction on that eject button. Still immediately traded back by Rika, but Lunex Gaming confirms the Reggie themselves.
So it seems like from what we've seen, one of the big goals here for Celeste, who's on this Machamp, is going to be to try to take down Inteleon, just kind of like hard focus the Inteleon, which makes a lot of sense. They really do need to find an answer for it within these team fights. Otherwise, those snipe shots are just going to end their entire push, and there's nothing they can do about it. So it seems like the Machamp's going to be the option. It does make sense, right? I mean, so hard to stop a Machamp that's just popping submission and just running directly into your backline. It's a big reason why it's being picked so much. Just got so many different uses, and that's one of them that's particularly useful in this situation.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and it has been used to good success as well. Unfortunate bush check by the Alcremie from Wailord got taken down. Unfortunately, that opened up for Lunex to take that top Reggie Alecki there, but there's still time for both teams to contest and fight for this Reggie Drago. They're going to start here. Sweet Kiss goes on to Reggie Drago, and a good engage with Riker on the flanks alongside Smugluck's foul play that they're able to take one down, although in straight succession, that is Leafeon that goes down themselves. The next knockout is a 2-KO streak for IMAX on this Mr. Mime, allowing for Lunex to confirm Reggie Drago.
Really awkward fight because they both don't want to give that Reggie Drago up, but they also don't care about it enough to like spend any resources on it. So they really all had to decide how much they wanted to fight for that. And in the end, I believe there were no unites used. I mean, especially we were getting to that 3-minute mark, so you just really don't want to spend anything on having to deal with that. Now we are going to get an interestingly late spawn on this basement Reggie with nearly everybody rotating down. Actually, okay, no, there's a difference here. IX Gaming going for one of my favorite plays, which is they're actually going to potentially be showing off that they're up there by maybe throwing out some snipe shots, seeing if anybody's going to chase them down, and then trying to get an ambush as Lunex will rotate back up from getting the Reggie Rock. So we'll see if the comms for Lunex are strong enough to say, hey, let's not go up there. We don't have vision. And oh, they're the ones who get the first pick.
That's huge. That sidekick and the prediction from Tie-Dye showing that Psyduck could be a psychic type, but it's not. Pushing out here with a barrage blow wasted by Celeste, actually, as now Lunex Gaming is starting out this Kyogre. Having IX Gaming pushed outside of this pit, only the only person that can actually do something is those snipe shots on the back line. Although foul play with the midnight prompts from Smugluck is just a nuisance at this point, because Lunex Gaming has taken control over the pit. Kyogre is theirs, and they're gonna push for the goal.
There's so many layers of defense there. They basically just like held their ground around that Kyogre, but at this point it feels like there's not really that much option for IX. I mean, they only have 3 members up. They're starting to respawn, but if they run out here to defend, they're just going to pick off one by one, which is exactly what's happening. And you really need to maybe wait. I mean, they do manage to get 1 KO and potentially steal away a buff, but they still have 2 members that aren't going to respawn for another 15 seconds. They're down by almost 500 points, and it's only going to grow.
Yes, it will. It's 1 minute left, which usually could be surmountable, but at this point, with the way and rate that Lunex Gaming is scoring, 810 to 193, that would take more than 5 Hundelburgers to actually overcome the lead that Lunex Gaming have built so far. IX Gaming can just wait this one out. There's the cake and served it, but it's just going to be an Alcremie on the dinner table. Unfortunately, there for IX Gaming, it looks like Lunex Gaming is taking us into a game 3 pretty soon. Shortly plus soon.
Pretty soon. No, that one is certainly all locked up as we're going to go to game 3. But I mean, well deserved. The way that final fight started, I mean, this was an interesting match, right? Because we didn't get a chance to really see them pull off any sort of full 5v5 team fights. They were fighting a good amount of, kind of everywhere on the map, but we just had to wait and see what the actual team fights were going to look like. And then it turned out they still didn't have a full 5v5 team fight because they managed that extremely smart heads up call out to just get Garchomp, which is of course going to be one of the strongest late game carries that you can have, just out of the fight immediately. And from there just really wasn't an opportunity for IX to make the comeback. So they turned what was an attempt at an ambush into an actual ambush just the other direction.
Yes, it was. And again, the huge kudos to Tie-Dye on that prediction of Sidekick. That was literally right here what saved the game for themselves in just taking out that damage carry, like you mentioned, made a world of difference in how they were playing in the central area, opening up space, and guaranteeing that IX Gaming wasn't even going to join the area, bursting down on Kyogre. Of course, you can do that pretty easily with Cramorant plus Machamp in the late game. So they just dunked and until the day was over.
We do see Celeste MVP on the Machamp, but we saw some great plays kind of from everybody around this time. This one felt like if I had to choose like a personal MVP, I wouldn't really be able to. Just a lot of good moments from everybody on the side of Lunax. And I mean, I guess the Psychic was probably the MVP play if we had to choose one. But hey, we got to see some really great. I'm sorry, I'm kind of just shifting away from the Machamp. We've seen so much Machamp recently. Obviously, Celeste did great, but just looking at the picks again, I mean, hey, we're seeing quite a bit of it, and these have all been great examples of if you want to try and play Machamp in Unite. But the Cramorant and the Mr. Mime, I say, are the two most interesting picks that we saw from this team on their winning comp, and both of them pulled off some really clutch moments. I think a lot of the Unites from Cramorant, a lot of times it can go to waste a lot more than you'd like it to, but there were a lot of really great times that Oblivion was using it kind of as this like defensive shield once they pushed in. And then IMAX on the Mime, I mean, you can see that right there, 77,000 damage taken, and managed to pick up a decent amount of KOs as well.
They did. I totally agree. Well, let's pay our celebration to Celeste, the MVP. With 196 points scored, 7, 5, and 7 KFA, 58,000 damage dealt. Still the player with the most damage dealt in the NA region. But I totally agree. Overall, it feels like there were plenty of MVP plays in the side of Lunax Gaming, and especially when you consider the Mr. Mime and the Cramorant being bold about how they played. Because I feel like it wasn't just the fact that it was clutch, I feel like it was bold. Like Cramorant was going into invades and taking KOs and taking people with them. And it felt like it was super intentional, like knowing the limits of your character and just how much your Pokemon can do, especially in the stage of the game in which you are, which is super important.
Right. Like I said, it can be very easy to kind of waste a Cramorant Unite. And I'm not just talking about it because I'm the Cramorant guy, but it's just one of those things that you're so immobile, right? Like, obviously, you can eject one once, but you're just so immobile that a lot of times, if other teams are ready, they'll kind of move in a range, force it out, and then they just back up. And then they're just like, okay, cool, fun, sit there if you want to. But if you can really, like, force a forward position and get something that you want to protect behind you, which is exactly what they did at the Kyogre fight, that is exactly how you want to use it. Or if you're trying to use it to secure an objective and maybe force people from away from it because they don't want to get hit by the the fish themselves, that's how I think Oblivion used it in the invade situation. So two really good usages of it, and especially when you have a lot of ways on your team to move people back kind of into your team, then it becomes even more difficult to escape something like that Unite.
Absolutely. And I agree with you. It's very versatile, damage, spacing, quite a lot of things that we can do with this Cramorant. And let's have a look. Let's have a look at me. I'm going to have a look at the draft on the screen right here. I think that IX Gaming didn't have a problem on that draft per se, but I felt like, unfortunately, the Leafeon to me didn't really feel like was connecting that much, because you would expect for the Garchomp and the Leafeon together to be just completely bursting through the enemy backlines and just slashing the HP bars in half. And it was happening sometimes, but it wasn't quite connecting a couple of the times as well, mostly because of their positioning. So maybe for X Gaming, revise how you go about gathering information and vision, because sometimes it felt like they got picked off, which could be a disadvantage in objectives and especially in clutch moments like the final stretch.
Right. It looked like maybe the Leafeon was going to pop off at some point, but like I said, in the game, it was just really off on its own for a good amount of time, which is a totally valid way to play something that's so good at escaping and so good at maybe 1v1ing others that happen to kind of just show up. So you can definitely do that, and they were really high level, all things considered. So I was just wanted to see what they were going to actually do in the final fight, but then again, like I said, the final fight just ended up so lopsided because of how things started. And also, it felt to me like IX's team also really wanted to be the ones to initiate and get that first hit of damage, but with the way that both comps from both sides were really, they really just kind of like everybody can initiate on both sides, and it just didn't, I think, lead to the exact type of team fights that we wanted to see if you were IX. So maybe choosing somebody who's a little bit more engagement heavy and can control that pacing a little bit more, maybe something like a Crustle that could like wall people in to kind of counter engage and then unite, or
I was just gonna say Crustle too. Let's go.
Crustle's pretty much always a good option, right? Honestly, this is not the right choice, but Wigglytuff could be kind of cool, right? Everybody starts jumping on you, you pop that Unite, and maybe you could turn around to fight, only because they have weird comps. I love Wigglytuff, and I love Jigglypuff, so I love it. I'm gonna be a fan.
Me too.
I think I have that same plush. Wait, am I pointing at it right?
You do.
Yes, there it is, right there.
Yeah. It's right there. Yeah. And you have there's also like on your left, there's a Jigglypuff, I don't know, like stamp or like poster.
Yeah, it's like a metal sign. That's right. Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, it is? That's awesome.
Okay, this is difficult to do on camera.
Good job, you succeeded. Great job, Chef. Honestly, I feel like it was one of my favorite, if not the favorite piece of Worlds last year that that I got to keep, although I did buy quite a couple of things. But getting into game 3 now, Chef, Lunax Gaming is once again on the purple side, getting that first pick. Ice Gaming has chosen to stay. Hold on, let me double check that information. IX actually chose the map, choosing Kyogre, and Lunax chose the purple side for first pick.
Okay, only real significant difference is the Machamp ban, and at this point, it's like, okay, we just don't want to fight against that anymore. Totally understandable. You can tell what Lunax's favorite piece of World's merch was, and it was the Machamp. So we'll see what they end up playing instead. Obviously, pretty good flexibility on Lunax's side if you've seen them play throughout pretty much this entire season, or of course any of these players played before this season. You know, they've got a pretty deep Pokemon pool. And are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get the classic first pick? Yes, we are. What a shock.
Who would have thought? We spent the whole day talking about it. Cool. It is the Blastoise. First pick. It's just that good. 95% encounter rate is no joke. Ice Gaming is circling through a couple of options here, including a Trevenant, which would be interesting. Personally, I would save the Defender pick here for maybe a little bit later, maybe trying to see what is the style that you're going to go through with for this game, but that's fine. I respect the Umbreon pick here that was played really well by Smuglax alongside Lico on the Inteleon. It was also a great pick, especially on game 1.
It's also, Umbreon as a pick is very, I don't know, strategically nice, because you can run it very easily as sort of a second defender. So if you want to, you know, swap over, give that kind of as a support, and then maybe choose some sort of like true defender on the team, that would be an opportunity to do that. Now, they're not going to do that. They're just going to actually choose a support that we haven't seen very much today at all, who was pretty high on that ban rate earlier. It's going to be Blissey, and I do like that a lot. You want to really focus down on one target, and almost certainly the goal is going to be using that on this Garchomp.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely the focus. They are going to keep the strategy of Garchomp plus Leafeon together. So the only difference that we have here is the substitution of Alcremie for the Blissey. So a little bit more single target focused kind of healing, although the Dollop is single target. Anyways, X for Cream. Okay, I didn't say that. Never mind, we continue. Oblivion is playing Latios. That's pretty fun. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about Latios. No, honestly, I don't really have a good impression of Latios, and not that I have like a bad impression of Latios. I just haven't really seen so far what it can do. I know that it was used in some of the off-broadcast matches earlier, and maybe one of the broadcast matches, so it's something that we are seeing a little bit more now, I think, after this last patch, but it's just not Pokemon that I feel like I have current experience with, so I'm excited. You know, that's kind of half of the fun for me of casting these events, is that especially right after there's a big patch, I'm like, well, I don't know, I can go and play this Pokemon and go 20-0 against like random ranked players, but that's not going to give me the real experience of what it's like in competitive. And so I'm here for the competitive players to show me what it's like.
Exactly. At the same time, if we pick Latios, we're not competitive players, so we might just flop, and that's okay. That's fine. That's why we're talking over the game, not playing it. For the game 3 of Lunax Gaming on your purple side versus IX Gaming on your orange, both of these teams fighting to stay within that top 3 position of NA Regional.
I know, I made it sound like I said that I would go like 20-0, like that was impressive. It is not. let me clarify that. That is not. That is going up against EXP Share Cinderaces with I don't know, glasses on. But again, whoa! Actually, this is such a really quick rush down here to help out. Just getting that level 4 and then the rotate out, and that is a strategy we haven't seen for a while. But it's because we haven't seen Leafeon for a while. A nice attempt to get that little ambush, but didn't quite lead to a KO.
Well, we said, Leafeon, we didn't see you quite enough in the last game. They said, yep, you got it, Chief. I'm going in. And they did it from the get-go because that's just what Leafeon does best, getting that level 4, evolving, and going into the lanes. So going to the top side, helping out this Gibble plus Chansey is a great option, especially against Tie-Dye on this Hooper. Now with Pomo there as well, they needed at least to secure the Chaos Energy, although Lunax Gaming were the ones to take all of it.
It was really well-timed rotate from Leafeon. They were able to get there right as those birds spawned, but unfortunately there wasn't really any damage for them to, I don't know, be followed up with on the spawn, so they just kind of dealt damage and lowered their HP a little bit so that the other team could take it, unfortunately, in the end. So I like all of this rotation. I like all of these kind of like changes as far as like where you actually are in the map, like where you're farming, but unfortunately they just haven't really found anything from it yet. Even though it looks quite good, the timing's quite good, they just haven't picked up anything. In fact, it looks like the K opener is coming from Lunax Gaming.
Yeah, topside is looking pretty crowded right now, but Lunax Gaming has all eyes here on Regidrago. Oblivion, though, with IMAX, could be going for the topside. Wow, it's Draco Meteor, isn't it?
Yeah.
For the build on Lunax Gaming's Latios.
Another KO on Gibble, and it's still sitting at a Gibble at the 7-minute 30 mark. That's a little bit rough. Attempts to maybe push back, but they're so low on the side of IX Gaming. It looks like they're gonna just have to back up. Look at how far in Celeste is chasing them. This goal zone getting bullied. I'm not sure if they're gonna break it quite yet. They're close though. They could if they wanted to.
Yeah, but we know as well that some players just love to play with our hearts in regards to the mathematics of scoring over dunks. So we never know what they're actually going to do. That Regidrago, though, that we mentioned, it is still up and running. Meanwhile, there's 5 seconds for both Random and Regieleki to spawn, while top side, 25 over dunk going to Lunax Gaming. They have already accumulated 105 points to 0.
Oh, it's a strong start for them. And I do want to go back to them getting Draco Meteor and choosing that for the Latios. I think it's a fun pick. Certainly, I mean, like I said, certainly it's fun, but I think the fact that it's going to do a lot of extra AoE damage when they don't really have all that much damage follow-up to the Palmon is going to be big. And speaking of, it goes down.
Yep, There's no pawn mod here, and you were just too deep in IX Gaming's jungle. That's fine. IX Gaming now trying to take this game back in their own control, while, if I'm not mistaken, we had a trade of objectives here, while on the top side, Lunex Gaming took their Regieleki that was swiftly defeated as well by IX Gaming. So now IX Gaming, Chef, need to focus on getting some scores in, because that lead from Lunex is just growing and growing.
Well, they haven't gotten any points in, so they are not in the greatest spot I think you could possibly be in, and it's really tough too. They don't really have that much, I guess, pushing power, really. I mean, Smuglax here is going to be kind of the one that they have to follow up, and compared to some of the other defenders that could have been chosen, it just clearly wasn't their intention that they were going to just bulldoze forward and try to steal objectives, because they just don't really have that power. They've got the range though, and they've got to keep taking advantage of that.
They definitely do. Oblivion is poking there on the bot side on that Umbreon, while here on the top, Lunaire is zoning Breezy away. That has still Wailord around with a helping hand and Safeguard Blissey. Meanwhile, Lunex is forcing out this zone pad, just trying to get IX Gaming outside of it, because there's a timer ticking down for the bottom Regi to spawn.
And you can see here that Poke War is really advantageous between the two range damage dealers, right? Between Latios and the Inteleon. The Inteleon's doing a lot more damage in those little exchanges. You really need to lock somebody down if you want to use Draco Meteor exactly like that, or just, you know, drop it on a group of people that aren't going to be moving, because it is pretty easy to walk away from.
Ooh, nice dodge there by the Latios coming against that Rika move. But it's still going to be Lunex Gaming who take this one, although IX Gaming looks like they were on top. That is not the case. They are looking good still on this fight here. Have another player to take down on that Umbreon, or actually on that Latios. But IX Gaming need to stay away from this fight, because Lunex Gaming have already respawned.
They actually kind of showed the strength on IX Gaming of this duo, this combo that they've got here with the Garchomp plus the Blissey. And the fact that neither of them went down in that fight was a pretty good sign. Just kind of got a chance to show that they are going to be a threat. They are going to be hard to take down. I mean, hey, you can take them down now. That's a good way to do it, is trap them in the mime dimension. And unfortunately, you just never come out of that a lot of the time. They might just use that advantage to try and push forward. It looks like they will.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. With 4v2, it is a good moment to do so, if any. 33 points that go in here, 40 more and 31 more, making for a 25 overdunk. Ha, do you like that quick math? On this bottom T1, getting them to 231. But look at that, IX Gaming have finally scored on top side. They're going to break pad and look for their Regieleki as well.
That was a lot of points in. The fact that they're only scoring in that top goal zone, that means they got nearly optimal score. Right, they got a 48-point overdunk. That's pretty impressive. Or getting close now. I forgot they changed it. But oh, nice take on the Regieleki. They can even more if they can follow it up. But they are losing this fight.
Yeah, they are, because that palm mod is just so huge from Lunex Gaming. Although 2v1 here against that Garchomp, and the Draco Meteor was able to finish them off as well. IX Gaming took the Regieleki, but Lunex Gaming are doing really well on the offense.
What are you doing here? Okay, yeah, I thought maybe for a second. Oh, they almost able to stop it. That was
wow.
The inch away from getting into that tall grass. But,
never doubted.
Yeah, they took a while to actually start that, start backing right there. I was wondering if maybe they were trying to see if they could get an ambush, and they just decided not to. Played a little bit safer, but they've already rotated down, as you can see. Going to be holding some forward space as they potentially fight for this Regi steal.
Oh yeah, and they have a good fight setup as well. Level 12 on Oblivion, 13 on Celeste, and plenty of damage that can be done with this fully stacked up Latios. That Draco Meteor is going to hit like a truck. But right now, you have that safeguard that was already used by Wailord onto Brizzy. They have to wait a little bit before it's out of cooldown, but they're going to be forced into central area, because that Kyogre is spawning right as we speak.
And this is really where a Draco Meteor Latios shines. So you really have to deal with it in this fight, and I do think maybe we're seeing a rotate around. I'm not sure if that's a rotate just for defense, or maybe trying to get a flank from the Leafeon, but that engagement's coming from Lunex.
Yes, it is, because Palmod is just eager to take them down over the wall door, and Liko is going to survive. There's the Hydro Typhoon getting them up into the air as well. Garchomp will take the Latios down. No Draco Meteor for this fight. Like you said, Chef, now Liko trying to kite his Blystores away. There's the help that comes from a friend, and they're trying to take down the Blastoise too. Soon after they follow, Kyogre still being attacked by IX Gaming. There's only 2 players of Lunex Gaming that are still standing. It's going to be Tie-Dye and IMAX, but it's the Garchomp that takes it. It will be IX Gaming that take the objective. There's still 1 minute on the clock.
You got to be scared with 2 supports standing around there, and you're like, they're going to steal it. They're going to get the Twitter clip, but no, they did not this time. So still not the lead from IX Gaming. They are behind by 33 points. They've got to get 1 more dunk in, and we're about to have everybody up on the side of Lunex. So collecting all these points might be a little bit of a problem. At some point, you want less points just so you can get a dunk in instead of just getting stopped over and over. We also have, as we can see, a Hoopa moving forward a little bit, maybe trying to potentially sneak forward with a Unite a little bit later. No, they're going to back up. They clearly know they have the lead. They just want to defend this final fight.
Yeah, and they're in position to fend for it. All right, IX Gaming, there's a Draco Meteor, just getting them away from Pad. They're trying to potentially get the dunk with the 16 points that Liko has. Potentially could help, but it's still not going to be enough.
On bottom.
Oh, on the other side, that 50, Chef! It's going to be the 100 points they needed! IX Gaming! Although Lunex had everything in this defense top side, you talked about the sneaky plays from a Leafeon. IX Gaming does it! The Hundo Braga seals the deal, just order some chips, have it with ketchup, and bon appetit.
Wow, I can't believe that. That was such a late rotation down. There were only just a few seconds left, and who knows, honestly, I think maybe perchance Lunex realized they had lost at that moment and didn't continue to defend that top goal zone nearly as much. But I mean, wow, what a little rotation down, because they actually were down there. They saw that somebody was defending it, and then they got vision that that person that was defending it down on bottom rotated back up top to help defend. So then they're like, okay, well, you moved up, now I'm going to move back down, just barely in time. And just really strong macro calls all together, as IX Gaming is going to bring the parity even closer as far as scores in the middle of the pack here in North America.
Exactly. They would be now, and they are now 6-5 compared to Lunex Gaming, that have a 6-4 record. Is that what it is?
I think it's correct. Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. Because we have a couple of matches that happen off stream, it does make the record a little bit different sometimes throughout the day, but that's all right, everybody. All of the teams will be playing each other twice because it's a double round robin. This was so interesting, right? The fact that we had them performing the Leafeon plays that we asked for, the way that we needed them to. It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Maybe they are listening.
Maybe they are. Maybe that really is the secret. They're just listening to our comms, and that's not fair. But look at that. Riker MVP on that Leafeon. Like you said, after we were wondering if it was really all worth it. But some nice shifts, and I mean, Lunex went with a very different comp, right? It just maybe didn't quite work out in the end, although, once again, this was a close one. So I love it when we get to see these teams run back something like a Leafeon, and then Riker showing off exactly why we get to see it. I feel like in the last set we casted, we got to see the same thing happen, and I don't remember which Pokemon it was on, where I was like, I'm not sure if this is worth it, and then it was like, okay, it is. It certainly is.
Yeah, this is one of those cases for sure. And we were thinking the same about the Palmat. We were thinking about the same on the Latios and how he was going to perform in that last fight. But IX Gaming really showed that they had the composition, and they said, no worries. We know how to execute it. We might have had a couple of miscommunication points in game 2, but game 3, we know how to go about it. And it was all the difference to go for the safeguard and helping hand Blissey instead of the Alcremie.
Right. Yeah, that was a very smart pick. Mostly, I mean, not mostly. I mean, obviously for one reason is that it does really help out a lot when you have that Garchomp. It's going to allow you to do so much more damage. But almost more than that, we've seen so much crowd control from the side of Lunex Gaming that being able to deal with some of it. I mean, I mentioned the Wigglytuff, right? It's kind of like an option like that, but it's a smaller version of the same answer in a way with that safeguard. So I do like that a lot. Lunex, they really love kind of jumping on one person, getting an ambush, getting a pick, getting a dunk, and then just running away with things. So if you can stop them with their first move, then you can win the fight.
Yeah, you can. And it's all about resolve as well, because Lunex Gaming was ahead for the majority of the game. And IX Gaming spent at least 4 minutes, 4 entire minutes, without having scored a single point. And they turned it back around. They knew how to play a late game, especially around those hyper carries, much like the Garchomp and the Inteleon too. But of course, Rekka, our player of the game, especially with that last back cap of 100 points just on 9 seconds on the clock. That was awesome. Very nicely played by IX Gaming, getting themselves, like you said, in a more comfortable middle of the pack position.
Yeah, I mean, how about a less uncomfortable position? I don't know if it's more comfortable,
so.
but because you know that when you're right in the middle of the pack, that is going to be the scariest. And that's been the truth so far, it looks like, for most of these regions. Like I was saying, we're going to have another week of this. And during that week, obviously, we have tomorrow as well. And then one more week. I feel like we're going to watch a lot of the mid-range teams more than anything, because all of those matches are going to really be what decides who qualifies for the regional finals and who doesn't, as we're already seeing some of the top teams guarantee their qualification spots. We've seen a couple of those today, and then a few teams unfortunately guarantee a lack of qualification, which has also happened a few times today, that are sitting on the bottom.
Yes, but it's also important to note out that it's not just the middle of the pack that is interesting. The teams that have already qualified for playoffs, they also need to continue playing to see what is going to be their seeding, considering that on playoffs we have a King of the Hill style single elimination bracket, and having better seeding means you're advanced in the bracket, less games to play and less scary scenarios up ahead of you. Before we get ready into next and final series of NA region and of the week 4 day 1, we're going to throw it to Kelly with an interview with both Bora and Zogrog from Root Dignitas and Extinction, maybe not in that order.
And hello everyone, welcome back. We are here with another interview. This time round we have Zogrog from Root Dignitas. Firstly, Zogrog, how are you feeling today, and how are you feeling about going into your first match of the day up against Extinction?
I'm feeling good. We've been performing well all throughout the league, and scrims this week, we've been solid. I think the meta is definitely good for our team. But, Big Extinction, we just saw them have a good match against Citadel. So, we gotta be prepared and not mess around too much.
You gotta keep on your toes. You cannot underestimate any opponent going up into the regional leagues. But I guess having gone up against all of the teams now that we are in the second portion, is there a player you would say is a dark horse of the league in the sense of someone you may have been underestimating, but they actually ended up surprising you the most?
I think Breezy on IX has been performing really well this year, and I think he was pretty unknown at the start of the season.
Well, we love to see those players just shoot on up in the ranks and just really make their mark, especially in the North America region. So, great answer there. I love that. Going in 2 weeks from now, you are going to be in Japan participating in the Asia Champions League thanks to your win at LAIC. How excited are you? I feel like that's kind of obvious, but is there anything in particular that you are most looking forward to while you're over there?
We're so excited for Japan. We're actually leaving right after our matches. We're going there on Monday to get settled in, prepare, start scrimming against the Japanese teams, all the Asian teams to, really get ready for the tournament. But what I'm looking forward to is definitely the food in Japan.
Oh my gosh, I bet. That sounds amazing. Well, all the best for your upcoming match here today, but also all the best in Japan from 2 weeks from now. Thank you so much for your time, Zogrog. Appreciate it. And we'll catch you next time. Thank you.
Thanks.
And welcome back, everyone. We have another interview here from another team from North America. We have Bora Reach from Extinction. Firstly, how are you feeling today, Bora? And how are you feeling knowing that you are going up into Root Dignitas once again?
Man, I'm doing great. I feel really strong. We had a good set against Citadel to start the day. Really important win. We got 2-0 there. Our matchup versus them previously, we felt like we could have done a bit better. Could have won a game, especially that first one against them. So, you know, this is definitely a matchup we've been really looking forward to. And another big one was last week, where we played the previous #1 at the time and Kyrios and them, and we were able to beat them with EG. So hopefully we can do the same here for a second time.
There's always things to learn with every match that you do end up going into. It's just a matter of, well, whether you can take those previous lessons and apply them, well, here today. We'll have to wait and see. But a bit of a fun question for you. If you were to assign each player on your team a Pokemon based on their personality or vibe, what Pokemon would there be, and any particular reason?
Sure. Metallic, I'll go Mr. Mime. He's kind of built like Mr. Mime a little bit. Rex, I'll give him the Snorlax because he'd be sleeping all day long. JL, I'll go Sableye. That one embodies him for obvious reasons. For me, I think I'll go Cubone just because that's my favorite, to be honest. And lastly, Trainer. I'll give Trainer Pargley because he got some cats.
Okay. You know what? Some people might end up finding Ugly really cute as well. All right, even though it does have ugly in its name. I love your answers there. Thank you so much for that. But before we let you go, are there any shout outs or thank yous you would like to give out to those that are tuning in from home?
Yeah, shout out to the LATAMs like Kira, Hitman, those guys. They're really good. They're doing great in their league. They keep us on top of our game. Shout out to my family, my mom, my sister. I know they're tuning in and watching our games. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for that. It's always lovely to see the family supporting, even though maybe half the time they don't even really know what's happening in the game. Yeah. But we love to see it. Thank you so much, Bora, for your time here today. All the best with your upcoming match and for the rest of the season. But we'll catch you later. Thank you.
Be between Root Dignitas versus I believe is Extinction. This is going to be a really interesting one. Extinction on a hot streak, but can they take a game off of one of the biggest and best in North America? I'm Zoinks, joined all day by Relic, and this has been an amazing day of matches. Relic, we got a really fun one to close things off, though.
Yeah, we've come off the back of the X Derby, but the extravaganza has not finished just yet as Extinction run it back against these guys, Root Dig. Important match for them, Zoinks. This is a playoff spot in the making simply with a win. They can drop a game if they want. Not that they want necessarily. No, yeah. They want to go away with a clean sheet.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think they're wanting that, but it would be exciting. Our first North America team highlighted in gold, potentially, for Root Dignitas, as they are currently ranked #1 in the North America Regional League at a match score of 8-1. Of course, like you just said, 9-1 would clinch their playoff spot. Obviously, they're aspiring for a lot more. That first spot into the ladder bracket playoffs is so important. Starting off in the finals would already give you your World Champions invite, but their opponents on the other side will be Extinction, ranked #5 right now. 5-5 is their match score. A recent win added to the column earlier today, so Extinction looking to capitalize a bit on that momentum, Relic, that we got to witness just a couple of games ago.
And there were some really big moments for some really big players. I think the Metallic really coming to the forefront once again. Some huge Mega Lucario plays that I'm sure that Root Dignitas would have been keeping an eye on. Of course, you can never dismiss the threat of Trainer. JL bringing out the Comfey to play and looking really strong with it. Bora Reach, of course, on that Inteleon. We cannot dismiss the real influence of Rex on the Snorlax either. That was a real good look for them against Citadel. A really good look. And as I was saying back then, if they can replicate that level of performance against Dignitas, I think there is every chance that this goes to game 3.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like I said, it feels like we're seeing an extinction that's clicking a little bit. Like finally, the pieces are falling into place. I'm kind of curious what over the last couple of weeks, what the practice routine and what the regiment's been looking like. Who are they scrimming? Either way, practice is over. It's now time for the main action. Extinction gonna be on that purple side, so they will have first pick on this Kyogre map to begin our set.
No to the Psyduck, and a no to the Surfetch'd. The short glimpses that we've had of Surfetch'd have been very impressive, so it is no surprise to see it banned away. Root Dignitas just don't want to deal with it. Look at the Meowth ban. Really interesting, maybe with an eye to Toon in that central area. Of course, Toon with one of the deepest roster picks that you could ever imagine. So you can imagine that they would do well on the Meowth, and there is what I was fearing for Extinction. They really like the look of that Mega Lucario Extinction. Root Dignitas do not.
Yeah, gonna be banning it away. Now, a reminder, last time we saw Extinction, Metallic was receiving some target bans with the Pawmon on the opposite side. So far, Root Dignitas has not emulated that. They're gonna be banning away the Mega Lucario instead. So we could see Metallic kind of land on their iconic Pokemon. Our trainer also very capable of playing it. But Extinction gonna be dedicating 2 of their bans towards Root Dig's player in Toon. So they're gonna put both the Darkrai and the Meowth bans. And that being said, I know Otter has actually played a decent amount of Attacker Darkrai for this roster. So Root Dignitas a very flexible team. I do like this Miraidon ban. It has been a frequent pick for Bora Reach, especially when they don't have access to the Inteleon. So this could be Root Dignitas picking that Pokemon rather early. However, Otter has not played it a ton as of late. I'm not saying they can't, it's just that we do see other picks very often, and Toon, when Mega Charizard Y is available, is gonna be locking in that Pokemon.
Yeah, Chef in the background saying, it doesn't matter really. Us being like, oh, this is the... That's, I mean
Two sides of the same coin.
It's not just Mega Charizard Y, it's Toon Slim on Mega Charizard Y.
True.
That is nightmare fuel for me. Bora are going to be running back the Espeon. Really interesting and prioritized too. Metallic going onto the Machamp, no doubt a look to counter that Mega Charizard Y. I doubt we will be seeing the Buzzwole with both Trainer and JL left to pick up. Otter going onto the Mew, more attack focus as opposed to the support focus from last year. And Zealot locking in the Garchomp. Really interesting.
Okay. Yeah, Zealot, definitely an old school Garchomp enjoyer. I think back in the day when we saw Anon and Zealot kind of always in a duo, this Garchomp was the Pokemon at the forefront. So excited to see them play kind of an iconic pick of theirs. I am excited about Metallic's Machamp, by the way. I think that Pokemon, its encounter rate has just been climbing week after week. I think a lot because of that Blastoise. LGC will lock in the Latios. So Trainer on this attacker-style Pokemon. It did not have the best look in the stream match we just saw a moment ago, but of course, new player, new look. We'll see how it goes in game number 1 here against Root Dignitas.
Yeah, thanks to Kello, of course, for the wonderful reporting throughout the day. Kyrios did run it against Aftermath and looked significantly better in that particular matchup. Inder going on to one of his classics onto the Eldegoss. And so this is the state of play. We've got simply not much early game for either side. Honestly, we're looking at the 2 evolutions for Extinction as your main pivots alongside JL on that Slowbro. Of course, Latios and Machamp, we're looking to the later game for their bigger influence. For Dignitas, you got that Mew early on, of course, needs to unlock the ability to shift throughout the moves. You've got that Eldegoss, but apart from that, 3 Hyperscalers, which are going to take a bit of time to work through the levels.
Yeah, that's true. Blastoise can kind of hold their own a little bit in the early game, especially depending on moveset. Zogrog will almost always be going with Surf Hydro Pump historically. However, they do have a couple of, times where we see their Rapid Spin, but I think in this situation, we'll be going with the classic defender build of this Blastoise. Yet the Vanguard belt to the mix, Blastoise becomes an even tougher KO, which already one of the hardest in the entire roster. So I think Zogrog going to be going after Old Faithful in this situation. And to be joined up with another Kanto starter, though, in that Mega Charizard Y. And if there's any player that can get to that level 9 quickly, it's going to be Toon.
It's Extinction, your purple side, and Root Dignitas, your orange side here as we get stuck into our final series of the day. For Root Dignitas, a playoff place on the line.
This is so important for them, locking that one up. The first North American team to do so. On the other hand, Extinction, well, on the verge of that exactly at rank number 5. They do not want to dip any lower than they already are. And in fact, riding that momentum to climb this rank ladder would be so important for this team. Root Dignitas, though, standing in their way. One of the most powerful teams worldwide right now. They're going to be traveling to the Asia Champions League, I think, basically as soon as this tournament's done.
Yeah, I did see they're looking to boot camp, aren't they? Very exciting time for these teams, I should say, all of which participating in ACL. For Extinction, though, that's not a consideration. They've just got this match in front of them. 2 phrases come to mind for Root Dignitas should be the case. For Extinction, just imagine. And imagination runs wild here with 4 Pokemon up on this top path. We're going to be joined by another 4 now from Root Dignitas. Big Electro Ball. The mirror goes down, boosted auto. Rex is going to be blocked here by trainer LGC. Good covering here from Bora, who's going to be running back that Psyshock Psybeam build.
Yeah, trainer loving it. That early attention towards the top path, getting to set up that Eon power a bit more. I think we're likely going to be looking at the newly improved Draco Meteor build of the Latios, but not guaranteed. Of course, we do have Pulse available as well. Metallic getting in the mix early. Good body blocking for Rex, but unfortunately just don't have the firepower to contend with Zealot's newly evolved Gabite.
Yeah, that was a real unfortunate set of circumstances there. Into picking up a rogue Baltoy and therefore giving over the experience in part to Zealot, who was in the vicinity and gets that Evo for free. Mean look, though, and Metallic has also found the evolution, but can't quite get the hug from the Lizard Man.
Wow, and take just a look at how powerful the healing is from Pollen Puff, even in the early stages of the game. Zealot trapped in that mean look, threatened by both Umbreon and Machoke, but is able to walk away from it with essentially a full HP bar. The dedication that Dignitas is giving towards this top path Pokemon, we don't see from every team, right? A lot of teams allow that Pokemon to solo path. Ender, always in pocket, or at least for the moment, but they do leave the henhouse for 1 second, and already the Wolves of Extinction are raiding.
Oh, here comes Toon Slim, but there's that little bit of shining light that makes Toon Slim think twice. Umbreon Rex is going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center, leaving the defensive Bastions a little bit live, though. A nice submission here, forces out the eject button, immediately biting back here. Toon Slim very close to level 8. Down goes the Fire Blast, a little bit too short for comfort as trainer LGC picks up the Citrus Berry, and we're already onto our first set of Reggies.
Yeah, a ton of damage already coming up from Latios. It is not going with that Draco Meteor build, by the way. It is going with Dragon Pulse. It's dealing a ton of damage with that Luster Purge. Again, another fantastic way to be dishing out a ton of damage. A little bit too much for Root Dignitas to even contend with. And that Regieleki will be threatening that tier 1. Regirock already getting a ton of damage laid into it. And Otter going to secure that last hit with Electro Ball, dealing missing HP damage. Great way to get that secure.
I mean, technically, if they wanted to, they could go Luster Purge and Draco Meteor, but I imagine that the Dragon Pulse is surely going to be the moveset that they go with. Really close scores, by the way. To be fair, it's been kind of a game of just trying to bait out your opponents. Nobody's been selling themselves too short. Just 7 points between the two, but Extinction now lead only by the 5 as another stat goes in for Otter.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of reason for these teams to fight as of yet. They had a pretty even exchange of objectives with either team rotating the opposite direction, so not a big encouragement. Nice eject button for Metallic, though.
And there's, oh, here we go, the Unite move from Trainer, but great blocking from Root Dignitas. They were on that like a whippet, of course, worth noting that they have picked up the Regidrago as well. And more points going in bottom path, just JL on that defensive Bastion. My goodness, though, a rare KO here for Inda on the Eldegoss, but the Psychic Solaire will ultimately lead to a 2 KO streak for Bora Reach, popping off, able to get this 40 down surely. It's going to be, what's that, a 14-point overdunk? I think they'll take that, honestly.
Yeah, not terrible. I like the coverage by Rex, though. Makes sense. Of course, Mega Charizard Y, a Pokemon that can hit multiple targets on that goal zone, a solid defender. Rex gets that bubbled out, forces them out of range, threatening with that mean look, and makes it a very clean scoring attempt for Extinction. Not too worse for wear. So nice play there. The biggest thing for Extinction now is just going to be getting Metallic online. Still stuck at that level 8 on the Machoke, has not found a great opportunity to pick up a ton of experience. Instead, has kind of been running a pseudo defense defender in the top path for quite some time, trying to slow down Zealot. But here comes Root Dignitas with a big push.
I think they're just going to have to give this one up. The mean look down on Zealot. They're looking to get a big overdunk here. That's a huge Hydro Typhoon, catching all 4 of the players on this bottom path. And indeed, that is a huge overdunk for Root Dignitas. A 38-point overdunk that sees them into the lead. And it's a quick transition onto the Reg Ice. With that Garchomp, that is mince ice. Yeah, sure, Extinction on the back foot now, but you could say it's been a long time coming. Well pointed out with the levels, Zoinks, looking to get more value for their money here. Plenty of Aeos energy to potentially go in. We've got the Seismic Slam, of course, has gone down, buying even more space for all of these orange players. Finally, Extinction bringing reinforcements to the party. The slow beam onto the Garchomp ain't going to do much. In fact, this Slowbro forced all the way back onto T2 pad. Finally, Root Dig call off the assault.
Extinction kind of in a tough spot because of the direction of their rotation. They were playing for a lot of the mid-map in that situation. Bora Reach does buy them some time, but because they're forced into that fight from the other side of the map, they actually have very little healing to rely on and kind of no flux zone to play around. Instead, Trainer shows up, Toonslim just takes them out immediately. Big exchange, though. Whoa. Take this one out, and some Unite moves utilized to take down the biggest Pokemon in the lobby. That's a lot of EXP stolen away. I like that play call from Extinction.
Oh, a nice juke of the Zogrog Surf as well there. Some fancy feet from Metallic. And yeah, I love that MO. You could definitely tell the Root Dignitas have had a much better set of map control, really controlling all of these yellow dots in the middle or close to the middle of the map, which is where they've been able to get such an advantage. So an important pick and an important Regieleki for Extinction as we enter the back half of this game.
Yeah, JL gets some important information. Knows that there's at least one Pokemon away from the defense, so that'll be the go button for this Regieleki to tier 2.
Man, Trainer really popping off here. That Eon Blast leading into the Luster Purge, and it's a 2 KO streak. Is that Luster Purge again? Into the Dragon Pulse. It's like a machine. It keeps on rolling around the abilities, and the T2 is gone. They're finding more Horde bodies here. Our Extinction. Wow, they've taken the points lead. They've stolen my heart, Zoinks. What a play.
No one's safe with this Latios, right? With this Eon stack as high as it is at this point of the game, any little bit of damage just means you can run, but you can't hide any longer from this Dragon-type Pokemon. Extinction going to be a little bit late to this rotation, so they won't have a chance at the Reg Ice, and Root Dignitas hit the go.
It's a little bit early to really call this fight as the fight, however, and I think that the comms were like, no, Metallic, hold on, wait a second here, because there is still time on the table to play with and still yellow dots to find, maybe trying to find a couple more Unite moves. This is really good harassment, though, from Root Dignitas, who have followed Extinction all the way, backline, Surf against Surf, me, look, and now this really is the fight. Hydro Typhoon, but they're not going to be able to use the eject button, but on that backline, the Seismic Slam has been utilized, but look at the slow beam forcing them in place, burning down just a little bit more of that timer. But look at Zealot, that Garchomp ripping through the Kyogre, and Otter stealing the credit.
Really smart decision for Root Dignitas. They force both defenders from Extinction into the top tall grass. They have vision. They know that no one from Extinction can walk up in that exchange. That gives Otter and Zealot so much time to just delete this major objective. Big Kyogre buff to work with now, and the points are just going to start raining in. Huge deluge for Root Dignitas as now Extinction have to go full defensive mode. They're not out of this game yet. This is not an insurmountable lead, but again, that Kyogre buff, a really tough one to steal away from the enemy Pokemon. That HP recovery is so much, and Extinction's going to need to use every resource they have to take even a couple away.
Yeah, finding critical KOs onto both Rex and JL at the right time, but have they lingered in the opposite area for too long? Never mind. Surf, slash. Zealot having a field day out here. More scores on the doors for Root Dignitas, and it's all falling apart at the seams for Extinction.
There is a few Pokemon in the game that stats, they truly get comical at a certain point. At level 14 plus, Garchomp's lifesteal, I think, enters into that territory. It gets ridiculous how much this Garchomp can contend, especially if it is hitting multiple targets with these dragon combos and auto attacks, and that is just a perfect way to display it. At this point in time, Root Dignitas does not mind going down, especially if they keep this forward pressure on, because every second off the clock is just bringing them closer to sealing this one up. The time is just not there for Extinction. And this series will be started by Root Dignitas going up 1-0 against a North American regional rival and getting that much closer, Relic, to locking up their spot in playoffs.
Right. How do we read this one? I think an admirable effort from Extinction. I think given the tools at their disposal, they probably did as well as they could have hoped. However, you gave Toonslim Mega Charizard Y. And I think that right there is problem number one, which should maybe be addressed going into game 2.
Yeah, I'd love to see that change personally. I think that is a pretty solid option to really swap out. But so far, I think they played quite well. The biggest problem with the Mega Charizard Y, in my opinion, is you did try to draft like on-paper counters into it, right? But you slow beamed and Psychic Solared that Mega Charizard Y in the final fight, and it still walked away. So there we go. That's proof of concept. We got to change something. There were great moments, though, from Extinction. I think Trainer really ramped up on this Latios, became a dangerous threat. But this, in my opinion, is the biggest problem of this final fight. An Umbreon Unite move is kind of forced out a bit late, does get some of that shielding, tries to take it away from Blastoise. But in the end, that Mega Charizard Y able to fly away at all the vision, all the space in the world. Extinction has none of it. Ray Dignitas just kind of out-rotates Extinction in the final moments of this match.
Yeah, late game presence, I think, was a bit of a concern. I know that we got that Slowbro there, but I didn't really see much that I enjoyed from the Machamp. A couple of submissions here and there, but as you've rightly pointed out, how much value can you get out of it once you've gotten the submission? And you'd feel like over the course of the game, not much when Toonslim is allowed to get away with, to be fair, actually pretty limited knockouts, but important knockouts at important times. How many times have we said that over the course of the championship series is history? It kind of all means nout, and I gotta say, an inspired choice for Zealot on that Garchomp, by the way. I think that was such a lovely, like, back of pocket sort of choice to adjust the final 2-minute strategy on the fly.
It's just such a powerful team fighting Pokemon. It also, of course, recipient of a few buffs in the most recent patch. So if Garchomp did slide down a little bit on the popularity meter, I think it is just cascading higher and higher as this tournament has gone on. And a lot of players are kind of returning to it, right? I think about the World Championships last year. It felt like that Pokemon was just everywhere, every single game. You know, some players claimed because it was a rather easy top path Pokemon to learn and adapt. But hey, results are tough to argue with. So I am excited to see that Pokemon back at the forefront a little bit. But yeah, that one I could see again in game number 2. You know what I mean? We're like, I don't know if we're going to see Mega Charizard Y in game number 2. That might be a bit of a change up.
Yeah, I think that especially with you leaning into Slowbro and Umbreon and these counters, these lockdown Pokemon, I think the problem was that there was too many Pokemon to lock down, right? From their perspective, that were influencing too much. I mean, we haven't even touched upon Zogrog and the Blastoise, which, objectively speaking, is such a great pick. And it's interesting to me that Extinction prioritized the Umbreon over it.
I think Umbreon's worth it. It's just, okay, so here's the problem. When you're running double defender and you're playing 2 peel tanks, you don't have engage tanks, right? Like, that's basically the choice that you're making. Both Slowbro and Umbreon are, well, and Umbreon has a build that's a very good engage tank, but Mean Look Wish is not it. Mean Look Wish is very good at stopping an enemy Pokemon in their tracks, setting up your damage dealers. And a Slowbro can set up some big moments, but just in the end, they didn't have a Pokemon that could really spearhead their attack and get them set up. And where that was most showcased was the final moments of that match. It was just so tough for them to break in to that Kyogre pit when Root Dignitas just had a perfect lockdown of that entire area. When that riddle can't be answered, it becomes really difficult at how you want to set up these fights. So let's see if we have any adaptations in the drafting phase. Relic, the only change we have in choice of maps will be Root Dignitas electing for the Groudon map going into game number 2.
That certainly would have suited Extinction's last draft. I would argue it would also have suited Rude Dignitas's last draft. So,
NA loves Groudon at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I'm starting to see some regional identities. I think EU and LATAM actually kind of preferring Kyogre a bit here and there. North America, we like that damage buff. We like going all in. It feels like Groudon is the objective that has the biggest chance of a team making a comeback. North America never wanted to give up, and there it is. A Mega Charizard Y ban Root Dignitas. Not wanting to run that Pokemon 2 games in a row. Very interesting.
I'm guessing that they couldn't take the risk of extinction picking it up. Yeah, I mean, that does unleash the possibility of Miraidon into the mix for Bora Reach, which would also be a really useful Pokemon that perhaps they could have done with last game, into heading onto the Hooper, and of course with Rex prioritizing that Umbreon once again, it is to the surprise of no one that Zogrog will lock in the Blastoise.
Yeah, that's another Pokemon that I do think just might be too powerful to warrant giving up in a situation. You gotta pick it if you are not going to be, if you don't want to face it on the other side, I think being one of the more relevant factors. I am curious about that Miraidon pick you were talking about before, Relic, because trainers' choices have been so interesting to me so far. Okay, will be the Miraidon being locked in. So far, Trainer has kind of been filling the role of the poke damage with Latios in this series, but now that you have Miraidon, maybe the best in the business at allowing a lot of poke damage that just kind of sticks, we could see LGC back on a more speedster or assassin-based role in the final parts of this draft.
So Zella running back the Garchomp, Otto running back the Mew. I am so fascinated about trade. I mean, that Pawmot is available, and that can go punch for punch with a Garchomp. Locked in, JL, they're going to run back double defender, this time with the Snorlax heading in. Heavy Slam into the block. It's worked well for them in the past. I imagine actually Rex and JL to exchange Pokemon here. I think Rex to go onto the Snorlax, and Toon going with Vaporeon. Okay.
Oh, this is so interesting. Okay.
Right.
Interesting too. All right. Toon always keeping us on our toes, no matter what. I think we had a winner's interview last tournament match with Root Dig, and we were asking about like Toon's choices, and we're like, so how does it play out? They're like, he's got the sauce. That's all it is. So fair enough. We are going to see a swap anyways, though. Toon will be picking up the Blastoise, so I imagine we are going to be going with a Spin-Stoise, and Zogrog will be picking up the Vaporeon. So I've been calling it the world's most dangerous waterfront. It's in place for Root Dignitas.
So you've got a really tanky front line between that Garchomp and that Blastoise, and throwing in the Vaporeon on there.
Yeah.
Interesting to see which way Inda goes with this Hooper. I'm actually wondering whether they'll lean for the Hyperspace Highway just to give what is quite an immobile squad a quick rotate onto either path just to help out there.
Yeah, you know what, it comes to Ender, sometimes I swear it's what option's more fun. In the moment, sometimes that ends up being the decision maker. I think Trick Phantom Force would be just fine. I think a Pokemon like Blastoise from Toon, they would absolutely love that synergy. However, there's a lot of big HP pools, and there's no better support Pokemon in the game at restoring those than Portal Hoopa. So truly, the world is Ender's oyster.
One game down, one game to go. In theory, for Rude Dignitas, they're your orange side. Extinction, your purple side. For Dignitas, this one win on the cards, they'll see them through to the playoffs.
Such an important matchup. I know Root Dignitas has probably got that in the brain. Obviously, they want to be looking ahead, focusing on the Asia Champions League at the moment. But if they could just cross one thing off their to-do list, it would be lock up the playoff spot as soon as possible. Trainer doing a good job of repelling this invade. You can see they have full pockets of Veos energy compared to Ender 0. So far, a perfect clear. But again, only doing a partial clear, as they will hit that Palma by taking out a Baltoy from their path.
Oh, what's the Inder doing back here? You having a little browse in the shop window while you're getting some real nasty looks here from Trainer, who's dealt a lot of damage, and finally back up on the way from JL, who's gonna lock them in place with the mean look into jail for you. They've still decided to leave this purple buff actually to focus on this bottom path assault. To be fair, Trainer's eaten a lot of damage. They've eaten the KO opener from Otter.
All right, well, I was going to say likely Zogrog won't be able to get away from that situation, but with Bora Reach not having an empowered charge beam to utilize, there's just no way to shut down that Pokemon trap for the mean. Look at how Zogrog is going to be back to basically full HP. Bora Reach's role in this game is going to be so important, Relic. Not only for that passive damage from Rhydon, but that cursed incense damage as well, trying to slow down the Vanguard Bell recovery from the Blastoise, the natural lifesteal from the Garchomp, and of course Vaporeon's incredible HP recovery options as well. There is so much impact this Rhydon can have, but it's all potential.
It's a great angle, actually. Are we going to see that Aqua Ring, or are we going to put full faith into self-sustain? A question for later. An answer that we're going to get now is 4 versus 1 does not end well for a Hooper.
No, not at all. Root Dignitas not too worried about losing Ender, though. In that situation, they do pick up the Regidrago, and Zealot gonna get that KO. Look at that level, by the way, Relic. We are looking at almost a level 9, a fully evolved Garchomp at 730, a Pokemon that has been in the path the entire game so far. Zealot on the fast track to getting a Unite move.
They looked and ate a Charger Beam right in the face and said, all right, bet. Nice heavy slam, though, into the ground type. How about a fighting type, though? Fighting words, potentially, from Trainer towards his opponent, but they're going to be, they're not going to be suplexed into the ground. Inda's going to be suplexed into the ground. They're fighting Zogrog, our Trainer, and a mean look is going to keep them in place for a moment. They've been really harrying this T1 goal zone, but check out Toon, who might have escaped the vision of everyone's going to start on this Regieleki. On bottom path, Rutig is already going to get this Registeel, not stolen away by the Miraidon, but Metallic is now very aware. They managed to suplex the Tortoise. Into the surf they go. It's a real toss-up here as Zogrog's lurking too, but it will be Trainer with the secure onto the Regieleki.
I never thought I'd see the day where Rex is attempting to body block a Blastoise with a rest. Snorlax rest. We don't have access for a block quite yet until we hit level 7. Finally, Rex will have access to that move, and there we do. We finally see it employed, but hey, for the time being, rest is an immovable object as soon as Snorlax flops onto the ground, so Blastoise not able to get within range. Now, point of order, we were talking about the possibility of the Spinstoise. Well, despite all that, Hydro, Pump, and Surf, despite some nerfs, is just too strong of a moveset. Toon Slim will be returning to that one yet again. Extinction feeling pretty good about their objective secure so far. They also got that point lead. I really do think that the biggest worry for them, though, has to be this Garchomp, Zealot, who's almost level 11.
Oh, in the mean look, they're going to be eating that charge beam, aren't they? But they're not able to move too much forward into the Aquamarine Splash. They get the knock up onto Bora Reach, but there's not much more that they're going to be able to do with that. Root Dignitas in the background, taking away all of the yellow dots from the grabbing hands of Extinction. So once again, looking for that overall macro advantage, full map control. To be honest, looking at the levels, they've kind of got it right now with that Garchomp on level 11 alone.
Yeah, that is bizarre to me. Toon Slim also quietly getting up to level 10 on this Blastoise. I was watching them try to defeat that Regieleki in time and how slow that burn was. I was like, all right, well, maybe we're falling a bit behind, but no, Toon doing a great job of picking up EXP where they can as well. So Root Dignitas doing a great job of clearing their map, keeping that level parity. JL will find Zogrog, and again, that just ends up being a perfect target to charge up these charge beams on. Bora Reach looking for the battery in that evolution.
You're absolutely spot on, by the way, with that trick Phantom Force call, and that's certainly helping out Zogrog when they are very much locked down here into the face of Bora Reach. That's the MO for everybody here. They know that they've got to get in their face to try and do some form of panic. Here comes the Mystical Mirage and the Hooper Unbound. Big stuns on this Umbreon on the front line. They're going to be CC'd out of here via that Toon Slim serve and into the back line now. Metallic won't have much to say either. In fact, look at this poor mod. They're going to try and get some HP recovery. Metallic will actually pick up a KO. Getting a little too close for comfort there, the Vaporeon, but again, so much time burned that Root Dig can pocket that Registeel and now focus all efforts on this T1 zone. Inda takes out Metallic. Big surf on the back line. Root Dignitas flexing as the Snorlax goes down. That's going to be a big score. 40 down, 50 down, 30-point overdunk, 100-point plus lead.
Great fight from Root Dignitas. I mean, just winning the war of attrition in that situation. They actually forced out both the Umbreon Unite move and the Snorlax Unite move around that bottom objective. It was kind of an awkward timing for Extinction because they'd already sort of forfeited that team fight. A lot of their damage dealers were on the retreat, and we kind of saw JL and Rex covering for each other with the buddy barriers, utilizing their Unite moves to try to get back to the goal zone. But with Root Dignitas, all they need to do was kind of spend that Vaporeon and Blastoise Unite move to create that space, and they win that team fight, basically battling the long game. Really cool decision. They break that goal zone, a big overdunk. Let's see if they can contend against this Regieleki as well.
Oh, with a triple tank comp, the last thing you want is to be at a level deficit. There's the Livid Outrage, tries to find Metallic, does find Metallic! Eject button for an eject button. I think that Toonslim is going to be not Toonslim, sorry, Zealot is going to be more than happy. I'm so used to him being on the ADC. I'm still not used to calling Zealot as the one calling the shots here, but Rex has been able to break through the front line, chipping down this Regieleki, looking for the steal, not going to find that Electro Ball, simply too good. We were talking about it all the time at the AOS Cup, we were talking about it all the time 2 weeks ago, we're talking about it now, and Otter still wants to be the headline act here. 2 KO streak, a Zealot in the back line will finally be felled, but not without taking Metallic with him.
Yeah, but at what cost always feels like the question posed to you when competing against Root Dignitas. They always find ways to get value. In this one, it is a tremendous, overwhelming value. A Regieleki knockout and is sending it towards a tier 2, not to mention a ton of EXP picked up by Otter and even Inder's Hoopa, which of course we have a ton of Unite moves ready to go. And Relic, we're already at the final stretch. Extinction forced out. Metallic is there, ready to buy some space. Of course, Submission will give them access to that unstoppable, but they do not want Root Dignitas to turn on the ground on.
Oh, they got vision on Toon going top path. This is the best chance that they're going to get. 2 level 13s and a 14 against a 1 level 13. Well, the tide have turned. There's a couple of tick overs here of level, but they've not been able to find the KO. Heavy Slam up against Zogrog. They get the first KO by a trainer. That's a huge pick, but Toonslim is now back on the scene. Eject button finds JL. Metallic with barely a health bar to speak of. Runs away, looks for the reset, but that means that Vaporeon is going to reset too. And guess what? Hooper's got a tunnel. Power Nap. Under the ground they go. And we've got the Aquamarine Splash. We've got the Livid Outrage, but they're stuck on the walls. That's a real shame for Zealot, who's kind of burned that Unite move. Not the case for Toonslim with the Hydro Typhoon. Knocks up 2. No submission slam here for the Machamp, and no chance for JL to find a response either.
Yeah, Extinction just caught in this awkward place. They're trying to regroup and reset for another big team fight, but Root Dignitas just never giving them that option. Toon chases so many members down outside of the bottom path, and then a really clean reset with that Hoops Unbound is a perfect setup. Ender making a lot of these major plays happen. Trainer trying to contend. 1v4 right now. If they can steal 1 KO, maybe they can turn it, but they do not shut down with the Blastoise. Great push by Toon and Zealot.
They bought a lot of time, but Blastoise has broken through the backline to Bora reach. 2 defenders, and they've flanked them superbly well, getting a big double score here. 70 followed up by a Hundo Burger. They've completely ignored the big boss in the middle. They're just looking to break some backs. And Root Dignitas, well, they've not completely broken the back of this NA League. They lost a series, much to the surprise of everybody, but I tell you what, Zoinks, when the business end came, they were sure to write it down on the dotted line. Root Dignitas signature, we're heading to playoff.
Lock it down with a 2-0 win over Extinction. Also, shout out to Zealot for sacrificing themselves to ground. Of course, giving them the favor. They drafted that map. They wanted to make sure they gave it the respect it deserved. Root Dignitas with a 2-0 victory and truly picture-perfect team fights in the final stretch in back-to-back games. Extinction, I think, keeping things extremely close throughout both of these matches, but everything changes when these major boss Pokemon spawn in. Root Dignitas just become a different beast.
Extinction are competitive. Root Dignitas are class leading, and that's off the back of losing the first KO in this team fight, by the way. But having that Hooper on standby, being able to bring Zogrog back in immediately, and for me, an egregious moment that really sets up everything to come. Hydro Typhoon, first of all, for Toonslim, that knocks up the champ before the Barrage Blow unleashed. There is a slight reset here, but I'm watching Toonslim once again. Trainer buying so much time for the reset.
Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, 4v5. But Toonslim finds his way for free to the backline with Zogrog. Bora Reach, who's been harassed all game, taken out as the claws close in. Root Dignitas going for the scores, finding plenty, finding the win, and Zealot on this Garchomp. I wouldn't dare say revolutionary, as you say. He is well known for his Garchomp enjoyment, but I think there was plenty for us to enjoy on this occasion. What a lovely time to use it.
Yeah, I think Groudon shows the player of the game, by the way. The Pokemon that they got to knock out at the end of it. They elected that Ground Chomp. Exactly, yeah, Ground Chomp for sure. 5 KOs from Zealot in that match, of course, 7 assists. Just an insane level curve for this Pokemon, though. I can't believe we were hitting level 9 on Garchomp well before first Regis. Almost unheard of do we see that quick of a level scale, but Zealot finding some great ways to get early knockouts and always be a factor in this game. Fantastic work for them. This squad, I mean, they're leading the way in a lot of factors here in North America. Of course, in-region rivals, Evil Geniuses, are always going to be a tough matchup for them, but I think this team's got to be happy with their performance so far in this weekend of competition, as maybe a bit of an appetizer before they start traveling overseas to compete in the Asia Champions League finals.
Yeah, as I understand it, they will not be able to lock in first place, by the way. I mean, that is their next obvious target.
Of course.
Not to jump ahead, by the way, we will be looking to the matches tomorrow, but I believe it's off stream. Dignitas face both Aftermath and TI Gang. So you would certainly think that there's a great opportunity to further cement their chances as we head into the final weekend of play.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun team to watch for a lot of reasons, and I think the first and foremost among them is they feel like they are leading the region of North America, and largely in part due to just individual performances and great team play as well. Zealot's Garchomp, I think, looking amazing today. Some target bans happening against Root Dignitas in a few departments, but this Garchomp avoiding them pretty frequently. Zealot's Chomp looking pretty good.
Avoiding the Rocky Helmet, by the way. I do love a crit chomp. I do love some fast slashes, of course, used to greatest effect, I think, in game number 1, whilst the rest of his team was buying him some time. But from an extinction point of view, Zoinks, on the one hand, they have beaten their direct competition in Citadel. I think they could be happy enough by being competitive in both games. I guess if there was any game or any series where you could say, right, this is a scratch off, we don't have to worry about this one, it was this one.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, there is much more important opponents on the horizon.
And unfortunately, maybe even more important now because of the situation that we are in. But either way, this has been an amazing day of competition, and we haven't been the only ones here, Relic. We, of course, are joined by incredible talent across the board. So let's bring everybody back in as we talk about what an amazing day today was. We talked EU, we talked Latin America, we talked North America, and that's just day number 1 of our competition. But the biggest thing we've been talking about all day long is playoffs and where these teams stand, because that is the most important discussion as we are nearing the end of our regular season of our inaugural regional leagues. So let's talk about the regional standings and where we are at now after day number 1 of week number 4. Relic, talk to me a little bit about EU.
Right, Kamai and Team Peps are in the playoffs. That is the big headline today. There is a very, very slim possibility that BH3 might be able to lock in first in League tomorrow. And with that, a Worlds invite. But it does rely not just on their own results tomorrow, but on the results of others. Certainly the likes of Engage and J'aime le Poulet will be hoping that results go their way. What a matchup we have tomorrow, though. Volticon's going up against Los Cados, I believe. Holy moly, that is going to be a tasty one, given as everyone can see, they are slap bang in the middle of the table.
Ooh, a fun match of the day for sure. Let's keep the hometown theme going. So talk to me about Latin America.
Of course, we started the day with Force Gaming undefeated. We finished the day with Force Gaming undefeated. Still the first place here and confirmed for playoffs already. Now, added to the roster there for playoffs that are confirmed, Stamina Esports with a record of 9-2 after they won against Entity 7 and they had a pretty good match against Juicy Esports as well, go to their advantage. Now, Peru Unite with a 5-5 record alongside Infamous Gaming, Juicy Esports, CACM Esports, they are really close on the standings, and it could mean that either of these teams by the end of week 5 could make it in the top 10. Unfortunately, well, in this case, everybody could still have a shot at some point because the numbers are really, really close. But at the bottom of the standings, we have DreamHack on 3 and 7 and NG7 on 3 and 8.
Right, but of course the parity in that region making it so that both of those teams still have a shot at climbing this ladder. There's limited time. Every game is so important, but it could happen. Kello, we're going to jump outside of region a little bit for you, but I want you to talk to me about North America. I wonder, Chef, I'm sorry. Yeah, you can talk about something else. Kello, talk to me about North America standings.
Look, my sleep schedule's in North America, so, you know, we just ignore the actual physical location, mental locations there. But North America, we have our first team locked on in for those playoffs, being Root Dignitas, finishing off the day at that 9-win, 1-loss record. Otherwise, in terms of the stats, we haven't seen any movement from Evil Geniuses, Lunex Gaming, or IX Gaming, who are still holding strong in that top 4. However, based on the results with that Extinction Citadel Gaming match, we actually have a switch up here, with Extinction being able to lock their position in that 5th place spot by defeating Citadel Gaming. So now they are in that lower third there. And TI Gang, Aftermath Esports still remaining there. Aftermath unable to win any of their 2 sets here today.
All right, some interesting stuff there. Now, Wonder Chef, I'm sorry I didn't give you the regional standings, but I do want you to talk to me about tomorrow's broadcast schedule, because if day 1 was good, I cannot wait until day 2.
Okay, well, as the resident Australian, I can give you all of the schedule. But no, we got some great matches. You all mentioned already Volticons and Los Caducados. That is going to be an awesome one. I'm sad I don't get to cast that. 2 teams that I've had so much fun watching this season. Peps and PH3 as well. I mean, just monsters of their region. And then Kamai and Volticons. I mean, the EU is just stacked tomorrow, but it's going to be stacked throughout every single region. We get a couple matches with Force, and a lot of these teams are going to have to win, some really tough matches in LATAM if they want to break out of that pack where 3rd place and 8th place are within 2 or 3 wins of each other, including we're going to have Stamina and Force Gaming, again, the top of that region playing against each other. So that's kind of a double that we're going to get for all these regions. And then down in North America, Lunex, we're watching a couple of times, and honestly, look at these scores: 4-6, 6-4, 6-5. It's just all so close. 5-6. So this is going to be the big chance, I think, for all these teams to break out of the contention spot for regional qualifiers.
It's how these regional leagues work. The closer we get to the end, the more important every one of these matches becomes. We gotta watch day 2 to see where these teams end up in the standings. It's gonna be so exciting. There's a few of those matches that I truly cannot wait for. We got some great ones. And I know we've been talking about the regional leagues event a lot. We talked a little bit about an upcoming event in person for the Asia Champions League. We have even more upcoming in-person tournaments as well. We have NAIC coming up in a little bit this year, and if you want to attend, if you're a player, we don't do call-outs for the players very often, but here, if you are planning and playing in this tournament, check out the pkmn.news/NAIC26 hotels, or scan this QR code to reserve your hotel for NAIC now. The in-person tournaments for Pokemon Unite, they're magical, they're incredible. I can't say enough good things about them. And if you want to go, you may as well get your hotel early, catch a deal, and make sure you're there in person to check out one of the coolest events any Pokemon fan can experience in one of the coolest cities in the region. So make sure you go and check out that website. Of course, beat the crowd and pick up that hotel. Y'all, day 1 has been an absolute blast. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go around the horn in just a second, but before we do that, we want to make sure that everybody tunes in tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern on Pokemon.com/broadcast is always going to be the place to tune in and find out where any of the competitive action will be happening. Make sure to follow the channel for Pokemon Unite everywhere you can find us to make sure you never miss any of the competitive action. Before we get out of here, I want to just a quick note from everybody. What was happening today that is exciting you, and what in the future is getting you pumped for Unite competitive action? Relic, we'll start with you.
Well, as the resident Cramorant enjoyer, I'm super happy to see that Pokemon coming out here and doing good things. I'm just so excited, though, tomorrow to see more playoff spots confirmed potentially, and maybe even some Worlds invites given out. We'll have to wait and see on that. We'll make sure our maths is correct, but bring on Sunday.
Awesome. Kelosaurus, you were in the tall grass all day, interviewing players, checking out off-stream matches. How you feeling about day one, and what are you excited for about day two?
Today was a great day in the tall grass. It was really fun getting to get to know the players a little bit more through those interviews and everything like that. So yeah, excited to come out of the tall grass for tomorrow and experience some matches out there and really just get into the nitty-gritty of the meta that we're seeing. So
Yeah, I'm loving this new metagame. The last patch having a pretty big impact on today's competition. A lot of fun. Wonder Chef, how about you? Same question. Day one, day two, what are we looking at?
I mean, I'm excited that I got to kind of escape from the tall grass finally. Not that it's not fun in there, but it was fun to actually cast, and we got some really amazing matches, to be honest. I mean, so many game threes down to the wire. You can tell that these teams are really just giving it everything that they've got at this point, because this is their last chance to make sure that they still have a chance to qualify, and they're really, really all showing up. I mean, even the teams, like I said, like Aftermath, that unfortunately now I believe can't qualify, they put on a great showing when they were against one of the best teams in the entire world. So I just love to see all these teams really showing all their improvement over the course of the season, and we honestly have better storylines coming out of today than we did going into today, which is always a great thing to say.
Yeah, it's shocking. I don't know if any of us expected that, but boy, am I glad that we are there at this point. So how about you? This is a really fun day number one. We got an amazing day number two coming up. How you feeling about it?
I'm super excited, Zoinks, and especially because of how we had the matches going on today. I mentioned when we started the broadcast, LATAM started the day with a 4-team tiebreaker that had to happen, and we actually came out with a couple of more tiebreakers, but I think it's part of the process. The thing is, some of these teams that were tied against each other, they have played each other today, which means that maybe the results will be different once they play against higher on the standings teams or even lower on the standings teams. For example, tomorrow we have the top 1 and top 2 Force Gaming and Stamina Esports playing each other, and I'm the most excited about that match.
I think Stamina might be the most excited about that match, to be honest with you. They're one chance to usurp the top team in the league and maybe take it all. I can't wait. We have so many great matches for you tomorrow. I think that might be my most anticipated match for day number 2 as well, so it's a great choice. But there's a whole lot of good ones, both on broadcast and off broadcast. So make sure to tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time to catch all the action as we cover EU, Latin America, and North America. These regional leagues are an absolute blast. And now that we are nearing the end, truly every match is going to become so important for those middle of the pack teams to secure their spot in playoffs, for those bottom of the pack teams to try to climb and have a fighting chance at making it into the postseason, and of course those top teams to cement their position at the top of the regional leagues and maybe even lock up a world spot before the playoffs even begin. We got a lot of questions. I'm hoping we get answers in day number 2 because there is a lot of exciting action. I guess I didn't give my day one little notes here for my look back throughout the entire thing. So I will say I absolutely love day one. I'm going to put my hat in with the metagame discussion as well. Seeing some of these Pokemon that we have not seen in a minute rise in popularity. Cramorant might be the Pokemon at the forefront of that discussion, but even Pokemon receiving a lot of bans like we didn't expect with the Meowth and Sirfetch'd and things like that. There's a lot of really exciting stuff upcoming in day number 2. So we really hope you guys join us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in day number 1 of week 4 of the regional leagues. We will see you all in day number 2. Bye-bye.